and free on 4 select in-stock Nexon and Aspen tires with installation purchase. See participating store for offer details or BigOTires.com for additional cash saving specials on name brand tires and auto care services. Ends January 29th.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo.
Hello!
He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
It never dawned on me how much walking I used to do until I bought a house in the suburbs. Like when I'd say, I'm going for coffee, of course I was walking, but now it's like 3 miles and no latte's worth that. I find myself inviting people on walks with me like it's a scheduled activity. This morning, my neighbor asked me what I'm doing, and I actually said, I'm going for a walk with Nancy.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code FRIEND at checkout. That's harrys.com, code FRIEND. Enjoy.
In San Jose, highs today of 65 degrees, partly cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
It's time to wake up.
We're here. We're here. And oh, baby, it's Joe Shasky. He's got to get his headphones. He's not ready. He's not ready for the roast. And I'm the guy who comes in late. Man. Finally. Last show of the week. Philadelphia on Sunday. Look, we got Warriors and Raptors tonight, and I know I got to work for NBC Sports Bay Area. But, boy, it's going to be so difficult to keep my mind on that basketball game. Pre-game show, post-game show. As soon as that bad boy's over, I am flying out. I'll meet the Shaskies. We'll get on the flight. And we'll get ready for the NFC title game. Because it's here, folks. It is here. 3 o'clock kickoff. Lincoln Financial Field. Tickets have been purchased. TSA pre-check has already been done. Boarding passes is loaded. Check-in has been loaded. We're ready to roll. The Morning Roaster's ready to roll. Roasters, are you ready to roll? Are you ready for this game? 888-957-9570.
I'm a roaster.
And I think this is a good omen. I really do. Because, I see the question today from Lubman. Are you worried about how Brock Purdy will handle the noise in Philadelphia? No, I'm not. You go down the field, you score first, you shut the crowd up. But on this day in history, the Niners won their last Super Bowl when they beat the Chargers down in Miami, 49-26. And for me, it's good vibes. I see that. I think about the stars in that game, Ricky Waters, Jerry Rice, Steve Young, and, of course, Deion Sanders, John Taylor's last game. Or no, it wasn't his last game. The next year it was. It's a good omen for me. I think about positive vibes. Everybody's asking me, Joe, how do you feel? How do you feel? How do you feel? I tricked myself. I feel great about this game. Yeah, I really do.
I'm confident. I'm feeling it this morning. a variety of reasons.
Wow.
Number one, I just pulled Thurman Thomas with the headset. I don't know if you guys remember this.
Kenneth Davis.
They did. I think it was the 91.
No, it was the last Super Bowl when they played the Cowboys at the Georgia Dome.
I thought it was the one against Washington.
Washington. My bad. Metrodome.
So I don't know if you guys know this, Spadoni and Lubman. Thurman Thomas couldn't find his helmet after the national anthem, and he missed the first drive.
And they had a play set up for him that may have gone to the house. And Kenneth Davis was the backup running back. And it was just like, that was a bad omen.
I feel like Brent Jones not being able to get out onto the field when John Taylor got his touchdown pass.
Oh, my God.
Just because he didn't pull a Barrett Robbins.
Oh, dude. But anyway, we're here. Here's
Eugene Robinson?
Here's the real, B. The real is this. I've heard from so many Niner fans that are going out there. I think Philly has no idea what's going to hit them in the face. Bonte.
Maybe they are.
Bonte.
Maybe they are.
Bonte.
Maybe they are.
We're going.
We're going.
We're going.
They know we're going. We're doing this show from WIP.
You know who we haven't talked about all week?
Who's that?
Debo Samuel. I've got a feeling that they find a way to unlock Debo Samuel in this game. It feels like the McCaffrey calf injury. I'm not as worried as I was middle of the week. I'm feeling good about it. The 100% chance that he's going to play on Sunday. So, just move that to the side. To me, this feels like a 40-touch game somehow, some way, when you combine the numbers between Debo and Christian McCaffrey.
And I'm okay with that.
Hell yeah, I am.
I'm okay with that. McCaffrey yesterday said, hey, with the calf limit, are you going to be ready to roll with this calf injury? Will it have any impact on the game? He said 0. I'm playing in this game.
Wow.
I'm playing. Now, I did hear you on the way in talking about Nick Bosa and what's going on with Nick Bosa.
Am I tripping?
I don't know what's going on with Nick Bosa. And honestly, I don't really care what's going on with Nick Bosa.
Oh?
97 on Sunday has to dominate. He has to show up. There has to be a pass rush. He has to play like the defensive player of the year on Sunday. I don't want to hear, he was playing with an oblique injury or if he was playing with a groin injury. I don't know what the hell's going on with him.
Yeah, I think it's a groin.
He hasn't been listed on the injury report. I got number 97's got to show up.
Everyone's hurt at this point. So let's he's not the only one. I'm sure that there are guys on the Eagles. I'm sure there's tons of guys on the 49ers on both sides of the ball that are hurting right now. But B, the reality is if you are injured, that does limit who you are. Think about Trent Williams. He had a high ankle sprain going into the NFC Championship game. Was that the same Trent Williams that was there all year?
No. And he discussed that yesterday at his presser. He said, I probably should have bowed out of that NFC title game, which would have gave us a better chance to win.
I mean, guys, come on. We're all Niner fans. I'll take 40% of Trent Williams over 100% of just about anyone. And that's not a knock on the backups. I mean, Trent's a legend.
He's a legend. And just him being out there helps me out.
Exactly.
Eases everybody.
Exactly.
Now, last week, Trent Williams is all-time dominant. Nobody's talked about that. Trent Williams went out there and just shut down Micah Parsons. He absolutely shut down, as I see on the screen, Nick Bosa trying to contain Dak Prescott, and it didn't go well. But Trent Williams was all-time. He shut down DeMarcus Lawrence, shut down Micah Parsons. It was an unbelievable game from Trent Williams. But 97, Nick Bosa, I need to see something from him.
Well, I think this is a game where you have to suit up Drake Jackson. This is a D-line game. Yeah. So if you have to suit up one extra D-lineman, then so be it, right?
I'm with you.
What's going on with Drake Jackson? I need some juice. I need some wiggle. I need some athleticism.
Should we get a 49er beat writer on? I mean, seriously, I don't know what's going on with Drake Jackson. I've heard no reports. Beat writers they'd rather ask about Jimmy Garoppolo than Drake Jackson.
If I hear another Jimmy Garoppolo question, it's like, where's a book? Close the book, all right? He's not playing.
So I did a hit yesterday in D.C. This guy, Craig, he seemed pretty cool. And he asked me, you dropped the Joe Giglio. We didn't get no drop.
I mean, I'm doing hits in the town that we're playing in, but continue.
Yeah. See, there you go. You see how that works?
I love that homage.
One up in me.
Is that a homage sweatshirt?
Yeah, that is.
That's really clean. I like
I'm
that.
trying to change the subject. You went on with Joe G. Yeah. My Philly buddies don't like him. Anyway.
Matt and Hegan, could you do this for me?
Yeah, my Philly buddies can't stand him.
He's a good guy.
My Philly buddies can't stand him.
But Bonte doesn't like him.
Did he say that? He's you know what I did?
He
I did
called
an
you
interview,
Bonta.
the entire interview.
Yeah, which I can imagine.
And my buddies were listening out in Philly. They was like, we want to smack this guy up.
Yeah,
this is why we can't stand him.
One of my aunts did that to you, and I was like, oh, my God, please. And they're like, I know it's Bonta, but for some reason I kept saying Bonta.
Yeah, they get nervous.
And I'm like, God.
They get nervous.
Please don't do this.
They get nervous. Where was I going? So Craig what was he asking me? Damn, I already lost my train of thought. What were we talking about?
Eagles Niners?
Eagles Niners.
Boy, you're on fire today.
No, because you sidetracked me. You start talking about, you did a hit. I did a hit in Philly. And Joe G and da-da-da-da-da. Nick posted this and Nick posted that. I forgot where the hell I was going. Damn.
You were more fired up Tuesday morning after getting yelled at by Philly than you are today.
Oh, I'm fired up. It's the calm before the storm.
Okay.
So this is where we break everything down, right? This is our keys to the game. This is our prediction show. This is what needs to happen. You brought up Debo. I still think George Kittle needs to be heavily involved.
Okay.
He is Brock Purdy's safety valve.
Wow.
I believe he has the best rapport with Brock Purdy in the passing game. So George
More
Kittle
than
last
Ayuk?
week, or more than Ayuk.
Wow.
Now, Ayuk on the sleds or whatnot,
I think
they've got
you're right.
a good one.
I think you're right.
But I think Ayuk, it's going to be a tough game for Brandon Ayuk. I believe in Brandon Ayuk. But I believe that the Eagles secondary, there's something special.
I agree with that. Bradbury, Slay.
Darius Slay Jr., Gardner Johnson, Chauncey Gardner Johnson.
Well, he's the guy that, when you bring up Kittle, stop on Gardner Johnson, him and Kittle going at it.
Oh, they go at it a lot. Go at it a lot.
I actually like that matchup for the Eagles.
Absolutely.
I actually really like that matchup.
Gardner Johnson against Kittle?
Yeah,
no, I love George Kittle in this matchup. I love Kittle in this matchup. His physicality, his mentality, his run after catch. Gardner Johnson does not want to tackle this guy. I'm telling you right now. He's going to get trucked by this dude, and it's going to be problems. I actually love George Kittle in this matchup. Love him. By the way, all guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, and brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I think George Kittle's got to have another monster game.
Just if anybody's out there who's a weed delivery service, can you bring my man Lubman some bakeable goods? Are you okay, dude? He's not fine.
What's going on?
He just looks very stressed.
He always looks stressed.
And we need to get this guy something. We need to relax him.
No. Lutman always looks stressed. That's what he looks like. That's what he looks like.
Thrives in chaos.
Yes.
Oh, so he's organized chaos?
Yeah. Shout out Jed York.
Shout out my man Jeff Garcia.
No, I don't mean to do this because I love him.
Who?
Organized chaos.
Who'd you rather have under these circumstances? Because our former producer, John Curley.
Don't do this to me.
My man.
But when he got rattled, and we couldn't get to the guy until the next day.
They say interior pressure rattles everyone.
But it didn't matter. Edge pressure, interior pressure, blitzes, it all got to Curley. At least Lotman, he gets hit with the blitz.
I'm Joe Cool under pressure, you know?
Oh!
We got the pressure coming in right here. I handle it. It may look scary, but no, it's all calm under the surface.
Did we all see the Joe Burrow slow motion throw? He throws a bomb in pre-games as the snow's coming down and then spins around like he's Steph Curry. Did we all see that?
So sick.
It's so sick. That's Lubman printing out a read for Bonte from the screen. He clicks print. He spins around as the snow's coming down.
It's very fluid motion, you know. It's a lot of art in those motions there.
Snow is just a bunch of dust bunnies from this old studio.
By the way, I am hammering, even though I don't bet. Cincinnati's winning this weekend. I don't care who's quarterbacking. Just mark my words. Joe Cool's going back to Super Bowl.
No, I'm leaning Chiefs. I'm leaning Kansas City. Too many people's on the Cincinnati bandwagon. That scares me off. They became favorites.
I was there week one of the wild card.
When?
I took Burrow over Josh Allen, knowing that they would meet in the second round.
I'm happy for you.
I love Zach Taylor.
I love. Oh, you like Zach Taylor now?
Me and Covey argued about Zach Taylor for weeks. He's like, he's garbage.
No, Zach Taylor's really good. They've got a really good feel in Cincinnati. But I think Kansas City's got something for him this week. I really do. Mahomes, Kelsey. I think Juju shows up. And everybody's just doubting Kansas City at Arrowhead. I don't like that. I don't know. Maybe we'll watch that game. Maybe we'll watch that game celebrating, or maybe we'll watch that game from the hotel rooms as we're depressed.
Well, did we get media credentials for the field before game?
I have no idea.
Is that Lucas or Madsen?
Lucas, the one brought it up. He's the one who brought it up.
Yeah, we
that's your boy,
Lucas. If you can hear my voice,
you guys go everywhere together. You tell me.
I mean, well, he likes elite basketball.
Big win for SC over UCLA last night.
Oh my goodness.
Oh gosh, college basketball. Oh gosh.
By
the way, I was at. Go ahead.
No, you told us to turn on NBC.
Yeah,
and I put on NBC, and it was San Jose State at San Jose State versus I think UNR Nevada.
So maybe it was taped. But the Positive Coaching Alliance Game Changer Awards was yesterday at Chase Center.
Oh.
And this has been going on for a long time. And I went with the Paynes, Lyle Payne, of course, who left this world a few months ago, Rosalind, Matt, Little B, True Payne. We're all at a table together. I went with them. Big Dog City was in the building. And it was just a who's who, right? You had the Giants table with Ron Wotus and Larry Bear and Farhan Zaidi. Yeah, Sean Estes there. Paz was in the building.
Did you guys connect eyes?
We did.
Did you give him the unofficial head nod like, yo, what's up, with the peace sign?
I tried to, but I didn't get a chance to catch up with Farhan. I did see Bob Sargent in the building. I saw Raymond Ritter.
Bobby?
Kevon Looney.
I bet Bob was talking the whole entire time.
He was at another table. He was at another table.
Oh, working the room.
Yeah.
Future deals.
Raymond Ritter in the building. Kevon Looney received an award.
Oh, really?
Logan Webb received an award.
Nice.
His high school coach was there.
Nice.
Dave Stewart was there. Dusty Baker received the Lifetime Achievement Award.
E40 just posted a photo with Logan Webb.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
At the Warriors game.
Yes.
Yeah, so he's been in the building. Yeah, everybody from NBC there. So it was a who's who. Festus, KB.
Who was emceeing?
Oh, you'll love this. You had ABG.
Oh.
You had the great Raj Mathai.
Oh, Raj. Was he strutting?
Oh,
How expensive was the suit?
Dude, he had the tux on with the bow tie. He comes down, he goes, Bonte, talk to me.
Italian leather shoes?
Dude, he goes, you're looking good on screen.
Yeah.
You got those full body shots, the shoe games right.
Yeah.
He's so smooth. He's my idol now. He's my new idol.
Oh, he's your idol?
Yes.
You look up to Raj?
Dude, he is so smooth.
Yeah.
He's so good. I fear that he's going to take my job if he wants to get back into
Bonte
sports.
Hill at the NBC news desk here in San Jose.
Hey, listen.
We're going to go out live to Walnut Creek.
If Roz wanted to do Warriors pregame live, he had that job tomorrow. That guy's so good. He's so good. But it was a great time. It was a great time out. And a lot of roasters, including Allison and Jack.
I'm a roaster.
Whose daughter Sophie plays lacrosse. She wants to go to SI.
Oh, okay.
She wants to go to SI, and they're all about it. And you know what Jack did? He's going down the escalator to get down to Chase Center, and he goes, hey, Bonte, look at this. I got the Gucci's, too. Tell Shasky and them boys, they don't know about this.
Oh.
There's levels to this. And I was like, I don't even stun on them with the DRs. I don't even do it no more because they went crazy over the Gucci's. But there was a lot of roasters out there, so shout out to Jack.
Yeah.
Shout out to Allison. Shout out to everybody who listens to the show, of course. It was a good time out there. Really good time at Chase Center. Got home a little late, but you know what? It's all good. I needed to take my mind off this championship game because what drives, I heard you and Spadoni talk about anxiety and this and that. The week leading up to a game used to give me so much anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't wait for Sundays. I'd devour newspapers, stats, rosters, who's in, who's out. And so this week has been really good for me because I need stretches to take my mind off the football game because I think about it all day.
I know. I've been thinking about it too. So the big thing this week has been the 2-1. The personnel. Everyone's going through the
personnel.
The personnel packages that the 49ers have out there. Have you not noticed that? Every single Dan Orlovsky, Daniel Jeremiah, like everybody across the league is like breaking it down.
Honestly, I haven't watched much.
Well,
ESPN.
so then let me ask you, because now Ryan Crowley's texting me and he's trying to produce the show. Do you think they go with 2 tight end sets with Kittle and Warner, Kittle and Dwelly?
Maybe they're going to run a little bit of everything because. Juwan Jennings is a third down guy, right?
Well, they have the 5D lineman,
right.
and so they're going to have to do something unique in this
to
game.
Combat that
maybe it's putting Juszczyk online. They put Christian McCaffrey at tight end in the game the other day. So knowing Shanahan and some of his formations, who knows what he could come up with?
Maybe you go with George Kittle and you motion out Juszczyk and you line him up at tight end one way, and then you still have your personnel out there.
I do think heavy formations.
Yeah, but I don't want to cater to the Eagles because if you're running heavy formations, you're almost giving away what play you're going to run or what type of play you're going to run.
Gotcha.
And I think that benefits the Philadelphia Eagles. You got to play your brand of football. They want to go 5D linemen. Well, I expect Shanahan to cook something up to combat that. Is it 3 wide receivers? Do you space them out? Do you space the field with 3 wide receiver sets, 4 wide receiver sets? I have no idea. But I do like talking formations. That's my thing. I do like that.
So this guy Jack, who's wearing Gucci's,
yeah,
his kid's gonna go to SI.
She wants to.
Yeah, fits right into SI.
She wants to.
Family money.
Family money. Well, Jack and Allison was having a great time yesterday. They were like, the roasters are out there. Let me tell you, the roasters are out there. I did want to see Farhan though. I'm a little disappointed I go.
You should have given the Palo Banchero. Hit the double.
Yeah, he would have looked. That'd be crazy. He ain't swagging.
Yeah,
like
you're
that.
probably persona non grata when it comes to the Giants after the month you had in December.
Well, what? Well,
did you slip
sad?
On my number?
No, I did not. That's for sure. I didn't. Not even close.
FanFest next Saturday.
Have fun with that. I know. Well, actually, you know what? Larry Barrow's in the building. Larry Barrow chopped it out with me.
Yeah.
Bonte, we miss you in the Richmond district, man. What's going on? And Larry Barrow's working the room. Larry Barrow knows what's up. I don't think he appreciated me saying that, well, I'm not going to spend a dime on the Giants next season.
Because it's a lie.
Well, because there's a lot of security guards and ushers that chase her. It's like, hey, Bonte, I told my wife, we're not spending a dime on the Giants, all because of you. I said, well, damn.
Keep it down. Farhan's looking at me.
Yo, chill, dude. Chill. But I'm not spending a dime next year at Giants games. Yeah, Sophie. She's a 14-year-old lacrosse player on Steps Form Tiburon. Huge fan of the roast. Actually, it says huge fan of yours, but for...
Who is this again, so I can remember?
Jack. This is Jack, her dad for the PCA.
You the homie. I take back all the family money things I said.
Jack and Allison. Doesn't say Sophie's a huge fan, so we took a selfie. He said that Sophie was jacked up. Jacked up about it. So
I underestimated how many of the young people watch us on YouTube.
Oh, there's a lot.
I mean, I've been at multiple high school games this week, and I felt like a rock star. I'm like, I didn't know 17-year-olds were watching good old Bonte and myself right here on YouTube every single day.
And
I want to know this. I have a question.
9570.
I have a question for the Bay Area.
What's up?
Who's going with us? Who is ready for this trek that we're about to embark on? And I don't mean physically who's going with us to Philadelphia.
It's mentally.
Who is mentally ready for us to go into the Lion's Den? I mean, B, I know you hate my analogies. I know you hate my analogies. I know you do. I get it.
I don't hate your analogy. Why would you say something like that?
I love
it's just a Star Wars
situations.
The Star Wars situation.
All right, so you pick what's the movie setting that you like, and I'll come up with the analogy right now.
You just do what you do.
All right. Let's think about it very simply. Like Reservoir Dogs. We're going into a bank heist where we know somebody's a snitch. All right? That's what's going on in this situation. We are entering the Emperor's chamber in Return of the Jedi, knowing that our father's by our side trying to convert us to the dark side.
I like that.
Heat has made you powerful.
It's Saving Private Ryan. We're getting out of the boats and we're trying to storm Normandy. That's what this is. Mentally, that's what this is. It's not really what this is, but that's what this is. This is the biggest test of the Shanahan era. As much as I want to say, the Rams and McVay, and you guys had such familiarity, I think the familiarity actually made it a more palpable matchup for both sides. You don't see this team often. You aren't accustomed to facing the RPO game that Jalen Hurts is going to bring to the table. This is a way more adverse situation outdoors, in the elements, in Philadelphia, across the country, 1 day less rest.
Right.
There's so many elements of this. You've played one more game than the other opponent, right? Like, there's a lot of little things when you look at this and you dive deep. Philly has almost every single advantage. They have a quarterback, he has more NFL experience.
Right.
There's equal playoff experience because Jalen has the 2 games and Brock has the 2 games. Sirianni has less head coaching experience. Right. What's it going to be like if it's a tight game in the 3rd and 4th quarter? Everybody goes, Shanahan buttons up. No, he doesn't. Shanahan wins playoff games.
What's Philly going to do?
Sirianni is an unknown.
Yeah, what's Philly going to do if it's a tight football game? If they get taken into deep waters.
Thank you.
I do like Shanahan in this matchup. It's probably the biggest challenge for this Niners bunch since Super Bowl 54 against Kansas City. That to me was like, oh boy, Kansas City.
Well, and there's a lot of new guys though, B.
Right. Oh, but the core's there.
Yeah, Kittle and you, Juice, and
you bring
Debo,
back Trent. You got Debo.
But like Ayuk wasn't there.
Right. Bosa was there.
You know, Trent wasn't there.
Fred Warner was there.
Yeah.
Dre Greenlaw was there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Jimmy Ward was there.
Fred wasn't playing or not Fred, but
Well, Greenlaw played, remember, because he replaced Quan Alexander.
Who dropped an interception in that game.
No doubt. All right, what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by CalHope.org and Department of Health Care Services. We're going to break this game down. We got a loaded guest list.
Pumped.
Sean King, 650, former quarterback for the Tampa Bay Bucks. He was a rookie starting in an NFC title game against the St. Louis Rams. We'll ask him about that. Brian Westbrook, the former Eagle and Niner, joins us at 7:30. Jojo Camera and John Ritchie, former fullback for the Raiders. We're going to do a little simulcast with WIP 94 out in Philadelphia. I don't think it's going to be as volatile as last week against the boys from Dallas. I mean, they were looking for smoke. They got the smoke, and they got rolled. I think this one will be a little more cordial, a little more chill, and I think it'll be a lot of fun.
I got a question for you on the other side. We're talking about the run game. What if they go in the other direction?
And throw the ball all over the yard? Yeah, I don't know about that. Thanks to Boxer Gerzer for sending us out there. More coming up on the roast.
It's a football Friday on 95.7 The Game.
Third down and 9. Bosa. The sack.
Brought to you by John Vise Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vise Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vise Bay Area Houses.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Christian McCaffrey continues to deliver on the field, but off the field, the superstar running back has to look his best, and so you know he's wearing our favorite brand, Flag and Anthem. Saw him in the locker room wearing it yesterday. From the best flannel shirts and most versatile quarter zips that got you layered up with everything in your closet, to shirt jackets, hoodies, and durable jeans with a hint of athletic stretch, Flag and Anthem makes premium quality clothes with an attention to detail at a fair price. Or in other words, it's the kind of clothes that are going to last you years. So head over to flagandanthem.com today and use the code GAME, G-A-M-E, for 25% off your purchase. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
This is the final week of the Manufacturers RV Show. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight. When back to the office means back in traffic.
Blocking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Frank's? Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
It's the final days to save big store-wide at the Truckload event at Lowe's. Right now, get deals on select major appliances and take home what you buy same day. And save an additional 10% on all in-store clearance appliances. Plus, get savings on even more items across the store, like up to 40% off select bathroom products. Hurry and head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Valid 1/26 through 2/8.
This is how you remind me of what I read.
Nickelback with special guest Brantley Gilbert is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View, July 9th. Enter at 957thegame.com for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey.
Yee! Damn, Larry June, man. That may be one of my favorite drops ever. Woo! One of my favorite drops ever. San Jose Jazz fan. TV Bonte is a friend of Farhan. Not yesterday. We didn't say what's up. I wanted to. I didn't want to bother him. The Road to Glendale brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. Yeah, your future begins here. Be a sheriff.
All right, so
sheriffs.
I was thinking about this. Everybody's been bringing up the running stats for both the Niners and Philadelphia. They don't really do well against the run. That's in summation for those that are out there. And so I was thinking, like, all right, I know they're going to run the ball at some point, but the last couple of weeks, they've come out throwing to try to set up the run for later. We know that they want to get a lead and take the air out of the ball, which that's part of the sauce, if you will, the recipe, as they make this beautiful pasta to try to get to the Super Bowl. I have a feeling they're going to spread it out more than people think. They went 5 wide in crucial situations last week, and if you're going to go 5-man front up front, you could split Juice out. You could split Kittle out. Like, you could have formations out there that look at the beginning or from the huddle like it's going to be a normal condensed formation. But then I still think they can go 3, 4, 5 wides at times because I want to attack the middle of the field. I want to get these defensive linemen trying to cover in space, these linebackers covering in space. You don't want them to throw that often? Like, if you looked up and it was 20 pass attempts to 10 rushes at the end of the half, would you be disappointed?
No. So basically, when you ask me, 21 personnel, do you run double tight? Because Crowley's asking the question, your boy Ryan Crowley. And
trying to play
I'm thinking, and look, 5 defensive linemen. I'm saying, stay in your personnel, but you could motion guys all over the place. And you can spread them out. But you need to run the football. They amassed 70 sacks. Hargraves and Fletcher Cox in the middle. That my biggest concern in this football game, it's not Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, because I do think the Niners can get to Jalen Hurts. It's those 2 dudes up the middle. They cause havoc. When you think about last year in week 2, and last year was different, right? It was different center, different right guard. Lincoln Tomlinson was playing left guard. Hargraves dominated that football game. I mean, Elijah Mitchell got hit over and over at the line of scrimmage in that game. 17 carries, 44 yards. So do I want to spread them out and just leave Brock Purdy back there and throw the football with those 2 guys? And then you got Hassan Reddick come out the edge. And, Craig in D.C. was asking me about Mike McGlinchey. He's going to be a free agent. And Washington fans, we're thinking about throwing the money. I was like,
oh, my goodness.
I said, caution to Washington fans. You don't want to overpay for this guy. He is the weak link of the offensive line.
He had it. Okay, he got thrown like a sack of potatoes on the one play. He had a couple of really nice blocks in that game, watching it back.
He's been better than what the perception is.
I mean, I've crushed him. He's been playing much better the last 6 weeks.
Right. They'll be fine. I mean, he's been better than what the perception is. But
okay.
But there's those plays in critical situations where you just give it up.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I think a lot of linemen are going to have isolated plays here and there. Maybe he has more than others. He is an easy target for people to criticize. My number one thing for the 49er offense, and everyone's, you got to establish the run, you got to do this. you got to get Brock Purdy feeling comfortable as early and as quick as possible in this game. He cannot come out and have a slow, hey, I gotta hit a guy. This is one of my big problems with Greg Roman and Kaepernick. First pass of the game, 17 yards down the field, right? Can I get a couple of short, little simple dump offs to Juice? Get some tone setters, some physicality, a quick dump off to George Kittle. See the ball get caught by a receiver, see him start to run, even if it's a 2 or 3 yard gain. Get the ball out quick, get him feeling rhythmic, get the offense moving forward, get the chains moving. Like, to me, getting Brock settled in this environment early in the game is mandatory. If he does not get settled in early, I got a feeling this is going to be an uphill battle all game.
Well, I actually think the opposite. I think if there are nerves early on in the NFC title game, he's a rookie. I expect him to be amped up. I swear to God, I expect him to be amped up.
I expect
just like
every
the
player
Seattle
to be
game,
amped up.
So there may be a couple high throws. Hopefully, it doesn't go into the hands of Gardner Johnson and Darius Slay. However, I think as the game wears on and the game is closer, I believe Brock gets more comfortable. And all of a sudden,
I agree with that.
He's seen that pass rush, and he's saying, okay, I've seen it for 20 snaps. I've seen it for 25 snaps. I see how fast they are. I see what angles I can take when I scramble. I see what I can do out there in terms of the passing game. I think as the game goes along, and it's a close game, hopefully, and it's going back and forth, I think Brock settles in. I expect him to be a little nervous early on. He's a rookie playing in Philadelphia in the NFC title game.
But this is where I'm looking at Shanahan, and I trust him to do this. Not only do I want him to score early, but obviously everyone score early, get the lead. But I just think having him settled in early so you don't have long stretches. They only had 28 3-and-outs all year with 3 different quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's wild.
It really is. And
really
so
good.
I'm looking at Shanahan. I'm saying, Shanahan, you have got to find a way to get some points on the board early in this game. First 2 possessions, you got to score at least a touchdown.
All right, it's time for Kerr's Corner. Kerr's Corner. Steve Kerr, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, joined Damon and Ratto yesterday. And Kerr, do we got an intro for that? I don't even remember. There it is. All right, Steve Kerr was asked if the Warriors owe it to James Wiseman to either play him more or trade him. Here's what Kerr had to say.
I think that's a fair question. One of the things that I tell James from time to time is I feel bad for him because of the circumstances. He's had a tough go with the injuries. The injuries have definitely set him back. But bottom line is he's a really talented young guy playing on a veteran team. So he's in a situation where he's not getting as many reps and as much playing time as he would in a different set of circumstances. Had he been drafted by a different team, he'd be getting more opportunities for sure. And that's part of his story. That's part of his journey. And what I love about James is he understands that and recognizes it and continues to keep a positive spirit and energy. And he works hard every single day. And he's wonderful to coach. So as I've said many times, I'm a huge fan. And however this plays out, we don't know, but I hope I get to continue to coach him, and I hope that he can develop here and get more opportunities as we go forward.
Boy, it's a hell of an answer. What do you think they do with James Wiseman? Trade deadline's coming up. Less than 2 weeks.
Fonte, I have no idea.
Do they owe it to James Wiseman to trade him or play him?
I do feel bad. Just the circumstance just does not feel advantageous for either side. James Wiseman nor the Warriors.
Didn't play the other night. To Michael Green getting those minutes. Boy, that sprained ankle came at the wrong time for James. I thought he was starting to turn the corner.
I know. And they needed him at that point. And there was a lot of people out. And
it stinks.
It feels like Moody and him are...
Moody's back in the G League.
I know, but it feels like they're the odd men out, doesn't it?
Yeah, I could see something happening with them.
And I'm looking at it, and everyone's like, we need a backup big. I think they need another wing player.
Yeah, I think wing.
Yeah,
they need a Siakam type. Not saying Pascal Siakam, but I need a guy like that.
Yeah,
I don't think they need another big.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
And the big, it's not Jakob Poeltl. Can we stop with that, please?
No, I would like Vanderbilt. I would try to trade Moody for Vanderbilt.
I like Vanderbilt a lot. I even like Kelly Olynyk on this team. I think
Is
Kelly
he a free
Olynyk,
agent at the end of the year?
No, he's got 1 year left on this deal.
That's actually not bad.
And
I
he
like
sets a mean screen. I like Kelly Olynyk a lot. we're only talking 10, 15, 20 minutes max. But I think that's a better fit.
I don't know if the
Jakob Poeltl.
Warriors are ready to swallow their pride on the number 2 pick and trade him for Kelly Olynyk. I'm just saying, I think that man.
Pivot, don't panic. Pivot, don't panic.
Now, I would trade JMG and Michael Moody if I could get Kelly Olynyk.
I kind of like JMG. All right, let's break. Football Friday brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zinni.com.
The road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you are 65 or older, you know this. Watching your hard-earned dollars fly out the window on healthcare costs is so frustrating. But here's some great news. If you missed the December 7th deadline for open enrollment, it's not too late. Here's something that can really help. It's MediShare 65 Plus. MediShare is a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills. It's people who encourage and pray for each other, too. MediShare 65 Plus is a low-cost option for those with Medicare Parts A and B, and it fills in the gaps where Medicare stops. It's a great way to fight inflation, too. You can lock in one low monthly price for up to 10 years. Plus, it's easy. You can use any Medicare-approved doctor or get 24/7 telehealth access from the comfort of your home. So worth looking into. MediShare 65 Plus is open for enrollment, and if you join right now, before January 31st, your second month will be free. So don't miss this chance. Call 844-SHARE-65. That's 844-SHARE-65. 844-SHARE-65.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the Ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Milk, eggs, $42. Ma'am, you okay?
Need bucks? With Jackson Hewitt, don't wait weeks for the IRS to send your tax refund. Come in now for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee refund advance loan when you file your taxes. That's up to $3,500 today. Don't let high prices get you down. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes. So get to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
You might get wireless data everywhere, but do you have to use it all the time? If that's not really you, there's TracFone. You can get the same nationwide 5G coverage as big carriers, but you pick a plan that you need for a lot less. Unlimited talk and text plans start at $15 a month, no contract. And now you can get the Samsung Galaxy A03s for just $49.99. TracFone. Now you're in control. While supplies last, 1 month equals 30 days. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the morning roast. I'm a roaster because these two guys are my guys. Yin and Yang, right here on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Goo? Wonder how he's feeling after the Cowboys bowed out. He's still wearing his Cowboys gear, though, so much respect to him. As this segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Look, man, we got Sean King on. Former quarterback, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Does his thing in the media. Very articulate. I love his breakdowns. I love his insight on the game of football. And he was one of 5 rookies to start in the title game, in the championship game. And we all know that a rookie has to come out celebrating in those title games. So we want to kind of get what Brock Purdy is going through as a rookie. So let's talk to Sean King. He joins us on the Morning Roast here, courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Sean, good morning, man. How you doing?
I'm excellent, man. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, man. And we remember that Rams game that you played playing against the Rams, as a Tampa Bay Buccaneers starting quarterback. You guys lose 11-6. It was a hard-hitting football game. What was it like for you, though, as a rookie playing in that football game? Because I remember the week before you guys played Washington, you come back and rally to get to that point. Just take us through the week of preparation as a rookie going through this.
I think it's a little different now because that was 1999. It might have had spilled over into 2000 by that point. But, I mean, you couldn't even text from your cell phone. Like, there was no Twitter. There was no Instagram. Like, there was no – I mean, the Internet used to be like a dial-up service in most places. So I just say that to say you were a little more insulated. Mm-hmm. Like, you didn't go check your phone and, like, all the articles pop up. You know, when you drove home I mean, you just didn't know. The world was a bigger place in '99 than it is now. So I'm sure Brock is dealing with a lot more, just because the world is smaller with social media and with the ability for people to communicate and get their messaging out and everybody hear it. So, for me, it was all about the Rams offense at the time. They called it the greatest show on turf for those people that may not be familiar with it. And our defense, which a lot of people thought was the best they had ever seen. Ultimately, we have 3 Hall of Famers off that defense and potentially another one because John Lynch, the GM, there in San Fran, Warren Sapp, Derek Brooks, all already in the Hall of Fame, and Rondé Barber has been a finalist. So, that was the conversation that week for me. I was able to actually stay under the radar. And, you look back on it, I was the first rookie ever to do it. And I don't really remember a whole lot of questions about that. So I don't even know if people knew.
That's interesting.
So what do you think the biggest misnomer is in this situation? Because I feel like we all pivot like, oh, we got to see him do it this week. And then, he beats Brady. And then it's the next week, it's a different test. And the week after that, it's a different test. And you got to do it on the road, do it in the playoffs, do it on the road in the playoffs. But what's the biggest misnomer that you think is just kind of foolish that you hear the media talk about when it comes to rookie quarterbacks in the playoffs?
That the game's going to be too big. I think the one advantage that, Brock has, that I had, was we've never failed in that position before. So the anxiety is going to be with his teammates because they've been to 3 of these games in the last 4 years and don't have a ring. So, they're the ones that kind of can see, man, we got to get this done. Our window is closing. For some of the Niners elite players, this may be the difference between them being a Hall of Famer and not.
Yeah.
So, that sense of urgency creates anxiety, creates that nervous energy. It's probably more prominent with them than it is with Brock. Brock's just a kid from Iowa State that thought he was drafted too late. He was frustrated on draft day because he thought he was better than all those bums that were in front of him. and now he's getting a chance to prove it. So, I mean, he's confident. You can tell him the way he plays. Now the thing is, once he gets there, sometimes you have an out-of-body experience, guys. And he had it a little bit in the Seattle game. I had it in the Washington game where I was talking, but I didn't really know what I was saying. I threw the ball, and I really could not control where it went. So, I've said this a couple times, and I hope he's gotten it. The finger is your best friend. When I got to the sideline after that first drive, I stuck my finger down my throat and made myself dry heave. And it snapped my body back into normalcy.
Like Willie Beeman?
Yes, the craziest thing ever. And after that, I was fine.
Really?
That's incredible.
Had you ever done that before at any other level?
I hadn't, and I was on my last resort. I had poured water on my head. I drunk water. I slapped myself in the face. I did everything I could do, and I'm just telling you, I wasn't in control of my movements.
That's wild.
That was the last resort, and it worked. And man, look, I'm telling you, that's the greatest secret most pro athletes don't know.
John King on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Won the Super Bowl with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Of course, played with the Tampa Bay Bucks. Are you still coaching running backs in South Florida right now? Is that what
I actually have a television show. I live in Las Vegas now.
Okay.
Brent Musburger owns a sports betting network called VSiN.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so we're on VSiN prime time, 3 to 6 Pacific, Monday through Friday. So I'm doing that now. This will be my second year hosting this talk show.
Okay, okay. So when you look at Brock Purdy, because we were, when Jimmy Garoppolo went down in the Miami game, I'm thinking, oh, boy, season's over. Brock Purdy really coming out of Iowa State. But what was your impressions of him coming out of Iowa State? Because he had to skip the beat. Heck, he's taking this offense to another level, Sean.
Well, it was weird because he actually was a pretty good prospect, and then him and his teammates has completely tanked their senior year at Iowa State. I mean, I remember they came into that season, multiple guys on preseason All-American lists. Breece Hall, who probably would have been Rookie of the Year if he didn't get hurt for the Jets. He was having a tremendous start. to his season. They didn't play well. And I think that really impacted Brock on draft day because the senior film wasn't good. But when I watched the Niners from afar, Coach Shanahan believes more in Brock Purdy than he ever did Garoppolo or Trey Lance.
Yeah, we believe that.
You can just tell from the way he calls it that he trusts Brock, that Brock is like, if he could draw up the perfect quarterback, it's Brock. Like, I think he loves Garoppolo's quick release and his ball location at times, but I don't think he loves the mental toughness of Garoppolo in pressure situations. I don't think he loves that Jimmy is not really a great athlete. He's not going to extend plays. You know, I think he loves Trey Lance's athleticism, but Trey's just raw. Like, he hadn't played. He hadn't had a whole lot of snaps. So to think that a raw, you know, inexperienced quarterback can come into we're a Super Bowl caliber team and develop, that's just tough, you know, because he doesn't get a chance to fail without the scrutiny. So Brock kind of is the medium. Like, he's got that quick release. He's pretty accurate. He has great functional mobility. Like, that doesn't get talked about enough. Like, I know he doesn't run for a whole lot of yards, but, man, he's pretty good at, you know, avoiding the pass rush, extending plays, you know, creating stuff downfield off script.
There's so much that goes into quarterback play and evaluating quarterback play. We fall in love with height, weight, speed, arm strength, all those things. What are the things that you look for early on, whether it's at the pro level or the college level, where you're like, oh, this guy has it?
Well, I just got a unique gift. I had Justin Fields as the best quarterback in that draft. I thought Trevor Lawrence, you know, eventually was going to be something special, but I hated the fact that Urban Meyer was the head coach of Jacksonville.
Yeah, situation matters.
So I downgraded Trevor because of that. And luckily for Trevor, it only lasted a year.
Right.
Hats off to Mr. Khan. He didn't get stubborn. He was like, I know this is a catastrophe. He could see it. He was honest. And look at what Trevor did with Doug Peterson.
Right.
Yes.
I said Zach Wilson. I don't know why they drafted him. Like, I don't know what the Jets are doing. They're still recovering from that. And I didn't like what San Fran did with Trey Lance for all the reasons I just mentioned. Not because I don't think Trey eventually will be a good player, but he was never going to succeed in San Fran. A guy that's inexperienced, that hadn't thrown a lot of balls, he can't operate in that pressure cooker where the team feels like it's a Super Bowl caliber team. He would have needed to go somewhere where they had no expectations. He could have thrown 25 picks the first 2 years and nobody cared as long as he was getting the reps and they thought he was going to be good in year 3.
Wow. Can I get in there on the, because you brought up like kind of the team around the quarterback. Take me through to your experience when you're coming in and you have all these Hall of Famers. These guys want to win now. Pressure cooker of, we have this great defense. We don't want it to go to waste. We're trying to capture a Super Bowl. Like, what's that like as the quarterback, whether rookie or not, and you're dealing with all of these egos and you're trying to win and balance everything out? That feels so ridiculously difficult and hard for the average fan to even understand.
Well, it's interesting because it's kind of the gift and the curse. I'm on your show today because of that opportunity, but I probably didn't play 10, 15 years because of that opportunity. You know, and we're talking a completely different NFL. You know, if you look at my Tulane team that went undefeated in 1998, you know, I set the all-time pass efficiency record. I mean, we were a spread team, majority shotgun. I mean, we were running the system that you see prominent now in 98. And I get to Tampa, and the entire NFL is under center. There's a fullback in the game, a tight end in the game. I mean, it's all about physicality, running the football. You know, that's why the St. Louis team was so unique, because they were one of the few teams that were, like, throwing the ball. So for me, it just was so much pressure because we were always in 3rd and 6th.
Right.
First down, I was the best heading the ball to Mike All-Star Warwick down first and second down the league had ever seen.
Sean King here on the Bud Light Guest Line. No, you're dropping a lot of knowledge. I remember that Tulane team, man. You guys were fun to watch winning that Liberty Bowl. And then obviously you go to Tampa Bay and Brad Johnson comes in, but you're a part of that roster here. How do you see this game playing out Sunday, though? Jalen Hurts on the other side, another guy who was kind of disrespected coming into the league. You know, left Alabama being replaced by Tua Tagovailoa, goes to Oklahoma, has a great season under Lincoln Riley, but people thought, maybe a backup. How do you see this game playing out between those two quarterbacks and both these teams?
I think Jalen Hurts hadn't gotten enough credit. If he doesn't win MVP, that's going to be a travesty. I mean, he was the front runner, and then he got injured and missed a couple games, and people are holding that against him, it looks. But he is a finalist, so I hope he wins it. I mean, what a year. People forget that coming into this season, a lot of people thought Gardner Minshew should be the quarterback in Philly. And so for him to go out and not blink, I mean, it just speaks to how mentally tough he is. Super talented. I'm pulling for him. But I go back, and if you guys want a game that I think is a great point of context, go watch the Washington Commanders and what they did to the Eagles running the football when they beat them in the second half of the regular season. And I just know with Coach Shanahan and his ability to scheme, a run game, he's the best in the league at that. I think San Fran is going to expose what's really the deficiency of the Eagles, and that's that run defense. I think this is a fourth quarter game. I'll say this. I don't know what's going on with
Charvarius Ward. Yeah, Mooney Ward. You get to say, he likes to be called Mooney, Sean.
Mooney. I respect, because he's not playing in the postseason like he played in the regular season. He doesn't seem confident. He's giving up underneath catches without contesting the catch. He's getting beat deep. DK Metcalf had his way with him. So that's a matchup I would watch if he ends up on A.J. Brown. And then can that front four get pressure? Because for as good as Bosa was in the regular season, for good as the front four was for overwhelming teams with their pass rush, they have not been as dominant in these two playoff games. So if they can't get pressure on Hurts, that's going to be an issue. But I do think in the end, San Francisco has enough. I trust Coach Shanahan way more than I trust Coach Sirianni. Sirianni he looks like one of those guys that thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. And this isn't just about the Eagles winning the NFC. This is about him proving that he's the smartest guy in the room. And I think he's going to mess up at some point. Game management, decision, being too aggressive, trying to do something that makes people go, wow. And I think it's going to make people go, uh-oh. Man. I've got Niners 24-21.
I love that.
Sean,
I love that.
Can you promise us you'll come back on again? Because you are it's just, I love someone who's actually tapped in and pays attention and is giving us nuggets of truth on both their own playing career and what's really going on in the NFL now. You were really good today. Thank you.
I appreciate it, man. Go Niners. Bang, bang, Niner again.
I love that, Sean. That was good stuff, man. Really good stuff, man. We're going to check your show out, too, in Vegas, man. You really respect there, man. That was a lot of stuff. Good stuff there. Sean King, Bud Light guest line. Of course, everybody joins us here on the all postseason guests, appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Let's get to the calls, because I do want to react to Sean King, man. He was excellent. The pressure cooker thing was very interesting. He didn't like Trey Lance going to San Francisco. He related it to the situation at Tampa Bay where it's like, yo, you're the guy. We got a great defense. Can you make throws? Remember, he got benched during that Super Bowl year, which sucked for him. He still got a ring. He still was part of that team, but that was very, very interesting going into a situation like this in San Francisco where guys are ready to win, and you need that quarterback to just come in and step right up. We haven't seen it yet with Trey. Small sample size. We'll see what happens. Let's go down to Houston. SF Bay Drummer. What's happened to SF Bay Drummer? What you got?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, baby?
I'm excited for the game this weekend. I'm pumped. I got the Niners winning. I think we're going to run the ball mostly to the outside because those D linemen are pretty big and they look slow to me. So I'm predicting that the Niners win 24-17. And then also, don't worry about everybody saying, be careful in Philly, be careful in Philly. Don't worry about that. I'm going to give you a slightly revised RBL lyric. Frisco dudes ain't no punks. You see eagle feathers in the way, and they're going to get plucked. Let's go.
Oh!
There's a green bird on my shoulder. Can I kill it?
Oh! SF Bay Drummer. Oh! That's right. Frisco dudes ain't no punk. That was really good. Look, I believe in Trey Lance. I want the Niners to keep Trey Lance and let him develop and learn, and hopefully he is around, and we'll see what happens next season. A lot of people already gave Brock Purdy the job. Fine. If he wins this game, it's hard not to give Brock Purdy the job. As my man Kyle Matz is coming through in the clutch with a cup of coffee, I'm cooked right now. Mole in Detroit, what's happening? You're on the roast. And I like that Mickey Mouse.
I was
just... Hey, Shasky, how are
What's
you?
Up, Mo?
How are you, fellas?
I'm great.
Good. How you guys? Good, man. I'm pumped up, man. I'm in the zone today.
I am too.
Hey, two quick points. I would love to see a game like we did versus the Rams. I call it Christian McCaffrey's coming out party, where he ran one, he threw one, and he caught one. I mean, we got to keep him on our feet. We got to give him our own Philly special, the San Francisco special. I think it's going to take one of those plays that are going to make the difference in the game. And number two, I'm rooting for Kansas City to win. There's nothing more I want to see than Shanahan get revenge on Andy Reid, because I think he's the better coach. I think we're the better team. And I would love that rematch more than anything, because before I die, I want to see them beat Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, man. I'm with you.
Whether it's Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes, and thanks for the call, Mo. We appreciate it out there in Detroit. Man, I don't even care about the AFC title game right now. I just want to get I want to get to Glendale.
We got to worry about ourselves.
I want to get to Glendale, and I like the vibes today. I really do. I'm telling you, man. I felt like Tuesday when it flipped, and all those Eagle fans are talking about this game is going to be over by halftime. I've never trusted Shanahan more. I never trusted D'Amico Ryans more. I never trusted Kittle more. And you know what? There's something with Brock Purdy where everybody say, what's Brock Purdy going to do in this environment? He's the least of my worries.
I know.
Brock Purdy as a rookie quarterback, and I can't believe I'm saying this right now, he is the least of my worries in this environment. I think he's going to be just fine. He'll lean on that running game. He'll lean on Kittle. He'll lean on Deebo Samuel. The thing I worry about, the pass rush of the 49ers and the secondary of the 49ers.
Bosa's health is the most important thing.
Shotgun's all over it.
What did I say?
What's the
6:45 this morning. I was talking with Spadoni. I said, I think there's something up with the groin. Well, you watch the game back, he doesn't have the same push and explosion. And then, after 4 or 5 steps, he's not pursuing the way he normally does.
I don't know. I don't know if it's an injury. Maybe it's just too much wear and tear
of this
season. Games played.
But he had the groin injury earlier this year.
Did.
Sometimes those things, not that they re-aggravate, they just don't go away.
Yeah. He was fine to end the regular season.
I know, but sometimes you just...
He was fine to end the regular season. In the playoffs, he has not showed up. It's been more about Charles Omenihu.
It took me 3 years. I'm not Bosa,
Stop.
But
Don't do this.
It took 3 years to clear myself of a groin injury. Wait
a minute.
You can feel it. You can't push like you used to. You can go 80%. You can't go 100.
Wait a minute.
I slipped on a bag coming around second.
If that doesn't scream, I'm not athletic, I'm washed, I shouldn't be doing this.
20s.
That's even worse.
I'm just saying.
That's when you recover quicker.
Dude, a groin injury.
3 years? It doesn't take these guys 3 years. Come on.
Yeah, but I'm not on a nutrition program and a diet training program.
How the hell did we go from Bosa maybe being hurt to you having a lingering groin injury for 3 years?
Yeah, I'm not saying that he's going to have a 3-year injury, but what I'm saying is those things linger.
Dude, your groin injury didn't linger
even
for
though
3
it feels
years.
good. Yeah, it did.
I'm calling Cap. I'll call it Cap.
Call Cap. That's fine.
3 years
I'm calling
of groin injury? Come on, man. Your injury, dude. You got to stop playing sports, dude.
No.
You're the most injury-prone non-athlete I've ever met in my life.
You got to play through them, dude.
No,
that's part of it.
No, you play through
pain
you
tolerance.
always get hurt. Popping pills all night long. That's why Michelle's going crazy.
Belong on the Giants, that groin strain.
Oh, my gosh. 3
Fit
years?
right in.
I've never heard it.
San Francisco Giants, all back injuries. The entire organization. Look at their farm.
Brian Westbrook joined us at 7:30. You got to stop. You got to stop comparing your injuries to pros, man.
I'm saying that those things linger.
You got to stop, man. Just
Andre Iguodala's been hurt for 2 years.
Man, well, he's 39 years old and played 20 years. He's cooked.
We're the same age.
You ain't played. You're one of a kind.
It's
man.
a point of
You're
reference.
one of a kind. Reference a pro athlete, not yourself. You played Olympic Club basketball. All right.
I didn't even play this year. Yeah. Oh, I did a little bit. I'm saying groin injuries linger. Your boy Wiggins don't look right.
Road to Glendale brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. God, unbelievable.
It's a football Friday on 95.7 The Game.
This one is juggle pick. There goes Raponga.
Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's BayAreaHouses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's BayAreaHouses.com.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here to talk about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. You've probably heard by now, the IRS is receiving $800 billion to increase enforcements and audits of individuals and small business owners. If that news worries you, if you have years of unfiled tax returns, or you are already receiving notices from the IRS or the Franchise Tax Board, then you need to contact Kugelman Law at sftaxteam.com. I know the team at Kugelman Law, and I've met with them, and I know how approachable and down-to-earth they are, even when discussing major tax problems. They strive to provide effective and efficient resolutions to all your tax or crypto needs while offering transparent and straightforward pricing. So visit sftaxteam.com to schedule your consultation today to get a fair and honest assessment of your tax or crypto issues. That's sftaxteam.com.
Alexander Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94929. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Everyone knows time is money. So don't wait weeks for the IRS to send out your tax refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt instead for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee, tax refund advance loan. With up to $3,500, you could bring home the bacon and bring it home today. Money now instead of later? That's worth its weight in gold. Don't wait weeks for your refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Man, you didn't know that. 3 a.m. and at Corners Womack.
Steve Kerr, we'll see him later today.
That's the remix.
We'll see him later today. We need some Duke bars today. We need to bring the juice up. I see the calls out there. 888-957-9570. If you're on hold, Gene, Jr., and the rest of you, we'll get you in just a second. Shout out to Kyle Master bringing me that coffee, man. I needed it.
You
I
did?
need that turbocharge because now I'm fired up. It's Eagles week. It's title game. It's the last show before we head out to Philadelphia to the 215. Everybody just said, don't wear your gear. Don't wear your gear.
God.
I'll be on the plane with this, all right, with this hoodie. I'll be out there decked out Niners gear. We'll see if we get to the Nuggets and Sixers game. May have to abort mission. Look, Brian Westbrook's going to join us in a second here. Brian Westbrook, former Philadelphia Eagle. And, of course, he played with the Niners for a couple years. But I do want to get this out there. The Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, Shasky. I know you're a big fan of this stuff.
Yeah.
Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame was just announced. The Bayshoff. There you go. And, you know, your boy's on the advisory council of the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. I had something to do with it.
Who's that, Willard or Dibs?
It's me.
Oh, you.
Me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
The king. The king. So shout out to everybody out there, Mario Alioto and everybody who runs his organization. There's a couple people, Jason Dumas. I believe David Bruce is on the council. Maybe one day.
Like Dumas got on there? Dumas been here 2 seconds.
Hey, man, Dumas putting in work.
Oh, okay.
Jason Dumas putting in work. But.
Love you, Dumas.
You know what? The 2023 class.
Okay.
Hell of a class.
Okay.
Andre Ward.
Okay.
Julie Foudy. Buster Posey.
Okay.
Patrick Willis. And Gary Payton.
These are
slam
layups.
dunks.
I mean, these are like...
But you got to. There was a lot of voting, dude. There was a long list. There's a lot of guys on there.
How is Gary Payton not in already?
Bay Area's loaded, dude. There is a lot of athletes out here, man. It's loaded.
But how does Buster, who just retired, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, how do we wait on Gary Payton?
Maybe people forgot he was from Oakland.
How? How could you forget? If you've heard him talk at any point in his entire life, you'd know exactly where he's from.
So this would be a lot of fun.
Oh, that's a good class. I mean, that's a unanimous class.
Maybe you'll be my +1. It'd be Thursday, May 25th at the Hyatt Regency in Embarcadero in San Francisco.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, in early May, I'm going to Arizona to watch the Giants versus the D-backs.
Oh, have fun with that.
Watch that second place NL West team,
have
the D-backs.
Bayshoff. Great class. Andre Ward, Julie Foudy, Buster Posey, Patrick Willis, and Gary Payton. Hey, Patrick Willis didn't make the Pro Football Hall of Fame yet, but he made the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Nice.
And that's all that matters. It's all that matters. Before we get to Westbrook, let's take some calls. By the way, Brian Westbrook, part of the 2023 College Football Hall of Fame. You know where he played his college ball at? Drum roll, drum roll, drum roll.
No.
Villanova.
They don't even have a football team anymore.
He was there.
My boy Randy Sims played there for 1 year.
Oh, I know Randy.
Yeah.
We played Pop Warner football together.
Oh, yeah. Well, he played. You probably watched.
I didn't play much.
He was a stud.
I didn't play much, but I didn't suffer a groin injury that lasted 3 years.
I mean, you got to get on the field first.
Groin injury stuff, it lasted 2 weeks. You're probably the type of guy hurt in practice.
Nah.
Let's go to Gene in Oakland, man. I love you, Shasky. You know I do. Gene, Oakland, what's happening?
Speaking of hurt practice, Randy Sims in particular, I think, got hurt at a baseball practice, walked off and said, I will never play baseball again in high school, and then went straight to the track team.
Yeah, I mean,
he could hit.
Oh, Randy Sims he's a pure athlete. He's out there in New York City. I wonder if he'll be in Philly.
Ice Cube double.
Yes, he is an Ice Cube double. I wonder if he'll be in Philadelphia.
That's a good question.
He's an Arizona Wildcat. Randy's an all-time great dude, man. I love Randy. Gene in Oakland, what's happening, man? Uncle Gene.
Hey, fellas. Hey.
Hey.
So I'm feeling just about as confident about this game as I did the last game. That is, I don't think we'll just win. I think we'll win decisively.
What? I like that energy, Gene.
Yep. And the main reason is because the Eagles haven't been tested enough in the playoffs. They're probably not ready for the next step, winning the championship. And but we are, okay? It's been well chronicled. We won 4 games. We lost 2, and the 2 we lost, were Super Bowl and the NFC championship last year. We came within 7 or 8 minutes of winning those games. The Eagles they're 1-1. Their first one was last year against Tampa Bay when they got rolled. All right, and then this year, that was really a warm-up game against the Giants. So they really haven't shown anything. I don't think they're ready. But there's another issue that I don't think has been covered very much.
What's that?
That's Mr. Hurts. Hurts is hurt. He's still nursing that shoulder, okay? Now, normally he's a danger to run, but if he does, there's Bosa, Warner, Greenlaw, Ward, Hufanga, all really hard hitters that are going to go after him, and they could end his season. So I have a feeling they're going to cut back on his running ability in this game.
Gene, you've identified my number one most important thing for the 49er defense. To me, the number one most important thing in this game, everyone, deep ball. It's keeping contained, setting the edges, and staying within the boundaries of what the defensive principles are. Nick Bosa crashes in on the edge. Ibukam can crash in on the edge at times. I thought DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons showed a great example. We didn't do a lot of RPOs, but setting the edge. They stayed in their gap assignments, and they stayed on the edge and didn't allow the Niners to get on the outside. They cannot get beat on this RPO. That is the number one most important thing. If he starts cooking on the RPO, and then he's pulling, and then he's throwing downfield, you're going to see chunk yardage. You're going to see yardage on the edges. That is the number one thing. I don't know what they do. I don't know if you stunt Bosa in a game like this to try to free him up and then open up the sidelines. Are you shadowing or whatever they call it when you have a
quarterback spy? Quarterback
spy. Thank you. The word was evading me. Is it Greenlaw? Is it Warner? I don't know exactly what it's going to be. But the RPO, the mesh point area, they've got to clean it up.
Well,
that's the number one thing for me defensively.
Because if Jalen Hurts is cooking on their RPOs, all of a sudden they remain balanced.
Exactly.
And I think you have to make the Eagles one-dimensional. The one thing everybody keeps highlighting the Monday night game against Washington.
Yeah.
Sean King brought it up. Somebody else brought it up earlier this week. That's the blueprint, right? Well, what happened to Philadelphia in that game? They became one-dimensional. They got pass happy. Because they could run the ball really, really good. I mean, Miles Sanders had a spectacular season.
Absolutely.
Boston Scott's a good goal line back. Gainwell, we saw last week against the Giants, has a lot of speed. So if they remain balanced.
They do have a good group of running
backs. And I'm thinking, man, if they're getting 7 yards on first down in the run game. It's the same thing with the 49ers. They're getting good first down yardage. That comes with the RPOs. You got to shut down that mess point, and you got to hit Jalen Hurts at will because you're right. If he starts cooking, getting outside, all of a sudden he's throwing the ball outside. He's a tough joker to deal with. How much does he want to run, though?
I don't know.
How much will they allow him to run?
That's a great question. I don't know.
How much will they allow him to run these RPOs and try to get outside the pocket with the speed that the Niners have? So every single play that Jalen Hurts decides to run the football, you have to put him on the ground. You have to hit him.
This goes without saying. But they've got to tackle better in this game. I thought in the Dallas game,
they didn't tackle. Well,
they missed a couple at the line and behind the line of scrimmage. No, guys cleaned it up.
No, I thought overall they tackle well.
There were some big misses.
There's one guy who didn't tackle well. Talanoa Hufanga.
He went up high multiple times.
That's the guy who didn't tackle well. He lost contain on Dak Prescott, had an easy sack on Dak, missed a tackle. CeeDee Lamb on a 3rd and 1.
Was that the little
jet
inside?
sweep,
Yes.
Hufanga's right. I think that was 4th down, maybe. That may have been 4th down.
That might have been 4th down. Where he kind of leaned forward and got the 1st down. You're right. It was 4th down. It was run around midfield.
Well, you got to hit these dudes.
Yep.
Devontae Smith is a skinny wide receiver, by the way.
Yeah, but he's fast.
He is fast. Jimmy Ward's got to lay the wood on him. And just let them know, this is a big boy game. This ain't the Dallas Cowboys. This isn't the New York Giants. This is the 49ers. We hit.
And where's A.J. Brown at physically?
That's a good point. He said he was all right, but he was hobbled.
This feels like one of those body bag games. This might be one of the biggest hitting games that we've seen in the NFC in quite some time.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very physical football game. And you got to weather the storm because Philly, they can run up tempo. And I think they saw something on film with the Kansas City Chiefs, with the Dallas Cowboys. I was actually shocked the Cowboys didn't run more up tempo.
I'm with you.
I thought they were a little too conservative.
I'm with you.
Philly's going to keep their foot on the pedal. They want to go fast, and faster. You know what I'm saying? So I'm worried overall. I get your points without the RPOs and everything.
It's just that
overall, it's just like, think about that. The pass rush don't get home, all of a sudden the secondary is going to be affected. And what has happened in the playoffs? The pass rush hasn't gotten home. The secondary has been affected.
And then those deep crossers, when you do those RPOs, it just opens things up. It's very difficult to cover downfield. We don't bring up Gibson at all during the week. I feel like he's the quietest safety in terms of how we've covered him ever. Does he step up and make a play in a game like this?
You got to turn these guys over.
I know. Someone's got to step up and make a play. Last week it was Diamondor Lenore.
Yep.
Diamondor Lenore steps in front of that pass and makes a big-time interception. Jimmy Ward steps in front of that ball, makes a big-time bat to knock it up for Fred Warner. Someone in that secondary is going to have to make a play on the ball.
Let's get to Junior in the South Bay. Junior, what's happening?
What's up,
You're
Junior?
on the roast.
What's up, guys? Just letting you know, have fun out there. Be safe.
Thank you, brother.
Go Niners. I hate these Philly people talking smack like we never won. That's about it. Just go Niners.
Go Niners. Tsunami, San Jose. Tsunami, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, big fella?
What's up, Tsunami?
Happy New Year. Haven't talked to you in a while, man.
No doubt. It's good to hear from you.
Yeah. Hey, don't take no lip from no Philly fans. Represent out there. Wear your colors proud. You guys are in a tougher area than Philly, man. That's soft. Second thing, Niners 27, Eagles 21. Niners were built for this game. They were built the last 5 years for this damn game. They're a running team. They're going to kill Philly there. Last thing, Shasky, Reardon lost yesterday. Mark February 7th on your calendar. That's when they visit my boys from Mitty, and that's when we're going to win the WCAL.
Look at you.
Later.
Well, you're going to win it for girls. That's for darn sure.
I love that.
Yeah, their freshman contingent at SI is fantastic. Caden and Steele, they've got some studs.
Oh, I love Steele. Steele LeBar, man.
Yeah.
I can't believe that kid is a freshman in high school. I can't believe he's a freshman. I mean, where's time gone, man? I'm getting old.
Does it feel like this is the 49ers version of the Andy Reid Eagles?
Losing championship game after championship game, losing Super Bowls and coming up short. No, I'm not even putting that out in the universe.
But is there some sort of connectivity between us playing in Philly and those teams? Like, is this the game we get over the hump?
I don't think so. I mean, you still got to win the Super Bowl.
No, I know.
So, and they've been to the Super Bowl with Kyle Shanahan.
Do we look back at that Andy Reid era as a success or a failure?
That's an interesting question. Brian Westbrook's going to join us in moments. I wonder how he feels about that or what people in Philly say, because from afar, I think it's a hell of a run. Andy Reid flipped that entire organization. But Philly fans will tell you, Now, you could go into a long line of teams, right, that come up short. The Buffalo Bills coming up short. The Philadelphia Eagles coming up short.
That's their
The Colts
hallmark
came
as
up
a
short
fan
for a
base.
long time. The Packers have come up short this last decade.
I know.
After having home field advantage a couple times.
I mean, how many NFC Championship games have they lost with Aaron Rodgers? And that's why I look at the Niners and I'm saying to myself, like, I know there's a lot of people are, well, next year, Brock, QB1 and all that. Next year is not a given.
Yeah,
we are here right now, and I want them to maximize the right now with this roster and this team. And losing would be a huge gut punch.
It would be hard. And I'm not ready to talk all-season football. I'm really not. I could care less about what's happening in training camp. Let's bring in first team All-Pro in 2007 and only 2 Pro Bowls for Brian Westbrook. Are you kidding me? He was one of the best players that decade.
Former Niner.
The screen game, former Niner. Had a cup of coffee with the 49ers, but also a Philadelphia Eagle. He's in the Philadelphia Eagles Hall of Fame on their 75th anniversary team, and he also has a new children's book out, which I need to get for my daughter, The Mouse Who Played Football. You can get it on Amazon. It is the story of Brian the Mouse, who was told he was too small to play football and sets out to prove everyone wrong. Of course, this new book is out on Amazon. He came out of Villanova, third-round pick with the Philadelphia Eagles, and Andy Reid and Brian Westbrook made sweet music, man. He's one of the most dynamic players. Brian, good morning. Welcome to the Morning Roast out here in the Bay Area. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. I can't believe you only made 2 Pro Bowls. 2 Pro Bowls? You were lethal in that offense with Philadelphia. Do we have Brian? All right, we'll get him on in a second. Damn.
Such a great way to start it off.
It's all good. Brian Westbrook joining us in moments here on the Bud Light guest line.
It was
Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Took it as disrespect, actually, and then he just hung up. He's like, you know what? I'm still mad.
I'm still angry.
Who didn't respect Brian Westbrook? I mean, everybody loved him in fantasy.
Screen game.
He's a stud.
Running between the tackles. He averaged 4.6 yards a pop in his career.
Wasn't he also a punt returner for a period?
I think so, yeah, for a little bit.
Yeah.
He was sick.
He was sick.
All right, we have Brian Westbrook now. All right. Don't forget, Brian Westbrook's book. We'll do it again. Brian Westbrook joining us on the Bud Light guest line. All postseason guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And again, his new children's book out, which Shasky I need to get because I have a 2-year-old daughter, The Mouse Who Played Football. You can get it on Amazon right now. It is the story of Brian the Mouse, who was told he was too small to play football and sets out to prove everyone wrong. And boy, did he prove everyone wrong during the course of his NFL career. Only a 2-time Pro Bowl, which is shocking. He was first-team All-Pro in 07. Had some great years with the Philadelphia Eagles. Brian, good morning. Welcome to the Bay Area. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. First of all, how the hell did you only make 2 Pro Bowls? You were dynamic.
I asked myself that a couple times throughout my career. Tiki Barra stole one of my Pro Bowls. I can tell you that. But listen, I think anytime that you're recognized by your peers, I appreciate it. So I'm glad and grateful that I was able to make it twice.
And tell us about this new book before we get to the NFC title game, because I've got a young daughter, man. We got a bunch of children's books. I think this is really cool that you're doing this. Tell us about The Mouse Who Played Football.
Well, throughout my career, I was told you're not big enough. You didn't go to a big enough school. You're not fast enough. You can't do this. You can't do that. And when you think about people, like just people in general, someone's always telling you that you can't do something. You're not smart enough. You didn't go to the right school. You're not a man. You're not a woman. All these different things. You're too old. You're too young. And I believe it's all about what you believe in yourself. The things that you have within that's going to determine whether you're qualified to get whatever position or do whatever you're trying to do. And so really what we try to illustrate in the book is that so many people look at certain things, height, speed, school, size, as a weakness. And I always believe that those were my strengths. My size was my strength. The reason I was successful was because I wasn't 6'3". I was 5'10", and being able to hide behind offensive linemen. One of the reasons I was very successful is not because I didn't go to the University of Miami or Florida State or one of those places, but because I went to Villanova and I was able to learn some nuances about the game that allowed me to catch the ball better out of the backfield, read defenses better, be exposed to a different style of coaching. And I want to use those things that people perceive as weaknesses as my strengths, and certainly always believing in myself. And so it's a great book of lessons for young people and, quite honestly, lessons for older people as well.
Well, having said all that, I did exactly what you're saying not to do. I sized up Brock Purdy at training camp. I looked at him. I said, I just don't see it. He's too small. He's running around. His arm don't look that great. You can't hit the quarterback at practice, so who knows if this moving around is going to be able to work in a game. And all he's done is it just impressed me at every single turn. He's checked every box. Are you as impressed with Brock Purdy as I am? Absolutely. When you see a young quarterback that understands his role, right? I mean, I have great players around me. Kittle, Debo Samuels. You have Christian McCaffrey around you. You have those people around you. Your real job is to get the ball into those guys' hands, right?
And then when you have an opportunity to make a big play, like the big play that he made last week down the middle of the field to George Kittle, you make those plays. And Brock Purdy has just done a great job of not turning the ball over, getting the ball out of his hands, playing with the people around him, staying within the scheme and design of the offense. And when you do that and you have an explosive play caller like Kyle Shanahan, that's all makes all the difference in the world. And he's just done a great job of being fundamental, being sound, and not making a huge mistake and allowing the playmakers around him to make those plays. And when you do that, when you have a good team, you can be explosive, and obviously you could be playing in the NFC Championship game with an opportunity to make it to the Super Bowl.
Brian Westbrook here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. Of course, longtime Philadelphia Eagle, had a cup of coffee with the Niners in 2010, and we still respect you as being a Niner. Hell, some Niner fans may consider you more of a Niner than the Eagles. That's just how silly we are out here on the West Coast. But speaking of Jalen Hurts, because he's another guy who was doubted. Obviously left Alabama, got benched in the national championship game, goes to Oklahoma, has a great year under Lincoln Riley throwing to CeeDee Lamb, and still, he gets drafted, and people are like, oh, why did you draft him? I know Philadelphia fans did not want him drafted. They still believed in Carson Wentz. What has he had to overcome out there in that market? Because, man, he may steal the MVP this year. I think the young man is dynamic.
One of the biggest things that players of all sports have to overcome, and quite honestly, probably as people, is doubt. Right? Doubt. People not believing in your talents. And just imagine, you've worked for 20-plus years at a particular thing, and then you get to this level, the NFL level, the highest level, where you reach your goal, and people are doubting your ability to do what you've been doing for the last 20 years. That's what Jalen Hurts has gone through. And, listen, I was one of those guys that didn't quite see him taking the type of leap that he's taken. Quite honestly, there's not very many people that believe that he would take the leap that he has taken. He went from a mediocre quarterback last year, maybe in the 20s, to an MVP candidate to this year. There's not very many people, as I think about the history of the NFL, that has taken leaps that big, like Jalen Hurts has taken. And how did he do it? He threw it through hard work, discipline. He was already a great leader in the locker room. This was the first time in a long time that he had the same offensive coordinator 2 years in a row. He had the ability to study, and there were some big-time questions about his arm and his ability to read defenses last year. And this year, he's come in, he's been studied up. His arm looks very strong. He's been much more accurate. And, of course, the ability to run the football has made all the difference in the world for this offense. So when you talk about doing a complete 180, Jalen Hurts has done that. And it's been surprising, but it was through the doubt that made that chip on his shoulder to make him work a little bit harder and be much more successful.
I'm looking here at this running back matchup. You could throw Deebo Samuel in there as a running back for the 49ers because they use him just as a football player on the field. Who's got the better running back room right now? I mean, because Jalen's going to run the ball like you're referencing. They've got some great running backs. The Niners got McCaffrey and Mitchell and Deebo. Who's got the advantage in the run game?
That's tough. I mean, when I look at and I always consider the run game, we start up front, right? So I look at the offensive line for both teams, and I'm saying, okay, these are two very qualified offensive lines that can get off the football and create holes and mismatches in the run game, which is that's why all those players that you mentioned are successful, because these boys up front just do a great job of making holes and pushing guys around. So it starts there. When I look at the offensive line, I almost say they're even. They're just because they do such a great job of creating space and holes. But when you look at the ability to run the ball, Kyle does a great job of getting guys in space. That's one of the things that I've always loved about Kyle Shanahan. After I got cut from the Eagles, I went down to Washington where Kyle was the offensive coordinator, and we probably spent, a couple hours just going through plays. And his mind, his ability to make holes and defenses and create space is special. And I add that to the running back conversation for San Francisco as well. The one thing that I think kind of swings the ball towards the Eagle is this. Miles Sanders, over 1,200 yards rushing the football, just a great, solid runner of the football this year, motivated, trying to get a contract. But when you have a quarterback that runs the football, it makes all the difference in the world. NFL defenses are not set up for quarterbacks to run the ball. That's why Lamar Jackson has so much success. That's why guys like Jalen Hurts have so much success, because defenses are saying, okay, we're going to blitz. and we're going to play man-to-man on the back end, that means everyone's back is turned to the football. If Jalen Hurts has the ability to use his legs to get around that blitz, now you have the ability to run the ball. And so when I look at the offensive line and the combination of Miles Sanders and Jalen Hurts running the football, I give the slight edge to Philadelphia. But you can't discount Mitchell and Samuel, as well as what Christian McCaffrey can do running the football. It's kind of you're picking one out of two of the best running teams in the league.
Yeah.
Brian Westbrook here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. Check out his new children's book, The Mouse Who Played Football. Get it on Amazon today. It is a story of Brian the Mouse, who was told he was too small to play football and sets out to prove everyone wrong. Brian, is this the best defense this 49ers offense will face all season, the Philadelphia Eagles defense?
It is. It's a really good defense. They're doing it kind of back in the style. I'm not sure if you remember back in 2007 when the Giants won the Super Bowl, they used pressure with the front four.
Oh, yeah.
They blitzed every now and then, but they got after the quarterback with their front four. Jonathan Gannon, as a defensive coordinator, has made the decision that we're not going to blitz a whole bunch. We'll blitz in certain situations. Maybe we'll bring 5 every now and then, but we want our front four to get after the quarterback. And when you see some of the pressures that they've been able to get over the course of the year, I mean, they had games where they have 6 sacks. The next game they have 7. Next game they have 7. I mean, they had a period of a 4 or 5 week period where they had, almost 30, 35 sacks. It's hard to do that in the NFL, and they've done it in a way that they're just using the front four to pressure the quarterback. And then because of that, now you'll be able to play coverage on the back end and not give up the big plays. So when you look at Darius Slay on the outside, Pro Bowl cornerback, you look at James Bradbury on the other side, very good cornerback, certainly had the ability to be a Pro Bowler. He's been that throughout his career. And, they've just done a great job as far as the Philadelphia Eagles have at protecting against the big play. And now the question is, can Brock Purdy be patient enough, no matter what the score is, to throw the ball down the field and take what the defense is giving them, which is very hard to do, especially for a young quarterback.
Brian, you joined a team that was like 11 wins, 12 wins. You joined the team 12, 13. Like, that team had so much regular season success, and then you look up and you don't have the big Super Bowl, and I'm sure a lot of people, they didn't win anything. It was a failure. I'm looking at my 49ers. They've been to 3 NFC Championship games in the last 4 years. And I feel like saying it's a failure if they don't win Sunday, it doesn't even feel fair. Like it like dismisses the whole journey and how much success they have. When you look back on those Eagles teams that you were a part of, was it a failure?
No, it certainly wasn't a failure. It was anytime that you have a team over the course of 10, 12 years that is competing against themselves. We weren't competing, to make it to the playoffs. We were competing about, for the right to host home field advantage throughout the playoffs. And so when you're starting the year having those conversations, that's a little bit different than are we good enough to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah.
We never had those conversations. We were only concerned about, where do we play our playoff games, at home or on the road? And so I don't think it's a failure. Now, as a player, your hunger and your goal is always to get that Super Bowl ring, right?
Sure.
And so, in that aspect, I'm a little bit disappointed with my career because I thought we had teams that had the ability to go out there and win those types of Super Bowls, but we just didn't get it done. So there's always a disappointment, but the word failure never enters my vocabulary at all. We were very successful. We did a lot of great things. We were much more successful than a lot of other players and other teams. I mean, just think about this. I played with a guy, Takeo.
Oh, yeah, Takeo Spikes.
Takeo Spikes,
we
yeah.
know the neck.
No neck.
I call him the
neck
neck.
Spikes,
Well,
Brian.
Yeah, that's my guy. And to the point where he came to Philadelphia, I don't know if he did it when he was in San Fran, he hadn't even won a playoff game. He hadn't been to the playoffs. I mean, can you imagine 12 years into his career not playing in a playoff game?
Mm-hmm.
That's just hard to do. We didn't have those issues. So listen, no, we're not a failure. And I don't think the 49ers would be a failure if they don't make it past this game this weekend either. They've done everything to get there.
Yeah.
They're still a very young football team and building. And so, no, it's not a failure. It's just another opportunity, a lesson, an opportunity to learn a lesson. And then you try to go out there and figure out those holes for next year and keep playing.
Brian, what are we getting ourselves into this weekend? Shasky and I are going out to Philadelphia, to the belly of the beast. We're going to Lincoln Financial Field. We have our red and gold on. We're expecting a Niners win. What are we getting into when we get to Philadelphia?
Well, of course, the most passionate fans in the league. We believe that. We believe fans are going to be absolutely going crazy. They're going to contest everything. Bad catch, bad call, fumble, all different types of things they're going to be arguing and fighting about. But, again, you're going into a fan base similar to San Francisco that loves the game of football, loves the nuances of the game, and, of course, loves their team. And so you should expect a tough visit, especially if you're going to be wearing Niners jerseys, but you should also expect a fair and fun visit as well. That's how Philadelphia fans are.
We can't wait. We can't wait to get out there. We're on the red eye after the Warriors game tonight. We'll be out there this Saturday morning. May try to take in the Sixers game, and hopefully you and Brian Dawkins are not at the link. I don't need that crowd even more fired up because I know how they rev up when you guys are in the building.
Absolutely. Well, sounds good. Well, enjoy yourself in Philadelphia, and hopefully the game will be as will live up to the excitement that I have certainly in my mind and my heart for this football game.
And also, congratulations on the book. It's really cool to see you doing what you're doing with this new children's book, The Mouse Who Played Football, on Amazon right now. We'll check it out. Continued success, Brian.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Anytime. Awesome. Brian Westbrook here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the Bud Light Guest Line. Again, all post-season guests joins us on the Bud Light Guest Line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Brian Westbrook, one of the best to do it during that decade in the 2000s.
Yeah, in the early 2000s, those Eagle teams were so much fun to play with on video games.
Oh,
2K, Madden.
Everybody played with them, especially when they got T.O.
Well, when they got T.O., it's a whole different game. I mean, you go from throwing Todd Pinkston to T.O., it's totally different.
Well, Freddie Mitchell was good on that game.
Yeah, but
Freddie Mitchell
not
was legit.
T.O.
He wasn't T.O., but Freddie Mitchell was running these deep posts with Donovan McNabb. McNabb was sick.
Yeah, you love McNabb.
I do love McNabb. I do love McNabb.
You love Philly.
I got love. Well, I did have love for them.
It's the city of brotherly love.
Philly. We might need to play some Eve or some Beanie Siegel at some point. Maybe some Freeway.
I feel like I know the lay of the land. I've been to Philly twice. I went to Philly in 2011. I was out there for a week. And I went back in 2014. Was back in Philadelphia. Big Dog joined me that trip. We drove up from Baltimore through Delaware up to Philadelphia. The first time I went out there, it was the Giants, Phillies. And the next day, I'll never forget, they signed Nnamdi Asomugha and Hunter Pence. And the power was out at my boy Philly Zoo's house. We were at his parents' house.
They traded for Pence.
They traded for Hunter Pence. Yeah. And we ran into Ruben Amaro Jr., who was the GM of the Phillies at the time. We have a picture of me, Philly, and Ruben.
Did
and
he
I'm like,
smile
Ruben.
at you more than Farhan smiled at you last night?
No, he didn't, because I was like, you don't need Hunter Pence. Your lineup is loaded. He goes, why do you say that? You think so? He was like, Eric, knowing the trade was getting cooked up.
I remember that team. They had Ruiz at catcher. They had Policio Polanco. They had Utley, Rollins, Howard, Worth, and then the Flying Hawaiian in center field.
Roy Oswalt.
Dude, that team was sick.
That town went crazy. They traded for Hunter Pence. They signed Nnamdi. That town was on fire. It was on fire. And I was like,
was Raul
damn.
Ibanez on that team too?
I think so.
Or was it Abreu?
I think
Abreu was gone by then.
Abreu, I think, was on the 09 team. Ibanez was still there, though.
Ibanez was still there.
I think Abreu was
Ibanez played there for 40 years.
Yeah, Bobby Abreu, kind of overhyped.
Oh, yeah. He was a one-year wonder with the home run derby and then flamed out.
Right. I mean, he would hit 300, but, hit 20 bombs. I don't know. Bobby Abreu was okay. He was all right. Let me take that back.
I'm sure he'll get into the Hall of Fame before Bonds.
He's in the Scott Rowland tier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shane Victorino. Wow, good Phillies knowledge. The 49ers, they're flying out at 2 o'clock. They're flying out at 2 o'clock today.
Oh, my God.
After practice. You'll see the Instagram videos of them loading up getting off the buses, getting on the plane. Business trips. Who's going to be wearing all Gucci? Who's going to be, by the way, Devo Samuel, all Gucci suit last week. That was pretty badass.
Yeah, did you order that? Put it in the cart?
Dude, you're the one with 2 houses.
He always pivots to
you're the one with 2 houses. I don't have no money.
I'm
broke, baby. I'm broke.
So where are we eating when we touch down? Because I do want, I know the Philly cheesesteak.
Want the cheesesteak right away?
Can I be honest with you guys? I legitimately love cheesesteak, and I know that out here the cheesesteaks don't touch what they have back there. I'll admit that. I do love cheesesteaks. Meat and cheese. That's why I love burritos. That's why I love quesadillas. I'm all in on meat and cheese.
I wonder if we could go to Rita's Water Ice.
What's that?
Custard ice. You know about Rita's?
Oh, yeah. They have one in Alameda, by the way.
What's water ice?
Yeah.
What's that?
It's like
Yeah,
custard,
it's like
right?
Water ice. It's like Italian ice. They call it water ice in some places.
Okay, I've never
It's
heard
a Pennsylvania staple whenever we visit because I have a bunch of family there on the East Coast.
Oh.
It's really good. Like on the boardwalk, they got it. You get the custard on top. Oh, yeah.
I love custard.
Swedish fish flavor is the bomb.
We also go to Ready Terminal. You're right, Spadoni. You're on point. Ready Terminal. They got the fried oysters. They got the cheesesteaks there. Jim's Steaks on South Street got burned down, apparently. Philly Zoo was telling me they got burned down. So that's unfortunate, man. But that was a really good steak. Soft rolls,
So are we doing a big dinner on Saturday night? People want to know where the Mafia breakfast is. So this is what I would tell them.
We have to figure it out.
I want everybody who's going to the game. I want you to direct message me, okay? Send me any of the info.
Direct message Shasky.
ButcherBoy415. Follow me on Instagram
he's
or
starting to
Twitter.
get those, who wants? Just go ahead.
Tell me where these tailgates are at. Where are the meetups? I want to know where we're meeting up so that I can put it out there for everyone else who's asking me where. Now, what section are we sitting in?
116, row 4. 116, row 4.
Those are good seats. Look at you guys.
116, row 4. Come on, the king don't sit with Jesus, man. The king don't sit with the banners. Like my girl Anna said, we sat courtside with the Bob Myers seats right before the pandemic. She goes, babe, we ain't never sitting in the 200s no more. And I'm not scoffing at people who sit in the 200s. They're great seats. My seats at Levi's is in the 200s. But,
God.
Big game like this,
Bonte.
big game like this, you got to be
You're
lower
perpetuating
level.
that stereotype, by the way, as San Francisco fans.
Shafsky, you got to get Bonte to the injury report right now.
Right. Tyler Miller feels me. You can't go back. You cannot go back. It's like flying coach, right? Once you fly first class, you can't go back to coach. No.
And you wonder why Frugal Me has 2 homes. It's right there.
No,
I'm
you're not
a man of the
frugal.
people. I will sit economy.
Are you flying economy all the way to Philly?
We found a deal.
What was that? I didn't hear you.
I found a deal on some upgrades.
Well, I got to be a cornball, 3D. Well, I got to be a cornball. I am corny. Corny's in. Corny's cool. Maybe you get laid one of these days by being corny.
Kellogg,
3D.
Cornflake, Bonte?
Hey, go ahead. All right, injury report. Neither of the Niners' top 2 backs participated in practice this week. Elijah Mitchell was held out with a groin injury. And Chris McCaffrey continues to miss time with a calf injury. Both are expected to suit up on Sunday. When asked if there was a possibility that he misses Sunday's game, CMC responded, 0 chance. And there you have it. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Shout out to Boxer & Gerson, sending us to Philadelphia. We love you, Boxer & Gerson. No doubt. Can't wait to tailgate with you at the A's-Giants game in August. But shout out to Boxer & Gerson for getting the boys on the morning roast to the East Coast for this big-time NFC title game. David, Verducci, Big North Philly. We're going to get to you all on the other side. It's all about the callers coming up. 888-957-9570. It's time to turn it up a notch this last hour of the morning roast this week.
Can't fly economy with a groin injury.
What's it like to go to the South Pole? How do some animals change color? Can you catch a liar?
That's dangerous territory.
Can you trust a gut feeling? What about yawns?
Yes, yawning is contagious.
Mike Simpson here, and on my podcast, I've Got Questions. We go through all these things we're curious about and some stuff you probably don't expect.
Yo, strawberries are not even fruits at all.
So what are they? I've Got Questions. New episodes Thursdays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Christian McCaffrey continues to deliver on the field, but off the field, the superstar running back has to look his best. And you know, as he's entering that plane today at 2 o'clock, he's wearing our favorite brand flag and anthem. From the best flannel shirts that Spadoni's wearing right now to the most versatile quarter zips that I got packed in my bag, they layer up with everything you've got in your closet, including the shirt, jackets, hoodies, durable jeans, which have a hint of athletic stretch. Flag and Anthem makes premium quality clothes with an attention to detail at a fair price. Or, in other words, the kind of clothes that will last you years. So head over to flagandanthem.com today and use the code GAME, G-A-M-E, for 25% off your purchase. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports. If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey.
It's go time, folks. Oh, baby. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Sunday can't get here soon enough. We do have the Warriors and Raptors today. They chase under a nice little distraction. Tip-off at 7 p.m. Let's see if the Warriors can win their second straight game and move to one game above 500. Moses Moody sent down to the G League. He's down there with Ryan Rollins and Patrick Baldwin Jr. But that's enough about the Golden State Warriors for now. We got Eagles and Niners. We got full phone lines, as we say. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. strippers, baby daddies, baby mamas, teachers, cops, janitors.
Stay-at-home moms and dads.
Stay-at-home moms and dads.
You never bring them up, Bonte.
I'm sorry.
Stay-at-home moms and dads. If you're at home or, you're retired, all right, you give all the love to all the working people. What about some of the people that are working the hardest job?
No doubt.
Raising children.
Shout out to Darren Lewis, who was at the Positive Coaches Alliance yesterday. D. Lou loves to roast. Him and his son, his 10-year-old son, is balling out there. 3-sport star. Always good to see Darren Lewis, one of our favorites from the 93 Giants team. Yeah, we love D. Lou. So he's a big roaster. Yeah, shout out to everybody. Dude, we got a long list, man. If we shut it out to every single body, because now I'm getting heat. Every time I go somewhere, how come you don't shout out the bakers? How come you don't shout out the baristas? Man, I got a radio show. I could not shout out anybody. How about them apples? But we try to do what we do. Every day we try to mix it up. Longshoremen, electricians, plumbers, deli boy who's going to give us a ride to the airport.
Oh, he's fired up. Shout out all the pool guys out there.
There you go. All the gardeners. What else we got?
BART workers.
Swimming instructors.
Yeah.
Baby Chess swim class today. Swimming instructors. Shout out to the swimming instructors.
All the personal trainers out there working on people who are washed like myself and trying to rehab them back into good shape.
Yeah. So
barbers.
Shout out to those folks who work on groin injuries. Got Shasky right after 3 years.
Just chew it and do it.
Shasky day-to-day for 3 years.
I will compete with you in a litany of sports. You pick the sport and we will go at it.
Well, now, you probably beat me. I'm 40.
Now, we're the same age.
No. Listen,
now, at any
back in the
point.
day, you would have got smoked.
In what?
You would have everything. Everything. Okay. Basketball, you would never beat me on one-on-one. I promise you that.
Okay.
You would have got cooked.
Okay.
Football, please. Don't even. We know.
Okay.
Please.
Because all those football games that are played one-on-one.
You ain't never put no shoulder pads out, so stop. All right? Basketball, we got cooked. We got cooked.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's just whatever.
Okay.
It's the truth. It's all good. It happens. You got to take an L sometimes. By the way, let us all know. Shasky's Instagram because he's trying to gain followers.
No. I'm saying people are hitting me up.
If you want to tweet at me if you want to. Where are you going to be at?
Yes.
Are we all meeting at the Rocky statue like you did last year, in week 2? Are we meeting at the Rocky statue? Where's the Mafia breakfast at? Worldwide Hef wants to know. Where's the Mafia breakfast? Coach Buck is going to be out there.
Oh, is he?
Yes.
Let's go.
Marcus Bosworth going to be out there.
Let's go, Big Boss.
Big Boss.
Like Master P's No Limit Soldiers.
Hey, his drag game too is.
What is a mafia breakfast, gentlemen? Let me know.
What is a mafia breakfast?
Yes. As an Italian, I don't even know what that is.
A mafia breakfast is where we sit down and break bread as we get ready for the big day ahead. All right? Some people are enjoying extracurriculars.
Yes.
Others, like myself, don't need that. I don't need that. I wake up with a loud pack. Okay?
So it's breakfast, basically.
Well, I mean, Sam, when you say it that dorky.
But it's not. It's a breakfast that you have to be invited to. Like Lubman, you cannot sit at the table.
It's invite only. It's like the Masters.
Yeah.
It's like the Masters.
Like it's a bunch of good fellas.
Yeah.
You got to be part of the mafia crew.
You got to be part of the crew.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to be crewed up.
Right.
Last year, we got almost kicked out of our hotel because Brendan was smoking weed right in the middle of the diner, and I was like, B, can you put out one of the 7 swishers that you have right now? While we eat breakfast. Can we just eat breakfast first?
You have to be part of that mob life.
Yes.
Because a lot of our friends are up to no good. It's just the truth.
There's a E40 song right now with Too Short. Mob.
Right.
I'm the mob.
You know,
actually, get me that song. That song bangs.
It does bang. By the way, I am worried about where YF because now he's sending me all the stuff about Philadelphia and fighting at stadiums and stuff. All these scare tactics, right?
Is Hef coming?
He's coming.
Yeah, I'm worried about Hef.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Hef, every game I've gone to with Hef, it's like, Hef, you got to chill. We've got to back him away. This environment for Worldwide Hef, I may have to tell him to cancel the flight, dude, and just stay home.
No, just dial it down.
He can't do that.
I know he can't.
He gets into his element. Dude.
I thought he was going to lay out the dude standing next to me and my dad at SoFi. I kept saying, like, just relax. So he's like, no, he's cruising for it.
Whether it's SF State going to college, whether he was coming through Cobb's Comedy Club, or whether it was the Duke Texas Tech game at the tournament. I walk outside, David Taylor, producer at NBC, is like, yo, your boy, we got to grab your boy. And some Texas Tech fans are coming. You don't call us classless. We are classy. And half is like, you're not classy. Just take the L because he's a big-time Duke fan. And they were ready to Dude, they were yoked up, and they were like, what's up? And then Hef comes up and I'm like, Hef, you got to chill, dude. What the hell happened? He say, I'm sorry, Pop. I just got out of my element, man. I'm feeling myself. I know I would have got my ass kicked, but, it is what it is. And I'm just like, Hef, chill. So I'm worried about him. We need to walk into the stadium with him. All right?
We might have to nickname him.
Why?
Well, I mean, he might be called Betty Crocker from here on out because he's always in the mix. Like,
I love that.
Come on, man.
You telling me nobody?
Take a
Everybody
batch
has
off.
Everybody has one of those type of dudes in the crew.
Oh, I know. They're the funnest and least fun simultaneously.
You got to worry about them.
And you don't want to let your wife know you're hanging with them.
Papa Shasky's getting jealous, huh?
Oh, yeah, well.
Where is Papa Shasky? We need Papa Shasky. You know what I need before the show's over? I need 3 people.
Yeah.
Maybe 4.
Bat signal.
Bat signal out right now.
Commissioner Gordon.
And I already see some.
Yeah. You know the last Batman, the Commissioner Gordon was black.
He was. He was a really good Commissioner Gordon.
He's a great actor.
He was phenomenal.
He was awesome in Westworld.
Dude, he was a phenomenal
Wasn't that a great Batman?
I thought it was really, really good.
It was really good.
It wasn't Dark Knight, but it was good.
No, well, it's different. It's supposed to be. He's
What's
Batman's
the song
emo.
they kept playing in that movie?
Well, that's the Nirvana song.
Dude, that hit.
Yeah.
It kind of hit hard.
No, it really hits, especially when he's like driving the motorcycle.
Around their little Times Square or whatnot.
That's like us going into Philly.
It is. So, bat signal.
Yes.
I need juice.
Oh.
Where's the juice? I need to hear from Juice.
Where's the juice? You've got the juice now.
Where is Filmo Mike?
Oh, Filmo Mike. Where is Filmo Mike?
Where is Robin San-Bruno?
Oh, God, it's the greatest drop we've ever had.
Where is Robin San-Bruno?
I don't know where Robin San-Bruno is.
He's just happy Jimmy G's not back.
Yeah, he is.
By the way, who keeps wasting time or Shanahan's time on Jimmy Garoppolo coming back?
David Lombardi is just obsessed with
I love
the Jimmy
David.
G storyline.
And I love David. I think David does a lot of good things for the 49ers fan base. Enough with the Jimmy G stuff. He's not playing for this team. I got asked that yesterday in Washington. Jimmy, that's what it was when I lost my train of thought. Hey, what about Jimmy G? Are fans confident in Jimmy G? We're not thinking about Jimmy Garoppolo. He might as well be playing for the Miami Sharks in any given Sunday.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, seriously.
And that's not a knock on Jimmy.
No,
it's just
not.
the reality of where we're at.
It's Brock's time.
Yes.
All right, let's get to the lines here because we ready.
I never thought I'd hear out of your mouth, it's Brock's time.
It's Brock's time.
And confidently. No, it's just crazy that we're here. Rookie quarterback going into Philadelphia for a chance to get to your second Super Bowl as a head coach, Kyle Shanahan. And you're doing this. It's unbelievable. The whole story.
Brocky Purdy, baby. Coming to Philly.
Brocky Balboa?
Verducci. Brocky Balboa.
Let's go.
Verducci, what's happening?
Dooch!
What's up, fellas? I am pumped, baby, and you better believe it is Brocky Balboa time. I put that post up a few days ago just about the last 7 starts, and Brock Purdy's got 14 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 116 passing rating. He's not turning the ball over. He's coming, baby. We're going to get hit. We're going to get hit in the mouth, and he's still going to be getting up and leading us to the final drive when the Niners are going to win 27-24 with our perfect golden boy, Mr. Gold himself, who hasn't missed a field goal yet in the playoffs. But it's going to be lit. We're going to my boy's house in the 530 up in Folsom. My boy Kusha. We're going to his lab and watching that game. And fellas, let me tell you something. This game is going to be won in the trenches. Is our offensive line going to step up and contain the defensive front? And also, is the defensive front of the Niners going to put some pressure, as I think Warner is going to be the one really kind of spying on the quarterback? And can our secondary step up and just make a play? 1 interception, 1 big turnover that can turn that game around. Mm-hmm. But fellas, bring it from the 415. Strut your colors. Bring that thunder to Philly and let them know how San Francisco does it, baby. Bang, bang, not again. Let's go.
I love that energy. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's what I'm talking about right there from Ducci. That's how I'm coming to Philadelphia. Once we get on that flight, Shasky, you're not going to be able to turn me down. I'm going to turn into a different human being. I'm telling you that right now.
Don't pull an Odell Beckham on the plane.
Well, I'm not. I don't have douchebag behavior tendencies. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to blame Odell, but that was a little.
No, that
much.
was just a bad look.
That was a bad look. Big North Philly in the Bay. Big North Philly, what's happening? You're on the roast. You got about 30 seconds.
Hey, man, I just want to say you guys did a great job with the hype. That's cool. You're looking at 2 very classy organizations, so keep it classy. Go to Philadelphia. Enjoy the city. Real quick, I want to say, I think of that show, The Quartets of Eddie Fathers, was
Oh, you're cutting out. You're cutting out Big North Philly. Sounding like an Eagle fan, which is the way it's going to happen on Sunday. You're going to get cut out the playoffs. You're out. You're done. You ain't going to no Super Bowl.
Started great and finished horribly.
That's Philadelphia.
Jalen Hurts.
It's Philadelphia for you. Brocky Balboa going into Philadelphia. Where we got to meet at the Rockies. Matter of fact, give me the eye of the tiger. Give me the eye of the tiger at some point. 'Cause that's what I got right now. It's go time. By the way, Creed 3 coming out. I can't wait. What is coming up on the game? Sponsored by the Road to Glendale, San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. We got a little simulcast action, Chasky. A little simulcast action. You ready for this? Philadelphia style. John Ritchie, former Raiders fullback. Spinotti loves him, so he's going to be signing with John, of course. And Joe DeCamera. They call him Deke out in Philadelphia, 94 WIP. 94 WIP is their afternoon show. They're going to join us here. I don't know if it's the same intensity as the guys from Dallas, because the guys from Dallas, they took it personal, and they were hyping it up, and they just got slaughtered. And their show's been a wreck ever since.
It was a wreck before, if we're being totally honest.
Those guys are talking Dallas Stars hockey right now.
How are you going to be a radio personality with no personality?
Bobby Boucher. Brandon Belt.
Brandon Belt.
Bobby Boucher.
Where's Filmo Mike?
Have fun at the Stars game, buddy. Dudes out there covering their Round Rock AAA team. Poor dudes. Let's have some fun. 94 WIP afternoon show. Join us here for a little simulcast, a little trash talk on a morning roast.
It's a football Friday on 95.7 The Game.
Third down and 9. Bosa. The sack.
Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
Kirby! They're your driveway mechanic, and they bring this shop to you. And our friends over at Kirby just won the Motor Top 20 Award for innovation. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and more. And they've just added Kirby's eco-friendly wash. It barely uses any water and makes your car look brand new. They use all biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection to both the exterior and interior of your car, all in the ease of your driveway. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway. No waiting rooms, no coordinating rides. It is direct access to your mechanics. Yes. Friendly, reliable service, no middlemen, and no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change, Ponte. But here's the code, OIL50. That's OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
This is the final week of the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday. There's hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast, like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Last chance for the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends January 29th.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, barn doors by Trustile, or Anderson big doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
It never dawned on me how much walking I used to do until I bought a house in the suburbs. Like when I'd say, I'm going for coffee, of course I was walking, but now it's like 3 miles and no latte's worth that. I find myself inviting people on walks with me like it's a scheduled activity. This morning, my neighbor asked me what I'm doing, and I actually said, I'm going for a walk with Nancy.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, coverage provided in service by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
In San Jose, highs today of 65 degrees, partly cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
This is how you remind me of what I really...
Nickelback with special guest Brantley Gilbert is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View, July 9th. Enter at 957thegame.com for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
The Mechanics. Mob. Or Atkins. Turn this up. This 40 water killing it.
Shout out to Steph Curry. Shout out to 40 water. I wonder if 40's going to
come on.
Philly.
Because he the mob.
We should text 40.
Niner Mob.
Let's text
Yeah, we should change the name from Empire to Mob.
Right.
Niner Mob.
Niner Mob. I like that. I actually like that a lot. Niner Empire. Segment brought to you by Football Friday, brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zinni.com. Do we have Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie? 94 WIP. They ready to roll? Afternoon show out there in Philadelphia. A lot of respect for John Ritchie. Put a lot of time in the Bay Area as the Raiders fullback. We love John Ritchie out here, so it's going to be tough to talk trash to him. And don't forget, all postseason guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Joey John, what's happening, man? Good afternoon or good morning.
Good morning, fellas. It is still the morning here, and we're looking forward to Sunday night and a victory for the Birds.
Oh, that's so... Is that Joe DeCamera?
I just wanted to cut to the chase.
Right.
I just figured, why not, right out of the gate.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
That's all you got?
No, it's not all I got. I said I just wanted to start and cut to the chase, but it's far from all I got.
Well, Joe, I little birdie told me this. I mean, look, I've been to Philadelphia a couple times, right? And it's a blue collar town, tough. Yeah. You know, the home of the cheesesteak. You got the Rocky statue.
We respect
and everything, and we do respect it. Well, what's this thing about you taking baths, man? You're like 45 years old.
Are you Roman?
Are you taking baths with bubbles?
Did
Like,
research.
I got a 2-year-old daughter, man. She takes bubble baths. She likes the bubbles. What's up, Joe? You're 45 taking bubble baths.
Yeah, so this might be a 3-on-1 gang up now because Richie actually agrees with you guys. Look, it's my thing. I enjoy it. Let me put it this way. I like reading books, and I find I keep myself awake when I read books in the bathtub. It's very soothing and relaxing. But I'll tell you this.
Are you Scarface?
In the last 5 years, I've read an autobiography on Steve Young, and a biography on Joe Montana. In about 15 years, I look forward to all of us reading a biography on the greatness of Jalen Hurts' career.
Oh, nice.
I just want to kind of drop that in there because there's not going to be a Brock Purdy biography. I just want to be clear.
That's okay. QB, you read the Steve Young QB book with Andy Reid and him at BYU. It's a pretty good book, and
it's a great book.
Yeah, I'm more of an audio book kind of a guy. I don't have the time to take baths, but that's all right.
Do you smoke a cigar while taking your bath?
Yeah, fly pelicans fly.
No.
I'm just reading
no
books.
Scarface?
Red wine on the side, man?
No.
You're like anti-Philly. Like John Ritchie's like Pennsylvania tough, fullback. We know John Ritchie's
bleeding off the
Raiders.
forehead.
Yeah, no doubt. Like John Ritchie's tough, so it's tough for me to talk trash to him. But the camera, the deke, I mean, you're taking bubble baths and you're from Philly?
It's all good.
Man,
all right, so let me ask
agree with you.
Let me ask you guys a question. What do you think of the game here on Sunday?
I think it's going to be amazing. We're going right into the Lions' Den. As Bonte's not a Star Wars guy, but I view this as like a new hope. We got young Brock Purdy, like Luke Skywalker, going in to the Emperor's Chambers here, because let's call it what it is. Philly thinks that they're the top-notch fan base, and the Link is the most hostile environment in all of sports. So you've got young Brock Purdy, untested, even though he has the same amount of playoff games as Jalen Hurts, going in with a battle-tested unit, the Rebel Alliance, if you will, trying to fight on the evil empire. I'm here for this. I think this is going to be great theater, and the winner of this game is going to win the Super Bowl. These are the two most physical, well-balanced teams left in the game.
How much better is Jalen Hurts than Brock Purdy?
I don't think it matters because they're not playing against each other. Right?
I personally think Jalen is better.
Jalen is better.
I don't think that's a question.
There's no doubt, but I believe Dak was better than Brock. You can make the argument that Geno was better than Brock. You can make the argument that Tom Brady and Tua and all these quarterbacks down the stretch were better than Brock Purdy. But Jalen has to go against that number one defense. Brock doesn't.
Do you put Jalen Hurts in the same category as Joe Burrow and Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes?
A tier down.
I do think his season was so spectacular this year. You have to do it for multiple years. Like, the resumes are different. He had I don't want to disrespect. Jalen was awesome.
Season.
Plus, I was rooting for him when I saw what he did with Tua and how he got yanked and then went back in there for him and then went to Lincoln Riley. Like, I have tremendous respect for Jalen Hurts, the man.
You guys got a good one out there in Philly. Jalen Hurts is a problem.
Yeah, he's stand-up.
Who's the best player on your team?
McCaffrey.
I mean, you can make the argument for Christian McCaffrey. You can also make the argument for Nick Bosa. But in this postseason, it's been a little Debo, Kittle, and Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, Kittle's been amazing.
McCaffrey's taking his team to another level.
So what about McCaffrey's status for Sunday?
He's good to go. 23 would be out there.
So watching the game, because we were both at the game, he's limping around a little at the end, and they went to Eli Mitchell, but they've kind of always had a multiple back situation, and Mitchell wasn't available for about, 8 weeks or whatever. I think he's going to be good to go.
I like the matchup, too, with McCaffrey coming out the backfield against that linebacking core. Now, that defensive line that you guys got out there is definitely ferocious, but I think you could spread them out, and I don't think they've seen speed like this in a long time from an offense. The New York Giants, I mean, come on. The Niners are not the New York Giants. Richie James Jr., Matt Breida, come on. They were a joke.
How concerned are you about the pass rush, though?
We'll run the ball.
Our pass rush or your pass rush?
Our Eagles pass rush, the one that led the NFL.
I mean, the one with the third most sacks in the history of the National Football League, which goes back over 100 years.
Yeah, I mean, you guys who beat up on the Colts, the Washington Commanders.
Yeah, there's some
the New York
truth
Giants.
To that.
Who else you got? The Tennessee
Titans.
They
do have a great front. They do have a great front.
It's deep. The Houston Texans on Thursday night. I mean, you guys had a pretty soft schedule.
But you know what? Having seen the Dallas Cowboys, their team speed, and I know you guys know this.
Your schedule, right? I mean, your schedule too. What was your best win?
It was probably, I would say, either Miami. The Dallas game was very impressive.
There hasn't been any.
That's about two
but
wins
here's
right
what
there.
I would say to you guys.
Here's
what I would say to you guys. At the time, the LA Rams were fighting for their season. Now, in retrospect, it sounds foolish, but at the time, they did have Cooper Kupp healthy. Stafford was healthy. Their season was ended after the Niners beat them.
Well, yeah, look, both schedules have been light. That is true. And really, guys, I'll say we have seen for weeks now, John and I have assessed for a long time that this was a showdown game that was going to happen.
Exactly.
I mean, it really does create a compelling. And listen, it's a great Final Four because the AFC also. I mean, now the Mahomes thing's unfortunate, changes the dynamic of that game. But I do believe 4 of the 5 best teams are left. The only other one is the Bills, and clearly they got out. I think these are the 4 best teams in football.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I agree with you. To me, this comes down to the coaching matchup, right? As we have Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie, 94 WIP, their morning show out there in Philadelphia. They do a great job. John Ritchie, of course, a former Raiders fullback. Look, the coaching situation here, is Sirianni the real deal? What happens if this game gets tight? How is Sirianni going to respond to this game if it's tight in the fourth quarter?
It sounds like you doubt that Sirianni matches up to Kyle Shanahan.
Well, Shanahan, here's what I would say. Shanahan nationally gets a lot of, you can't win the big one. He's won 4 playoff games in the last calendar year, and 3 of those were on the road.
Yeah, no, look, Shanahan's obviously good. He's had 2 major moments, in the biggest spots where he's come up small. Right. But he's had a good experience.
That was
John Ritchie, come on, you played the game.
Come on.
And tell your boy Joe, how can an offensive coordinator get the blame for a Super Bowl loss when that team was up 28-3?
Who called the play on second down when they chose to pass the ball?
What about the 21-point deficit? Is there defense?
Do you remember that they threw it to Mohamed Sanu and got called for a holding to get that yardage back to get back into field goal range? It's actually the right play call, I believe.
Well, listen, the sack on Ryan was the killer. That's the one that pushed them back. And anyway, I'll answer your question on Sirianni. We have strong confidence in Sirianni around here. Now, look, guys, I was a big doubter last year. Big. And he is different. He is, I will use the term goofy. He is not stoic Tom Landry on the sideline. I mean, this guy is a different modern age guy, but the team is extremely efficient. They are very competitive with regard to, they don't let up. I mean, I don't mean third and fourth quarter. They might if they got a 30-point lead, but they come ready to play. They're focused, and he has, with Jalen Hurts, created an attack offensively that is very unique and very effective. So I think his game day management is excellent. He'll be very aggressive on fourth downs. He'll be aggressive on 2-point conversions, and he's got a really good culture with strong leadership. So I'll tell you this: he doesn't have the accomplishment of Kyle Shanahan and any number of other coaches that have won Super Bowls and all. But I got a lot of faith in him. I think he's an outstanding coach.
So, Joe, so to the camera, let me ask you, as you're sitting in your bubble baths, what do you fear of the 49ers? What is something that worries you about this football game?
Number 1, Bosa, for sure. Listen, the biggest fear for me from an Eagles standpoint...
Even with Lane Johnson?
Yes. The biggest fear is if Bosa decodes how the Eagles run their offense with the mesh point between Jalen Hurts and the running back, and the moment where Jalen Hurts makes a decision whether he's going to give the ball to the running back or take it back and make it a passing play or a running play for Hurts. If Bosa, through his athleticism and film study, can figure out that moment, that would be a problem for the Eagles. To this point this year, very few have. John, there's 1 or 2 guys
Cam Jordan did a good job on one play, but that was against Gardner Minshew.
It's tough. It's very tough to do. That's the biggest thing. And then obviously the other aspect is just your defense. I mean, I don't take lightly when the number 1 defense takes a field, and the Eagles are great, but they're 2. Yeah. San Fran's got a legit day. Look, the Eagles lost a title game out here in 2002, and to me it felt very similar in that Tampa Bay came in as a seasoned team that had been knocking on the door trying to win a title. They're the number 1 defense in football. They came into the vet and won the game. So I know it can happen. I've seen it. In the end this weekend, I don't think it will, but I know it can.
All right, so you asked us about McCaffrey and where he's at. Bosa's been kind of quiet the last couple of playoff games, and it's crazy because he's the all-time playoff sack leader for the 49ers. So where are Jalen Hurts at physically and A.J. Brown? Because I saw A.J. kind of limping a little late in that game. Where is he at? Because I fear him. Big number 1 receivers have killed the Niners the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, and we as a fan base view that as the weakness that we can exploit in this game. Your cornerbacks against our wide receivers, we feel good about pushing the ball downfield. Especially, I don't know, it hasn't been as tight. I mean, you're down a cornerback, and that is going to rear its ugly head. AJ is fine physically. Jalen Hurts is beyond fine
He's
physically.
Fine, totally fine.
It was, now 6 weeks ago that he was injured, and he's proven every step of the way that he can throw just as well as he did, which was outstanding this season.
And it's not just throw, because guys, the final game of the season he threw fine, but they didn't run the normal offense. Clearly, he was trying to avoid some of the collisions he normally would get in. Last week they opened it when the game was early, and they didn't have to just then sit on a lead. They ran their normal offense. Yeah. He was willing to take hits. I think he's totally fine.
You know, I got to say, man, we do this simulcast a lot. We've done it with Green Bay, Leroy Butler and company, and then we've done it with the Dallas Clowns down in 105.3 The Fan. And you guys are nice, man. I mean,
nice.
It's almost like I don't even want to talk trash to you guys, man. You're kind of getting me out of my element.
I'm scared of
like
Richie.
The Dallas guys did research. Yeah, Richie is a problem. I don't want to get beat up Monday when we do our show from there at 94 WIP.
Yeah,
but listen, the Dallas guys are just like, you know what? They were terrible. And Dallas fans are delusional.
No, guys, I've done a scientific study on this. People from Dallas are fools. So it's real simple.
But I got to say, some of the calls on the Angelo Cataldi morning show, they're talking about this game was going to be over by halftime. I was like, all right, man. It feels like everybody out there feels like the ticket is punched to Glendale, Arizona for Philadelphia.
There's some of that.
Yeah.
There is. And I caution people against that. Because listen, we got a poll here today. I don't know where the results are right now, but there's no doubt it's going to be high in the 90s. Who's going to win the game? 90% something's going to say the Eagles. It's a tighter game than that. It is.
Agreed.
But guys, I'm telling you, the differentiating factor when all is said and done, and I'm telling you, you can think about this 6:30 on Sunday night, Eastern time, 3:30 your time when the game is over. The difference will be Jalen Hurts.
It's funny that you say that. It's funny you say that because, no, I don't disagree, but we do that a lot, quarterback comparisons and stuff. Yeah. If you'd have asked me that last year, I would have gave Mahomes the edge over Burrows. They found a way, and Mahomes had his worst half of football. Jimmy Garoppolo went into Green Bay, and he peed down his leg. They didn't have an offensive touchdown. The MVP of the league, Aaron Rodgers, couldn't do anything against this defense. Now, that was a miracle win. I'm not saying that's a template.
But here's the thing I'd say, and I say this out of respect to your franchise, so I will say growing up, man, Joe Montana and Walter Payton were my two favorite players that were not Eagles in the NFL. I love those guys. I loved Montana. I loved Rice. Those guys were great. But I'm telling you, the Eagles are on to something with how they play offense that to me is reminiscent of what Bill Walsh did 40 years ago.
Elaborate.
Bill Walsh brought something to the table that the league could not figure out initially. It was different. It was short passes. It was run after the pass. It was obviously Montana that didn't have a rocket arm, but utilizing his strengths to the greatest ability he could, and it turned him for a long time into the best quarterback in football history. And obviously West Coast offense is maintained to this day. Some teams have made some adjustments, but in the early days, Walsh was way ahead of defenses. Guys, I'm telling you, the nation doesn't know it, but John and I know it, and Eagles fans know it. Hurts and Sirianni are ahead of the curve, and they have an advantage.
All right, now I'm coming down your road. Bubble bath boy. You haven't even won a second playoff game with this guy, and you're anointing him. He's Bill Walsh, and he's going to have a legacy where the entire league is going to be doing what he's doing for 40 years to come. I mean, can we put the cart before the horse? Can you win the damn game first?
Guys, open your eyes and watch the way high school and college quarterbacks are playing, and there's going to be a lot more Jalen Hurts moving forward than there are Joe Montana's. The league is changing. But Eagles are on the
moved. That's the big misnomer.
Yeah, Joe was mobile.
Joe was mobile.
No, I get it.
I mean, he was throwing on the run, left, right. The greatest play, sprint right option was a rollout.
But here's what I'll say. In Shanahan's 8 playoff games, when you go back to 2019, the 3 there, the 3 last year, and of course the third, this is about to be his third playoff game this year. He's had the inferior quarterback possibly in every single playoff game, whether it's Jimmy going up against Rodgers or Dak or Matthew Stafford, Patrick Mahomes.
I'm just not here for Sirianni's better than Walsh.
No, that's ridiculous.
No, I didn't say he's better than Walsh. What I said is the Eagles are on to something that the league hasn't figured out.
First is all I'm saying. Come on, you guys did this with Chip Kelly after one half of football. Chip Kelly has revolutionized football.
Mr. Ritchie, you went to Stanford. You can't let Bubble Bad Boy do that. You went to Stanford. Come on, don't let him put reminiscent of Walsh. We've seen this offense before. Everybody's running RPOs. We've seen this all over the league.
Not with Hurts.
I don't know how your defense will stop it. I expect it to continue to function the way it has all year. It's a machine.
Guys, if you guys think Hurts is Kyler Murray, you're sorely mistaken. He's got a better arm than Lamar, And he's got better feet than many others. I'm telling you, man, this guy's awesome.
No, I don't dismiss the talent. He's amazing. But we've seen a lot of great quarterbacks have rough games. I mean, Tom Brady's the GOAT. What kills him? Interior pressure. Patrick Mahomes, what killed him? His offensive line let him down in the Super Bowl. Didn't have any time to throw. I mean, so things happen outside of the quarterback. If it was just best quarterback wins, the Niners wouldn't have won any playoff games.
You guys are underestimating this defense. This defense lays the wood.
I love Jalen.
I don't think the Eagles have been hit like this. The way they're going to get hit Sunday, I don't think they've been hit like this all year.
Let me ask you a question. Let's just get it on the line here, on the record. Fellas, who wins the game?
The Niners, 23-20. Jake Elliott misses a field goal to end the game. You guys go home sad.
You guys haven't watched Jake Elliott, huh?
I mean, Robbie Gould's perfect, but that pressure's going to get a little tight out there in Philly.
That's one prediction. What's the second prediction from the West Coast?
Well, that the Niner fans are going to take over, and you guys are going to be shocked by how many red and gold fans are in that stadium. Mark my words.
Okay.
All right.
John, your prediction?
Yeah, I think high 20s to low 20s, the Eagles win this thing.
Eagles win the game.
All right. Cheesesteaks on you guys Monday when we see you, right?
Listen, let me tell you something. Don't wear the Niners jersey around here. Trust me.
Why not? Why not?
Oh, because you want to be alive on Monday.
Oh, we'll be decked out as soon as we get off the flight.
Wait for a second, bro.
Act like we're going to the Persian Gulf War or something.
Jesus Christ. This isn't the Civil War. I'm going to a football game to root on my team, for Christ's sake. Do you have that many lowlifes in your fan base to where I can't wear my jersey? I mean, come on, suck it up and be an adult.
It's not about lowlifes. It's about, I'm just telling you, don't wear the jersey.
We'll be wearing Dwight Clark, number 87, will be in the building.
And I'll be wearing my custom number 1.
And you can let everybody out there in Philly know right now.
For the amount
Section
of
116, row 4. We'll be Section 116, row 4.
Yep. Sounds like you just left Philadelphia. You know yourself.
Fellas.
Who was that? Who was that? Who was that sidekick?
That's our producer. And he is
Tell him to say it with his chest.
By the way.
Say it with your chest.
Done.
I want to hear it one more time.
Section 8, Philadelphia. Everybody in the 215. Section 116, row 4. Look for Dwight Clark. What jersey are you wearing, Chasky?
The number 1 custom red that's been undefeated in the playoffs.
We'll be there.
With my name on the back.
We'll be there. We can't wait to see you guys Monday.
I don't want anyone. I'll just say this: I don't want to be charged with manslaughter if you guys die. I did not give out that seat number. That's on you guys. We're done.
Fellas, you guys have a good one. We'll see you Monday.
See you
Please don't call in sick to work after that loss. John Ritchie, Joe DeCamera, 94 WIP. We're going to die.
I love it. You don't wear your jersey. That's their big mantra.
I just let everybody in Pennsylvania know where we're sitting.
Yes.
Put the spotlight on us. Section 116, row 4.
Now put a helmet on because I'm coming for your head.
I'm not wearing no helmet.
I need the Dame talk.
You know what?
I might hire Dame just to come out with us.
You know what I need right now?
Huh?
I need a little juice in my life.
Let's go.
Juice in Fremont. What's happening?
Are you freaking serious? He comparing Philly coach to Bill freaking Walsh?
Thank you.
Did he know the difference between a Honda Sonata and a Ferrari? Even though both car moves, but they're a different class and an engine. I mean, they win one freaking ring, and now they swear they're elite. The Eagles are no more than the Seahawks of the freaking East. Let me tell you something. I'm tired of this disrespect. Everyone and their baby mama are picking the Eagles on TV and radio. Let me tell you guys something. This is not the NFC Leafs. We're not the Giants. We're not the Commanders. We're not the Cowboys. Well, let me tell you guys something. There's a reason why this team has made it consistently to the NFC Championship a couple of years. We have a history of going on the road and winning in places like Chicago, Green Bay, Dallas, Atlanta. Heck, if the Niner Empire could play in the parking lot, they would. Right now, they're playing. They're going to be playing with a chip on their shoulder. They're tired of hearing Jalen Hurts. They're dumb offensive line. And shots was fired when their idiotic coach said that, Jalen Hurts is Michael Jordan. Best believe that's bulletin-proof material. We will smack these fools in the mouth and make them like it. Bully ball is back. This Sunday, the Empire will be in another man's face, all in another man's stage. And all I'm going to say is after all is said and done, we will sing in unison that we got a green bird on our shoulder. We will definitely kill it. Bang, freaking bang.
I love Juice.
I don't even want to talk anymore. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. That's Juice in Fremont. You hear that? Talking about we're going to die. Don't wear your jerseys. Damn it, if one more person tells me not to wear my jersey, they may get socked in the face. I'm dead serious. The hell do they think we are? Frisco dudes ain't no punks, and I'm charged up now. I will be talking as soon as we land down at that damn airport at 10:35. I had it with this fan base. I'm sick of these guys. I've never, hey, Shasky, you know, in my adulthood, I never wanted a game. I thought last week, I was like, I got to have this game.
I did too.
I got to have this one.
I did too.
No.
The rivalry is now, this is a new one.
No, this is a new one.
This is a whole new
This is
thread.
a new one, yes.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
Yeah, you know what? We may need a guru speech.
And honestly, I'm calling Niner fans out right now. You know you're going. We have to unite.
We will unite.
I can't wait.
We will unite. We will walk in that stadium together, and we will mob out.
Hands in tow.
This ain't L.A.
Give me the E40. This is the mob. I need to hear that.
I need to hear that one.
Time.
Give me that one more
Niner
time.
mob. Let's go.
I need that one more time. I'm fired up now. I cannot wait to get out there. I cannot wait to walk out that stadium with a win. I cannot wait to walk into that radio station with the dub, with the Dwight Clark. I'm bringing 5 jerseys out there. To hell with it. I'm on the all-Niner gear
I'm checking
all
2
weekend.
bags.
You know what I'm saying? Mitchell and Ness will get flooded.
Like a hickey.
Enough's enough with these guys. Enough's enough. I've had it. Enough's enough. Bubble bath boy. Dude's 45 years old taking bubble baths.
Reading a book.
Dude, what are you doing? Philadelphia, we're tough for blue collar. Oh, we're getting your face. You better not wear a jersey because we're going to beat you up. And this dude is out there taking bubble baths.
With rose petals in the tub.
Oh, my God. Lavender? Got lavender in there? Dude. Baby Chaz takes baby bubble baths. And even she's getting over it. Like, I ain't no bubbles, Papa. Bye-bye, bubbles. This guy's 45 years old.
Bring me my G.I. Joes, Mom.
Oh, my gosh. I can't wait to walk in that stadium.
I need my Scuba
studio on Monday.
Steve.
You know what? We're going to get to the calls. Tish, Dwight, Joel, hang on tight. Bat signal's out. It's Papa Shasky.
I can't find the Toms.
Papa Shasky, what's happening? Let's go.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I don't know about you guys, but I'm surely going to miss not going with you guys. It reminds me of the parking lot back in L.A. last year. Well, I just hoping that Niner fans show up in Philadelphia. The one thing that I got to take back from those 2 guys from Philly is the arrogance.
It's
that everybody that
crazy.
calls in is the arrogance that these guys they just think, why are we even showing up? I mean, the way they're putting it down is.
Papa Shasky, can you believe that he said
us no love?
Papa Shasky, real quick, can you believe that this guy out there, Bubble Bath Boy in Philadelphia, said their offense was reminiscent of the great Bill Walsh teams? They won one playoff game, and they're reminiscent of Bill Walsh. They're going to revolutionize the game like we haven't seen RPOs and spread offenses in the NFL in the last 10 years.
When you call them on the coach and it got to butt squeeze in time at the end of the game, they had no answer. They had no answer to that.
Pops, Bill Walsh. He put Nick Sirianni. They will revolutionize football for the next 20 years. With Bill Walsh. I almost jumped out of my seat.
I can't believe it.
Because he's looking at a stupid TV when he should be watching the players on the field. What's with that guy?
You like Sirianni?
Papa, he's 45. Papa Shasky's 45 taking bubble baths. I thought Philadelphia was tough.
No, I started laughing when I heard the bubble bath. They go, "Oh, he's going to get reamed. He is only going to get reamed."
Unbelievable, man. I wish you would come. Papa Shasky, you got to tell Noreen to pony up, max out the credit card. We need you in Philadelphia.
You guys, I love you guys. You guys have a safe trip. Be safe there. And show Niner pride when you guys are there.
Oh, for sure.
Okay?
Absolutely.
You know,
for sure.
Win, lose, or draw, show Niner pride. Show how the Bay Area, how we're supposed to support our team.
And let me ask you this. Who's the guy you're looking at that has to have the biggest game for them to win?
Kyle Shanahan.
Wow. I love that take.
Yeah, I mean, he's got it. He's the one where it's all going to come down to his lap, right? The players are just going to execute what he tells them to do, right? Just like a general on the field, right? The soldiers aren't going to do unless the general tells them what to do, right? So I think that it's going to come down to Shanahan making the right play calls against their defense. Our defense, DeMarco Ryans, is going to come up big. I know they're talking a lot of crap about
about our stopping the run game and the long ball down the field. But I think they got something special coming up. I really do.
I really do. Love you, Pops.
Love you, Pops.
All right, you guys have a safe flight and be good there, all right, guys?
Absolutely.
I'll FaceTime you when we get there.
Guys said, we don't want you to die.
I mean,
now we're threatening our lives.
I mean, come on.
We
don't want
Matt
you to
Steinmetz
die
this week.
We don't want you to die.
Matt Steinmetz hasn't claimed Philadelphia in the last 6 years. All of a sudden, Philadelphia. Worried about Vontae Hill.
He's lived in California longer than he lived in Pennsylvania.
All of a sudden, he's a Philly guy. Ross Tucker, I told my family not to wear. You know what? It's on the
Vontae, I told my family not to wear any New York Giant gear.
No, you're right.
My bad. Look at our guy, Dwayne Fontana, in the YouTube chat. Dwayne Fontana in the YouTube chat.
One of the dopest lefties to ever come out of the city?
Fontana went to Philly last year. They weren't that tough. I mean, it's hype about their crowd. My God, I'm so scared of their crowd. You don't want to get me talking. And if you want to try to mollywop us and go 10-on-1, then you're that weak because you can't go 1-on-1. I'm not even trying to fight. But all of a sudden, you're threatening our lives, and I don't want you guys to get beat up and whatever.
Game.
Please.
Going to a football game.
I'm turned now. I want this one so damn bad. I wanted the 94 NFC Championship game against the Cowboys. I wanted that one really, really bad. I wanted the 2011 New York Giants. I wanted the Seattle game in 2013-14 when they went up to Seattle. This one's up there. Shasky, this one's up there. I want this one so damn bad. This would be the most accomplished, the most fascinating, the biggest road playoff win in Niners history.
You would go through Seattle and Pete Carroll.
Wow.
The Dallas Cowboys and Mike McCarthy, who used to be your offensive coordinator. And then Sirianni and the Eagles in Philadelphia. And by the way, they don't want to even bring up if they lose this game after getting the bye, after having the best record in the NFL for the whole season. I think it's going to be real tight come fourth quarter time.
Don't let that game be close in the fourth quarter, Philly. Don't let that game be close.
Baby.
Lemon booty would be lemon large. Philadelphia. I can't. Oh man, I can't wait. Let's go to Austin in the Bay. Austin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up with y'all, man? Hey, I'm glad y'all going out there. I'm sorry I can't join y'all, but go represent Vontae. Wear them 5 jerseys. At least wear 3, and bring out the other 2. With that being said, hey, our defense is about to destroy these Philadelphias all year. We only allow 4 teams to go over 20 points. We due for a blowout. And all year, half the year, Kittle was blocking, and all of a sudden, Kyle Shanahan got it in his playbook, and now we all year we ain't show what we got in our playbook. Now, in the half the year came, we showed what we had somewhat, and all the other teams, they showed everything they got. Our Niners, our defense is due for a blowout.
Man, they are really underestimating this defense.
I can't get over Nick Sirianni.
Reminiscent. This offense is going to revolutionize football? Are you kidding? Nick Sirianni, the same guy who ran in the end zone. By the way,
we haven't even talked about that.
Brian Daboll from New York Giants is going to be a very good coach.
Yeah, I love
think the Giants.
I love Daboll.
Sirianni made a massive mistake last week. You go up 38-7, and this guy's running into the end zone.
I know.
You're up 31 points.
Ask McVay about how that's landed this year.
At least McVay did that early in the football game because he was fired up, and I got it. This guy did it when they were running up to score. They were up 38-7. This guy runs into the end zone. You don't think Daboll and company saw that saying, damn, okay. And he's mugging in the camera. I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy at all. Oh, I don't like this guy. I don't like anything about this.
It's the unearned arrogance to me that kills me. Like at least when we were facing, like for example, the Green Bay Packers or the Seahawks in years past, like in the playoffs, they at least had a Super Bowl in their back pocket with that particular quarterback or that particular ethos of a team. This one doesn't even have that. I mean, I know Lane's got it, but like Sirianni, you had nothing to do with it.
All right. Let's go. Let's get Tish and Hercules. It's been a while.
Hey, Tish.
Tish, what's happening? Good morning to you, Tish. It's a long time no talk. We got her? Something's going on with my phone lines here. Oh, there we go. There you go, Tish. I got you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you, Tish.
Hi, guys. Okay, well, I love you guys, but what you may not know is I grew up in Philadelphia.
Oh, my gosh.
And
I feel sorry for you.
Wait a minute. I have brothers and cousins and uncles back there talking my smack. They get angry when I say I'm a Californian. I've been here since the 90s. My kids were born in California.
Yep.
I work for the state of California. I pay California taxes. I'm a Californian now.
Hell yeah.
But I don't get as passionate about football. You know, I'm a Warriors person.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
But I always tell my relatives the Warriors began in Philadelphia, and don't hate on the Warriors. We're like cousins now. Okay. So what I wanted to call to say is, they make Philadelphians sound like savages, and you know I'm a nice gal, so we're not all savages, number one. Number two,
agreed.
Don't forget to enjoy some things about Philadelphia while you're there.
Oh, we will.
Absolutely. I don't know how long you're going to be there. Everybody talks about cheesesteaks, but please get a Philadelphia soft pretzel.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
a soft
no
pretzel.
doubt. Yep.
Do I get it with mustard?
Yes.
Okay.
Must get mustard.
Okay.
Secondly, I don't know what your budget is, but if you can, go to Bookbinder's Restaurant. That's like a Philadelphia classic.
Bookbinders, write that down.
Write that down. Somebody write that down.
Bookbinders.
Or DM us, Tish.
Then you can compare. Huh?
I don't know if you're on Twitter or Instagram, but if you want to send us an
Please.
itinerary,
Yes,
that would
please.
be awesome.
Bookbinders, you can compare when you get back. Which did you like better, Bookbinders or Aliotos? They're both classics on either coast.
See, now that's what
And
I'm
then
talking
don't
about,
forget,
Tish.
Huh?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and don't forget, guys, you know, when I tell people I grew up in the birthplace of our nation, they have no idea what I'm talking about, even after Hamilton. But don't forget to go down to Independence Mall.
Yes.
And look at Independence Hall. It's
Yeah, no
where it
doubt.
all began.
Good call.
Yeah, it's a good.
I want to do
just
that.
a-
I'm
yeah.
really excited.
I did that the first time I went to Philadelphia. It was really cool. It was cool.
But if I wear my colors, I might get killed.
Gonna get killed in Philadelphia. It's on. I'm ready to go till 12 o'clock right now. Willard Dibbs could take the day off. I'll go to 12 o'clock right now. I'm turned up. I'm ready.
You're standing. That's why
I don't stand up.
He's
You're
not
like
even
me.
on
I
the
don't
YouTube.
stand up,
I
dude.
sit the whole
I could go to
time.
12 o'clock right now. Them dudes just got me. Bubble Bath Boys just
Want me to go let
reminiscent
them
to
know?
Bill Walsh. And you guys don't have the defense and yada, yada, yada. Please. I'm going to be so fired up at this Warriors game today. I can't wait. I can't wait. Xfinity Fast 5. Let's go, Spadone. Good luck turning us down this weekend. The Niner Mob. There we go. We got the eye of the tiger. That's what we go. Turn us up. That's what we coming into. I want that cranked up in Philadelphia all weekend long. So I think we're soft out here in the West Coast, Joe.
I kind of want you to wear the Big Papa crown when we go out there. Not the Burger King crown.
Let that crank, Spadone. We got these calls coming. Let's go.
Let's
It's
go.
war. It's going to be physical. It's going to be cold.
Debo.
It's going to be nasty.
Ayuk. Kittle. CMC. Elijah.
This is why John Lynch made the CMC trade for games like this. This is why they went all in. I can't wait.
Bosa. Eric Armstead. Fred
I want this one so bad, folks. I
Drake
want this so
Greenlaw.
bad. We're not going in there losing.
Hufanga.
I haven't even thought about a loss. All week long, I'm thinking about how we're going to get our hands on a hat and T-shirt that says NFC Champions. That's what I'm thinking about. That's the hype I'm on. By the way, Crosstalk going to be short today. We got things to do. We got to pack.
I'm starving.
And I'm turned up. Let's go. Let's go. Fast 5. Xfinity Fast 5. Let's
Bang,
start with
bang,
Joel.
bang.
Joel in San Jose. What's happening?
Oh, I'm running hot. I love it. They don't want the smoke. They don't want this damage. 57 and 54 are going to make Jalen Hurts' life worse than he's ever seen before. They haven't played anybody like 57 and 54. Those boys are going to put that dude in the dirt, and he is not going to survive the game.
No doubt. Let's go to Chef Nick in Sonoma. Chef Nick, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? Morning.
Morning.
So, hey, originally from New York. I've been out in the Bay since 2010. You know, grew up a Yankees fan. And I'll tell you what, the only time Philly fans or Boston fans are scary is after they win something. So you guys will be fine this weekend. Don't worry about it.
Thank you, Chef Nick. Let's go to Dwight and Vallejo. Dwight and Vallejo, what's happening, Dwight?
Hey, man, shout out you guys making it out to Philly.
Yes, sir.
Travel safe. I got 3 points, man. Our DB, 38 and 7, they got to shut it down. They just said it, 54 and 57, got to shut it down. And then I'm looking for Kinlaw to make a play, man. That man ain't did nothing for us. I need that man to make a play with Armstead, wreck the middle, let Bosa eat early and often, and let's get this W.
Let's go, Dwight. Good call. I feel like when we get on that flight, it's like Rocky running through the snow in Russia, getting ready for Drago. That's what that feels like this flight is. We're going into the storm, baby. Let's go. You guys want to act tough and act like it's war? Well, it's war then. May even have eye black packed in the luggage. Let's go to Jose and Modesto. Jose, what's happening? All right, maybe I won't go that far.
Baby. Yo, hey, we got this in the bag, bro. I mean, look, Brock is way more efficient than Jimmy. Eagles got the number 1, 20-some, ranked run defense. They all over the place. We got the best defense, the best run game, best O-line, and Brock got the best playmakers, baby. So that's all I got. Let's go, baby.
Last
so you're
call.
saying we the best.
Let's go. Dom and Fairfield. Finish
Another
strong,
one.
Dom. Finish strong, Dom. What's happening?
Fellas, you know what this weekend is? This is Rocky 4. Who is Philadelphia's icon? It's Rocky, right? And you know who we going to show him this weekend? Rocky Balboa, baby. Rocky Balboa is going to win the day. We gonna hit him with that first touchdown, and we going to hear people say, see, you heard him. He's not a machine. And then we going to finish it, man. We going to make it to that Super Bowl. We need y'all to turn it up for us, man. Go Niners.
I like that. That's the way you finish strong. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. Game time, 3 o'clock. East Coast time, 12 o'clock West Coast. NFC title game, Niners and Eagles. Of course, we got the Warriors and Raptors tonight, so that'd be a good distraction for everybody out there for a couple hours. And hopefully the Warriors can get a win. It'll be their second straight, and then it's on to Philadelphia. It's on to Philly as we bring in Mark Willard. Mark, what's happening, buddy?
Well, hello, sir. I was just thinking about it. You guys can be out there, so you got to do that silly wait all the way till 3 o'clock thing for the game. Gosh, and listening to you this morning, I don't know if you're going to make it.
I'll be all right.
I know.
I'll be all right.
I know.
Not our first rodeo.
I know it's not.
Yeah,
I know it's not.
We'll be good.
I've been on this road before a few times.
I'm glad you all turned up.
I know the way.
I'm glad you're all turned up.
We're going to be all right. It's just an arrogance that just reeks. And the whole thing about don't wear your gear, you're going to die, get beat up.
You're going to die. One of their hosts said you're going to die.
Now you're making it personal.
I mean, Mark.
It's a football game.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a football game. It's just funny to me. It's funny to me, because listen, I know this is it's a fine line to walk, but I stand up in my living room for these games too.
Yeah.
But I don't have that in me where I'm like, somebody's coming to town and
I gotta punch him. I have to punch him.
I'm gonna beat him up because he grew up in Philly and roots for a different football team, and I'm gonna intimidate him, and that's gonna have an effect on the game.
Yes, exactly.
Sure,
that'll
Philly,
make Brock fumble in the pocket.
You want to go to jail? Go to jail. You're not scary. We're not scared. Nobody's scared. No. I've been talking to you two about this all week. You're not scared. There's nothing to be scared about. You're going to go to a football game. It's the football game that all of us deserve.
Yes.
This is the game that we all deserve. Mm-hmm. And anybody on either side who's like, we're going to win by 40 is a ridiculous take.
Right?
This is a big adult football game. It's a big adult football game, and I would be shocked if this thing is not insanely tense with 6 minutes to go.
100%. And we all want that. I know we all hate tense.
No, I'd take 40
games.
to 3.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying
that would be awesome.
When you're going
through
it, close and tight. Let's make it fun and memorable.
That was last week. As tension and anxiety filled as that was, I live for that. As a sports fan, I live for those
moments. What?
Absolutely.
With this team, I would love a 40 to 3 win. To be a filler. To watch those fans leave early and hit the exits, that would be sweet.
Well,
I don't think it's going to happen.
Nobody
That'd be sweet.
Nobody turns on their own team like Philly fans.
That's true.
That's the other thing.
That's a good point.
Yeah, if you want to know what we actually think out here of you, Philly fan, it's not about an intimidation sensation. It's not about you creating the greatest home environment in sports. It's how funny you are when you get down.
Yes.
You get knocked down and you don't get up again. We are going to keep you down. That's exactly what I bet you all have. You've heard Philly games where, week 1 of the season, they fall down by 14 points. They start chanting, let's go Sixers. Let's go Flyers, as if season's over. Let's move on to the next team. If the Niners can get 2-score lead first half, watch the demeanor of the whole thing change.
They'll be able to get a real up close and personal view. I'm excited for you guys getting ready to fly out tonight on a red eye, land in Philly, and represent the Niners, and I'm sure you'll be wearing your Niner gear around town on Saturday. You guys both have so much gear. Oh, yeah. Are you packing only Niner gear? Is there any garment that's not red and gold?
Adidas red sweatpants?
Yeah.
It counts. It counts.
I thought about we may have to abort mission to the Sixers game, so I was going to wear Warriors gear there with a Niner hat, but it may mostly be Niners gear this weekend.
I think it's, I've got a full suitcase filled of goodies from the archives.
Do you donate each item after you wear it? Because I feel like it is an unending supply of different items.
Not a lot of repeats from either one of these guys.
No, but here's what I do. I do give them out to people that don't have gear. So, like, for example, like my nieces, like I'll either buy them something specific for them, but like I have a collection of stuff that I'll pick up over the years, and some things I shed off. And what my theory is like if you give that to someone, now hopefully they become even more of a fan, right? Yeah. And I've watched all my nephews and nieces and people in my life when they get a piece of gear and then I see them wearing it later on. To me, that's like me bestowing my fandom onto them.
Absolutely.
And then taking the mantle from there. Does that make sense?
So you're the reason that 49er fans are traveling so much more now. It's you. You
I do
brought
the
them
same
on
thing
the
in
bus.
baseball with gloves. I give out a lot of gloves, right? And I'm like, take this glove. And if you have a glove that's been given to you from someone, like, I don't know, it just means something different.
Definitely. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, my last glove that I had given to me was from a friend who's no longer with us. And that glove, even though it's not a great glove, it's the only glove I have. And it's a glove that I cherish because it has a story. It's got some mileage. It's got some lineage.
Exactly.
And you do the same thing with the gear, which makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I love it. And it's fun. And I like sharing those experiences with people who have never, like my niece had never been to a playoff game.
Yeah, wow.
And I'm seeing her the other day and I'm like, did you have fun at the playoff? She's like, it was incredible.
Yeah.
It was the most incredible thing ever. She's 19.
It's different.
All my friends have no idea what I experienced. And she had some guy behind swearing the whole game. You know, all the language, all this. She's like, I get all these experiences.
And how old is she? Your niece?
She's 19.
Okay.
Never
so
been to a
enough
Cowboy Niner
some
game.
Cursing, yeah.
Yes, but like that's part of the experience. When in '89, I was a kid. I remember Jose Uribe and the Uribe chants. You remember specific things from your childhood,
which is wild because Cat hit 218 every year. I'm like, why are we? What are we chanting? I think we're just trying to get him to make contact over here. Anyway,
God rest his soul.
No, exactly,
no
exactly
doubt.
right. No, playoff games. I wish that for everybody because they're obviously different just in terms of energy. But my favorite thing, and this is in any sport, is going to a playoff game and your team wins. The walk. Leaving a playoff game when your team has essentially just told you we're moving on. We get to do this again. Or if it's a baseball series, like we're one step closer to closing this thing out. Or if it's the Warriors, we're one step closer. Leaving a playoff game, that is an energy I wish for everybody. That's so fun.
It was fun in Dallas. It wasn't so fun in L.A.
Yeah.
Oh, LA was so sad.
Oh, shoot.
It can be tough when you're on the losing end, absolutely. But it was fun on Sunday, leaving Levi's, up until we all got in our cars. But the walk from Levi's out to the lot, just everyone singing and dancing, and you got street meat, and you've got people like slinging bootleg liquor and, cans of Bud Light for $8, and people are buying cocktails, and it's a lot of fun when you're leaving, especially at home in a victory.
Better markup. The sunflower seed guy who sells you sunflower seeds before you go into a Giants game, or the after beer guy at a 49er tailgate?
Oh, it's the after beer guy.
You think he's got the better markup?
Absolutely, especially because people who, and I don't know when they cut off sales at the Cowboys and Niners because I wasn't imbibing. But this time I think they cut it off early.
Yeah, late,
because
like middle to late third quarter.
Right. Normally it's the end of the third quarter.
Yes.
So people who are thirsty, they had gone a long time without having anything to drink.
Sunflower guy or woman. Because there's a woman sometimes too.
With the water bottle,
bridge, left the dual bridge.
Yes,
with the waters and the candies. She's consistent. She's been out there
forever,
every game,
20 years.
forever. Give me the sunflower woman.
Bag.
Yeah, she got big bags,
the big bag.
small bags, and they're cheap. So give me sunflower girl. She's legit. By the time we get out the stadium, beer guy, I'm ready to go home and wind down.
Right?
Are you doing the Warrior game tonight?
Absolutely.
And then going straight to the airport?
Absolutely. I live 5 minutes away from the airport.
He can only miss so many games. I mean, he's already missed a handful because of the
8.
Niners games. Yeah, exactly.
It's about 8. I get paid by the game too, so you let
don't
those
miss
stack
games.
up.
Seriously. Like you got to work.
But look, it's a good distraction. Hopefully the Warriors win. I get home. I'm literally 5 minutes away from SFO, so it's perfect. Everything will be packed up. I'll switch out of the suit, get into some nice comfy clothes, and be ready to roll.
Deli Boy is coming to my house at 10:30. We're going to watch the end of his thing. The second he gets home, he's driving because my dad and brother work the airport forever. Going to drive us over and right on in.
Nice little TSA pre-check.
Yeah, we did TSA pre-check.
Get in, get out.
Yeah. We're ready to go.
Perfect. Like when I went up to Seattle, literally when I left the house, I was in the air in 35 minutes because it's just TSA pre-check.
Yeah, boom.
Didn't have a bag.
Right to the gate.
Went straight
Smart.
to the gate. Boom. And I don't care about getting on the plane first. Everybody rushes to get on the plane first. I want to get on last to make sure nobody's walking by me and bumping into me and stuff
I've experienced that with you before. Yeah, watched you come to the plane last.
That was
all
a rough
the way
one.
to the back.
The king is coming. We're rolling out the red
No,
carpet.
when they sent the king, they sent the king to the engine. Literally the last row of the plane.
He walked the whole red carpet
I was
that
hot.
day.
But you know what? They made it up because I got a nice little voucher.
Yep.
And some other money, and a refund. So
You guys flying United or
we're doing Delta?
Okay.
Delta on the way there, American on the way
They
back.
actually asked us what kind of food we want. I did not order the quiche. I ordered the cheese charcuterie plate.
I haven't done
Shout
that
out Jim
yet.
Cosmo.
Ordered a charcuterie plate for the plane?
That's actually a safe bet because it all comes pre-wrapped. It's all prepacked.
It's all exactly. It's
I'm
like
not saying it's
lunch.
not safe.
No.
I'm surprised that's even offered.
It's basically just a little snack plate. It's not like you're getting a full.
Shasky here, he's rolling in dough. He's flying first class.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yes.
I
heard you say you found some upgrade
I found
deals.
an upgrade, but
I heard
it's certainly
you.
not the first class Bonte's talking about.
It's not like the beds
No,
that
no,
lay
no,
out when
yeah.
you're flying to Europe or whatnot.
you guys
Get the
Hold the plane
pillows.
up for Bonte like he's an Egyptian king.
Well, this is
have
the
a good
one
time.
time where it pays to be, and you're probably like 5'10". I know you're a little
Yes.
taller than me. I'm 5'8", but these are the days where being 6'5" stinks. And
100%.
So, of all the times there's a disadvantage to being shorter, and I have been my whole life, when it comes to flights, I see all you big fellas come in, and I just sit back and laugh.
And that's why ever since Anna said, babe, I never want to fly coach again after the Europe trip. And I said, babe, I'm with you. I'm willing to splurge a little extra to be comfortable because the flights to Boston, they were
I don't
rough,
care what anyone
man.
says.
It can be tight, yeah.
It was him and Darrell Wright. I look over. We're on the late night flight going back to Boston. I look over. I'm like, the two of them.
There's so much leg going on.
Oh my! I felt so bad because I'm cramped.
Darrell goes about 6'5", 6'6",
No,
right?
Darrell goes about 6'9".
Oh, really?
Is he?
Yeah,
I think
he's-
6'7" plus. Oh, he's huge.
Damn.
And you're seeing what do you have? He had the door, the emergency door
Yeah,
seat.
yeah, the emergency.
But even then, I'm like,
God.
dude, imagine being his height and you're in this tiny little seat.
It's tough, yeah.
It is tough.
Tough. I feel for you. Not really. I mean, the other 99% of life, things pretty much go your way.
First world
You know,
problems.
Did you hear about what the Uber driver said that the night we were in Boston? These two guys were staying at the NBC hotel. I was staying at a different one. And so they get dropped off first. And the guy goes, so you're their agent?
And you're like, yeah.
Those are the
We're
NBA
nice.
players. And you're their
you know
agent.
what Shasky did?
And I go, no.
He immediately
The
pivoted.
other guy never played a sport in his life.
The hater rate was out in full force. He couldn't
Right
let that
away.
one get. He couldn't
Right
lie for
away.
the point.
Correct you.
Like, he was a former point guard. Like he was saying, oh, he never played. He does radio, and we
Man.
happened to be staying. It was probably the worst media hotel in finals history. It was a rough one.
Yeah, well.
I'm not going to call it out. I'm not going to call out. We don't call out restaurants
No,
or
no,
hotels
no.
or anything on the show.
Can't.
We're not going to do that.
And I won't call out the name of the hotel where tried to send us in New Orleans. Yeah, the Bedbug Hotel. But
boy.
sometimes you win, sometimes you lose when it comes to these
How was
hotels.
Miami's hotel, by the way, for Super Bowl
We
54?
stayed in like a boutique little hotel. It was kind of a small little off the beaten path.
Nice.
And it's funny because I wake up day 3 and I've got this like bad rash on my arm and I'm like, oh my God, bed bugs. It's bed bugs. And so I call downstairs. I'm like, can you at least come up and change my sheets? Blah, blah, blah. I start Googling it and this and that. Your boy got shingles. It wasn't bed
my
bugs.
God, that's
Oh
worse.
my gosh. Nah, whatever. It was I didn't have a major patch. It
Oh,
was
my
just right
goodness.
here. And you know, you realize when you get older, and Mark, you're coming up on 50, the countdown is on. T-minus 2 years.
That bus
plenty
is
of time.
straight over.
Yeah,
He just
seriously.
had a birthday.
Age shaming.
He just
Wow.
turned 48. I'm trying to tell him.
I ain't been through enough this week.
Wait,
Oh,
how-
Lord.
Yeah, you're
You're
fine.
48
Put some
God.
dirt on it. I was 48 back in 1948. But when you get to be 50, these things like shingles and stuff, they start to pop. It's like, damn, hashtag old
So
guy,
I,
you know?
I assume you,
Old
guy
you
stuff.
then called the hotel front desk back and said, I apologize.
I absolutely did.
Yeah, good, good.
And I didn't like go down there in typical Dibley fashion and demand this and demand. I just said, hey, could you do me a favor and can I maybe get my sheets washed? Because I think there's something funky going on.
Yeah, that's the right way to do it. Did you guys listen to the crossover with us and the other guys or whatever the...
A little bit of it. I didn't get all of it,
Okay.
but yes, yes.
Okay, and
John
I know
Ritchie
part
and-
of it's
yeah.
shtick. I get it, but like...
Did you guys win?
We haven't lost.
Bonte says
We
undefeated.
never lost. We never lost. Let the folks say it.
They call us LeVar Ball. So they made it, and like they say it so flippantly. What Nick Sirianni is doing right now will be copycatted all around the league for the next 20 years. Like we do this. I
reminiscent
know
of
we
Bill
do this.
Walsh.
We do this in
That's what
every
he said.
sport.
Reminiscent of Bill Walsh.
Reminiscent. Like
What is it he's doing? Could they describe it?
Well, it's saying the run-pass option and all of the different attacking edges.
We've seen it for 10 years in the league.
Yeah, who's not doing that?
Right.
I mean, like, you have Jalen Hurts. The only
And
thing
he's good.
The
And I'm
only
not
thing,
dismissing
right.
that.
The only thing DeCamera said that resonated, because actually, here's how I know you guys won. They spent the first 8 minutes just interviewing you.
Yeah.
They didn't even have a take. They finally got to a take, and DeCamera said, I believe that at 3:30 our time, we're going to be, the conversation will be Jalen Hurts was the difference.
The better, yeah.
That's possible.
Okay.
That's possible.
Yeah, I heard that a lot.
Right. But,
last month.
Yeah, but
right?
Like there are a lot of holes in that because that is a very simplistic theory. It's a very he is excellent, and he presents some of the things that have given the 49ers struggles in the past.
For sure.
The Niners aren't dumb. They know that. So they'll have a plan. We'll see if the plan works. Is he the most important player on the field Sunday? You could certainly make that case. But to say, like, I just think, and you know, we had Joy on yesterday. This was kind of birthed the same conversation. Well, my point is it's too simplistic to be like, well, they've got a good quarterback, so they win.
Well, Mark, I've asked this question all week. I've asked this question all week. In all of Shanahan's playoff games, you can make the argument he had the inferior quarterback in all those playoff games. You can make that argument.
You can make the argument. I think we undersell Brock Purdy just because
No, it's not
of
Brock Purdy.
You know what I mean?
But the Jimmy stuff. You think of Jimmy
Sure.
last year, Dak, you would probably take Dak
Aaron
over Jimmy
Rodgers.
last year.
Like,
Aaron
that's not-
Rodgers, Matt Stafford. But what I'm saying is everybody makes it about the quarterback and how he's going to be the difference. You're not playing like Jalen Hurts and Brock are not playing against each other. You don't need Brock to beat Jalen Hurts.
Absolutely.
You just need your defense to be solid. You run the football, and it doesn't matter that Jalen is the quote-unquote better quarterback. It hasn't mattered in Shanahan's playoff career.
Look,
Think about it, 2019.
And it hasn't mattered for the majority of these games that Brock Purdy started.
Jimmy
Brock
threw the
Purdy
ball.
hasn't had to be the best player on the field for them to win all these games in a row.
He beat a $45 million quarterback 5 days ago.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. He beat Tom Brady. He beat Tom Brady in his first ever start.
But even 2019, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right.
You
And
go
again,
up
we're
against
getting
Aaron
back
Rodgers,
to
threw the ball 8 times.
him beating the other guy. He didn't beat Tom Brady. The Niner defense took Tom Brady's soul.
And that's the point.
And
His quarterback team beat the other quarterback team.
Right.
So that's all I'm saying. It doesn't mean that won't be the case, but it's a simplistic thought to me to just be like, we've got Jalen Hurts, so we win. Like, they are spending every waking hour coming up with so many complex scenarios and plans. I mean, you could fire right back and be like, look, what's the 49ers offense favorite area of the field?
Middle of the field.
Middle of the field, and how far down from the line of scrimmage?
4 yards.
Right, from 4 to 15 yards. That's where Kittle and Debo and Ayuk live,
The majority of their work is done there.
What's the weakness of the Eagles' defense?
Right there in the middle of the Yes, I agree.
So, like, I believe that's what we're going to be talking about at 3:30.
Yeah,
that's what I think.
I think it's going to be a really close one. And I look at the Niners defense. They've somehow, some way found a way to generate turnovers. And there's like, if they win the turnover battle, they will win the game. But they're 15-0 when they do that. Like, it's very simple to me. Like, they have to find a way to create turnovers in this game.
That's usually the number one indicator in results. I do go back to the 82 NFC Championship game where the Niners were -3. They turned it over 6 times. Dallas turned it over 3 times. So, and I know that's a different era, but the turnover thing doesn't always indicate. But the Niners, when they don't turn it over twice, they don't lose. And when they win the turnover battle, they're undefeated. So all those things are as true can be.
What do you guys got coming up here? What special guest?
We got all kinds of stuff. First of all, I always say on a day like today, we want the first guest to be everybody who's listening. But Ike Reese is going to come on, Philadelphia legend.
Nice.
Yeah, big voice out there. And other than that, it's just getting ready.
Let's
just getting ready.
888-957-9570. Pound those phone lines.
Let's start off with this question because I don't think that the two people talking to you two right now see this the same way.
No.
But who's under more pressure on Sunday?
I think it's the Eagles.
It's the Eagles.
It's the Eagles and specifically
I believe
Sirianni
Shanahan's
and-
playing with house money this
Yeah.
year. Brock Purdy's the 7th round pick who was the last pick of the draft. You've won 12 straight. Philly, because they've been, quote unquote, the best team all year.
And they have
With
the
bye
MVP
week.
candidate quarterback, and they've got the home game.
And they've had 70
All that
sacks
stuff,
this
yeah.
defense. They got the better lines, the better secondary, the better wide receivers.
At home.
I'll tell you why I see it a little bit different than that.
And that's coming up
Okay.
on Willard and Dibs. That's a tease right there,
That's
people.
a tease, folks.
Okay?
Have a good weekend,
Townie would
everybody.
be proud.
The roast will be live from Philly on Monday.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs.
All right, buddy. We made it. We're
Man,
here.
You made it.
We're here.
I've
That's
been
right.
here. You've been up and down and all around.
Buddy.
I'm proud of you, Mark. I'm proud of you. Life is unrelenting. And
it's beautiful, though.
You've been fighting it. Life
It's
is beautiful. Life is wonderful.
Like the 49ers are in the NFC Championship game again this weekend. Again, 3 and 4 years. And that's actually why I will start my answer about why I actually think the 49ers are under a little bit more pressure than the Eagles. I catch all what you're saying. I really do.
Yeah.
The Eagles are the favorite.
And
They're
Joe
the
and
favorite.
Bonte pretty much laid out exactly what I was thinking. So go ahead and give me your counterpoint.
Well, I just think that that's all the sort of obvious stuff that's in the moment.
Oh, so I'm obvious now.
Right. Well, no, I just think that you guys are
Gonna start
right.
like that.
You guys.
I mean, okay.
That's right. You're such a simpleton. No,
Totally.
it's the point is you guys are right if you just look at this thing right now in this year's fishbowl. They're the favorite. They're the home team. They've been the 1 seed from the outset. They were the last team to lose a game this year in the NFL, and Jalen Hurts was an MVP candidate until he got hurt. So we can say all of that. However, I also think the Eagles, this group, Sirianni, Jalen Hurts, they're new to the party. This is new for them. I know they made the playoffs last year, but they're a one and done road team, first round out. They are new to the party in terms of contending to win a Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers are not even close. In fact, as we just said, 3rd NFC title game in 4 years. And for me, that says everything that you need to know. That means that if you lose this one, you start to move toward the reputation of, you're Marv Levy and the Bills, Phil Mickelson for years. You can dance, but you can't be the last dance. And that's a reputation that I do think hangs over this a little bit. And I dispute the idea that, the Niners are playing with house money because they got a 7th-round quarterback. Because they've already announced he's not a 7th-round quarterback anymore. He's their starting quarterback.
Yeah,
this is their
that.
guy.
Sure.
So if this is your guy going forward, well, then now this is your guy. So let's forget when he was drafted. You actually show up at this party at the fullest of strengths that you've had all year. Because you now have the guy that you actually are going to go forward with.
Yes, but you are the road team, and Philadelphia was better than you in the regular season. Philadelphia was the best team in the regular season. And if the 49ers lose, Kyle Shanahan is under no real pressure, and the scrutiny will be the same scrutiny he's faced before. Pressure in terms of...
You don't think so?
No, in terms of, Kyle, you're on the hot seat.
No hot seat. Neither of these guys. No one's on the hot seat if they lose this weekend.
Right.
Right?
He's taken a 3rd-string quarterback, and you've gotten to the NFC Championship game. So you can put aside the fact that he was Mr. Irrelevant, last player taken, 7th round. If you want to put that aside, put it aside. He's a rookie, and no rookie has won the conference championship and gone to the Super Bowl. So that's something that would be absolutely groundbreaking. And because of that, Kyle Shanahan, if he loses, can say, well, this has never happened before. We did what we could. He's a rookie. He only played 7 games in the regular year. He was drafted in the 7th round and all the rest of it. Those are facts. Whether or not he's their guy going forward, he's still a rookie, and Jalen Hurts is not a rookie. Jalen Hurts had a better year than Brock Purdy did. Jalen Hurts is an MVP finalist. Philadelphia is the home team. They're the team that had the bye, the only bye in the NFC. So they're well rested. They've got a more talented roster, and they're playing at home in front of a fan base that's only celebrated 4 championship parades in 43 years. And because of all those things, the city angle as well, that to me puts Philadelphia under a lot more pressure.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I guess if we're talking about pressure as if any coach this weekend, go ahead and throw Taylor and Andy Reid in there too.
None of them.
everybody's going to get an attaboy on the way out the door, whether this ends this weekend for them or in 2 weeks, or if you're the last one standing with confetti. No matter what, nobody's going to look at any of these four and say anything other than, dude, great job. Like, so that's not the pressure I'm talking about.
Right.
I'm talking about where an organization and a fan base is left if you lose this game. And Philadelphia just arrived as a contender. There's no hits. The last time they were a contender, they won the whole thing. Different QB, different coach, just a few years ago. The 49ers have not won a Super Bowl in almost 30 years. They've been twice. They were both near misses and lost. Add in last year's NFC Championship game. Now, if you were to throw in this year's NFC Championship game, you're building a frustration level of near misses that, to me, would be way worse than what Philly would experience if you lose this game and you're like, okay, I mean, Jalen Hurts has arrived as an elite quarterback. We've got our new coach in Nick Sirianni, and we are set up to really be a problem in the NFC East for the next few years. Anybody's going to be disappointed, but the 49ers are the team that if they lose, a reputation starts to get built.
See, I disagree with that, and I think and maybe I'm just the guy who always looks at things on the positive side, and you're just a negative Nelly, because if I look at it in terms of the Niners and the pressure, well, you're going to be here again next year. You're going to be a playoff team again next year. You are built to last, this 49er team. I don't know if you could say that about Philadelphia.
Really?
In terms of their roster and the amount of free agents they have, the amount of high-priced talent they have on the defensive line, and I haven't looked at all of their cap numbers in terms of their roster retention ability, but you're the Niners, and you're here all the time. So, yes, you don't want to get labeled as Buffalo Bills West, as a team that gets close and can't get over the finish line. That's going to be disappointing, but in terms of the pressure they're under, Philadelphia doesn't get to a lot of these, and therefore, being at home, coming off the bye with an MVP almost quarterback, this is your time. This is your moment to get it done. And if you lose at home, and you've been very dismissive of the Philadelphia fan base, and I won't be a part of that conversation.
I don't think they have anything to do with the game.
No, they have to do with the pressure. They have to do with They have to do with how much pressure a team is under.
Okay, yeah, the way a fan base is going to react. But
I mean, that's where most of this pressure comes from.
Here's what's interesting about the Jalen Hurts, Brock Purdy discussion, and this is kind of what I was trying to get at yesterday. It's not about who's better. We know Jalen Hurts has been doing this longer and was an MVP candidate this year and all of those things. But it seems like we've therefore turned Jalen Hurts into like this big bad mofo who, and Brock Purdy's like, I'm just over here in the 7th round. Brock's only making $800,000 this year. Guess what Jalen Hurts is making? $1 million.
Yeah.
He's an out of nowhere surprise NFL quarterback also, who's also starting his 3rd playoff game. So I don't think by any stretch Jalen Hurts has this hung around his neck where it's like, dude, this is embarrassing if you lose this game. There's no embarrassment this weekend. This is a 2-point spread, 2.5-point spread. It's the 2 best teams. There's nothing embarrassing. It's simply a matter of what have you been through over the last 5 to 7 years? Well, the Eagles have been once, and they danced, and they won the whole thing. The 49ers are now in their 3rd trip to the Final Four. And if it ends there, I just think you damn well better believe people are going to start saying, gosh, you can't get over the hump. And the Brock Purdy story, the 7th round thing, that's for the movie after the year. But he's the starter now.
Right.
And he's the starter next year. So I don't think we can use that anymore. If we do, he's just a set. Well, then the Eagles get to use it too. Well, Jalen Hurts is just
he's a 2nd round pick, and he's played 3 years, and he's making 4.2, by the way, according to the SPO track that I was looking at.
That's 2023. That's the 2023 season.
And that's when,
next year.
And they could rework his deal right after this year as a 2nd round pick. After 3 years, they can give him an extension, and they can go ahead and
they can definitely talk extension at some point in here.
At the end of the 3rd year, yeah. So Jalen Hurts, more highly touted, more highly drafted than Brock Purdy. And I think in terms of how you look at this, if a team loses, you look at what Jalen Hurts did throughout the year, what Philadelphia did throughout the year. Jalen Hurts only lost 1 game as a quarterback, and Philadelphia was far and away the best team, not only in the NFC, but in the NFL. And for you to have a bye, have a home game. You crush the Giants, and now you have the Niners come in. And I know it's only a 2.5 point spread, depending on where you shop for it. So it's not like this is going to be a double-digit blown deficit that Philadelphia would be losing. It's going to be a tight game. It's narrow either way, but to me, being the home team, the top seed with a near MVP, you're under a lot more pressure to win.
I just think what we're talking about here with that sort of concept is what you're telling me is that the Eagles have a great opportunity. The 49ers have a great opportunity. They have a great opportunity.
Right.
But the frustration of the fan base, to me, is way worse here if that opportunity is missed. Jalen Hurts, brand new to this party as well. Yeah, second rounder, 53rd overall.
Sure.
You get quarterbacking. If you're expected to do something in this league, you're not available at the 53rd pick as a quarterback. So, no, he's not a seventh rounder, and he was a bigger name, and he was involved in Oklahoma and Alabama and all of that. But when they drafted him, this is not what they thought was going to happen. They did not think 3 years from now Jalen Hurts is going to be our starter and an MVP candidate. That was not their projection. If it was, they picked him in the top 10. So,
they picked him thinking that he was a player that they thought could be a good player. Nobody ever looks at a player and says, oh, so you take Trey Lance number 3 overall and you think in 3 years he's going to be an MVP candidate and he's going to lead us to the Super Bowl. Well, you hope he will do that, and you hope that of Brock Purdy when you take him in Mr. Irrelevant spot in the end of the 7th round. You didn't take him thinking, oh, this guy's a bum. You took him thinking, hey, we see something. We hope that maybe someday he can be something. And the Niners didn't think that Brock Purdy would be this soon. No way.
Yeah, I just feel like, to me, it's a can't-lose game. And I don't mean that from the obvious sense, like it's a playoff game. To me, this is more of a can't-lose game for the 49ers than it is for the Eagles. We'll hear from you next. 888-957-9570. Twitch, YouTube, good morning. Xfinity Mobile text line, ready for you. Road to Glendale, brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. We'll get to your phone calls next, and Ike Reese joins us in a half hour on Willard and Dibs.
The Road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Rian Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift. Always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming now only on Peacock.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go to the phones here in just a second. Ike Reese in a little bit. It's Willard and Dibs on a football Friday, okay? And the biggest of football Fridays. NFC Championship, third time, 4 years. We got former Eagles linebacker. He's a host at WIP in Philly, Ike Reese. Coming up at 10 o'clock, and all guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink and easy to enjoy. You know what else has gotten a whole lot of run this week? I wonder what you think. If the Niners win this one on Sunday, is it the biggest road win in the history of the franchise? I did the little dive in, and what is it, 7? I think they've won 7 road playoff games in the history of the organization.
Man.
They don't come around very often, right? Like
2 of them last year.
Correct.
Dallas and Green Bay.
Yes, absolutely. So I might have that number wrong, but it's 7 or 8. It's something like that. It's not a lot. The only game that would even rival this one would be when Kaepernick rallied back from, I think, 17 down to beat the Atlanta Falcons in the NFC Championship in Atlanta and send the 49ers to the Super Bowl. The only thing about that one, though, that separates this one is, I mean, the 49ers were, they fell down by a lot. They were favored. They're supposed to win that football game. They're the better team. Atlanta's record, they kind of had a Vikings feel to them that year. Like they had a great record, but it didn't feel like they were actually the better team. And then that showed on the field. So this one's different. I mean, I think the answer is yes. I think the answer is yes, which I know probably goes to your point about the pressure being on Philly. I just see this as the 49ers have been like, gosh, you didn't just go to 2 or 3 now NFC championships in 4 years. You had a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter against the Chiefs. You had a double-digit lead in the second half against the Los Angeles Rams, and you're still sitting here. And so if you lose another one, it becomes a reputation.
Definitely. And I'm not saying that there isn't pressure on the 49ers because of what you're saying and the way you lay it out there. The fact that you look at the playoffs and they've been to the NFC Championship game now 3 of 4 years, and you go back and you beat Green Bay at home, then you lost the Super Bowl. Last year you fall to the Rams in a game that was very winnable, kind of hanging in the balance. One play this way, a dropped INT by the Niners, which would have turned the game. Next thing you know, you lose it. There is definitely pressure on Kyle Shanahan, but the way I look at it is they've built up so much of a pattern of excellence now. 2020, Conference Championship, Super Bowl. 2021, Conference Championship. 2022, they're there every year, 3 of the last 4. So it feels like, yes, if they lose to Philadelphia, that's not a good thing. And maybe next year you fight harder to get that game at home, because when you're home as a 49er organization, you win playoff games. But for me, I look at Philadelphia and put aside the Super Bowl 5 years ago, because that was a little bit of a fluke, a little flash in the pan. And
totally different group,
different coach, totally different group. So for this group to be this good this year and come up empty at home, that to me is a lot more pressurized than the Niners. And you mentioned it, 7 road wins. And I just was looking through to confirm it. 2 of those came in 2021. 2 of those came in 2013. Before that, they only had 3 road playoff victories in their history.
They don't come around often, man. I mean, obviously.
And the Bill Walsh era, they had a lot of home games. They didn't have to go on the road a lot, if you look back. But, I mean, the game over Atlanta, 2012, is the one you're talking about. That might be the one.
So I don't think I think, and I'm tuning this totally from memory, and so I apologize if I'm wrong, like from before I'm born.
Right.
But I think the only time, like the Bill Walsh era, they won a Super Bowl but had to go on the road in the playoffs, I'm picturing a 28-3 win at Soldier Field over
absolutely.
the Bears. What year was that?
1988.
Okay.
They beat the Vikings 34-9 at home. You go to Chicago and you dismantle the Bears 28-3. And the Bears 13-5, Niners are 12-6, all told coming in. That game, I don't have the spread in front of me, but probably kind of like this one, where it was a little bit of a pick 'em, because the Bears were still nasty now, a little bit removed from their Super Bowl, but they had a good year. Jerry Rice catches a 61-yarder from Joe in the first quarter, and then a 27-yarder. The Niners boat raced the Bears.
That was the NFC title game?
Yeah, that was the...
Or was that a divisional?
That was the divisional game, I think. Let me go back to this page. No, that was the conference championship.
Conference championship, yeah.
And I just looked, and the spread was Niners -2.
Okay, so both of the times they've done it before in a conference championship, they were favored. So, yeah, this would be something new.
2-point favorites, yeah, absolutely. Over-under of 35 in that game, and it went under. 28-3.
Thanks, Bears.
Yeah, well, the Bears still suck. The Bears still suck.
And they were who we thought they were.
Yeah, and they didn't let them off the hook that time. Then they would go on to beat Cincinnati in the Super Bowl. So maybe this becomes a little kismet where Niners go on the road, NFC Conference Championship game, and win, and face Cincinnati in the Super Bowl.
I would love if it is the 49ers and the Bengals. That would just have all the feels, all the history.
Yeah.
Of course, they've beaten them twice in Super Bowls in the past.
Just one quick, brief mini aside. How about the spread in that Kansas City-Cincinnati game? It's now Kansas City -1. That thing has gone back and forth like a table tennis match at the Olympics. This thing has gone, you can't pin this thing down.
No, I actually think in the book I'm looking at now just moved it to 1.5.
Book.
So the Chiefs are up to 1.5, which I think is just a response to Patrick Mahomes practicing. I don't know what kind of cockamamie high ankle sprain this is that Patrick Mahomes has, but that's not a high ankle sprain.
Well, we talked to Dr. Brian Feely.
What did he say?
Well, it was one doctor to another. I, of course, am a radio doctor.
You said it at Holiday Inn Express.
There's a real doctor, and then there's a make-believe doctor, but high ankle sprain is an umbrella term that we use, and you don't really know the severity of the high ankle sprain. and it could just be a minor spraining of that ligament with further damage down the foot. The one thing he said that was really interesting when it comes to injecting it, because that area is so long, it's about 8 centimeters, as I show the YouTube audience what 8 centimeters looks like.
Yeah, approximately.
Trying to keep it clean, give or take. Believe me, I know. Yeah. But it's hard to inject in that spot because it's such a big area to inject.
Yeah, I mean, every single football player I've ever talked to with a high ankle sprain, they're like, like maybe he's got high ankle agitation. I don't know. You're right. I'm not a doctor, and I don't play one on the radio.
Right.
But you don't come out and practice in full on Wednesday when you suffer a high ankle sprain on Saturday. That's not the nature of a high ankle sprain.
Right.
We watched how many games did Trent Williams miss? He missed 3?
Or more, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. 888-957-9570. Hey, Jonathan in San Francisco. Jonathan, lead us off. What are you doing?
Just enjoying this anticipation sensation.
That's a buck.
Not a bad.
I can't wait, bro. And the more I hear from Philly people, and the more confident I get, because man, they're just delusional. They went from having a lot of confidence to being stupid arrogant. I mean, after beating the overmatched Giants, the coach was calling his quarterback Michael Jordan. And I heard today with the morning roast, one of the Philly talking heads calling Sirianni the next Bill Walsh. I mean, what the hell's going on in Philly, man? What kind of smoke are they smoking over there?
Well,
you know what? I don't care if they got the better system or a better quarterback, because we got Brock Purdy. And you know who Brock Purdy is? He's a box checker. And you know what's in front of him? Another box. So before I go, I got a message to all Eagles fans. We will rock you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
We were both waiting for another Brock you.
No, that's fine. He brought it home. And what they're actually smoking is Philly blunts, Jonathan, obviously.
Well,
in case you're wondering what they're smoking.
They're drinking Kool-Aid, and so are we. Honestly, I think it's funny. It's funny.
Oh, yeah.
Believe you me, I've said a lot about the Philly fan base. They are not as intimidating as they think, and I don't know why they hate themselves so much. But it's a good group of fans, and I would be much more offended if they were like, yeah, we're going to get our butts kicked this weekend. Like, who? Come on, we're in the Final Four.
Yeah.
Don't take offense.
That's Jason Kidd talk right there.
Exactly, and how'd that work out?
They got their butts kicked.
Exactly.
They lost in 5. I took the fulfill to a game, and we had a great time.
Yeah, I went to one of those, too.
First time I ever had chicken wings, actually.
First time ever?
Well, because I was a vegetarian for 30 years.
Right.
And back when I ate meat in the 80s, there was no such thing as chicken wings. You ate chicken. I mean...
Right, there was chicken.
But it wasn't like chicken wings. Like, wings weren't a thing.
There had to be... It may not have been the thing that it is now, but they had to exist.
They might have existed, but it wasn't like you just ordered wings.
You got to Google it.
There was no... Like, when did Buffalo Wild Wings start to exist? When did that happen? When was it...
Boy, that's a great question. I would say probably 1991.
You know, I feel like what you just said about wings is kind of what we do about fantasy football. Well, yeah, fantasy football didn't exist back in the days of Steve Young and Joe Montana. Oh, hell yeah, it did.
Yeah, 1982, Kyle says, for Buffalo Wild Wings.
Okay, there you go.
Wings weren't really the thing that they are now, is kind of what I'm saying.
For sure,
Back in my day, if you wanted to order chicken, they actually gave you a live chicken.
Right.
Then they give you a live chicken and a knife.
Better take care of y'all's chicken.
Exactly.
I'm going to tell you that right now. And so what'd you think, by the way?
They're delicious.
Okay.
Not a big fan of high
maintenance. They're a little high maintenance.
Just messy.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of the messy meal.
You don't like messy?
Nah, shout out Lionel Messi.
More of a Ronaldo guy.
I don't like Ronaldo either, but I love Lionel Messi, but I don't like messy eating.
Well, especially at a game. Like, that's the other thing. I'll do, like, Buffalo Wild Wings, whatever. Let's go do, like, I would like a table if I'm going to have wings. Yeah. That's my rule. I'm not putting it on my lap in the 200 section at Chase Center and trying to eat wings.
Oh, you actually were in the lower bowl. We got set up with a couple of nice pair.
Whoop.
Thank you.
Steve in San Francisco next up on Willard and Dips. What are you doing, Steve?
I'm hanging out here by the mechanic waiting for my son. Hey, you guys kind of stole my thunder a little bit with the road playoff. I was going to mention that Bears game. And they beat the Vikings just before that in the divisional. But if you remember, the year before, the Vikings killed the 49ers in the divisional.
Yep.
So I think they even had a quarterback change at the end. So they were struggling in the beginning of that year, the following year, and to end up on the road and beat the Bears in the cold, it was crazy. It's crazy here in the Mission, man. We went berserk when that game ended. So, that was a good memory. Hey, I got another memory for you real quick before I let you jump. I was down here at Jackson Playground, and I was looking at the second base area. I know you guys know where Jackson Playground is for Church Hill.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I was looking at the second base area, and I said, man, I played my first game there 54 years ago.
Damn, Steve. You've been around for a minute, haven't you?
Oh, I've been around for more than a minute, man. I got some wisdom for you guys, but we don't have much time. You guys have a great day. Thanks for taking my call.
Steve, thanks very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Take care of that Babe Ruth autograph that you've got in your bedroom, all right?
Man, seriously. That's legit, though. And I have some of those feels when I go back to Fairfax, my hometown, where it's like, oh, my God, I played Little League here in 1975. And then you start to do the math. It's like, oh, no, it can't be.
Yeah.
It just can't be.
It might be. It is.
It is.
Do you believe in miracles? Yes.
By the way, yes, thank you for that, Spadone. Niners, as an organization, lost 10 of their first 12 road playoff games. And then since, they've won 5 of 7.
Oh, wow.
Yes. So
that's pretty interesting.
No, they've been hot with the win over Atlanta. They went 2-1 in 2013 before losing to Seattle in the conference championship, and then 2-1 last year.
That's the thing. I mean, Kyle Shanahan has actually had really, really good playoff success. He just hasn't won the last game. And I know that that's always what everybody cares about. We do way too much of this in sports where it's like either you've got a championship or you stink. It's one or the other. Like Andy Reid is coaching this weekend. And we did this to him for years. The city we're visiting this weekend did this to Andy Reid. Like Kyle Shanahan, in many ways, I think is a phenomenal comp. His career, to me, I think in the end is going to look a lot like Andy Reid's. And I don't know if it's this year that he finally gets his Super Bowl. I don't know where this is all heading, but he's too good of a coach to not end up getting there the same way Andy Reid was. And Philadelphia ran him out of town and Donovan McNabb because they were perennial second and third place finishers.
Yeah.
And sometimes that gets undersold a little bit. You got to win a bunch of playoff games to get to the conference championship game. Did it last year, all on the road. Did it this year, all at home to this point.
And you got to be a good coach to get your team in the playoffs that often. I mean, forget playoff success, because we've talked about this, Mark. Only one team, I know it's Captain Obvious radio, but only one team wins the Super Bowl every year. If Andy Reid wins on Sunday, he becomes the second winningest coach in postseason history.
Damn.
Right now it's Belichick 1. Landry and Reid are tied in second with 20 playoff wins. He won 10 with the Eagles. He's won 10 with the Chiefs.
And what would we say about him
if
they hadn't rallied against the Niners in the final 7 minutes? What would we be saying right now about Andy Reid's career?
Marv Levy. Andy Levy.
Can't win the big one.
Marv Reid.
You kind of stink. We should probably move on. I know that you took the Eagles to the playoffs every year. I know that you took the Chiefs to the playoffs every year. And there would be people making fair points like this is actually more about Patrick Mahomes than it is about Andy Reid, although I'm pretty sure Andy Reid's the one who calls ring around the rosy when they do that on the field. I mean, he is one of the best play callers in the game. Now, he's got the best toys, so that's a big part of it too, but all because of one 7-minute rally.
Right. One third down conversion.
We've decided that Andy Reid is one of the greatest coaches in the game, and if he didn't have that, sports media would be making fun of him.
Right. It's just...
And that's why I worry about this weekend for Shanahan, right? Like, he's moving down that road if he loses this game.
Well, he still is a long way from getting down that road too far. He's 30th right now in playoff wins all time. He's 6-2 in the playoffs. And granted, those two are a pretty big two. And if he goes to 6-3 in the playoffs, then you're going to look at, well, of the 3, 1 was in the Super Bowl and 2 were in the conference championship games. That's not good, but still, he's a guy with a lot of playoff wins relative to a lot of other coaches. Andy Reid, by the way, the only one in history to have 10 playoff wins at 2 different places.
Yeah.
So,
fantastic.
But what you said is true. Like, what do we say about Andy Reid if he was unable to get that done? It's like Marv Levy is the winningest playoff coach to not have a Super Bowl He's got 11 playoff wins, 11-8. Great career, but we don't think of him as a Hall of Fame coach because his kicker missed a kick and they got crushed in a couple games and they went 0-4 in the Super Bowl.
Yep, we do it too much, where in the end, what we don't realize what we're doing is that we're taking great careers, or at least long ones, and we're boiling them down to one game. And sometimes one half, sometimes one quarter, and sometimes one drive. And we're deciding, well, and not good enough for me, even though some of these people show that they can be there almost every year. I mean, it's really the same conversation we've had for 5 years about Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, I know he didn't win the big one, and they did move on. And I agree that they should have moved on. But those of you who go so far as to be like, Jimmy stinks, it's like every time he's healthy, and sometimes even when he's only partially healthy, guy ends up in the NFC title game the last few years, and somehow we can't use the context, we can't take the time to describe something between great and awful. Like, there's so much in between. Literally most of the world lives right in between those two words.
99%.
Yeah.
And again, as we look at Super Bowl winning coaches, there's so few. I think Steiny and Goo did the math. It's like less than 5% of coaches who've ever coached have actually won the Super Bowl. And so we think of them as great. And if you don't get it done, like you say, you're terrible, you're a choker, you can't manage the clock, whatever. What Kyle Shanahan did this year, and I don't know if he's going to win Coach of the Year, he'll probably finish in second, which might be fitting if the team finishes in second in the NFC or second in the NFL. But he had an unbelievable year in terms of what he did as a coach.
Let's go to Doug in Kansas. Next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Doug, what are you doing?
Man, I'm driving a big truck at work, listening to y'all on Odyssey Radio. I wanted to chime in on my Niners.
Let's go, Doug.
Well, you know.
I love a Niner fan with a Southern accent.
Man, we're out here at the 316 representing the red and gold because it's bang, bang, Niner gang all day, every day.
Look at you,
all right,
Doug.
That's number one. Number two, our defense is going to put the hurts on Jalen, okay? Purdy's going to block the house. And you know what they're going to be crying about up there in Philly? It ain't fly, Eagle, fly. It's cry, Eagle, cry.
All right,
and
Doug.
The biggest playoff win on the road for the Niners was in '88 when they went up in Chicago. Montana said, yeah, bring on that defense. You got to leave somebody open. And who torched them? Jerry, baby. That's all I got. Red and gold till we're dead and cold, fellas.
I love it. A lot of material there.
I want to know.
Can we rack that guy?
We can totally. I want to know the whole story, how that came together. Like, did he scribble that on a piece of paper 10 minutes ago? Did he stay up all night thinking of all those?
I think he's rehearsed a lot of them. And red and gold till we're dead and cold. I've heard that before.
It's pretty good.
But yeah, it's great.
Cry, Eagles, cry.
I'm seeing a lot of that on the YouTube. A lot of cry, Eagles, cry.
I'm into it. That's good.
And some working a little bit darker with die, Eagles, die. I'm not sure if, I know you don't want to go to those lengths.
Fair or foul, my nephew, 16, Abe turned 16 yesterday. And it's a card in the, right? Give it up for Abe. So we get a gift in the mail from my sister and family, which includes my nephew, who's like his best friend. They're like best friends.
Yeah.
He's a diehard Rams fan, though. And they text each other all the time.
And he's also like 16, right?
Yes,
same age.
yes, 4 months older. And so my sister writes out the whole card and a beautiful birthday wish. And then Blake is his name. Yeah, Abe, happy birthday. Fly, Eagles, fly. Put it in his birthday card. Fair or foul?
It's out of bounds. It's foul ball, Mark.
Not an Eagles fan.
It's foul ball.
Just an angry Rams fan. That's all he is.
And I understand that for any other occasion, if you want to just send a card and say, hey, Abe, it's your cousin, fly, Eagles, fly, that's fine with me. But on a birthday, that crosses the line.
Yeah.
Your nephew needs to be put down, and it needs to be put down hard.
I tell you what, we're going to, that's fewer Christmas gifts for him next year. I can tell you that right now. And by the way, on the YouTube feed, want to shout out Ernie Chavez, who loved Doug's call so much, he just dropped $5 to simply say, that's a 5.
Thank you.
For Doug.
And that's a 5 for you, Ernie.
Yeah, that is a 5 for you.
Ernie, one of the great listeners, he would always chime in on the Liquidate All Assets podcast. Ernie wouldn't miss an episode. Ernie, he's a real one, Mark.
No doubt about it.
Is
Kyle.
$5 our biggest donation ever?
I think it is. And
Shout out to
therefore,
Ernie.
donation sensation. There it is from Ernie. And now it's $6 as it turns out. So, all right, we'll get more of your calls next day right where you are. Ike Reese, former linebacker for the Eagles and a WIP host in Philly, joins us next. Football Friday is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. And don't forget, Warriors back in action tonight against the Raptors at Chase Center. Tune in to Warriors Live, 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Ike Reese next on Willard and Dibs.
It's a Football Friday on 95.7 The Game.
This one is juggle pick. There goes Haflanga.
Brought to you by John Vise Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vise Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vise Bay Area Houses.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish door dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
The NFL playoffs live on Odyssey. And Westwood One brings you the AFC and NFC championship games, streaming live for free this Sunday on the Odyssey app. The 49ers visit the Eagles.
Touchdown! Jalen Hurts! Give it to McCaffrey up the middle into the end zone.
And then it's a rematch between the Bengals and the Chiefs.
Wide open! Jamar Chase takes it in! Touchdown Chiefs!
Catch all the action from Westwood One. Your playoffs, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774-518.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Steph, coming to see you tonight. Warriors Raptors, Chase Center. And as Bonte called it, maybe a good distraction heading into a big weekend, kind of like what you're doing with your face right now.
What's wrong?
Diddley.
What's wrong with that, Mark?
Nothing's wrong. I love it. I couldn't love it more. I think you probably should do every show for the rest of your life. Exactly like you're doing it right now. If you're not on YouTube, get there because this needs a name. This is like a new persona for you. What do you?
A little bit of my
like
my
Double
Ray
D.
Charles, my Stevie Wonder.
Call you Double D or something like that.
I should save this for Steiny because I mean there are a lot of things that bother Matt Steinmetz, but I would say on Mount really annoys me more would be sunglasses indoors.
Sunglasses inside.
Because Goo will go with the sunglasses a lot, and it's one of those things that just irks and rankles my good friend Matt Steinmetz.
It's there's no way we can upset him today because we're about to talk to Ike Reese, and therefore Steiny is going to be all excited about that. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, just like a conversation with the great Ike Reese, former Eagles linebacker and host at WIP in Philly. Hey, Ike, good day. What's going on?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
You know what, man? We're ready. We're ready for this one.
Sounds like Ike's ready, too. He's got his game day voice already locked in.
Yeah, look at you. Or listen to you, I guess would be the better thing to say.
Well, believe me, the thought of running down the field and hitting somebody hurts. Just the thought of it. So, yeah, I'm not in game mode just yet. Maybe Sunday around 2:30 I'll get there.
How you feeling though, Ike? Is this and I don't listen, now you're a former player, you're a media guy in the town, so I'm sure we know where your heart is sitting. Where's your confidence sitting?
Confidence is sitting pretty good. I won't sit here and tell you that it's a lock that the Eagles are going to win Sunday because I don't really believe that. I've always liked the 49ers football team, sort of the way that they play, the identity that they've embraced, and how they play the game of football. Being a defensive player, it's sort of that style of football where we want to try to beat you up and everybody is physical. So I got a healthy respect for the 49ers and what they've done this year. And I don't think Sunday's game is going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. So this will be by far the best opponent the Eagles have faced this year. And I would dare to say if they're able to win Sunday, it would be the best win under Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts as a tandem. So got a lot of respect for the 49ers and what they've done, not just this year, but what they've done over the last 3 to 4 years. So, going to 3 conference championship games in 4 years, that's nothing to sneeze at. They got a great organization out there, great program in which they're running. So believe me, I'm a little different than some of our fans. Our fans feel pretty good about Sunday. But as far as I'm concerned, we're going to have to play our best game to win Sunday.
When you look as a defensive player at what the Niners do with a lot of 21 personnel, a lot of pre-snap movement, a lot of motions and shifting, what's the biggest challenge that you face defensively in terms of stopping the Shanahan scheme?
I think the pre-snap recognition, understanding what Kyle Shanahan is trying to do with his personnel groupings, then with the formations that he give you when they initially line up, and then when you start getting shifts and motions, because a lot of those things are there to cause confusion. It reminds me a lot of what the Rams do, and I know they're from sort of that same tree with Sean McVay. They've all coached together, so they get you doing a lot of mental gymnastics prior to the snap to see if they can find an advantage or disadvantage for you somewhere, whether it's running the football or throwing the football. You have to be assignment sound and assignment perfect pre-snap, knowing what you're supposed to do. So to me, the Eagles, if they're going to win this game Sunday, they will have done their homework this week, getting prepared for all of those things, being ready for all of those types of shifts and motions.
He's a former Eagle linebacker. He's a host at WIP in Philly. Ike Reese joining us here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Ike, I feel like, and it's normal, it's a playoff game, so we're going to talk about the 2 quarterbacks and the matchup and all this. I feel like because Brock Purdy is this weird story out of the 7th round that just showed up halfway through the season, that in turn, we make it sound like Jalen Hurts has been in the league for 8 years and has all this huge resume. Are we getting ahead of ourselves on a guy who clearly had a great year, but he's also real damn new to the party too?
Yeah, I think, some things, I guess, depending on how you view Jalen and whether or not you think he's arrived or he still has a little bit of ways to go. I tell you what, he doesn't believe he's arrived. That's the great thing about that young man there. He is grounded, he's focused, and I think that has permeated throughout the locker room. So he's a great leader from intangibles from that standpoint for this team. Obviously, it's a big game for him. I think the one thing with Jalen is that, he also has a college resume that people can identify. And because they watched him on the biggest stage in college as well, Alabama to Oklahoma, being a Heisman runner-up. So although he hasn't had a ton of postseason success in the league so far in his short time, and under the circumstances which he arrived to where he's at right now, I think people put a lot of credence into that. So, and I think that's where people can sometimes miss that he's not as experienced or seasoned as it may appear, but because of the way he carries himself and the fact that I think he's won 24 out of the last 25 games that he started. So he's won a lot of football games over the last 2 years. I think people are more willing to put him in or view him as a seasoned vet versus Brock Purdy, only because of Brock Purdy's story not being as celebrated or heralded coming out. We know the Mr. Relevant part, being a 7th-round draft pick, and those types of things. I think that's because of the view or the perception of the two can for some people be a great distance between the two. Jalen almost gets put in a position where he's already achieved something that puts him in a class with those guys, when in reality, he'll even tell you that he still has a lot of work to do. And as far as team goes, they certainly haven't finished the job yet.
Yeah, and 24 of 25 in the regular season, and out here, we bask in the one loss that Jalen Hurts had this year. So we discard all those cute little wins, but we're focused on the loss. I want to ask you, Ike, about this Niners defense. A former defensive player yourself, an appreciator of linebacker play. When you see Fred Warner running around for the 49ers. Do you see him as one of the best linebackers in football?
Without a doubt, and has been for the last couple of years. Yeah, without a doubt. A 3-down player, a guy who makes plays not only in the run game, playing downhill fast, but can go east to west, sideline to sideline running, and then has the ability to cover the middle of the field if necessary, be it man-to-man or zone coverage. I'm pretty sure he's probably what every defensive coordinator would want in their linebacker. So, yeah, I have a lot of respect for Fred and the way that he plays the game. When you watch him play, like I said, he's a true difference maker. And in today's game, it's hard to see a difference maker at that position if you aren't a blitzing linebacker, if you aren't always rushing the quarterback. The thing with Warner, he makes plays in the passing game as well as the run game. So, and Greenlaw's not bad himself either.
No.
All those linebackers, man, they all fly around. And last week, I'm watching that game against Dallas, and there must have been a series or two where 57 and 54 must have made every play for like 6 straight plays. It was one or the other, and one or the other guy made a play, whether it was in the running game or the passing game. So, and I'm not surprised when you think about John Lynch as a talent evaluator, D'Amico out there as a coach. They had Robert Saleh out there as a coach. Yeah, I'm not surprised that they put a premium on that position.
I'll tell you, yeah, Fred Warner's game last week might be one of the best games I've ever seen a linebacker play. It was just play after play after play, and really not a whole lot of misses. So tell you what, I know all the fan base out here appreciates your eyes on that.
Oh, yeah.
And this should be one hell of a matchup for sure this weekend. Thank you so much for spending some time with us to get us ready.
Oh, no problem, man. And for all your fans that are coming out here, come out here, enjoy the city. It's a wonderful city. Enjoy it. Take in the sights. Don't put any jerseys on the Rocky statue. We don't really like that. That usually leads to a beatdown. And come Sunday, I wish you guys all the luck. But it's go green all day Sunday.
Hey, I was about to say something nice about you, but now I'm going to go ahead and hold that back.
Well, no, hey,
I thought we had to end it on the right. We were being too friendly with each other.
Yeah.
Like I had to get something.
I mean, it's all family here. I do want you to protect those pipes because you're sounding more like Doc Rivers than you are the Ike Reese that I know.
Well, yeah, that's because I do a lot. I guess my wife always tells me I don't necessarily talk with a librarian's voice. I talk as if I'm in a stadium all the time.
Hey, yeah. Loud house is a good house. I agree. Hey, but Ike, I'm glad you gave us a little bit of a punch to the ribs on the way out. Can I send one back? But it's not directed at you. It's directed at these terrifying Eagles fans. Like when you said don't put a jersey on, I was so thankful you said the Rocky statue.
Right.
Because there's also this idea that a 49er fan can't wear their jersey to the link Sunday because they're going to get beat up or it's so intimidating. No. It's not. You guys are a bunch of actual cupcakes out there. You know that, right?
Man.
Listen, the reputation has been earned. I won't deny that. But it's not as bad as it has been portrayed. Wear your jerseys. Enjoy rooting for your team. You are welcome in our house. Just make sure you realize you're a guest. Wipe your feet off before you come in. Say please, say thank you. And if you happen to win, be a gracious winner and don't antagonize the fans. That'll be the come and enjoy rooting for your team.
Yeah.
We're a hospitable city. Our fans are great, man. Our fans are great.
Ike, I've been told that the statue actually has now been called the Brocky statue.
See, there you go.
There you go.
I don't want to see that Brock Purdy jersey.
Okay. You better guard that statue now.
Brocky Balboa, we're coming
right.
to town. All right. Hey, Ike, you're a treat, man. Thanks for doing it.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. Anytime.
All right, there he goes. Ike Reese, former Eagle and a current host at WIP, and I'm glad he said what he said. Put your jersey on and go to the game.
Don't put it on that statue.
Oh, Terry, we're going to this, that. No, you're not. You're going to get nachos and shut up and watch the game. Root for your team. I'll agree with him on one end. This is what I would say to Bonte and Joe. If, when the 49ers win at 6:15 Eastern time in Philadelphia, just head for the exit.
Quietly head for the exit.
You don't need to not speak.
Who is more likely to puff up their chest following a Niner victory and maybe catch an errant fist or two?
Bonte. Bonte.
Do you want to think about that?
No.
You want to mull that one over?
No. Well, Joe will be busy shooting the video.
You
right?
come at the king, you best not miss.
Joe's going to shoot the video, and then Bonte knows how to peacock now. He knows what peacock.
Not my Bonte.
And he's 6'5", so he can walk out. I mean, he'll be fine. They'll be fine. But don't antagonize it. We do not need an antagonization sensation. We don't need that.
That's a buck.
Yeah, it is.
And thank you to Ernie Chavez for reminding me about the Brocky statue on the YouTube feed because, yes, and there's been a lot of that put out there, and like the Brocky poster with Brock Purdy's face on Rocky Balboa's body and the old Rocky movie poster.
Yep.
That's been a very popular meme, and I know it's low-hanging fruit and it's too easy, but when Ike was talking about the Rocky statue, I didn't know that people went up there and tried to put jerseys on there, but that's
a thing.
That is a way that you could catch beat down. I could see that.
No, I can't wait for this thing, man. I really can't. I mean, because to be honest with you, and there's a point I've heard get made about both teams that it's just annoying, to be honest. Oh, they haven't played anybody. Who do you want them to play?
Two easiest schedules in terms of strength of opponents in the National Football League, Mark.
You do not.
That's a fact.
You don't get that in the National Football League. These two teams.
Love it when you go with formal.
Oh, right.
In the National Football League.
14-3 with a quarterback injury, and the 49ers are 13-4 with 2 quarterback injuries. And you go to the internet and read everything you read. I don't care which team you're rooting for. You get to the end of these teams' stories, and that's what you came up with? Oh, well, they didn't really beat anybody. That's what you came up with. That's your take on either of these teams and why the other one is going to win. I understand that the Vikings happened. So sure, it happens, but it's insanely rare. You don't win 13 and 14 games in an NFL season if you're actually a fraud. It rarely, if ever, happens. That's number one.
We saw Minnesota this year, and they were probably the closest thing to what you're talking about in the regular season because they won so many one-score games. They had a negative point differential, and they wound up, 12-5 in the regular year? Or 13-4?
13-4.
So in terms of, fraudulent, that's about as close as you could get, and then they were exposed in the postseason.
I mean, yes, they were.
But
and
to
so
your
that's
point,
fair. But
at this point in this round, even if Minnesota was here, if Minnesota would have beaten the Giants and Minnesota would have then beaten the Niners, you couldn't have looked at Minnesota and said, oh, well, they're a fraud because you've gotten here.
Thank you. And the problem is with this entire idea is I don't see that many teams around the league that would impress people. If you say they haven't played anyone, you're essentially telling me, well, they didn't play the Chiefs, Bills, or Bengals.
Every week.
Or if they did, they lost to them, like the 49ers did. And obviously a very different story in their arc. Garoppolo, the quarterback, Trent Williams, and Charvarius Ward compromised through injury. There's always an excuse. They got the beat down. But that was also 3 months ago. To get to this point and look at the Eagles' schedule. You're telling me that wins over the Lions, the Vikings, the Jags, the Cowboys, the Green Bay Packers, the New York Giants 3 times. You're telling me that's unimpressive because those teams are just kind of like 7s on your scale of 1 to 10? That's not impressive? You go to the 49ers, especially when you factor in Brock Purdy being their quarterback, and you're telling me that 3 wins over Seattle, a win over the Dallas Cowboys, the Miami Dolphins, the Tampa Bay Bucks. You're telling me that's not impressive? That doesn't count? I don't know. The strength of schedule thing, we could do that in college basketball. March will be here soon. Other than that, try to tell me these two teams aren't really good, and I'm walking away.
Well, you have to be good to get to this point. And you're either the team that had the best record, Philadelphia, and won 1 playoff game, or you're a team that had a good record, good enough to host 2 playoff games that you won both, and that's the Niners, and you're still alive. And you look at Cincinnati and Kansas City, and you could look at who they played and whatnot, and you could try to parse it out. But bottom line, you are one of 4 teams left standing, which means you won at least 1 playoff game, and you were good enough to win double-digit games throughout the course of the regular year. Philadelphia beat 6 playoff teams in the course of their regular season. They had 6 wins against playoff teams. The 49ers, I don't think, had that many.
Well, let's think. Well, so 3 of those 6 wins were the New York Giants. You're counting the actual playoff win, too, right?
No,
or
I'm not.
regular season?
Regular season wins.
Regular season. So 2 of them were the Giants. 1 of them was the Cowboys. Who else did Philadelphia have? That was a playoff team that they beat.
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville. Detroit didn't make the playoffs, but that's a good win.
Yeah, but I didn't count that one.
Okay.
Because they weren't a playoff team.
Right.
Dallas.
Yeah,
of course.
I mentioned that one. You got
And
Dallas.
the Giants.
You got the Giants twice. Who else?
Jacksonville was in there.
And then there should be one more, you said. Oh,
Yeah.
Minnesota.
Yeah.
Minnesota. Okay, that's fine. And then what did the 49ers do as far as playoff wins this year?
Seattle twice.
Seattle twice. The Bucks. The Dolphins.
The Chargers.
The Chargers. So they've also got 5.
Yeah.
And then both of them have beaten playoff teams, obviously, once they got into the playoffs. I don't know. The idea that somebody on January 29th still needs to prove something to someone else about being good is just a weird conversation to
It's
me.
nonsense. It's nonsense. And you talked about January 29th, and I'm glad you used the date because about 8 weeks ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, when Brock Purdy was becoming Brock Purdy, when he had dropped the ear from Mr. Irrelevant and became Mr. Relevant, you said, get to January 29th. This is what now is where the bar is set. Get to January 29th, be it at home or be it on the road at Philadelphia. This team is good enough. Brock has been good enough to where this is where we now set the bar. So if the Niners lose on Sunday and we all circle back next week on Monday and we start to pick through the wreckage of a defeat, we all need to remember that this is where we set the bar. So if they beat Philadelphia, they've surpassed the level that we all, and you and I agree that get to this game is where you need to be.
And it also makes you the starter next year.
Exactly.
I know that's a conversation for a different day, but it does. Like, those conversations will happen, but we also have the source reports that are already out there. Like Brock Purdy has earned the right to have expectations this weekend, and he's earned the right to be the starting quarterback for the 49ers next year, no matter what happens on Sunday. All right, back to the phones. Thank you for your patience. Coach K in Vallejo with Willard and Dibbs. Coach K, what are you doing?
Hey, man, I'm sitting here working on my wife's car, changing her brakes.
Look at you.
What's your major?
Very nice.
Serious,
Thank
that's
you,
impressive.
Coach K.
Yeah, and I'd like to change my name to Captain Obvious there, Dibbs, because there's, Sirianni's going to come out with, we all know he's going to come out with an RPO, and the sure way to just start chopping legs off the Eagles, or the Eagles, you know what? Every time they run the RPO, have that unblocked defensive end just go and smack Jalen Hurts. Every single time. Don't go at the runner. Smack Jalen Hurts. Every time they run the RPO, and after 3 or 4 times Jalen getting smacked, they're going to go away from the RPO, and that's one win right there for the Niners going on to their game plan.
It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea.
That's what Bonte and Joe were talking about,
Yeah,
and I
not a
think
bad idea.
they're right in terms of hits. It's quarterback hits, not only when he's passing in the pocket, but when he's a ball carrier, you get extra license to go out there and lay the lumber on him. And I know you don't advocate playing outside the lines. You're a good person. You've got good morals. And shout out Tom and Ellen for raising a fine young man. I wasn't raised that way, Mark. I'm cut from a little bit of a different cloth where, exactly. Shout out Hurricane Gale who packs a punch. My sister knocked me out more than one time. Memo to Dre Greenlaw. Go ahead and take a 15. If you have a chance to take a shot, take a shot. If Jalen Hurts is on the apron trying to drift out of bounds, go ahead and light him up. This is the NFC Championship game, Mark. Yeah. You need to play. You need to play to win the game, and if you got to cross the line a little bit, I'm going to go ahead and give you a pass.
I think you can do it within the rules. You're talking about it. You're a runner. Like this happened last week with Dak Prescott, and the officials threw the flag, and then actually it wasn't Dak, it was a running back. And the officials threw the flag because Fred Warner clearly,
it was a helmet to helmet.
He contacted the helmet, and he threw the flag, and the second he threw it, I'm like, what are you doing? He's no protection there. Like, he's flying in to get a runner who's on the move. They hit where they hit. Like,
And they picked it up.
And they picked it up. I was proud of them. They talked about it, and they picked it up, and I was like,
Look
that's
at you.
absolutely right.
Say it.
Yeah.
Say
Good
it.
job, refs.
Thank you.
Good job.
That was hard for you. Yes.
Hang on. I think I need to go throw up.
I almost wore my stripes today. I should have worn my
I need to go
stripes.
throw up.
I got them in the truck. Maybe I'll go get them and put them on at the break.
I'm going to the Warrior game tonight because I need to
that's
need to rebuild my hatred for officials. And there's nothing like a good National Basketball Association game to make sure that your hatred of officials is in a good spot.
It's tough right now. The NFL, I think, does a great job in the playoffs. Obviously, you get the best of the best in terms of crews. And also, they tend to not, other than the New Orleans game a few years ago, they tend to not impact games very much. A lot of times they let them play. Mm-hmm. But where we are right now in the association, and it's not only the fault of the refs. Look at that game against Memphis the other night. All the floppery and the tomfoolery.
It's the whole scene.
It's
the whole scene.
It's a brutal officiating game right now.
Yeah.
I blame the refs in large part, but also I blame the league for the product that we've created.
Spadone, could you cut where Dibbs just said, I blame the refs in large part, and let's use that every day.
Don't do it, Spadone.
For the rest of our lives. Thank you. Thank you.
We never take people out of context here.
I appreciate
No. Let's get back to the part where Mark falls in love with Mookie Betts.
My Dodger hatred ended. I like everything Mookie Betts has done.
Thank you. Now, see, we can play that game.
Boy.
I'm a Dodger fan.
That escalated quickly.
Yeah.
The road to Glendale is brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. Also, Willard and Dibbs is sponsored by calhope.org. Those of you who want to weigh in on this, stay right where you are. We are big on all of your calls coming up next. And then, 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock is coming right around the corner, and we're going to get into the Mad Props.
Oh, I love
We're
it.
going to get into a Mad Props weekend with the Warriors in action, the 49ers in action.
Thanks, Kyle.
Just going to have a whole lot of action this
love
weekend. I wish that for each and every one of you. I hope each of you has action.
And Mad Props is like, Steph Curry mouthpiece throws versus Brock Purdy fumbles.
Something like that.
Yes,
exactly. But your call's next on Willard and Dibbs.
The Road to Glendale is brought to you by Mara West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Guys, fellas, men, are you ready? I mean, Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Some say it's the sexiest day of the year. Flowers, chocolates, candlelit dinners. That's all great. But I think we all want something a little more physical, too. Because a strong sex life can deepen your feelings of intimacy with your partner and lead to increased happiness. So if you're prepping for Valentine's Day, right now is the perfect time to check out Roman. Roman has genuine medication that helps you achieve and maintain a strong erection. Roman has discreet wipes that help you last 4 times longer in bed. Roman has testosterone testing and treatment. Treating low testosterone can help revive your sex drive. And better yet, with Roman, everything is online. There are no waiting rooms and no hassle. Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. So men, for better sex this Valentine's Day, go to ro.co/vday. Do it today and get 20% off. That's ro.co/vday.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Milk, eggs, $42. Ma'am, you okay?
Need bucks? With Jackson Hewitt, don't wait weeks for the IRS to send your tax refund. Come in now for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee refund advance loan when you file your taxes. That's up to $3,500 today. Don't let high prices get you down. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes. So get to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
When choosing a wireless provider, you're forced to compromise. But what if you didn't have to? What if you could get reliable service without a contract and save money? Introducing Total by Verizon, a new no-contract, no-credit check carrier for you and your family, with plans starting at just $30 a month on America's most reliable 5G network. Total by Verizon is available at totalbyverizon.com and at retailers nationwide, based on first place rankings and Root Metrics first half 2022 5G assessments of 125 metros. Experiences may vary, not an endorsement.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Oh, DiVincenzo. Man, I like watching him play. He's a good ball player.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick on the Dubs.
Take your time. That's about enough.
That's it?
Go ahead.
Did I miss the boat?
I mean, real quick in the Dubs, and you hit me with a 3-second three in the key.
I really want to draft this correctly. It feels as if major change is afoot.
What do you mean? Like,
oh my God.
Between now and the deadline, or like between now and the start of next year?
Yeah.
Bob Myers, gone.
Bigger.
Joe Lacob sells the team. They move back to Oakland.
When I say bigger,
they trade Curry.
No, they don't trade Steph Curry. What I mean by that is it could be more than just Bob Myers. I mean, that's obvious now that something's going on. I don't know what.
I like your use of afoot.
Yeah.
Something is afoot.
I really go back to the conversation, and I heard you reference this the other day.
Yeah.
Bob Myers sat there in a suite with us at Chase Center and was like, just encourage everybody to enjoy this year.
Right.
And
this year, not next year.
No, remember, this was when the punch was still in very recent memory. and everyone was trying to figure out how this team was going to get through that. And there were press conferences about losing trust and all of this and the contracts and what are they going to do. And Bob Myers was like, enjoy this year.
So let me put some yes, no's to your thoughts, and I'll rat-a-tat-tat you, and you just tell me what you're thinking. Bob Myers leaves at the end of this season.
Seems like a yes.
Draymond Green opts out and plays elsewhere.
That's an interesting one.
Boy, that's a great question.
An interesting one.
You're not sure about that one.
I'm going to say yes. I think that the two things are not unrelated. By the way, Bob Myers has been Draymond Green's guy.
Yes,
absolutely right. He gets him through the tough moments. Right, Bob Myers has in many a time been the guy that sort of smooths over from Steve Kerr to Draymond Green, or Draymond and anyone for that matter. But he is his general manager and his therapist sometimes.
And Draymond's his biggest fan, as we know from the parade when he said, "Can Bob get some MF and credit?"
Right. So
Bob leaves.
Well,
and Draymond also leaves.
Where does this all leave Steve Kerr? Like, I don't know that that's at the end of this year, but if that starts happening, how much longer does Steve Kerr want to be the head coach of the Golden State Warriors?
Yeah.
Like, this is, if you really want a panic meter, this is your panic meter.
This is where you start to panic.
Forget the whole, are they going to win the title for the fifth time?
Right.
Like, it's going to be okay if they don't. Right. I don't want them to miss the playoffs. I don't
Heads
want
will
them
roll, Mark.
I mean, it's just so funny. What do we do if they don't win their fifth ring? Dibs will come out. He'll say one for the thumb. Everybody will laugh.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be a great time, right? So that's all going to happen. That's not what – this is the panic meter. The panic meter is if you can't, behind the scenes and in front of the scenes, if you can't figure this out in the next 2 months, this might be it. That's it. No more big three.
No more parades.
No. Well, I don't know about that, but everything we've come to know would be different. I very much right now with what I see. This is not based on any conversation behind the scenes, but with what's in front of us, is starting to feel like there will be plenty of people within the organization that are like, it's just time.
Right. There's an end point that seems closer than ever. One more before we get back to Niners-Eagles. James Wiseman will be traded. Yes or no? You think that's probably more?
Yes.
Do you think that's a yes? Wow. Okay.
He should be.
I mean, well, yeah. And I wonder if that's also interrelated with the Bob Myers and a lot of things we won't yet know. And it feels to me like the James Wiseman journey came from an area above Bob Myers. And so maybe if Bob decides he doesn't want to be here, maybe that signals James Wiseman too
gets to
be here.
Yeah, gets to stay. I don't know.
A lot of fascinating things though, but
it's just a lot, man. I mean,
a lot.
I mean, anytime in life, not just the Warriors, when you get this kind of a fishbowl, okay, when you we're at a point now where we don't even need to use last names. Oh, it's Steph, Clay, Dre, Bob, Steve, Joe. Like all I got to do. This is such an iconic thing.
Moses.
Thank you. Enjoy the G League. Anyway.
Dante.
Yeah, Dante.
Although you need his last name.
Use his last name and not his first. Exactly. DiVincenzo. When it gets like this, man, I mean, it's just I sort of feel like in the end, there usually ends up being too much money, too much attention, too much celebrity,
too much ego.
Yeah. And maybe we shouldn't say it like that, because if it does end this year, that's not the end of the world. Like, at a certain point,
no, it's not.
Stand up, give the whole thing its standing ovation, be amazed, and then let's see what happens next. We're getting there sooner rather than later, no matter what.
I think that's what that last parade felt like to me. That parade down Market Street felt like, not that they all were saying, hey, we'll never win again, but that parade felt different than the ones in Oakland. That felt like,
I agree.
That one felt like we're celebrating everything about what we've done. 4 titles in 8 years. It's a dynasty. No matter how you want to slice it, team of the decade in the 10s, and they're still going in the 20s. And if it does end this year, I'm with you, Mark. You can all, as Warriors fans, you can be upset or sad, but you take a step back, and it's wow.
Right.
It's an absolute wow from where we've all been to where we are. And even if it means another 20 or 30 years of irrelevance, if we go back to the days of Brian Winters and Dave Cowens and just being complete garbage, we at least had what we had.
We'll talk about this forever.
I know, forever.
We'll talk about it forever, and so maybe we're early to the party to talk about it now. But yeah, it's that big, and it's one of the reasons the Tom Brady's of the world, I guess the Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan for sure, even though he had his last dance and it went a different direction. It's amazing because those guys have a competitive drive that's at such a level that they have consistently said, I'm not going to let all this other stuff stop me from continuing to play and continuing to win. Tom Brady would take less money. I don't see any Warriors stepping up and doing that. I haven't seen Draymond go, oh, no, the most important thing is keeping this together. So you go ahead and give me a pay cut.
Yeah.
Like, that's not going to happen. So,
well, Steph did in that contract.
Sure.
He 4 years and 44. He probably could have gotten more, but
that was ankle related. There was a reason. Yeah. There was a reason
he
for
had
it.
Chronic lousy ankle, CLA.
Yeah. So to me, there's so much money, there's so much time, personalities, large, ego, everything that you just said there. It's hard to keep all that.
I will say
copacetic.
This, though, Mark. If Bob Myers decides that he doesn't want to be GM here anymore and he goes and GMs somewhere else immediately, that'll hurt. And I don't begrudge Bob for making that decision.
No, I agree.
At all. But if Bob doesn't re-sign to be the GM of the Warriors and then he goes and GMs
Atlanta or
LA, Phoenix, whatever, fill in the blank, that one will hurt.
I agree.
Because if he wants to step away, retire, spend time with family, all those things, that would feel better than if he went somewhere else.
Well, when you have a dynasty, you get to know the people so well. You get to know the characters so well that they do. Most of you, I'm sure, have never met Bob, but it feels like family.
Right.
You feel like you know Steph, you know Dre, you know Clay, you know Bob, you know Steve, you know them all. And so if one of them leaves your family to go join another family,
right.
It hurts.
It hurts.
Yeah.
And I do know Bob, and I don't know Bob well enough to where, hey, Dibs, come on over for poker night, but...
Oh, we were there last week. It's fun.
I would imagine you've been there. As much as you name drop. You probably brought Ephraim Salam and, Rich Hornberger. Me and the boys were going
That'll get me at the door with the Warriors. Look, yes. I got two big guys who played offensive line in San Diego. Can I come in? Yeah, exactly.
Salam and Hornberger along with Willard. But, Bob would be, because he's so good for what we do.
So great. He's the
like,
best.
In terms of what we do, though, it's like when you interview him, it feels like you're talking to your best friend.
Totally. Makes you feel at ease. Yeah. All right, let's get back to Niners and Eagles.
Back to the Niners.
We got Mad Props coming up in about 15 minutes. We're rocking and rolling toward the NFC Championship game. Your expectations, your perspectives. Where is the pressure? We started that conversation at the start of the show, and I just feel like we're sort of doing this game a disservice if we go with, the pressure's on the Eagles for all of the traditional reasons. They were the 1 seed. They are the home team. They've got a potential MVP candidate. They're the favorite. If we use all of those thoughts, to me, we're just missing some of the bigger picture. And I can just only speak for me as a Niner fan. I'm not going into this game with that kind of a mentality. I am not sitting down on Sunday like, boy, be great if we win, but if we lose, great season, boys. That was really awesome with Brock Purdy and everything. And maybe I'll get there eventually, but that's just not where my mind's at. Like, this is your third trip to the NFC title game in 4 years. You have got to bust through. You got to be the Kool-Aid man in this damn season. You have got to bust through and get the ring.
Yeah, it'd be great, but you are underdogs and you are on the road against the number 1 seed. So there's no shame in losing this football game where you're an underdog and you do have your third string quarterback. I know he's now your first string quarterback, but the guy's only played 7 games in the regular year as a starter, and he's never been in this spot. I know Jalen Hurts hasn't either, but he's the home team. And I think about the pressure of Philadelphia in terms of their city, their area, and the lack of success that they've had. Out here, 49er fans, yes. If you're only a 49er fan and you don't give a rip about the Warriors run or the Giants 3 and 5 years or the A's back in the 70s and the 80s If you only focus on the Niners, then yeah, you're thinking, I want my team to get a championship. But I think Philadelphia, in a greater sense, as a sports city, has been so deprived of titles.
Yeah.
You've gotten 4 titles in the past 43 years.
Right, but think about how that feels, what you just said to the 49ers.
Yeah.
They don't give a rip that the Warriors are a dynasty and that the San Francisco Giants had one 10 years ago. They don't care. In fact, it makes
10 years ago. Wow.
Yeah, it makes it, well, the middle of it was, but yeah, it makes it worse. It makes it worse in some ways for the 49ers. They're sitting there going, yeah, the Giants won 3 and the Warriors won 4. And we won in 1994. Cool, you've been to 2 Super Bowls. Look, I'm a big fan of this era, this coaching staff. Every piece of it, to me, I think the 49ers have got the right people in place and make really, really good decisions. It's an awesome organization right now. But there's been a party going on for a decade here in the Bay Area. Warriors,
a celebration to last throughout the year.
Thank you. Thank you.
Shout out A's.
Thank you.
Yes, in the making as we speak. And the 49ers have not been invited through the front door yet. Somebody's got to invite them in.
Oh, they've been at the party, but they've been asked to leave.
Yeah, they're not.
A couple times.
I mean, Dolphin.
They haven't been the life of the party.
Not yet. Dolphin in South City. Hey, Dolphin, you're on with, thank you. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
Oh, me? It's an actual dolphin.
I'm chilling.
You're chilling, but your phone actually sounds like a dolphin.
Well, it sounds like he's jackhammering right now.
Yeah, that, or he has a little kid next to him spitting. Give him a raspberry.
Zerbit.
Right?
Type of thing.
One of those. So, anyway.
That's a good effort, Dolphin.
Yeah. Maybe don't name yourself after a team that the 49ers beat this year.
Well, the last time the Niners did win the Super Bowl was at the home of the Dolphin. It was Joe Robbie Stadium in Miami. Yep. January 29th, 1995. It will be 28 years to the day. On Sunday that they won the Super Bowl.
Man. 888-957-957. We're going to go back to your calls here in a second. However, not breaking news, but a breaking development per Ian Rappaport.
Rap sheet.
Rap sheet says.
Got to trust the sheet.
D'Amico Ryans has emerged as a top candidate for the Texans job.
No, he hasn't.
Per Ian Rappaport. Mutual interest with the Texans, and he could be their next head coach.
Don't do it.
I mean, that's my first thought, too.
Don't do it, D'Amico.
Do not go work for that man. Do not go work for the McNair family. Don't do it.
Don't do it. And they're the worst team in football. And the owner has shown a propensity toward treating coaches of color in a terrible way. Mm-hmm. Back-to-back one-and-dones, and also an organization that has had difficulty with racism in other areas and other quarters. An organization that ostensibly enabled Deshaun Watson in many ways to commit the atrocities that he is alleged to have committed.
Here's the thing, though. I think we forget sometimes the significance of this. Do you remember D'Amico's playing career? Do you remember where he played?
In Houston.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For 5 seasons. And so I wonder if he's like, I know all about that organization. I know all about that ownership group. Been there, done that, played for it, feels okay with it. I don't know. I'm with you. I have the very first thought is because I keep hearing that Denver wants him. Wouldn't you go, even with Russell Wilson's shoddy play this year, wouldn't you rather go to that organization, try to resurrect Russell Wilson, rather than go to a quarterbackless, racist NFL team?
Absolutely. Even though it's going home. Because as you mentioned, he played there. He was a great Texan, and he does know the organization, and he knows the area. But I can't put myself in D'Amico's shoes in terms of, what he thinks of the back-to-back one-and-done firings of coaches of color that have taken place in Houston. Lovie Smith goes in there for 1 year, and, they didn't have a great year, but he went out there and won and cost him a draft pick and lost his gig. It just doesn't feel to me to be the most stable environment to go into. Then again, what kind of a raise would he get from being a coordinator to being a head coach?
Right. You want to be a head coach. You want to get your shot. And if you want to do it in a place that you know well, listen, I'm not going to begrudge the guy. I'm not going to be necessarily even surprised. Yeah, what's up, Spadone?
Well, if you're D'Amico Ryans, would you rather coach in the AFC South
or the AFC West.
Fair point. That's
Herbert,
fair
Mahomes,
point.
you have to deal with maybe Trevor Lawrence and Doug Peterson for a little while. Other than that, Titans look like they're in shambles, and then who knows with the Colts what they're going to do.
Yeah, kind of shambles also. Yeah, it's a fair point. It's a fair way of looking at it because, again, you get judged real fast, and so you need to be in a spot. I mean, if you only need to win 9 games to make the playoffs, that's a little different than needing to win 13 and somehow battle Patrick Mahomes. So, yeah, I get that. I'll just share this. I won't say his name. Former African-American NFL player who played for the Texans back in the era where Obama first became president. Now, Bob McNair has now passed away. He was the owner. His son has taken over. But that day, the day after Election Day, when Barack Obama was elected, and forget your politics and forget mine. That's not what this is about.
It's 2008.
Right. So Obama gets elected, and Bob McNair, this is a story of a lack of awareness, which honestly is what racism usually is. It's a stunning lack of awareness of people and things that are going on around you. Bob McNair walks into the locker room of the Houston Texans and says, all right, team, come on over. I want to dress everybody. And all Bob thinks about is everybody in this room makes a lot of money. So he gathers everybody around. Obama has won the presidency. And he says, guys, I just want to let you know it's going to be okay. We are going to get through this. This is an unfortunate happening that has just taken place. But, right, we're here for each other.
Man.
And don't worry, it's going to be okay. He's talking to a room that is, I don't know the percentage, but I'm going to call it maybe 80-something percent black men. And this is what went through that man's brain, and he felt he needed to go do the next morning. You want to go work for that guy? I want to go work for that guy.
Yeah, and that guy is not around anymore, and I know that his son is trying to do things differently, but you don't.
He?
Well,
he's fired 2 black coaches in
yes,
back-to-back years.
I'm just, the reports I've read in terms of him trying to distance himself from the ways of the past, but you're right, the proof is in the pudding in terms of what he has done with black head coaches, but that's an absolutely stunningly tone-deaf vignette.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I love DeMeco Ryans. Like I actually in this moment, I think less about the 49ers losing their young hotshot defensive coordinator, and I think more about his future as a head coach. I want it to go well. I really like DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah, he's been great.
It's just, man, like everything about him.
It's always, to me, an interesting topic in terms of, and put the Houston Texans situation aside, but you're a very successful coordinator on a very successful team, and you want to make that jump. How do you make that jump and make it a successful one? You look at Mike McDaniel in Miami, looks like he hit the ground running, and they're going to be a good team. That looks to be like a smart move. Even Robert Saleh with the New York Jets. He went to the Jets, and they faded this year, and they still have a lot of question marks, but he's got a really good defense. That looks like it's a good fit. Where would DeMeco go to where he can have that same level of success pretty much right away?
Yeah, I don't know. And maybe Spadone's right. Maybe Denver's not it when you look around in the division. That's true. Like Mahomes is going to run that show for, I don't know, at least another 5 to 7 years, you would think. Let's go to Malik in Oakland here with Willard and Dibbs. Malik, thanks for calling. What are you doing?
How you guys doing? I'm a fan of the show. I listen all the time, but Dibbs, you are tripping when you said there is no shame in coming in second. Come on, man. Them guys are going out there to win the game. That's it. That's all. Ain't nobody gonna be on the sideline clapping like, "Hey guys, we competed, we participated. Hey, let's clap it up. We gonna do it again next year." Nah, man. You're going to win. Ain't nobody trying to get trophies for second place. And I don't want the fans to feel like we get a bad rep out here in the Bay Area for being casual fans and just happy to participate. Man, we going to win. Hopefully we bring that win back. But come on, Tibbs. There's no shame in coming in second place. It's a whole lot of shame because we don't know what'll happen next year. Guys will tear their Achilles, break a leg, quarterbacks go down. a whole lot of things happen. We'll never see it again. So we going out there to win. There is shame in coming in second, and we are not trying to come in second. I love the show, and I'm still listening.
Thank you, Malik. I appreciate it. And I'm not saying that everyone's going to throw a parade for coming in second in the NFC. Somebody's going to lose. 3 of these 4 teams are going to end their year with a loss. And so when you look at it from the reality of what happens in the NFL, 31 of 32 don't win the Super Bowl. And it doesn't mean that you're proud and you're happy about it. Of course, you're going out there to win. But if you lose, and you lose a competitive, tough game on the road, you're not just going to come back and fire everyone and gut the organization.
No, I don't think anyone's saying that.
I'm not saying that, right. Second place, let's throw a parade. No one's saying that.
I just also think, for me, where this conversation often ends up is people go, oh, you're on your 3rd quarterback and he's Mr. Irrelevant. I think that story's over. It's over now because he won the gig. Jimmy Garoppolo could get re-signed and Trey Lance could be gifted a new leg tomorrow, and neither one of them gets the job. So therefore, we can, at a certain point, very soon, if not already, we got to stop with the whole this is cute, and he's a 7th rounder, and so it's okay if he doesn't. No, that's your guy. So if that's your guy, you're telling us you can win the whole thing with that guy, and we're here. He's played 8 games. He's won them all. So I've sort of, that was my point about getting to January. You can get to January 29th, well, then you can win any of these. And it's another opportunity that I promise you the organization is not taking lightly, because you can't assume that the next few years are going to go well, even though it feels like right now that they will.
I think, though, when you look back on a conference championship game loss and you look back at the season in totality, it's okay to look back and say we had a good year. You don't have to be ashamed of making it to January 29th and losing this game. By the way, we got a development from the Rocky statue, the DI Birds blog. I see a Niner T-shirt on the Rocky statue from about 4 this morning.
Man, Shasky's flight went fast. He's right.
The
he
Rocky
did get a good
statue
upgrade.
Has been adorned. It's not exactly a jersey, but it's a Niner T-shirt.
It's a T-shirt
on the great Rocky Balboa
someone's
statue.
like, I'm not putting a jersey on. Those things cost $150. How about a T-shirt?
Yeah.
There you go.
And how funny is it that the most iconic part of your city is a movie character?
It's a movie.
I mean, it's a great movie character.
Seriously.
One of the great movie characters of all time, but that's your iconic, even better than the Liberty Bell.
Like, what if we had a statue of Robert De Niro as the fan over by the Giants Stadium, and people were like, I'm going to go put a Dodger jersey on De Niro. And we were like all offended.
Right.
My God, put it on De Niro? All right. Football Friday is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. Also, Willard and Dibbs, sponsored by Bud Light. More of your phone calls and mad props right around the corner on Willard and Dibbs.
It's a Football Friday on 95.7 The Game.
3rd down and 9. Bosa. The sack.
Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This is the final week of the Manufacturers RV Show. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday.
Secrets, cover-ups, and strange phenomena.
UFOs and ideas that challenge reality itself.
My name is George Knapp. I dig into news stories that others can't or won't.
I'm Jeremy Corbell, and for some reason, people tell me things they probably shouldn't. And this is Weaponized. Follow and listen to Weaponized, a presentation of Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Dark Horse Entertainment, and Cadence 13 Studios. Available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your shows.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks? Seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Hey, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAX-EXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health. Redefining possible.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Let It Go is my jam.
Oh, my God.
And sorry to the YouTube audience who can't hear Creed being played. Creed's jam, Higher, Mark.
Yeah,
Can you take me higher?
Can you take me higher? Can you copy Pearl Jam a little bit more?
There's a hunger, Mark.
There is. Almost like a hunger strike.
I'm going hungry. Temple of the Dog.
Oh, my gosh. So,
let's go
They played this because they know they need to stop the Niners run game.
Oh, that's
a 4.
That's inside humor, and it's good.
Scott
Some listeners got it, some didn't. Can you take me higher? Okay. There's a reason we're playing this god-awful ditty. And
this is a hit, Mark.
It is. It's got staying power.
Haven't they sold like more records than anybody ever?
That doesn't sound right. I'm going to go, that's a no. Put it in Mad Props. Steph Curry's points tonight versus Creed's album sales. ¿Quién es más macho?
1999 that came out.
Oh, my God.
Number 1.
The 49ers haven't won a Super Bowl since that song came out.
I was 6.
Man.
So was I. Ish. Anyway, so everything I've said about Niners-Eagles for a week.
Wait, you're throwing it away? Those are show notes. That's all.
I worked hard on that rundown.
Yeah. Airball.
Well, no,
Seriously.
that was the 10 o'clock hour. It's fine.
Print out another one.
10 o'clock hour should be thrown out, quite frankly. But, yeah.
It's over.
Why, Mark?
The 49ers have won this game by 31 points.
Based on your deep analysis, your DVOA, your EPA?
No, not my DVOA.
Your CREED?
Yeah, exactly. The Eagles are practicing right now to that song. Like,
can you take me higher?
Like Darius Slay is stretching to the right, and I have no doubt playing the air guitar on his way back up.
No doubt.
Like nothing says Boston Scott like Creed. They do have Scott Stapp's first name in common, but other than that, like something tells me Miles Sanders would have picked something else.
You don't know Miles Sanders.
You're right. I don't. But if that's what the Eagles...
know Jordan Poole.
Maybe it was Dallas Goedert's turn to pick the music.
Okay, now we're just live profiling in the final hour of the
totally.
They accidentally played Carson Wentz's playlist.
Right, exactly. Maybe Gardner Minshew had control of the aux.
Nick Sirianni has dropped his shoulders and went in and said, all right, men, I got something for you. And this is going to entertain and inspire. Hit it, boys.
Can you take me higher?
And Jalen Hurts is like, really? Come on, Nick. What are you doing?
Can I overanalyze this for 10 seconds?
Please. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Okay, so Nick Sirianni last week, as the Eagles are pounding the Giants 38-7, they're showing him on the sidelines. He's like flexing. He's mean mugging for the camera. He's just flexing all over the Giants.
I know what the bleep I'm doing.
Right.
Yeah.
And then their post-game celebration, he's got the chain on and he's smoking a cigar. You would have thought they won the Super Bowl. And then they start this week with a non-practice on Wednesday. They only did a walkthrough.
Right.
Yesterday, they rested like everybody. Their list of guys who rested was like 15 guys long. It was all their key guys. And now on Friday, they're coming out and memifying their warm-up. I think the Eagles are looking ahead to Glendale.
I think they're shook. I did hear that they've got a fun little work party tomorrow night. Instead of doing a walkthrough, they're going to attend a Kid Rock concert together. So that'll be a whole lot of fun.
Are you doing a bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
if you have to ask if someone's doing a bit, it's probably not a great bit.
Hold on. Let's remember who the Eagles are playing, okay? None of you have not seen the 49ers take the field. You've all seen the 49ers take the field this year.
And they do it to Creed, if I'm not mistaken.
They do not do it to Creed.
Nickelback.
With arms wide open.
I mean,
look at this running back.
Can you give the ball to Debo? You got Debo and Trent Williams and a boom box and swag. And you're going to walk onto the link and you're supposed to be intimidated by Creed, this game's over.
9th best-selling artist of the 2000s, 53 million albums worldwide.
Yeah, well,
exactly.
Great. The Eagles can be 9th best. Good for you. This game's over. I'm not even joking. This thing, for you, Spadone, longtime Laker fan, okay? Butter's getting hard. The Jello's jiggling, okay? This sucker is in the bag. Major bag alert. Creed at practice. You should see these guys doing deep knee bends.
If they do win, they're playing with arms wide open the following 2
exactly.
weeks.
No doubt. And they will be taken higher up into the sky on a flight to Arizona.
I don't think I can name another Creed song.
You just did.
Higher and with arms wide open. They were the two big hits.
You play with arms wide open when you have your first kid, Kyle, and it'll make you cry, and then you never listen to it ever again. That's the way that's going to go.
I'm going to not do that.
Okay, don't.
I prefer the Lion King's
and
first song.
The best laid plans on the delivery room playlist are usually thrown out when your wife says, "Turn that blanking music off."
But babe, this is the new Dua Lipa.
Right.
Exactly.
Dua Lipa and DaBaby. That's what's happening
Dua Lipa
in the hospital.
That's a 4. I got DaBaby, Babyface, Baby
Totally.
Bash.
Dua Lipa with DaBaby. You can try that. All right. Should we do Redwood Dave, and then you get your mad props ready, Kyle? We'll do some mad props.
Second place to Redwood Dave.
Yeah. Well,
Redwood Dave's crumbs.
I thought after that segment you'd need to get the mad back into the mad props. So let's talk to Dave. Hi, Redwood Dave. What are you doing?
I got my tribute ready for Fred Warner. And if the Eagles are listening to Creed, they're done.
Let's hear the tribute.
I agree with Gibbs. The linebackers are the key to the game. We got to put the hurt on Jalen if they get the chance. Here's my tribute to Kurt. Red, I want Fred. There's no substitute for Fred. Paint it red. Green ain't mean compared to Fred. Fred knocks him dead. Some like it hot. I like it, Fred. Red, red, red.
Thank you,
Right,
Sammy Hagar.
Dave.
Sammy Hagar tribute. Very good.
Could have done a right said Fred, but didn't. Opted for that
Fred
instead.
with Dave bringing it hard. That was awesome.
4. It's really good.
I'm trying, Kyle.
You're beating Kyle to the punch on all these.
Well, no,
the live Sammy Hagar Red album is so good.
Look at you. You're an old soul back there.
By the way,
shout out to my dad.
You go back to the vet where they had a prison down beneath the stadium, right? And could play My Own Prison by Creed. That's another one of their songs, Kyle, as we try to educate you a little bit on this.
Prefer Locked Up by Akon.
That's fine.
As do I.
I prefer anything over Creed.
For a guy who hates Creed, you're pulling out a lot of Creed tracks right now.
I had to Google Creed songs.
I see you got your Apple Music open over there.
Creed songs.
I see you working.
My Own Prison. You know what My Own Prison sounds like? All the other songs by Creed.
My Own Prison.
Yeah, okay. All right, do we have some mad props? Let's get some mad props going into this weekend. We got Warriors. We got Niners. We got Kyle, Mad Dog, Madsen.
So we're doing this thing where we're going to have you guys pick which number will be greater of these two. I'm going to pick one thing from tonight's Warriors game, which you can listen to right here on 95.7 The Game.
Promo.
And then the NFC Championship game, which takes place at noon on Sunday.
Perfect.
Make sure to listen to the pregame show with Larry and Lowe.
Promo.
The Red and Gold pregame show right here on 95.7 The Game. That's 10 to noon.
Thanks,
and then
Kyle.
me and Alan Stiles post-game. Right when the clock hits 0, we'll take you up until whenever. Hopefully, it's a party. All right, so Steph Curry, points, rebounds, and assists.
Oof.
So combining Steph's points, rebounds, and assists.
Okay.
Or the 49ers, Eagles total points. Which number will be greater?
Ooh. Me first?
Yeah, you, Mark. Sorry.
I'll take Steph Curry.
Okay.
I'll take Steph Curry. I think, listen, come playoff time, good defenses and good offenses meet, and usually the good defense is the thing that sort of wins the day, just like it did with the Cowboys and Niners last week.
Dibs.
Yeah, the over-under is 46 on this game. Vegas is usually really, really sharp on these totals. And Philadelphia favored by 2.5, so you're looking at a 24-22-ish kind of game. I think Steph goes over 46, and I love the under in the football game. I think it's going to be a knockdown, drag-out kind of a game. like a 2017 kind of ball game. I think this is an easy one for Steph in the PRA. He wins it.
All right, Dibs, are we going to go with Warriors assists, so team assists, or Christian McCaffrey touches? Which number will be greater?
Well, hopefully the Warriors can get to that 30 assist mark. They have not been as great this year passing the ball, but I'm a little concerned about McCaffrey's calf. I think they're going to share the load a little bit more, so I'm going to go with Warriors assists in like a 25-21 kind of a ball game.
Mark?
I am going to take McCaffrey. And by the way, I missed 2 shows this week. How many times have you, Kyle, said McCaffrey?
Too easy.
Okay, I know. Oh, so you haven't even done it at all?
It's more of like that's a written bit because you
right.
got to get the L in there.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I was just checking in because I hadn't heard you do it yet, and I was like scratching my head. I'm like, where the hell's Kyle on this one? So where is it when it's obvious?
I was just super dialed in on Tuesday.
Yeah, okay.
Totally.
Good
Wednesday,
for you.
whenever it was.
A lot of Creed.
Thank you.
So much Creed.
Kyle has created his own prison. Anyway, let's go Christian McCaffrey on this one. I think the 49er advantage in this game is to attack the Eagles' linebacking core and mitigate the pass rush from the Eagles by getting the ball out of the Brock Purdy's hands as fast as possible. And that means in addition to his carries, I think Christian's going to have a lot of catches in this game.
I'm right there with you. We always talk about Draymond Green's defense. Let's talk about his offense. Draymond Green points or George Kittle catches, Mark.
Ooh, gosh. I mean, a great game for George would just be 5 or 6. I think makes sense.
Great game for Draymond, too.
Yeah, well, sure. But, this is the Raptors' defense isn't really stopping anybody. I'll take Draymond in this one.
Dibs.
I'm going to call this one bang on the number, Kyle. I think this is one of those Kyle Madsen specials where it's going to be a 6-6 draw. I'm going to play the draw here and get the 5-1 odds. Draymond Green scored a lot more this year than he normally does, which is to say he's averaging 8 a game. I don't think he quite gets to 8, but George Kittle is going to be a key piece as he has been with Brock Purdy. But I'm calling this one bang on the number, Kyle. 6-6.
I love the selection, and I love your faith in me to pick good numbers here. Dibs, are we going to go Jordan Poole threes or Deebo Samuel carries? Jordan Poole threes, made threes, or Deebo Samuel carries?
It's Deebo Samuel carries for me. I think that they're going to really use him a lot more in the ground game. They're going to have to run the ball in a lot of different ways against Philadelphia and their great front. And Jordan Poole, he has not shot the ball very well from 3, 32% on the year. He's averaging 2.6 threes per game. I don't, but I've watched him throw up brick after brick. I'm taking Deebo in this one comfortably.
I am as well because it's Friday. So Deebo, that's exactly what's going to happen in this one. Again, I think the 49ers this weekend are going to be doing all kinds of things to attack the linebacking core and not have Brock Purdy drop back and sit back there, and that means Deebo.
Yeah, that might not be a very good number. You guys broke that down really well. Should have gone with 3-point attempts, but that's fine.
Jordan could go off.
Mark, let's talk Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson points, so points scored by Klay Thompson, or completions for Brock Purdy.
Ooh.
It's a good one.
I'll go Klay Thompson. He's been on a heater enough because, remember, he's like that. And since he's like that, I'm going to give Klay a good game at Chase Center tonight. Put it up in the mid-20s for Klay and put it more kind of around 20 for Brock.
Dibs?
I'm going Brock Purdy here. Klay coming off a 24-point game against Memphis. He had 10 against Brooklyn, 24 the game before that. He's been a little bit up and down between that 10 and 29-point range his last 6 games, but I do think that Brock Purdy throwing a lot of short and intermediate passes. I think Philadelphia sells out to stop the run. Brock Purdy's going to have to do more. I like this one to be a low-scoring battle. Brock beats Klay in this one.
Okay, very good. We've talked a lot about Jalen Hurts running this week, and the 49ers pass rush hasn't been great in the postseason. So I've got 49ers sacks, so sacks by the 49ers defense, or minutes for James Wiseman. Dibs.
Oh, it's sacks. I mean, I think Wiseman is a DNP CD waiting to happen. I know that this is the game he could come back, and if you're able to get a big lead on Toronto, maybe he actually gets in there. If Wiseman plays, I'm in trouble because he'll get 5 or 6 minutes, and I don't think the Niners get 5 or 6 sacks. I'm banking on the DNP. I'm playing the percentages. Wiseman doesn't play. The Niners win this one 3-0.
I'm going to go with you on this one. Kyle, like in conceptualizing this, Are you calling a no-sack game for the 49ers this weekend? Are you thinking that's possible?
It's a definite, but why wouldn't it be?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's on the table. Sure.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts, how many times has he been sacked this year? Do we know that?
Oh, boy.
I mean, I know.
I know Philadelphia. I did the numbers yesterday, Mark. Philadelphia is third in a stat that I've kind of created called sack differential.
Okay.
They've committed 70, and they've allowed, I think, 44.
38 for Jalen Hurts. So 44 because Gardner Minshew played.
They're a plus 26. The Eagles are in sack differential, which is third in football. The Chiefs, by the way, with a better sack differential than Philadelphia.
Yeah, I'm going to definitely I'm going to go with 49ers sacks in this one. I guess that by averages, if Jalen Hurts played, 14, 15 games, you're looking at a 2.5 to almost 3 sacks per game average. Niners will break through and get a couple, and I'll give the DMP to James.
Okay, last one here. Speaking of Jalen Hurts, let's talk about his rushing yardage total, Mark. What's more, Jalen Hurts rushing yards or Warriors 3-point attempts?
Warriors 3-point attempt. Oh,
I believe the Warriors average 43.3 3-point attempts a game. I believe 43.5 is the over-under for Jalen Hurts rushing yards.
This is a great line.
Yeah,
This is a
I know
great,
it is. That's why I did it.
Great line.
Great
line.
line. It's a great line. Rock that line.
Great. Anyway,
haveatake.com.
Oh man, I'm gonna take Jalen Hurts, and I wish that wasn't so, but I think that the 49ers' aggressive pass rush is going to lead to some non-planned runs for Jalen. And then obviously they're going to be the planned runs as well. And he's very good in the open field. And I think he's going to get to about 50.
Dibs?
I'm with you. Jalen Hurts. This is, I'm afraid that this is not close because Jalen Hurts is going to go for more than 50. He's averaging, I think, 53, 54 a game on the ground. I'm surprised that the over-under in this one is so low, because the Niners have struggled against mobile quarterbacks. I think Jalen Hurts has a big game on the ground, closer to 70 yards, and I think this is an easy one. Jalen Hurts over Warriors 3-point attempts.
I think it's worth noting that since Jalen Hurts got hurt, since he came back from that shoulder injury, 13 rushing yards and 34 rushing yards in those 2 games against the Giants.
Yeah, they're not going to want to put him out there. They're not going to want to get him hit. That's for sure. So if they can avoid that as much as possible,
Those are 2 really weird games, though, because the 13 yards was a game that they didn't even really care about, and the 34 yards, they dominated the Giants. So they didn't need for Jalen Hurts to run.
The 34 yards was in the playoff against the Giants or the final week of the regular season?
In the playoff. The final game of the regular year was 13 yards on 9 carries, and then he went 34 yards for 9 carries in the playoff game.
Yeah, they didn't. I mean, the other guys were running the ball so well against the Giants. They gave up over 260 yards on the ground. It was absolutely ridiculous. It's one of the things I dismiss what the Eagles did last weekend as a fear factor for the 49ers this week, and there's no way the Eagles are going to run the ball like they did last week against the 49ers. It's flat out not possible. I also wonder this, because I'm with you in that it feels like the 49ers struggle against the dual threat quarterback, but I think the stats show that their struggle is in the improvisation of the running quarterback, not the planned run of the quarterback. In fact, I think that they're allowing less than 2.5 yards per carry by a quarterback when they're planning the run, when it's a designed run.
That's this year.
This year. So the 49ers are actually very good against the designed run. They're not very good against the drop back to pass, and oh gosh, we over pursued on the pass rush, and now Jalen's going to walk through the middle of the field and pick up 15.
And
That's what I'm worried about.
The game you were at, the opener, Justin Fields, 11 carries for 28 yards. And Justin Fields was gashing everybody subsequent to that. But the Niners haven't really faced a lot of these quarterbacks this year. You know, Russell Wilson, in that game, he wasn't really running much. They had Stafford. Carolina doesn't have a running quarterback.
Never had to face Kyler in either of the Cardinals games. Yep.
And, Patrick Mahomes doesn't run a lot in that way, in that designed way.
They faced Mariota, and he ran a lot on him in that game.
Yeah, in that weird 13-0 game. Yeah. In that game, actually, Andy Dalton was the quarterback in New Orleans. They had Mariota in the Atlanta game. Everybody else was running the ball in that game.
Right, exactly. By the way, you brought up Justin Fields. I just saw this come across, and consider the source, so I don't know what this really means, but Warren Sapp said that he is hearing word out of Chicago that Justin Fields is potentially going to be a part of a trade package, that the Bears are looking to package some things around Justin Fields and make a different move at the quarterback position, which is especially interesting when you consider they've also got the number 1 pick in the draft. So does that mean that it's Justin Fields and the number 1 pick in the draft and you get somebody's, I don't know, entire roster? Or are they saying we're going to draft a quarterback with that number 1? Or maybe we're going to go ahead and get Bryce or whatever they're going to do and then move on from Justin Fields. I don't know, one guy's opinion who obviously knows people.
Right, and who would be that team maybe that would want to acquire Justin Fields?
A ton of them.
The first one I thought of would be the Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens who have done well with a quarterback of a similar ilk, a guy who can run with it, who maybe is not yet a polished passer. So instead of paying Lamar Jackson, $40 million a year or more, or whatever his number is going to be, you instead trade for Justin Fields, a guy with whom you still have some control.
That's quite a thought. It's
the first one that came to me.
Ravens and Bears maybe swap their QBs. I mean, there are just a ton of teams who need to figure out the QB position.
You mentioned it before, like 10 of the top 12 in the draft are all QB needy.
Yeah, if I'm the Texans, I would absolutely be interested in Justin Fields. Raiders need a quarterback. Seahawks might need a quarterback. Don't know about the Cardinals situation. Falcons, Panthers, the Saints. I mean, Bucks, if Tom Brady leaves, that entire division needs a quarterback. So Washington, it's a pretty interesting offseason with a lot of guys available and a lot of teams in need.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And just one postscript on your mobile quarterback thing. I was looking at the Niners defense, and they gave up 99 or more rushing yards this year 6 times, and they were 2-4 in those games.
Okay.
And I used 99 because they gave up 99 to Chicago. They gave up 99 to Chicago in a loss, 101 to Denver, 168 to Atlanta, 112 to Kansas City, and then they
all early.
And all losses.
All early.
Buck 35 to the Raiders, although a lot of that was, Josh Jacobs in a big
had a
run.
great game.
And then Seattle 104 in the playoff game. But in terms of Philadelphia's key to success, get over that 100. That's critical. And I'm with you, though. I don't think they're going to go for 263.
Yeah, the road to Glendale is brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. All right, we got more of your phone calls as we are firing toward our finish line and the handoff over to Steiny and Goo, which is coming up around the corner as well. On Willard and Dibs.
The road to Glendale is brought to you by Mirror West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
All right, what's going on? It's Mark Willard for Game Time, the Game Time app. I've been talking about this, and there's nothing like talking about something that, before this even became a thing, I was using the Game Time app. I love the thing. It's been a fantastic way to get into games, concerts, theater, events, anything. And the closer you get to the event, the better the deal. Amazing last-minute deals on tickets. That's why it is, and this is a fact now, the fastest-growing ticketing app in the U.S. I'm in there for the San Francisco Bay Area right now, and Taylor Swift tickets. Home opener to the Giants-Royals, $122. Joe Coy, Shania Twain, Mark Anthony. There's all kinds of events in here where you're looking at pretty good prices that no doubt are going to keep coming down. The other great thing about the Game Time app, it is, quite frankly, maybe the most user-friendly app I've ever seen. You simply download the app, you put in your email address, you put in your location, and bang, it's all right there. And if you click on an event and a specific ticket, you will actually get a real view of what the stage or the event will look like from your seat. Very, very cool. Download the Game Time app, enter your email, and use our redeem code, THEGAME, for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, download the app, put in your email, and use the redeem code, THEGAME, for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Are you ready? Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any, subject to program terms while supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Ooh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
1 pill in the morning, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
This is James Wiseman. And now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Well, now I feel bad. Like, James did a liner for us, and we're all like, DNP. Yeah. Trade him. He's like, now back to Willard and Dibbs. I'm like, ugh, I feel like a jerk.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh well.
Hi, this is James Wiseman. Don't miss Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk and all of the activities, and come say hi to me.
Hi.
At Kaiser Permanente Center.
This is James Wiseman.
Thank you.
Now back to Two Real Jerks on 95.7 The Game. All right. Thanks, James.
If I had my way, they'd get DNPs too.
We get a DNT. Do not talk.
And do not ticket. Let's go.
Do not ticket. Good job, Kyle.
Let's go, Kyle.
Good job. Congratulations. Sensations go out to you and your entire family. I hope you spend the money you saved on your lovely. I got something fun for you. I wonder what your perception is on this. This was sent to me, the great Jimmy Shapiro, earlier today. Who do you think America's rooting for? All 4 teams. Got the whole Twitterverse, the American map.
Oh, I love this.
Of which
the
state.
Infographic.
Right. The state is rooting for which team, and then they color the state that particular color. And the whole thing leads to a percentage of America is rooting for, and then each of the 4 teams has a percentage next to it.
America.
Exactly. So how about a little game show music, Joe Spadone? And let's see if you know your United States of America NFL map.
If I get this wrong, I hope it won't be a deportation sensation because I love this country.
I'm not going to make you nail the percentages on the number, but do your best. But the most important thing, do you get the teams in order as they appear?
In terms of America, who is America?
The most rooted for team
and rooted
this weekend?
It always throws me a curveball because in New Zealand, rooted means something completely different.
Well, we're rooted in Oakland, are we not?
When you're in New Zealand and you're rooting, it involves lotion and tissue paper.
That sounds different.
It's completely different. So when I do New Zealand radio, I have to say things like support and cheer for as opposed to rooted.
So you can't like sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" in New Zealand. Root for the home team.
And
that wouldn't go well.
Get thrown in the clink.
Who do you think's America's rooting for this weekend?
Rooting for, huh, Mark?
Yep.
It's tough because I could see 3 answers. I think Philadelphia is the 4th place team. So before you say I'm right or I'm wrong, let me just reason my way through this.
Do your whole 4, and I'll tell you how many you get right.
I got Philadelphia as the 4th place team here.
Okay.
I think the 49ers are a popular enough team nationwide to where they could be the number 1. People love Patrick Mahomes and Kansas City. Cincinnati, though, plucky little story. I'm going to say the 49ers are America's choice, followed by Cincinnati, Kansas City, Philadelphia.
Okay, so you're going San Francisco.
Number 1.
Cincinnati.
Number 2.
Kansas City.
Number 3.
And Philadelphia.
The doormat.
You have in the right position a total of
0.
Zero.
Yeah, and much like in Price is Right, then I can run over and I can switch them, right?
Do you know what's funny? All you would need to do is take one team out and flip it to a different spot, and then you would have gotten it all right.
Take one team out and then move everyone up a notch?
Or move everyone down a notch, as it were.
Well, I'd like to do that, Mark, if I can. It's because it's hole in one.
Or two. Yeah. No, the most popular team this weekend is none other than the Cincinnati Bengals.
The Dirty Natty.
The Cincinnati Bengals covered 46% of the map and won with 23 states, including some of your favorites like Arizona, Colorado, Florida. Everybody loves Florida, wackadoodle nation. Michigan, Nevada. Nevada's rooting for the Bengals over the Niners?
A lot of red states in there.
Yeah, okay. Ohio. Rhode Island, that got 3 more people. Utah, that's just a smattering. Washington, because they hate the 49ers.
Sure.
The Bengals, 23 states, 46% of the map. Coming in second place, none other than
Kansas City.
The Kansas City Chiefs, who won 19 states and a total of 38% of the map, including some of your favorites like Mississippi.
Love them.
Georgia.
My people.
North Dakota, South Dakota, New York, and Wisconsin.
Well, New York makes sense because they're not going for Philadelphia.
Right.
Philadelphia third, though.
Third place, the Philadelphia Eagles, who come in with 12% of the map and a total of 6 states.
They got Pennsylvania.
Alabama, Alaska, Connecticut, Delaware, Jersey, Pennsylvania.
Huh, they got Alaska?
They did.
Big
Stole
pull.
that from us. Oh, Seahawks.
California the Niners got California and Hawaii.
No,
Oregon?
They didn't even get Hawaii. Hawaii went to the Chiefs, apparently. The San Francisco 49ers cover 4% of the map. That is it. And they covered 2 states, California and Oregon.
Oregon, huh?
Oregon.
Wow.
Yeah.
The anti-Washington. Oregon, I guess there's a lot of expats from the Bay Area and California who've gone up to Oregon.
And Klay Thompson, Portland roots.
Good call.
Yeah.
Good call.
Got to root for the Bay.
Man.
But anyway, isn't that interesting after what we've been sort of like fed with all year about taking over stadiums all over? And,
yeah.
I mean, largely that's from here. So I guess that doesn't play here, but the idea that the 49ers, and they are, this doesn't change that. This is a Twitter poll, but the idea that the 49ers are this large fan base that covers the entire map, not supported this weekend.
Right. And again, it comes down to what state the majority is. I mean, they could have been, a team that got a lot of support in states, but still not won the state. And so all the delegates, as we know, all the electoral college delegates goes over to the other team.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, wait a minute. If we got California, that's like half the map right there. How do we only end up with 4%? So I don't know. But just know this, 49er fan base. The world's rooting against you this weekend.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And I think the Joe Burrow Cincinnati angle, the plucky underdogs, and very likable. Kansas City, maybe there's some fatigue because they always seem to be there. And Philadelphia is a city that it's easy to hate on. I personally love watching Philly fail.
Yeah, they got Alabama and Alaska. Those are weird. And outside of that, they just got their little, they got their quadrant up there.
Little pocket.
Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, and Connecticut. And geographically, that's just about it. But I'm with you. I also think the Bengals, look, they've done something that we have decided teams don't do, which is when you lose the Super Bowl, you're supposed to go into a tailspin and have a hangover season. And the Bengals started the year having just that. And then after their terrible start and the 4 picks on week 1 from Joe Burrow and all of that stuff that happened, look at them now. And, we were joking earlier about how ridiculous it is to play the schedule game with these teams because they're all good. But if anybody wants to stand up and raise their hand, dude, it's the Bengals. The Bengals have beaten the Chiefs. They've beaten the Bills. They were ahead of the Bills before the DeMar Hamlin thing happened. They beat the Chiefs last year. So, like, if anybody's walking around in this weekend and it's foursome going, no, we're fine here. We're totally fine on this platform. It is the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, and they were there last year, so they don't have to, pretend like this is a flash in the pan. They opened up with back-to-back losses to Pittsburgh and Dallas, and since then, they've been fantastic. And they beat Miami. They beat the Jets who were good at the time, not the Jets who turned out to be the Jets. They crushed Atlanta, a team that beat the 49ers. And other than that, they just kept on churning through November and December.
All right, if you missed what we had to say about D'Amico Ryans earlier, we'll get you the update on that. Steiny and Goo are going to hop in here as well. It's a Football Friday brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. And don't forget, Warriors back in action tonight against the Raptors at Chase Center. Tune into Warriors Live right here on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. This is Willard and Tibbs.
It's a Football Friday on 95.7 The Game.
This one is juggle pick. There goes Hufanga.
Brought to you by John Vise Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vise Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vise Bay Area Houses.com.
This is the final week of the Manufacturers RV Show. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday.
Bud Light was brewed to be a delicious and easy-to-drink beer, even when the little things in life are hard. Like when the game is going into overtime, but you have even more time to enjoy it, and a fresh Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Drink responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Everyone knows time is money, so don't wait weeks for the IRS to send out your tax refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt instead for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee tax refund advance loan. With up to $3,500, you could bring home the bacon and bring it home today. Money now instead of later? That's worth its weight in gold. Don't wait weeks for your refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company, details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or get it right the first time with eBay Motors Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's gonna fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
In Novato, partly cloudy today, highs near 62.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's odd, but you know what we haven't done yet? I'm sitting here right now. I don't even know who you think's going to win the game.
Who I think is going to win the game?
Who do you think's going to win the game?
Like, if I was to make a prediction,
I mean,
not who I want to win the game.
I know who you want to win the game.
Of course.
Who do you think's going to win the game?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you.
Are you asking me to say it on the air in front of
right now.
Or a million of listeners and God, him or herself?
Now or never.
The Eagles. You're asking me.
Oh, my God.
Are you asking me, Mark? Are you asking me?
Listen, I appreciate your authentic response.
It's the Eagles. 23-21.
You need to allow me a moment to process.
You can, and I'll please allow me to explain why I think that the Eagles are going to win. And Kyle Madsen, our great producer, came in today. He and I earlier in the week both thought the Eagles were going to win. Today he came to me and said, I think the Niners are going to win.
Switcheroo.
He came up with some real awesome statistical facts from friend of the program, Trista Crick.
Right.
And I thought, wow, Kyle, those are great. I'm totally buying that. When I look at this matchup, and it all comes down to why I think what I think about this game, Eagles 23, Niners 21, 3 field goals, 2 touchdowns for Philly, 3 touchdowns for the Niners. I think about the trenches. The Eagles' defensive line is deep, full of first-round picks. The 49er offensive line is good, but not great. The interior 3 was exposed a little bit against Dallas, and I think that matchup goes against the 49ers more than it goes their way. The other side, the Niners defensive front against the Eagle offensive line. The Niner defensive front has not generated as much pressure of late as they had earlier in the year, and the Eagles offensive line is one of, if not the best, in football. So I think about just those matchups in the trenches, and I see them both leaning the Eagles' way. Eagles are at home. Eagles have a mobile QB who I think can cause problems for the 49ers. And at the end of it, the Niners are starting a rookie in the biggest spot in his career. I think it's a close game. I want the Niners to win. You asked me a question, Mark.
Yeah.
I wanted to answer it and give you my honest opinion. Eagles 23, Niners 21.
Okay. I'm not mad at it.
Okay, are you mad at me?
Well, always. It had nothing to do with your pick. Do you know what's interesting about Jalen Hurts? He's a really, really good football player. And sure, he doesn't turn the ball over, and he adds in his legs as a weapon, and so he's very, very hard to defend. But let me say this, because I think this is very significant for this weekend's game. Jalen Hurts, when we talk about him as an elite quarterback player, he doesn't fit the mold of those guys who also have that label. Jalen Hurts, and I know he missed a few games, but he didn't even throw for 4,000 yards this year. Okay? Jimmy Garoppolo has had seasons where he's thrown for over 4,000 yards. And that means to you, you don't have to be elite throwing the ball. Your passing game does not have to be dynamic even to get to 4,000 yards. And Jalen only got to 37. I'll tell you why that's significant. It's significant because Jalen, like every quarterback, Brock Purdy too, needs a couple things in the offense to work along with him for him to be effective. For the Eagles, that's the running backs. That's the RPOs where he does have to create fear in a defense that Miles Sanders, Boston Scott, and those guys will gash you too, like they did against the New York Giants last week. To me, if Jalen's going to be a big problem for the 49ers, it's because Miles Sanders is a big problem for the 49ers. I don't think Miles Sanders is going to be a big problem for the 49ers. You stop Miles Sanders, you turn Jalen into a more traditional offensive player, advantage you. That's what I think the 49ers have the opportunity to do on Sunday.
Without a doubt. And that would be a huge key for the defense. And a defense, as we mentioned, that's only allowed 99 rushing yards to teams 6 times. They're 2-4 in those games. So when the Niners have stopped the run, and think about what they did to Dallas. They stopped the run. We don't know what Tony Pollard would have done in the second half because he broke his leg. Once he was out of the game, Dallas's offense was unidimensional. And it was Dak Prescott who had to make it happen, and he didn't. Jalen Hurts is better than Dak Prescott, at least right now in this spot in this season. So if you make Jalen Hurts beat you, he has a better chance to go out and do that if the Niners are able to take away the run. If they can't take away the run, And I'm not saying they go for 260 yards like they did against the New York Giants, but if Philadelphia is able to run the ball and be into third and short a lot when Jalen Hurts can run that RPO, the run-pass option, the 49er defense will be in a little bit of trouble.
We have some breaking news from 49ers practice. And I do believe that this is something that will interest every single person who's interested by this game.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
All right, we've been watching the running backs all week long in the practice reports, which even though they've tried to say don't worry about it, it's hard to not be worried. So here is the practice report for today. Christian McCaffrey in full practice for the 49ers. Elijah Mitchell out. No practice.
No practice?
For Elijah Mitchell on a Friday. Now, that's very Friday.
Good.
Friday is always the thing.
Yeah.
And I know that McCaffrey was the one who looked at the media yesterday. They asked him, what's the chances you don't play? And he said, Zippo, 0. That's a donut. I'm going to be in that game. We did not hear that from Elijah Mitchell. And we know that Mitchell has been dogged by injuries all year long. He has missed a lot more games than he's made. And so this is fascinating. It also affects, by the way, that Mad Props thing that you guys put out there a few minutes ago because McCaffrey's going to get a whole lot of work.
Yeah.
I think if Mitchell, now this does not mean that he is out of the game.
Right.
But it is rare, I'd say, in the NFL that you miss a Friday practice and then make the game.
He will be listed as questionable, I would imagine, going in. If he's doubtful players don't play like 95% of the time. If you're doubtful, you are out. You can't spell doubtful without outful. So that's just the way that goes. And I don't think that the official designations come out until tomorrow, Mark, in terms of, their likelihood to play. If Christian McCaffrey went through practice today, he might not even be listed on the injury report. And if he is, he'll be probable. And if Eli Mitchell is questionable, it'll be a game time decision because then it comes down to, do you want to use a game day roster spot for a guy who may not be able to play?
I think Christian McCaffrey, he's obviously phenomenal. He's been maybe the thing that has really stirred the drink for the 49ers on this winning streak. But there's got to be a change of pace. There has to be, especially if McCaffrey, who's not the biggest running back, if he can't convert on those 3rd and 2s, then you need a different back sometimes. It's what ended up winning the game for the 49ers last week. Even though McCaffrey got that touchdown, Mitchell he logged key minutes to where he really and got key carries, and he was really one of the guys that started to break through that Cowboy defensive front. This is significant now. And if he's not in the game, how much do you trust Jordan Mason?
That's the one, yeah.
To be in this game and get real reps.
I trust him a lot. But I think that if you went without Eli Mitchell, the depth chart at running back goes Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Jordan Mason. Jordan Mason would be used the way Eli Mitchell was used against Dallas with the lead as a fresh-legged battering ram in order to salt the game away. And that's kind of what Elijah Mitchell did against Dallas. So if Mitchell can't go, and we won't know until we get up near game time, then Jordan Mason might be a guy, if you've got the lead, who gets the ball. But if you're trailing or if you're in a real nip and tuck situation, it's going to be McCaffrey and it's going to be Deebo carrying the ball.
Yeah, you're right, but then that also scares you because, again, both of them are dealing with, and I know everyone's dealing with nagging injuries right now, but these guys are dealing with some that are obviously more significant than others. McCaffrey's over there on the bench, on the sideline throughout the Cowboy game with a wrap on his calf. Deebo missed practice earlier this week as well. These guys are dealing with real injuries, and both of them, especially Deebo, so physical with the way they run. And if you're taking Mitchell's 8 or 9 touches, and now you're spreading that out over McCaffrey and Deebo, they'll be fine, but it does up the concern level because, hell, if you make the Super Bowl, you're going to need Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey healthy.
And Eli Mitchell, most likely. Well, I put my neck out. I stuck my neck out. I put it on the line, Mark, with my prediction. Yours is a little bit easier because I have a feeling you're going to predict a Niner victory, but let's put it on tape. Let's make it official. What's your prediction for Sunday in the NFC Championship game?
49ers win 20-17.
2017.
20-17. The 49ers will win. this football game. I think that there is going to be, when you have teams that are this good and they have the line play that they have, both of them, on both sides of the ball, there is going to be a feeling out period. I think both teams will be hesitant to take chances early, and what that leads to is a low-scoring game coming out of the gate, just like we saw with Dallas and the 49ers.
Right.
The Niners are going to try to extend drives. They're going to try to do it on the ground. They're going to try to dunk a little bit. If they need to throw the ball downfield, that might be for the second half. They don't want to drop Brock Purdy back and let him sit there. So, field position game early keeps the scoring down. 49ers pull it out late. Got a kicker that's never missed a kick in the postseason, 20-17.
It's a Robbie Gold game winner.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, at some point.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's at the buzzer.
Okay.
But late, yeah.
Niners win 2017. I
That's
love
what
it.
I'm
We'll get
gonna go with.
Steiny and Evan Giddings' predictions in here in just a moment. But real quick, AFC Championship game. I've got the Chiefs. I've always had the Chiefs. 35-31, Chiefs beat the Bengals.
I've got the Bengals. I know Patrick Mahomes practiced, but I'm out on the idea that he's normal. And I think it affects this game.
No one's normal
I
at this
think
point.
I think the Bengals are completely confident in doing exactly what they're about to go do. I think the Bengals win this one 31-23, and we get the third installment of 49ers Bengals in the Super Bowl. Hello, Steiny. Hello, Evan Giddings.
How we feeling,
How we
boys?
doing, boys? You're
Feeling great.
Listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. What's going on in those beautiful brains of yours today?
Well, obviously the game on Sunday, and here's what's hit me today. It's that I'm starting to really think about what the Niners are looking for Brock Purdy to get done this weekend. And when you think about it, it's got nothing to do whether he can or whether he can't. It's really daunting. So you got a quarterback on the other side with a little more experience who's having an MVP year. And to me, the playing at home against Brock Purdy, and I get it, it's a little different for San Francisco because he can feed and he's a point guard. 7 games, like going into the most hostile environment that he's going to have seen up to this point. Asking a lot. If he gets this done, it just can't be understated how big it would be.
I wonder, we always talk about hostile environment, what that feels like to an actual player. Like, in other words, when you go on the road in the NFL, it's freaking loud. And so what's the difference between freaking loud and freaking loud? In other words, there's more on the line in this game, but the sound in the ear, the effect on Brock Purdy's game in this one is different than Thursday night in Seattle with an oblique problem. In what way?
Oh, in a huge way.
How so?
They got up big early in that game, so the crowd wasn't as big of a factor.
But they could do that here too.
The other thing is they were better than Seattle. They were a better team than the Seattle Seahawks.
That's fair, but
the Philadelphia Eagles are a better team than Seattle.
But I'm talking about the hostile environment.
Well,
to me, I'll say it, this is being overplayed.
Okay.
Where this game is being overplayed. The fans and their effect on the game is being overplayed.
Okay, but it would be more significant to go in there and beat them than if they had a home game here and beat them. Like, that would be a bigger accomplishment for Brock Purdy.
I'll grant
Why?
you that, but
because there's something harder about it.
Well, there's, if you want to talk about just the ability to call your plays, the comforts of home, all of that. But I know Philly loves to think that the people with jerseys on in the 200 section affect the game.
Well, sure, but don't 49ers fans feel the same way? And the fact that Brock Purdy only has 2 of those experiences this year may not, it's going to impact the game, I feel like.
I don't know.
And one of those experiences was a straight home game neutral. You were there. That wasn't much of a road game.
Well, but again, to the standpoint that it matters, yes, it was. Like, it was loud the whole time. It was loud enough by both fan bases that people needed to, right? Like, it's hard to hear yourself think and call a game and all of that. I guess this is maybe this is my larger point. I don't know if Brock Purdy can do this. This is a really good team and it's a really hard game. But we have 8 weeks in a row put out a menu for Brock and thought, he might cower in this moment, and he never has. Like, if you say the hostile environment's going to affect him, it sort of feels like you think that he might get shook. I don't think Brock Purdy shakes.
I don't think it's that.
Like he's going to turn the ball over the way
cut.
that Dak Prescott did last year. Like I don't think that's going to happen, but I also don't think that's because of Brock Purdy. It feels like he is the instrument from which Kyle Shanahan gets to run his game. So Brock Purdy's not going to be allowed, I think, to make those mistakes against Philadelphia. And this game, especially early, is going to be that's on the ground.
To me, if let's say the Seattle crowd in that game's at 10 and the Eagles can only go up to a 10, they're fans because whatever, it's loud.
Right.
The mere fact that this is the NFC Championship game as opposed to a regular season game, though, it adds pressure to the game. Sure. And so whatever he does, it's going to be a relatively new environment in a monster game in a really hard place to play. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, it would be wild, and there is the possibility because feels like every week we've got a new thing that Brock hasn't done, and we'll be like, let's see if we can do this. We'll see if we can do that. And he's done it each time, right? There's really only, I guess, two things that the NFL There's two more things that the NFL offers that he hasn't done.
Mm-hmm. Couple of big ones.
And they are this, and they are that.
Right.
And so 2 weeks from now, this guy could literally leave half of a rookie season having never lost a game and passed every test the NFL has to offer.
It would be one of the great rookie seasons in the history of sports. Forget NFL and all the rest of it. Just to be a rookie and to be in this spot is already putting him in the pantheon of great rookie performers. But to go to Philadelphia, which it will be loud, and I think the whole idea of hostile environment, no one's going to most likely jump out of the stands and come and cut Brock Purdy, although we've seen violent acts occur in pro sports before.
Maybe a beer pour.
Well, who knows what? Maybe they'll loudly boo him and name call him with some expletives involved. But as a college quarterback, he's played in hostile environments. The things, though, that I look for are the communication between Kyle and he. Can he get the plays in on time? Can he get everybody set when the crowd's, going crazy? So it's not a hostile environment like it is when you're, fighting a war in Afghanistan. Let's not overstate it. Right. But the simple things of being a rookie, navigating a huddle, getting a play in, getting everyone situated, running all that pre-snap motion, that's more difficult on the road with a loud crowd than it is at home.
That's why I love the under, by the way, in the game we were talking about.
Yeah,
I think that this assignment for both teams is so hard.
That's what
it's so hard. It's just these two teams are going to throw so much at each other. And yeah, I mean, in the end, and I hope from an emotional standpoint, it's hard as a fan to get to this moment when you're watching the game in the middle of it.
Yeah.
But man, this is the game we deserve.
Yeah,
this is
two Titans.
This is it.
I think it's two best teams standing. I don't know about you guys. I feel like whoever wins this game is going to go win in Glendale.
I feel like there's a good chance of that. I think that they've, like, the things that we don't talk about in football are what the 49ers and Eagles do better than everybody. Their line play is better than the AFC teams. Their defenses are better than the AFC teams. Those things usually work in the Super Bowl. The problem for 49er fans is that was all true back in 2019. Or
even 9 weeks ago when Kansas City motorboated you.
Right. So,
and that's kind of what I'm getting at is, or what I'm following up on is, I'll bet you if you asked football fans halfway through the season, Super Bowl champ coming out of the AFC or NFC, I bet it would have been
AFC.
Now,
across the board.
That's a good point.
Now I think just because maybe it's Mahomes' injury, maybe it's because they've shown a little bit of a Cincinnati. Like now, I wouldn't take that bet.
Well, across the conference, there are more contenders probably from the AFC, but the NFC has always been top heavy. I mean, this entire season.
I wonder, have
we
you
have a
seen
look ahead? I was just thinking the same thing.
You're reading my mind, Mark.
What's that?
The look ahead lines. If it's KC Niners, if it's KC Philly, Cincinnati Niners, Cincinnati Philly, I was just going to say, Mark, not knowing the look ahead lines, I would bet that none of those prospective Super Bowl spreads are greater than 3 or 3.5 at the most.
I got him. I got him right here.
Let me guess.
I got him.
Well, 49ers are going to be favored
You want
over
game show
Cincinnati.
music because it makes you excited.
49ers will be favored against Cincinnati, but they would be underdogs against the Chiefs.
What do you think the numbers are?
I think either way they're favored, but it's
I think it's 1.5.
No more than 3.
Chiefs, and they're favored by 3. They're 1.5 point underdogs against the Chiefs. 3-point favorites against the Bengals.
You nailed the Niners-Chiefs line, 1.5. Chiefs favored.
Wow.
The 49ers would be just a 1-point favorite over the Cincinnati Bengals.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a miss.
What about your Eagles? What if the Eagles play either of those teams?
Eagles will kind of the same thing. I think Eagles are favored by 2.5 over Cincinnati. And I'm sorry, Chiefs are going to be favored by 1.5.
Well, in that case, I would take the pick'em against Kansas City and 3-point favorite over Cincy.
Eagles right now would be a 1.5-point favorite against the Bengals. Remember, the 49ers were a 1-point favorite. And the Eagles would be a 1-point underdog.
Wow.
Against the Kansas City Chiefs.
There you go.
You have 4 lines.
Yeah, and this was kind of my point.
All of them are less than 2.
And that's just crazy.
All of them.
Well, you know what that tells me is people are kind of settling a little down on Kansas City, right? I mean,
the Mahomes injury, and if you've watched that spread this week, it opened as Kansas City, I think, 1.5-point favorites. It swung to Cincinnati, favored by 2.5, and now it's back to Kansas City, -1, -1.5. So the question about Mahomes' high ankle sprain, quote unquote, has made that line go all over the board.
Yeah, well, and I think the Bengals, whether this is real or imagined, they've got this reputation right now that they're the Chiefs and Bills killers. They're the only team in the NFL that seems to have their number. Now, we look at that simply because of the result of the AFC title game last year, and we forget that the Chiefs wiped the floor with them for a half and sort of messed things up at the end of the half. You remember when they went for it on fourth down? Instead of taking 3, they end up blowing a big lead. And then they played earlier this year. The Bengals won again, but they won a 3-point game. Like, I'm expecting, and these lines are saying the same thing, we're expecting everything to be razor thin the rest of the way, no matter what the matchup is for all 4 of these teams.
And that's why all 4 of these teams are looking at this weekend and they see the opportunity that's in front of them. Yep. You know, this is not one of those classic cases of, the AFC Championship is the real Super Bowl. The winner of either of these games, you go into another coin flip kind of ball game in the Super Bowl.
There's no shocker. If any of these 4 teams win, it would not be a shock.
The only shock would be as if there's a blowout.
Right.
Either
and
way.
Which could change the lines.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? If the Chiefs beat the Bengals by 30 points, those spreads will go up the following week. That's the team everybody wants to favor, but they're waiting to see what happens with Mahomes' leg.
Well, we're also talking about Lincoln being, maybe not as important, to some, but it's absolutely a tougher environment than whatever the Super Bowl is going to be for the 49ers.
I'll agree with that.
Sure. I mean, absolutely.
Sure.
So
road games are, I mean,
like to me, and this might be a tougher game for Brock Purdy than the Super Bowl. Because, if he wins this game, Super Bowl is almost going to be a piece of cake.
I agree with that for
just
2
in
reasons.
terms of environment.
Well, not just the environment, the pass rush you'll be facing with either of those teams nowhere near as good as Philadelphia.
True.
So, yeah, there's nothing harder than this. What do we come up with? 7 times in 49er history have they won a playoff game on the road.
Yeah.
It's only happened 7 times, and 2 of them happened in January.
They were 2-10 in their first 12 road playoff games, and they're 5-2 since. Your boy Kyle Shanahan loves to win road playoff games.
What's the biggest road win for the 49ers in their history?
In the playoffs?
Yes.
NFC Championship game at Atlanta. You fall down by 17, rally, and go to the Super Bowl. The year they lost to the Ravens. I take that over.
Oh, that's right. Oh, God, you're going recent. Okay.
Over the game at Soldier Field in 88. 28-3.
Yeah.
They were a favorite in both games, though.
2-point favorites in Chicago.
So this would be bigger, theoretically.
Oh,
absolutely.
Yeah. This is a lot of people have said, and I agree, this has been the biggest road playoff win they've ever had if they get it. Especially when you factor in all the other stuff, the fact that Mr. Irrelevant is playing quarterback.
It's just crazy.
It's unreal.
True. All right, comparing it to the 2013 NFC title game, more or less hostile as far as going into Seattle?
It's a good question.
I think Seattle was a 3.5-point favorite, 4-point favorite.
I would say slightly less hostile just because of the frequency with which you played Seattle, the rivalry factor, and the noise that Seattle was boasting, the 12th man, the Legion of Boom, and all the rest of it. Not to say that Philadelphia is not intimidating, but I think the Seattle game slightly a little bit more hostile for me.
Does
young Seahawks
Jalen Hurts is 15-1 as a starter. Was that loss at home or away? Do we know offhand?
It was at home
this year.
Okay, so
Monday night against Washington.
Against Washington.
Okay.
Yep.
Although that was a close game too.
Was it?
Yeah, it came. I mean, the only reason was
they got beat.
Well,
they got very clearly out. Didn't they lose by 11?
Yeah,
they lost by 11.
There was a scoop and score on the last play of the game.
Okay.
It was a 5-point game until about 15
All right,
seconds.
fair
left.
enough. Yeah, they lost.
Giddings doing his homework over there. Look at him.
Actually, I knew he knew
4
that.
turnovers. Yeah.
32 to 21.
He's playing point guard from 12 to 3.
Thank you.
32 to 21. Jalen Hurts, 17 to 26 for $175, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, but only rushed for 28 yards and a score. And they lost 3 fumbles in the game.
Put that ball on the ground.
And I'll say this because the environment, like, does it matter? I'll tell you after the game. You know what I mean? That's the way I feel. Because it's kind of like the Warriors. Did the Warriors have a home court advantage at Chase and Oracle? Yeah. That's because they were great. They were great. It almost, and that's just the way it is.
I always feel like when you get to this time of the season, the better team.
The zombies.
The better team wins the football game.
I do wonder, though.
You
So,
know?
end of the first half against Dallas, Brock Purdy gets the ball out with 1 second left before the half, right? If that's on the road, maybe there's a split second more of miscommunication. He's not getting the play in. That might be a lost opportunity to field goal if they're in Lincoln.
Don't do it if you're on the road. Don't do that.
And he learned from that.
What time today
Don't
will
do
you
that.
unfurl your predictions for the game? Because I've already come out and said I predict the Eagles win 23-21. So, Steiny, I know that you sometimes...
So hard for
wow,
me.
that stressed you out.
Totally.
Man, Steiny just collapsed into your hands when
I
he
want to
asked
know
you
what
that.
time it's going to come out.
This is where we see the Oakland.
I've never
Max
seen
Steinmetz.
someone in sports radio collapse at the idea of a game prediction.
It's your fault.
Why?
Because you put me through the ringer with the Mavericks, and so did the Bay Area.
Well, I hope that be a lesson to you. Be authentic with whatever you're going to say.
Yeah.
Niners
Just
and
be
6.
authentic. If you
Well,
think
it's
the
funny.
Eagles are going to
Thank
win,
you,
say
Ray.
it.
I think it's going to be. I think it's a coin toss, but
I don't have a strong
no.
opinion.
Birds or Niners?
Right now, you're asking me. So right now, whatever it's on my mind how tough this is going to be for the 49ers with Purdy and the environment. 26-20 Eagles. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
well, they cover.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Don't put that on the internet.
On the 415ers
I
podcast,
just tweeted
download
it,
it on
sorry.
Sports Podcast Network.
Steiny said-
21-18 Birds.
Oh, you already put that out on the podcast.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So there you
I
have
got
it.
Philly by a field goal. I'm also, I like the under for sure.
Yeah.
Either way.
Yeah.
By the way, you're going to want to listen at 2:30.
Okay.
What's happening?
Is
there a way you can...
Special guest, Tony DeMarco, 45-year season ticket holder
One
from
of Steiny's
Philadelphia.
buddies from Philly.
Okay.
I haven't addressed this one-on-one, but I've really been hurt by some of the things you've said about East Coast fans, Philadelphia, loyalty, et cetera. We had Dick Vermeil on yesterday. I said, describe Philadelphia fans. He said, loyal.
Yeah, they're great.
He also said they love you win or tie.
They're great.
He did. Just don't tie too much.
They're great. They're great fans. They're just not scary. That's all.
We're going to
You
have
guys
fun with
you don't
Tony.
think
He's
they're scary.
He's a good guy.
Tony's
he's
not
not
scary.
scared. No, he's not
Yeah,
scary.
okay. Scary.
He's not scary.
Just
And then
people watching.
JD's going to the game. We're going to have JD on
Beauty.
at 1.
Okay, good.
And Baldy on it too.
Okay, that's big. All right, it's Evan Giddings in for Goo. Here comes Steiny. They both pick the Eagles to win.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. 2 hours and 45 minutes of, you know what I'm going to call it? I'm going to call it grown-up radio. Grown-up radio.
I just got
Evan.
there.
Yeah, you're a young man, but you're very mature.
An old soul.
Let's get it going. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm going to lay it out again. What I'm thinking. There's no malice. I don't want people yelling at me.
Not today. It's a Friday.
And I'm gonna spin it positive because I'm just thinking about this game and the quarterbacks, and I get it. Each of the quarterbacks are asked to do two different things. One's asked to do more than the other. So I think so. We can get into that.
Yeah.
But I'm just thinking about, okay, so the 49ers with Brock Purdy, 7th round pick, rookie, 7 or 8 games under his belt. He's been terrific. And I'm not saying, he's going to go in there and lay in it. No. But you're going up against the quarterback in Jalen Hurts, who's had a career year, an MVP candidate, and this is the last part of it to me that's pushing me this way. He's playing at home. And you just start thinking about if Brock Purdy and the Niners can go in and win this game, how epic it would be. It would be an incredible win. And I'm not saying he can't do it, but because in my mind, it would be such a gutsy, unforeseen, historic almost victory. That just seems really, really hard. And so there's two things going on with me, and I'll give up the mic soon. There's two things going on with me. One is I'm looking at the Eagles as the team that's going to win this game. But if they don't, Brock Purdy now does become he gets up onto a level or pedestal that is just absolutely remarkable. But even if he doesn't, he's like, I will not come in here because on Monday and say, oh, Purdy, see, there's nothing to see. A great quarterback may go into Philadelphia. Maybe Brock Purdy is a great quarterback, but a great quarterback might go into Philadelphia in the NFC Championship and struggle. A great one. So this is Brock Purdy, and like I said, I think it's just so much to ask of him. So because of that, I gotta lean Philly, but with the understanding that it certainly can be done by the Niners. But if it is done, we cannot underestimate like the impact of the game, of the win in terms of the Niners and Brock Purdy.
History is against him. That's a fact.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that Brock Purdy winning this game, I know we've talked about he's no longer the third-string quarterback. He's no longer Mr. Irrelevant. But we will look back on it if he wins this football game and does what no other rookie quarterback has done as historic. Maybe in the moment, it feels like Brock Purdy doesn't have to do... Look, you're talking about a great quarterback struggling in that kind of environment. I'm with you. But the 49ers do not need Brock Purdy to be a great quarterback on Sunday.
Wait, you know what?
I don't think so.
That may change. That may change at some point during the game.
He needs to play better than he did in the first half against Dallas. He probably needs to play better than he did the entire game against Dallas. I don't know if 19 points is going to be good enough to beat Philadelphia. But he doesn't have to be the guy that lights up the stat sheet. Like Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow have to be great for their teams to win.
Right.
Maybe even Jalen Hurts to some extent has to be great on Sunday for that Philadelphia team to win because we've seen what they've been without him being great. Brock Purdy doesn't have to do that. Brock Purdy is in a system that is built to soften every blow that he makes.
What if they get down 10-0 after the first quarter? If that were to happen, then I start thinking, well, he's got to be really good now. You know what I mean? Like, if the game goes along and they get behind, the more he's going to need to be great. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm with you. And if they can run 38 times for 200 yards and he goes 15 for 22 with a touchdown, 200 yards and no picks, they're going to win that game, I think.
But even if it's a 15-round slugfest where guys are bloodied, bruised, and beaten by the end, but no one gets knocked out, it's not a unanimous decision. Kyle Shanahan said last week after the Dallas Cowboys game, the fact that we stuck with the run, they ran the ball over 30 times for 3.5 yards a carry. That's not an incredible day on the ground. But they stuck with it, and they leaned on Dallas until the Dallas dam burst. That's what they're, I think, they're going to try to implement against Philly is the first half may look disgusting. And that's why I think this is going to be an under any way you slice it. But the idea is that in the second half, you have beaten up the opponent so much that at some point in that third or fourth quarter, you can grab control of the game. And when the 49ers have been able to impose their will on an opponent, when they take the lead, when they take the advantage, they don't tend to look back. It's been a lot of boat racing this season, since especially Christian McCaffrey came to San Francisco. We don't know if they can do that against a team as good as Philadelphia, but that's the question. That's why you're talking about this game has every making of a classic, because you have the two best rosters in football. You have the two best teams that have been destined to meet each other at this point in the NFC title game. The two teams that everyone wanted in this spot on the NFC side of the bracket. And now we get to see it play out.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's also the Xfinity mobile text line. And you can also check us out on YouTube. Just search for Steiny and Guru. Search for 95.7 The Game. You'll see it. We got a fun show today. JD at 1 o'clock. John Dickinson, he's headed to Philly today. Brian Baldinger, very familiar with both teams. He's at 2 o'clock. And then we got my buddy, Tony DeMarco, 45-year season ticket holder for the Philadelphia Eagles. Some of my friends and Eagle fans have really been taking a beating on this show. So I'm gonna give you a little insight.
Took you until Friday to stand up for him.
As to what a true Eagles fan is like, and I think you're gonna end up liking him and respecting him.
Yeah,
unless he comes out guns blazing. I
know he's not from Reading.
No, he's from Cherry Hill, New Jersey, Haddonfield, New Jersey, South Jersey. There you go.
Okay.
So I'm going to set it up one more time, and then we're going to jump into your calls. And here it is. I was just thinking about the game a lot more this morning. And it's not that the 49ers cannot win this game. Of course they can. But I'm just thinking about what they're asking Brock Purdy to do and what they need to do as a team. And, again, the Eagles were the best team in the NFL, best team in the NFC, rather. Their quarterback is having a terrific year, MVP candidate, and he's playing, and they're playing at home. Brock Purdy, rookie, 7th-round pick, has to go in to Philadelphia and win the game. Now, we can get into semantics. He's not going to have to win the game, but he's going to have to be the winning quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers in Philly. And that's, to me, a hell of a challenge. And if he does it, it'll be absolutely epic and incredible.
It'll be all time.
Yes, sir. And that's why I have trouble seeing it happen. It's just, it almost feels too difficult. You tell me why I'm wrong. You tell me why Brock Purdy and the Niners can and will go in there and win on Sunday, despite a quarterback who, while he may be the best one on the roster, still a little inexperienced. It's going to be a great game. I cannot wait. This show is going to be a lot of fun, too. It's a Football Friday, and it's brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni. 888-957-9570 is the number. Why can Brock Purdy and the Niners go into the Link and win that game Sunday?
The Road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Nachos! Get your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks? Seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Better sleep can change your life. That's because sleep is a core pillar of health, just like nutrition and exercise. So if you're not getting enough of it, ZzzQuil invites you to take our Better Sleep to Better Health challenge. Join today at ZzzQuil.com to get weekly sleep tips from experts and learn how ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, can help enhance your journey to better sleep. ZQuil's Better Sleep to Better Health Challenge. Visit ZQuil.com now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Now it's time for the closer of the week, presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Fred Warner Jr., who had a big pick and ultimately wrecked the Cowboys.
Prescott, it is picked off by Fred Warner.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
It's the final days to save big store-wide at the Truckload event at Lowe's. Right now, get limited-time deals on your favorite tools and accessories. Plus, get 10% off in-stock kitchen cabinets with a $1,000 minimum purchase. And save even more on clearance cabinets in-store. Hurry and shop the Truckload event in-store or online while you can. Must ask cashier to apply discount at time of purchase. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Valid 1/26/28.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores. Get in zone, AutoZone. See details at AutoZone.com.
Are you ready? Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any, subject to program terms while supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Final
play, it looks like barring a penalty. Prescott over the middle of the turf, gets smoked right away, and that'll do it. The 49ers back to the championship game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, welcome back, and we got a special surprise for everybody out there. We've got a superstar in the building, and if you want to check out who that is, head over to the YouTube page and search for 95.7 The Game. Joining us right now, he's world-renowned. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. James Draws. He's a TikTok superstar. He's going to the Warriors game tonight where he's going to do the introductions. And he's also making an appearance in 90 minutes at Underdog's Cantina, 128 King Street. He's been described to me as a TikTok superstar.
He's more famous than anybody in this room.
James Draws. Welcome, James.
Thanks, guys, for coming. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. Now, I'm going to play for the Bay Area one of the things that has made you famous right now. Hit it, John.
Cowboys, I love you. Okay, I do this too. Cowboys, what happened? How to lose to San Francisco 49ers? See ya. What happened? Oh, thank you. What happened? Let's go, Cowboys. I love you. See you next season.
So where did this idea come from?
Well, I love that idea because I love Cowboys and I want them to win, but they lost. But that was a good game, back forth game. So it was a good game.
Yeah. Do you know the 49ers are playing the Eagles this weekend? Do you care who wins that game?
I don't care who wins. I want somebody who wins the game. I want 49ers to win, and that'd be a good matchup with Patrick Mahomes, see who wins this game.
James, just hearing that clip, you can hear the energy, the enthusiasm, the passion that you have for sports. When did you fall in love with sports? What made you to decide to grab this platform that has clearly influenced millions of people? I mean, that clip alone is rocketing up the charts. It's incredible to watch. When did you fall in love with sports?
I love sports since I was a kid.
Yeah.
You're still a kid. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Oh, man, you're still a young man. You got your whole life ahead of you. Good for you. How do you determine when you're going to do a What Happened video?
I did that 2 years ago. I tried 21.
Did it just kind of come to you in the moment? You're just thinking, what happened?
Yeah, things happen. See what happens. See who wins each games.
So now I'm older, so I'm not a big TikTok guy. But do you do it for games that you watch? Do you just do it for the Cowboys?
I watch the Cowboys. See who team wins or lose, and on the video, I love the video, and I love that.
All right, I'm going to ask you one last question. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to. Is there any way you can give us a What Happened Eagles, as if the 49ers won the game?
Yeah. Okay. Eagles, what happened?
That's great stuff, man. Welcome to San Francisco. I want you to have a great weekend. Once again, this is James Draws, TikTok superstar. He'll be at Underdog's Cantina at 2 o'clock today if you want to go check him out. I know a lot of you taking Friday off. And then also
Warriors game tonight.
Warriors doing introductions at tonight's Warriors-Toronto Raptors game. Of course, you can hear that right here on 95.7 The Game. James, thank you so much for coming in. Really appreciate it.
Yes, guys. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Appreciate
Have fun
it,
in our city.
You're the man.
So cool. So cool. All right. I obviously didn't know who James was. Then I did some homework.
Oh, he just hyped up the 49ers far better than we did.
Well, he's also, he's what we all long to be. He's a big boy.
Yeah, he is.
You know what I'm saying?
100%.
He's a big boy.
Look, and I know you're not.
I'm hoping I can draft some followers and social media.
Individually on TikTok.
Come, go from James, also include me. You get my profile going a little bit.
No chance.
What do you mean?
Do you have a TikTok?
I don't, but maybe I'll start
does.
one. I'll start a TikTok.
You know who has a TikTok?
Who?
Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Of course he does. Of course he does. So that, once again, James Draws, TikTok superstar. I'll be honest, I'm a little older. Evan had heard of James. I hadn't, but man, what a sweet guy.
I mean, he's hard to miss. And one thing we didn't get to touch on either, the fact he's in the buildings of these places, not just scoring 95-7 the game, but going to Oklahoma, post-game locker room celebrations. People around the country gravitate towards this kid, and it's hard not to, right? I mean, he's just got an infectious energy.
No doubt about it. Once again, he's going to be doing introductions tonight at the Warriors-Raptors game at Chase Center. James Draws. Did you know the details on the Kansas City Chiefs where didn't he go on the field for the Chiefs, their win or something?
It could have been some pregame introductions. I know Oklahoma was postgame, but again, everyone wants a piece of James. I can't blame him.
Yeah, no. Thank you so much for coming in, and glad to have a little fun and spice up to the show.
Yeah.
And I'll get back now to talking Niners and Eagles, and I'll set it up one more time at 888-957-9570 is the number. And what a daunting challenge that Brock Purdy and the Niners face on Sunday.
Why do you say that?
Because the Eagles, over the course of the season, were the best team.
They're a win better?
Yeah, They are. They're favored. They're at home.
But it's interesting. Okay, so we're talking about the quarterbacks. Going to be tough for Brock Purdy. I'm sure if it was reversed, people would be hyping up how Jalen Hurts is going to have to go on the road to Levi's Stadium. That's going to be a tall task as well. But if we are just looking at these two teams on paper with their quarterbacks, yes, Jalen Hurts is 15-1. Brock Purdy also hasn't lost a game as a starter. So as much as the Eagles have been the better team overall this season, despite maybe stumbling the last month after Hurts' right shoulder injury, this version of the 49ers, you can make a case, has been playing just as good, if not better, than Philadelphia. Does that at all change the equation for you?
The whole equation changer is the field. If this game were in San Francisco, I would absolutely think the 49ers would have the advantage. And the only reason I think the Eagles have the advantage is because of where the game's played. That's basically what I'm basing it on.
That they're going to be able to get into the head of Brock Purdy enough?
Not so much that. I don't believe that the crowd's going to make Brock Purdy throw 3 interceptions or Deebo Samuel's going to be scared off by the noise. It's just the environment. It's just... It may not do anything to the Niners, but maybe it lifts the Eagles just a hair. I don't know. I just know it's a lot tougher in the NFL to win on the road than win at home.
Well, and
so
I do enjoy
that's kind of what I'm going.
We get to look at both of these groups as teams. It isn't, the AFC side to me is much more of a QB versus QB. Of course, both are established. They have a history together in the regular season and the postseason, being Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes. But the 49ers and the Eagles, I mean, the 49ers have more postseason experience on their side of the field. Now, it doesn't have to do with the quarterback position, although Brock Purdy has played in as many playoff games as Jalen Hurts has. But, we were talking yesterday, you and Guru, about how, the Phillies, they got Fletcher Cox on their side. I believe they have 5 players that were on that Super Bowl winning roster from 2018. Well, the 49ers also, to their credit, have a lot of guys on both sides of the football that have been in the trenches, that have even been to a Super Bowl. I know they haven't won it, but that's just how even it is to me. And I don't know if Lincoln Field is worth 2.5 points, but it does feel more like a pick-em to me. And even though I think the Eagles will eventually win, I think they're just a marginally slightly better team. The 49ers can absolutely win this game, and I know we're going to have JD on at 1 o'clock. We're going to have Brian Baldinger on 2 o'clock, and your boy from Philly at 2:30, Tony DeMarco, to talk about how the 49ers, it's not going to be a shock to me if they go into Philly and win. It may be a tall task. Some may be painting it as insurmountable, but it would not be a shock for me to see San Francisco win this football game, go to the Super Bowl.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They've won 12 in a row. They need 2 more wins, and they're all... and they're champions. Let's go to Gene. Gene is in Philadelphia, wants to talk about the game. What's up, Gene? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing well.
Good. Hey, I am a absolute loyal Eagles fan, but I got to tell you that that I absolutely want them to win, but this is a pick'em game. And honestly, I've been watching the Eagles for 40 years, and this game is the Super Bowl. I don't care if either team wins. This is the game of the week. And guys, I know that everybody's saying, "Oh, Eagles or San Francisco," but one thing that you guys got to remember: Nick Foles, second-string quarterback, won the Super Bowl for us 5 years ago. So I know everybody's talking Brock Purdy. He's a rookie, but you got to remember that he's definitely won so many games in a row. And one last thing, and I'll let you guys talk. If Gannon, our defensive coordinator, plays that soft defense and lets your tight end run all over the field, we will lose this game. And I'm going to just let you guys go, but just remember, Hassan Reddick has got 11.5 sacks. And you guys, I think everybody's discounting that guy. He's just unbelievable.
Thank you so much, Gene. What another absolutely wonderful representation of a Philadelphia Eagles fan.
I love it!
Even-keeled, honest, realistic, commending the other team, and, let's lay it on the line, knowledgeable.
Well, she was actually underselling Reddick. He doesn't have 11.5 sacks. He's got 16.
Man.
Eagles, by the way, have 4 different guys with 10 or more sacks. And that's why you're going to need your boy, Steiny.
Who?
The Panther. Nick Bosa. He's got to have a big game on Sunday.
He's due.
He is due.
He's due. It's the cat.
His present. Oh.
It's not the Panther.
You're a little shade at me.
I need yeah. No, who knows? He may have a game like, what was the game where was it Michigan or the Ohio State guy?
He just wrecked him.
Had like an interception for a touchdown. He had 3 forced fumbles. He can't remember his name and what the game was.
He beat the opposing team by himself
single-handedly.
Playing offense.
Absolutely. Let's go to Vince. Vince is in San Carlos. Vince, what are the 49ers going to have to do to win this one?
Yeah, and Bosa is nicknamed actually the Bear, all right? And so, hey, real quick, I'm confident for the Niners just because Kyle Shanahan has proven that the quarterback position, while it's a very important position, obviously, it's not the end-all, be-all. He was, Jimmy G was one overthrow in the Super Bowl away from being a Super Bowl champion and possible MVP. He was also, Nick Bosa was one holding call away from that play, for the Chiefs being negated in the Super Bowl. Also, you look at last year, we're one interception away from Jimmy G going back to the Super Bowl. And everyone, knocks him for just being a game manager. Well, that's all Brock Purdy needs to do. Be the game manager. Don't, make any turnovers. Kyle Shanahan is a good coach who's going to draw it up to where he doesn't put him in that position to where he's going to have to make a risky throw or a risky play. And he's going to rely on that run game, rely on that defense like he always has. And I'm feeling good about the chances. Yeah, the Eagles are going to be tough to beat at their place, but I'm feeling really good for the Niners, and let's go.
Let me ask you this, Vince, because I'm going to start asking this question just because I don't know. I love the question. Where are you watching the game?
Oh, my gosh.
The lab.
This is a heartbreaker. I got to coach a 6th-grade girls basketball game for my daughter at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
So I'm going to be taping the game, hoping no one blows it for me while I'm at the basketball game.
Right.
Come back home, start it, and watch it with no commercials.
Sounds great, man.
Keep the notifications off, Vince. Yeah. Airplane mode.
Hey, if it works out for him, what a great day.
Yeah, honestly.
He's going to know.
Well, actually, it's funny.
Somebody's going to drop dime on him.
It's funny you said that. I went 2016 Game 7 of the Warriors against the Cavaliers.
Okay.
I had a game.
The loss?
The loss.
Right, okay.
I had a broadcast to do that night. And I did, thank you. And I did not watch that game. And I told everyone in the press box, if you tell me a score at any point in this basketball game, we're no longer friends. And I went home, had the game taped, and found out at 3 o'clock in the morning that the Warriors did not win the NBA Finals. And my friends laughed at me the entire time because, of course, I was cheering when everyone was scoring and all this stuff. And they're like, yeah, it doesn't matter. The game's already over.
You know, that's such a tough game to play because you'll be around people that know the score, and they'll be like, oh, And you'll be like, well, was he saying because he's a Niner fan or is he an Eagle fan or trying to interpret this and that?
If I'm the opposing coach for that guy, I'm using that to my advantage.
That's actually
I know that
a
info.
great call.
6-year-old girls soccer's cutthroat, from what I hear.
6th grade.
So 6th grade. Sorry, 6-year-old.
Let's go to Lori. Lori's in Phoenix. Hey, Lori.
Hey, guys. So I know you keep talking about pressure being on the Niners or being on Purdy. I think that pressure is probably, to me, more on Philadelphia. They're favored. They're at home. They're supposed to win. It's on Jalen. He's supposed to be the winning quarterback. Brock Purdy is just going in there, and if he plays well, then great for him. Nobody's expecting him to win this game. So I think a lot of that is an advantage for Purdy. But I also don't think that the 49ers, they have never depended on their quarterback to win the game for them. So they're going to set him up correctly. Kyle's been through this. They've been to the championship game a couple times. They've been to a Super Bowl. Our experience is a lot better. They played in hostile conditions before, and they won 2 games on the road last year. That Green Bay experience last year was horrible too. So, Philly's going to talk all the smack. That's what they do. But I think the game's going to come down to mistakes. Whichever team plays cleaner is the team that's going to win this game.
Thank you, Lori. Appreciate it. Niners have played very clean football during this stretch.
I'm filling in for Guru today. I do feel like Guru might respond to something like that by saying, yeah, the Niners aren't dependent on a quarterback. That's unfortunately why they haven't won a Super Bowl to this point.
Yep, that's certainly out there. That's absolutely out there.
But I am with Lori that the pressure to me is on Philadelphia. I know that the Niners have won 12 in a row, and I know that Brock Purdy has been a sensation. But if you're Philadelphia and you lose this game, you got to feel absolutely crushed. I mean, they have played as close to a perfect season as any team in football this year. They did it the entire year, like you mentioned. That earned them home field advantage in the title game. They have, if Avonte Maddox plays on Sunday, they will have had all 22 starters from week 1 play not the entire year, but play on Sunday in the championship game. That is extremely rare. They have had as many things as possible, outside of a shoulder injury to their quarterback, go their way. So if they don't win this football game, they're going to walk in on Monday absolutely distraught. I don't know if you can say the same thing about the San Francisco 49ers. We're not going to kill them on Monday the way that Philly is going to kill the Eagles if they lose that football game.
I always kind of like to talk about this because, okay, who's the pressure on? Right. Pressure's on the Eagles. Well, good. Good for them. Some teams respond better to pressure.
Makes diamonds.
What I'm saying is, having more pressure on you isn't a negative automatically. It could be a positive.
Could
be a positive. A lot of players and coaches are motivated kind of by that. So, it just depends on how every individual player handles the pressure that they're feeling, whatever level that may be.
But that's why we remember athletes, because of the pressure. I mean, look, Damian Lillard scored 60 points in a basketball game. He had the most efficient 60-point game earlier this week in the history of basketball. No one's going to remember that game.
Right.
There was no pressure involved in that game. If he does it in the playoffs or the finals, we care. If Brock Purdy goes and throws, 4 touchdowns earlier this season, Brock Purdy lighting up the Miami Dolphins was unexpected. But if he has a great game in the NFC Championship, that's what we're not going to remember him being 19 of 29 against Dallas in the divisional round. We're going to remember what he did when the most pressure was on the line.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And I'm just to piggyback on something Laurie said from Arizona, and I think the Philly caller brought this up too. We keep saying, well, if Brock Purdy has a bad game, what does a bad game from Brock Purdy look like? And if you say, well, what's a bad game for a quarterback look like? What do we always say? Throws 2 or 3 interceptions? Well, I don't want to lock it, but not going to throw 3 interceptions.
No.
Kyle Shanahan will not let him throw 3 interceptions in a way unless he's just awful, which I find that hard to believe that he's going to be awful.
I think there's more likely to be 3 strip sacks than 3 interceptions.
I'd agree with that. Well, actually, I don't think I'd agree with that.
Really?
But the point, I mean, I don't know.
Oh, whatever. Semantics.
Yeah, I mean, all I'm saying is, Kyle Shanahan has a history of making giving you a chance to win a game when a quarterback plays at a level that other teams might not be able to win with. You know what I mean?
Does it make you hesitant?
But they're also great around this quarterback.
They are, but Kyle Shanahan also likes to play things kind of close to the vest.
He does.
As a play caller, as a decision maker. We saw it against Dallas. We've seen it in the postseason. But at the end of the day, he's 6-2. Like, he has a chance to win his 7th playoff game as a head coach in his 3rd trip in the playoffs. That is incredible, and yet it seems like there is a portion of the fan base, perhaps even media members, that are going to kind of wonder what Shanahan is going to do if he gets a lead, if they fall behind. There are questions surrounding the way Kyle Shanahan manages football games that I don't know if we extend to someone that is an anonymous head coach with a 6-2 postseason record.
Right. Let me ask you this. I'm putting you on the spot, though.
Okay.
Has Purdy been down 2 scores in a game?
Yes. To the Raiders, I believe.
Oh, I think you're right. I think you might be right.
And he made 2 game-winning drives or fourth-quarter drives in that game. And, of course, they won in overtime. Now, that was against the Las Vegas Raiders and a backup quarterback in Jarrett Stidham. But I do think that experience is valuable. And you combine You combine it with the week 15 experience in Seattle. Okay, that's as close to a hostile environment as you're going to see compared to Philly. I wouldn't put Las Vegas in that, but he's played from behind and has won that type of game, even if it's against a lesser opponent. And then Dallas, in my opinion, is somewhat of a preview to Philadelphia because of how good their line play is, how fast they are on defense. Now it's almost like the 49ers are playing the evolved form of all of those kind of situations combined in one. I think that, look, so far, Brock Purdy's passed every test, so I don't know if there's reason for me to believe he can't against Philadelphia. But again, like we mentioned off the top, he doesn't have history on his side. And there's a reason why rookie quarterbacks have not been to the Super Bowl is because typically at some point they tend to wilt. I don't think that Brock Purdy will, but it may not come down to that because of how good the Eagles are.
I mean, isn't it as simple as, first thing they got to do is what they always want to do is run the football.
100%.
That's what they want to do, the
100%.
49ers. And ideally, it's funny. The one thing about Shanahan that stuck out like a sore thumb this year, and he probably was doing it during his first 5 years, but the strategy of we win the toss, we defer, we go get a 3-and-out right off the bat, we score, and now we have a lead and multiple possessions to go more than you. Like that, the perfect way for this game to start for the Niners, obviously, would be kickoff, hold, touchdown.
Yeah.
But I think even take kickoff, hold, field goal, just to put the Eagles behind the 8 ball. So that's really, I think that's another thing too about they had the first possession of the second half last week, right? I think that's another against Dallas.
Dallas had the ball coming out of the locker room.
Okay, so they didn't have it,
but they had the first possession against Seattle,
right? But even against Dallas, maybe that's another reason why Shanahan was so conservative at the end of the first half, because he knew we can't give him the ball here and then give it to him again right away.
Yeah.
Like, that's a big part of what the Niners do. All right, here we go. John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game's NFL, NBA reporter. He's coming to us next. He will be in Philadelphia on Sunday. The road to Glendale, brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. John Dickinson, he joins us from the Bud Light guest line next on 95.7 The Game.
It's It's a Football Friday on 95.7 The Game.
Third down and 9. Bosa. The sack.
Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code FRIEND at checkout. That's harrys.com, code FRIEND. Enjoy!
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Evan Giddings is in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And what a ball game we got brewing for Sunday. Philadelphia Eagles hosting the San Francisco 49ers. And, okay, so I'm just going to...
I am hella excited for this game, Steiny.
I am too. And I'll tell you what, it's you know, this is the third NFC Championship game for the 49ers in 4 years. And a great radio man, Gary Radnich, once said, hey, how you feel is how you feel.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this game's the biggest of the NFC champ. It just, I don't know. Maybe I've forgotten what it felt like last year when the Niners were there. But this feels bigger. This feels bigger than any non-Super Bowl game for the Niners in the Shanahan era.
It feels like there's less of an angle or an edge for either team than any of the previous matchups. Now, I know the Rams were slightly favored by more last year. I think it was like a 3.5-point line. But like you mentioned during the green room, the Niners had confidence because they'd had the Rams number. They'd destroyed them in the regular season, and they'd beaten them in the regular season. They'd had success. And they had a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter. So there was reason to either feel good or bad. Now it does feel like, with Philadelphia being quote-unquote the best roster in football and the Niners being also, one of, if not the best rosters, there are different ways. It demands more, I think, attention to each side, and it really just comes down to what you think stylistically is going to be the deciding factor. So
right.
if you believe that a rookie quarterback playing on the road in his first title game is going to hurt him, well, then you'd favor Philadelphia. If you're a Niners fan and you've seen Brock Purdy win every single game that he's played in and not shown any signs of discomfort in big spots, well, then you feel confident in Brock Purdy. You feel confident in that defense and what they did to Dak Prescott, making him look like the rookie compared to Brock Purdy at Levi's Stadium. So it really, to me, just comes down to what you value as either a fan or an analyst or just an avid watcher of football. That is going to tell you which way to lean. And so even though we're saying, I give the Eagles a slight edge and 2.5 is pretty indicative of that. Again, I cannot wait until noon on Sunday because I know that I get to see the two best teams in football go toe-to-toe for 60 minutes, and that's all you want out of a championship game.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question to ask 49er fans and anybody who's going to watch this game with interest. Why am I leaning Philly? My biggest determinant is because the game's in Philly.
Yeah.
And I know that doesn't beat a team on its own, but it makes it harder. So I think that's a good question to ask. If you're leaning San Francisco, why? Like, what's that one thing? What's the most important thing that's making you lean San Francisco? Or if you're leaning Philly, what's that thing? And I'm leaning a little Philly just because of the home field. And here's the other thing I was thinking, and somebody said it on the text line, and I don't necessarily, by the way, 888-957-9570, in terms of what is your big reason why you're leaning one way or the other, depending on the 49ers or the Eagles. But I don't think there's any doubt that this is a big-time anticipated game. And let me go into this with you. I'll just throw it out to you. Mm-hmm. It was a question on the Xfinity Mobile text line.
Talk to me.
If you're a Niner fan, would you feel more or less confident if Jimmy were quarterback in this game?
You would feel less confident. I think it's hard.
Even though he would have already won 2 more playoff games up to this point. He'd be 6-2 as a playoff starter.
Well, I'm going to borrow from John Dickinson, and we got coming up in a couple minutes. How did it look?
Well, that's true.
That's the reason why fans, and maybe even some of the organization, I think, feel so good about Brock Purdy right now. I mean, he hasn't given you a reason to not trust him.
Right.
Whereas Jimmy Garoppolo, unfortunately, cannot say the same. Brock Purdy in his first playoff game eclipsed Jimmy Garoppolo's touchdown total in the playoffs. Like, I know Seattle wasn't that great of a team, and Brock Purdy had guys running wide open. He's got a great roster, and Guru's point over the last couple of days is valid about what would Jimmy look like with Christian McCaffrey in the playoffs. I get that. But we've seen the lowest of Jimmy Garoppolo. We have not seen that from Brock Purdy, and so I feel like it'd be difficult for me to say that I'd feel less confident with Brock Purdy as opposed to Jimmy Garoppolo. And I don't mean to make it about Jimmy G. I'm going to dump on him and stuff like that, but and I feel like a lot of people would say the same. And look, sample size is certainly something to take a look at. Like, yeah, I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo's got X amount more playoff games of experience than Brock Purdy does. He's seen more situations, but I think we just saw last week against Dallas, and I think you'd agree with me, Stein. Like, that pass rush is something that would create happy feet from a Jimmy Garoppolo. And Brock Purdy, although he was not incredible, he didn't dice up Dallas. He didn't make the big mistake. And that was the only thing that was going to get the Niners beat in that game. And he didn't do it.
Yeah. Let's go out to the Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Let's go to our main man, John Dickinson. He'll be at the game on Sunday. I think he should have been in Philly by now, had a little delay, but I don't want to divulge too much of his personal itinerary. What's up, JD?
What's going on, fellas? Yeah, no, I was supposed to land in Philadelphia at about 2:45 Pacific time, so I should be in the air right now approaching Philadelphia, but got the notification late last night from an airline that's been much maligned over the course of the last month that flight was canceled due to some weather issues in Chicago. So made some different arrangements, and I'm actually going to be on a red eye tonight. So I'll be doing Warriors Live and Warriors Wrap Up before and after the game from Chase tonight, and then right to SFO for a red eye to Philadelphia, and looking forward to it and ready to roll. So I apologize for being a little bit late. There was a little hotel issue that I was trying to get squared away with my late arrival, but everything is good, and I couldn't be more excited to be covering the game for the game on Sunday. Should be fun.
Well, it sounds, JD, like you're overcoming adversity the way the 49ers are trying to do that this weekend.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, this is going to be the toughest game they've had since the Kansas City game, which obviously was their last loss. I don't think there's much doubt about it, going all the way back to October the 23rd. And I don't know what you guys have thought, but one thing that I've kept in mind, and I know we've discussed it a lot, the three of us off the air, I just don't think the Niners, just as a starting point, I don't think they've faced an environment like the environment that they're going to face in Philadelphia with a trip to the Super Bowl on the line, really all season. They've had kind of a weak, and it's not the opponent or that they're not talented enough or good enough to win, but I mean, just in terms of going into hostile environments, I mean, how many games in hostile environments have they really had? I've covered 5 road games this year. Seattle's probably the closest thing. And I know a lot of their players, and Trent Williams among them, talked about the ability to operate, silent count, and all of that, communicate in Seattle. And if you can do it in Seattle, you can do it anywhere. But an edgy, hostile, Philly, Super Bowl on-the-line crowd, the Niners haven't faced anything close to it. And I was in Seattle, and Seattle wasn't Seattle from the past, when it was a lot louder, and they really believed that their team had a shot to do something special against the 49ers, and maybe the rivalry was a little bit more heated than it was on that December the 15th. So I think that's just kind of the starting point before you get into the matchups. This is going to be something, and something that may be a little bit jarring to the 49ers, I think, early in the game until they settle in.
Yeah, John Dickinson joining us. He'll be in Philadelphia for Sunday's Eagles-49er game. I just think that, look, these are two really good teams, and I'll just throw this at you because this is kind of where I came out talking about today is, if you can't minimize what it would be if Brock Purdy can get a victory against the Philadelphia Eagles on the road with 8 pro games under his belt as a 7th-round pick against a team with a quarterback who's having an MVP type of year playing at home. Like when you think about it like that, it feels more daunting maybe than it really is. But that's why I lean Philly a little for one reason, where the game is.
Yeah, and it's two evenly matched teams. And look, you're talking about an all-timer story.
Exactly.
You're talking about an all-time story if Purdy's able to elevate this team, or even if he's not able to elevate, even if he just does the minimum and they're able to run the ball and they play excellent defense and they get a lead, they force some turnovers and win. It doesn't matter how they do it, really. I mean, Purdy will get the credit for doing something that has never been done before when you talk about a rookie quarterback going to a Super Bowl and having the potential to win it. So yeah, I think, the atmosphere in Philadelphia is something that I think could be a little bit jarring. The rookie quarterback, even though Brock Purdy's probably played as well as any rookie quarterback could possibly be expected to play to this point. Like, I feel like the Niners are in position, guys. They're in the best possible position any team could be to go in and win the game, but they still might not win the game because Philadelphia is really good, and they may have a couple little advantages here or there that wind up being the difference.
Well, and JD, that's why if we're talking about the quarterbacks, I contend that Brock Purdy does not need to be great on Sunday. I think that Jalen Hurts, with what Philadelphia likes to execute offensively, he needs, he's going to have more, he's going to fill out the stat sheet more than Brock Purdy does. But where I think Brock Purdy does need to be better than Hurts would be in those third down situations, in the red zone, cashing in on opportunities because they may not get as many as they did even against a defense like Dallas. How do you view the quarterback sort of matchup as far as Purdy, Hurts? I know they're both extensions of their offense. Hurts is maybe an MVP runner-up. Purdy hasn't lost a game. Do you think Brock Purdy needs to be better than Jalen Hurts for the Niners to win this football game?
Not necessarily, but what I think he has to do is settle in quickly.
Yeah.
He was a little amped in the Seattle game. I think he's got to settle in quickly, and I think he's got to avoid the catastrophic mistake. I mean, I think this game really does come down to turnovers. When the Niners get the turnover advantage, they win. When they don't, I think they have to win the turnover battle, or at least be even in the turnover battle to win this game. Like, I don't see a scenario where and a lot of that may be Purdy, who, let's be honest, as exceptionally well as he's played, there have been some balls that he's put up there that could have been turnovers that haven't been turnovers. If maybe one of those plays in a key moment is caught by the defense, if he puts it out there for him, it could lead to a flip, especially depending upon the timing in the game. As far as separating that from Jalen Hurts, because I think if Purdy can avoid the turnover and continue to settle in quickly and do what he's done, then I think he'll be fine. Like, I think he'll be calm, but you can't have your mistake early put you in a position where you're in trouble as the game goes on, or have to do extra to maybe make up for it as the game goes on. The Hurts deal for me, guys, is just his style of play and their offensive line and their ability to run the football and their talent in the wide receiver position and the tight end position, and his ability to use his legs to beat defenses, whether it's designed runs or RPOs or zone read or ability to just, guys are covered, there's a lane, I'm taking off and picking up a first down. That, to me, and I'm sure you've talked about it a lot, and guys, you've talked about it all week, is and has been the 49ers' kryptonite. And I think Philadelphia looks at other teams that have been able to beat the 49ers defense and believe that they can do it with the mobile quarterback. And so to me, that's, Hurts probably is set up to have a better game, but the 49ers are going to have to slow down the ability of him to make those plays with his legs. I think there's some similarities between the way Philly runs their offense and the way Atlanta runs their offense. And I know the Niners were injury depleted in that game, so it's not the same team that's going to play on that field in Philly on Sunday afternoon that played in Atlanta back in October. But there's a lot of similar things in terms of scheme, only with a lot more talent than Marcus Mariota and what the Falcons were putting out there that could make the Niners a little bit vulnerable.
JD, last one. Can you compare Dallas's defense with the Eagles' defense? I know they're both really, really good, but what kind of makes each one of them different?
Yeah, I mean, I think the defensive line, top to bottom, for Philadelphia is better. I think they'll have an ability to try and sell out to stop the run. They're good at getting to the quarterback. They're good at getting quarterbacks off schedule and hurrying them into some poor decisions. They're a little bit older, I think, top to bottom than the Dallas defense. Maybe a little less physical. I know that was a question that came up as far as George Kittle was asked about the physicality and how violent the game was going to be. And I think the Eagles are viewed, though, as one of the few teams, and Dallas is another one of these teams, but one of the few teams that can match the 49ers' physicality and the way that they play. So I think it's pretty formidable, honestly, top to bottom, the depth, the talent level. And again, they're going to have the home field advantage in this one. So how does the Niner offensive line hold up? Are there communication issues? Are there issues getting the play in? Are there protection issues that could be caused? I think the start of this game is really important. I don't see the 49ers coming back from more than one score down in this game and winning it. So I think they've got to be able to settle in and be right there with the Eagles at a minimum, late in the first quarter, early in the second quarter. If it goes awry early, you want to make sure it's 10-10 or 14-14 or 7-7, whatever it is. You're right there with them and feel like the game has calmed down by about that 10-minute mark, say, of the second quarter.
JD, travel safe, and probably talk to you Monday after the game.
All right, looking forward to it, guys. Have a great show.
Yes, sir. JD. It's John Dickinson. He'll be in Philadelphia on Sunday for the game. This from the 602. You guys are giving Philly. Well, I think it means whatever. You're giving Philly, the Philly crowd, too much credit on rattling Purdy. See, I never look at it as though it's so cut and dry, like, oh, he'll feel the pressure, so he'll throw 7 interceptions. Like, to me, it's not black and white like that. And also, is it going to be a hostile environment? Yes. But I'm not giving Philly the edge because of their fans so much as just the location of the game. Plain and simple. It had nothing to do really with their fans. Oh, their fans are going to be more harsh than Seattle. Or, it gets loud in Kansas City, but the link can get louder and the fans are more surly. That to me doesn't factor into it. It's just the venue itself. It's not in Santa Clara. That is a disadvantage for the 49ers.
I think it also affects, to JD's point, probably more the beginning of the game than the end of the game.
Agree.
But if your biggest task as Brock Purdy is to settle in, well, then that environment makes it more difficult to do that. So if Philadelphia can get out to a 1-touchdown lead and Brock Purdy is having trouble with the silent count, maybe there's a miscommunication. Again, it could take one play to wreck this game because of how good both teams are. So on the flip side, too, if Jalen Hurts makes a mistake early, maybe that takes the crowd out of the football game and Brock Purdy can settle in.
True.
So I do see the crowd having an effect on the football game. I don't know how much it'll be throughout the entirety, and maybe that's why people are saying we're making a bigger deal of it than it is. But if you're asking me, do I think that Brock Purdy can immediately settle in to that kind of environment? Well, he didn't necessarily do it in the first half, even at home against Dallas. And it took him a while on the road in Week 15 at Lumen Field in Seattle, like JD mentioned, to kind of get into that game. San Francisco used Christian McCaffrey early and often in that game to kind of stabilize the offense. I think they'll try and do it again here against Philadelphia. But that's, to me, where the crowd factors in. It's Brock Purdy not being allowed or having a more difficult time of feeling comfortable in that type of atmosphere.
Hey, tune in to the Red and Gold pregame show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal starting at 10 a.m. on Sunday. The pregame show is presented by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality, and Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. That's a 10 a.m. pregame show with Lo and Larry. That's going to be off the chain, too.
We got coverage all day. Kyle
That's
Madsen
right,
and Alan Stiles are doing overtime, and then myself and Sterling Bennett going to be doing double overtime.
Oh, nice.
So, win or loss, we'll have content all day here on 95.7 The Game on Sunday.
And I've got to believe that you're going to get paid double overtime wage for that.
TBD. Boss, I didn't ask for it. Sonny mentioned that. Though, I know you guys will be looking forward to the show on Monday no matter what, which is going to be a huge day, so don't want to miss any coverage starting at 6 a.m. It's going to be either a disappointing but also kind of a celebration of how ridiculous this season was and try to put it in perspective, or it's going to be, hey, we got 2 more weeks of football, which is going to be awesome no matter what. So, obviously, you'd love for the 49ers to win. I can't say it's going to be as crushing as, maybe the conference title loss was last year, because I thought the 49ers had the advantage in that game. I felt like they were going to beat the Rams on the road. If they lose this game against Philadelphia, I think a lot of people will look back on it either way as both teams losing to the better.
Fair enough. 650, Purdy will feel the pressure, and some people play better under pressure. Right, Steiny? That's a possibility. That's absolutely a possibility.
I thought pressure was a fallacy.
Oh, I never. Who said that? Who's ever said pressure is a fallacy? Is that an anonymous quote? Is that Walt Whitman? Who are you talking about? Who? Where?
No, stop. Okay, so we were talking about pressure and how some players play or use it, don't, blah, 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 blah. Does it bring the best out of people, or is it just our imagination saying, wow, this guy was able to overcome a really tight spot?
I mean, there's no doubt that what Brock, even if he's got ice in his veins, the reality is cold-blooded reality, this is the biggest game he's ever played in.
Yeah.
He knows it. Everybody knows it. So now it comes down to, well, how does Brock Purdy internalize the fact that this is the biggest game of his lifetime? Well, maybe, they say Joe Montana, that's when he was able to calm down, slow down, all that kind of stuff. Look, this guy's played 50-plus college games. He played at a big-time school. Absolutely, positively, Brock Purdy could come out and have a hell of a game. And you know what that would be? An unbelievable story continuing.
But in a way, he has kind of prepared himself. You're talking about this game being the biggest game of his life, and if he gets to the Super Bowl, that will be the biggest game of his life. Well, each of the first 9 games he's played in the NFL have been the biggest game of his life. So the pressure has gotten increasingly ramped up to this point. So so far he hasn't shown that he crumbles under pressure. So I don't necessarily hold that against him. I think the home field advantage for the Eagles is more about them than it is about Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I even just crumbled under. He's not going to crumble under the pressure. See, to me, crumbling under the pressure means he's going to throw 4 interceptions. Yeah, I doubt it. Kyle won't let him.
It better not.
No, exactly. Hey, it's a Football Friday, and it's brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I think we all know that we got a big boy brewing on Sunday. Which way are you leaning? And what's the biggest reason why? You leaning Niners? Tell me the big reason why. You leaning Eagles? Tell me why on 95.7 The Game.
The road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Ryan Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift. Always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming now only on Peacock.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans,
Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings, along with Matt Steinmetz today. See, Evan, I could bait a little bit right now. I could troll a little bit, but that's just not who I am.
No.
It's not who I am.
I don't know you to be that guy.
No, of course not. Before the break, I was asking 49er fans, what's the big reason that they might be leaning toward a 49er win?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not a lot of responses. I guess you guys know.
And this is where...
Do you know that your team's going to lose? Is that what it is?
This is where we need the faithful to show up. Xfinity Mobile text line, phone lines, 888-957-9570. Why should Matt Steinmetz not feel confident in the Philadelphia Eagles?
Well, I don't feel confident. Hey, look, man, you know what? Can we be grown-ups?
Put the rat on the table.
For Christ's sake. Come on. 2 good teams. I don't know who's going to win. I think it's going to be close. I'm just going with a home team. No hate. No troll. Come on. Just relax.
You want the 49ers to win deep down.
I actually don't have a preference. I don't have a strong opinion. I want a good game. I want a great game. I want a classic. Let's go to Sam. What's going on, Sam? How you doing, man?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Oh, dynamite.
Just calling to give you a measured take that only a fellow Franklin and Marshall diplomat graduate can give you.
Oh, we got a diplomat on the phone? You got to prove it.
We got a diplomat on the phone.
What year?
Yes, sir. 15.
Okay. What dormitory were you in freshman year?
Nader.
You're legit.
Nader basement.
You're legit.
Yeah.
Well done. I hated those basement rooms.
Yeah. It was a great time, but
give me give me your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm used to Philadelphia sports talk radio, not these measured and kind of articulate takes you guys have. But I do.
You better be careful,
right?
Yep.
That you guys are. I think you guys are right. I think it's going to be a tough game, but I do think it comes down to 2 names. I think it comes down to Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan. And Shanahan is probably one of the best offensive game planners, if not the best, in the league. But where he is suspect, I think, is his game management. And I do think this game is going to come down to like a 4th and 2, 4th and 3, where Shanahan punts it away and the Eagles come down and score a huge touchdown. And it ends up probably being the difference.
Appreciate it, Sam. Have fun watching the game. That's a diplomat.
Well, okay.
You do realize, and it says so much about me and other level-headed people.
Mm-hmm.
My college mascot was a diplomat. The Franklin and Marshall Diplomats. And that's what I do. I try to be diplomatic. I try to bring people together. I try to lessen the vitriol. That's who I am at my core. And my education proves it. Mm-hmm.
Sonny, what did you finish your degree in?
History.
History?
Oh, yeah. Don't let it repeat.
What? Okay, well, first of all, no one loves their freshman dorm at all. If you do, I question which university or college you went to. That's number one. Number two, a Diplodome? What is that?
Oh, that's the Mazer Center. Holds about 3,600. We'd pack that thing when we were rolling.
Was it kind of like Lincoln Field? Tough environment? Hard to go into?
For opponents? Oh, God.
The home court?
It was kind of like old Oracle Arena, I would say. And
so what, you guys were bad, but the fans were great?
No. Recent
I got
Oracle Arena.
Sorry.
Like with the Curry Oracle era.
09?
No, like 15.
Gotcha.
Is that when they won the first one?
Okay, but it is funny. The caller brings up something that is interesting to me. The coaching advantage. To me, it's not a question. It's Kyle Shanahan.
While I would lean that way, who knows? But I will say this. Here's why I would support you saying that. Is because I think if Nick Sirianni were coaching the Niners and Shanahan were coaching the Eagles, and the situation would be exactly the same other than that, I don't think that many people would give Sirianni's Niners a good chance.
No, I don't.
But that's based on reputation, experience, who's already done what in this league.
Well, and the writers are also telling me that, too. There's a reason Kyle Shanahan's on the ballot for NFL Head Coach of the Year. Nick Sirianni's not even a candidate.
He's not?
No, he's not.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Doug Peterson.
That's ridiculous.
And Brian Dable. And
Kyle Shanahan. There's only three?
Yes, you have a top three. Nick Bosa, Micah Parsons, and whoever else is on the Defensive Player of the Year. I don't know. Nick Sirianni, they've had a fantastic season, but the last couple of weeks...
The quarterback was hurt.
Kyle Shanahan has had two quarterbacks get hurt.
Well, this one's dynamic.
He is dynamic, and Kyle Shanahan has helped him. Now, my point is, Kyle Shanahan has more playoff experience than Nick Sirianni. Now, some people might say the 2 defeats would show you that he also has some playoff shortcomings. But if you're asking me which head coach I would rather have for Sunday's game, location be damned, it's the guy that's got more experience on the sidelines. And Nick Sirianni is just in his second year as a head coach.
Nope. I mean, I would have to agree with that. But I'm also realistic enough to know it's possible Sirianni may coach circles around Shanahan on Sunday. What if that happens? I don't think it'll happen.
Well, and to your point, look, I know something we've discussed on this show is Kyle Shanahan's struggles in fourth down situations. Well, the Eagles this year were number 4, fourth down conversions. Their defense, 25th. So maybe Kyle Shanahan not as afraid to punt that football away against Philadelphia. I do think he'll be more inclined to give it back just because of the defense that he has on the other side of the football. I also think Kyle Shanahan doesn't want to turn this into a track meet. He wants this football game to be won in the mud. He wants it to be won in the trenches, and I think that against the Philadelphia front that is good at getting to the quarterback, but surprisingly not as good stopping the run, I think he sees an advantage there in the middle of the field, whether it be through running the football, passing, intermediate, where Brock Purdy's been good this year. I think Kyle Shanahan has already determined the type of game plan, the type of game that he wants, and I think it's going to look a lot like it did against Dallas. Hopefully just being able to capitalize more in the red zone.
Let's go to Mo. Mo's in Oakland. What's going on, Mo? How you doing, man? Mo.
Mo less.
No Mo.
Night-night.
Steiny needs to admit to the fact that his heart is pulling for the Eagles. I can't do that.
No, you're not a fan of anyone. Like, your heart isn't pulling one way or the other. Does your heart pull for individuals, like individual stories?
Oh, my gosh, yes.
Like Brock Purdy, right?
Kirk Cousins.
All-American.
Kirk Cousins is where my heart gets pulled from.
Why?
Because I think he's overly maligned.
Well, Brock Purdy's been the underdog his whole life.
Right, but nobody's saying he stinks. Everybody's just saying he's a great story.
He got drafted. He was the last pick of the draft.
Okay. So you know what that tells me?
He stunk.
No, it doesn't. It tells me that player personnel people, you think you know, but you'll never know. Meaning there are no sure things. Just because he got drafted 7th, let's say he was a 15th quarterback selected.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean he's the 15th best quarterback. It just means he was drafted 15th out of all those quarterbacks. These guys can be wrong. These guys stop idolizing these football evaluators.
Kyle Shanahan is diving deep into the dirt to find these hidden gems, Steiny. I don't know why you can't
the opposite
credit for
of
that.
diving deep into the dirt would be moving up to 3 to get a quarterback you think is going to be the franchise.
No, but everyone misses, right? I mean, that's just
my
part
point.
of the game.
That's my point.
Well, he hit on Brock Purdy.
He did. So what's that make him? 1 for 3
on quarterbacks?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't. Well, I mean, I'm sure Guru would say, Steiny, 2 title games, 1 Super Bowl. Jimmy Garoppolo.
Hey. Scott's in Vacaville. Mm-hmm. Scotty.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Doing great, man.
Awesome.
Good. So actually, I'm living out here in northern Georgia. I moved out here about a year ago, but I was born and raised in the North Bay.
Nice.
And one thing I just wanted to touch on was after watching all these games, I've always been concerned with, like you guys said, the running quarterback. It's always been our vein, and it always scares me going back to early 2010s against Russell Wilson. It just always kind of seems to have our number. But the one thing that gives me comfort and kind of conviction with being comfortable with the 49ers winning is our defense. And whenever you take the top offense against the top defense, I feel like 9 times out of 10 that defense is going to prevail. And I think that we've always had a good defense the last several years, but this year our defense has really stood out. And I think it's going to prevail on Sunday, and we're going to come out with the win.
It's very possible. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate the call. Were y'all watching the game? Let me ask 49er fans a question. Because, I can watch a game anywhere. I'm not a monster fan of one team. If you're a 49er fan, do you have to be around 49er fans while you're watching the game? For example, last week, I went over to a buddy's house, not my buddy Dana, actually my buddy Will, and it was the Cowboys and the Niners. And there were 15 people there. And it was like 9-6. 9 49er fans and 6 Cowboy fans. But nobody's overly obnoxious. Nobody's sticking it in people's face. It was fun.
I feel like if you're around friends, if you're in good company, you can watch a game anywhere. I know that sometimes you're going out to bars, and hey, I'm looking for takers out there. If you want to throw out a 49ers bar, I can be out on Sunday morning. I would love to join you. But I think as long as you're with your people and you all are, whether your thing is you like to go out and sip, you like to just have a nice meal before the game. Some people, I like to lock in, I like to listen to the broadcast because I like to actually hear what I think Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olsen are doing the game, what they have to say, what they think. And you kind of pick up on some things. He's a football guy. Yeah, but not everyone's like that. Some people just want to be in the atmosphere. Some people don't even care about the play-to-play. They just want to be around other fans that are rooting and cheering. And, it's more like a World Cup environment than it is like rooting for the 49ers.
Gotcha. Where are you watching the game, 49er fans? And I got another question. 415 says Kezar Pub was bouncing last weekend. I'll be there again. Old Kezar Pub. Been there many a time in the last few years. Is there an Eagles bar? I should know this, but
probably.
Is there an Eagles bar in the city somewhere?
I have to imagine. Be. I mean, I know of a Chicago Bears bar.
I know the Steelers bar. Shanghai Kelly's.
Yeah, Shanghai Kelly's.
The Browns, I know, have some places.
Really?
I know the Browns, the Cleveland Browns, McGee's in Alameda. Ooh. They often get a big Browns crowd in there.
That's some fun nights at McGee's.
That'd be a good little booklet to put together.
I'll say this. If there's a Chargers bar in Lower Haight, I know there's got to be an Eagles bar somewhere.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if there isn't. Let's go to Roy. Roy's in San Leandro. What's going on, Roy? How you doing? I'll be watching the game in
Hey, how's it going?
In San Leandro.
How's it going, Slaney?
It's going great. Say hello to Evan.
What's up, Roy?
Good. How you doing, Evan?
Chilling, man.
Hey, look, I just wanted to mention, do you think that, let's. I'm just saying hypothetically, if Kansas City get in there into the Super Bowl with Philadelphia, I'm just saying that. Do you think that the Eagles would know his system, the way that he go about doing things, since he coached for them for X amount of years and stuff, even though he's with Kansas City now?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Roy. I would say no. It's been a long time since Andy Reid was in Philly, and I think that's one of the things that makes Andy Reid a great coach is that how valuable is film on Andy Reid in Kansas City, because isn't that the thing that he's unbelievable at, is being creative. So 1 week's game plan, you plan for it, and he throws something else at you. I mean, isn't that what the kind of what great play callers and great offensive minds do?
Yeah, and also I think because of the limitations due to injury of both quarterbacks, you probably only would be able to look at a select amount of games if you're going to grab tape from it. It's funny that he's mentioning tape because there's only one game in which Jalen Hurts has been beat as the starter. So that would be the game, if you're looking at tape, that the 49ers, I'm sure, have been pouring over this week. That was Week 10 on Monday night against Washington. But that's only one football game. I'm sure, we've talked about the 49ers, even though they've been on this miraculous streak, they've won 12 in a row. There have been times throughout some of these games when we felt like, that's the turning point. It could have gone sour. It could have gone south here. Well, I'm sure that can be the same situation for Philadelphia throughout some of their wins. So, D'Amico Ryans, who he's got his phone lighting up for head coaching jobs. I'm sure he's gone through as many different situations as possible. So is Kyle Shanahan. I think Andy Reid, though, look, Philadelphia would get a chance to kind of walk down memory lane and torch him however they wanted to. But the last thing the final thing that you get to do is give him his respect. And that's what Kyle Shanahan's looking for, right? I mean, the only thing he hasn't done at this point as a head coach is win the Super Bowl.
All right. I'm doing this public service for Eagles fans. Apparently the North Star Bar in North Beach is an Eagles bar.
North Star, that's right off Columbus?
I know it's in the heart of...
it's right off Powell, in the corner of Powell and Beach Blanket Babylon.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go. A couple things I want to address here on the text line, the Xfinity Mobile text line. I'm throwing out there where you're watching the game. 610 says, Third and Spruce Cafe. You ever heard of that?
I have not, no.
That's because it's in West Reading, Pennsylvania. That's my old stomping grounds.
I've only been to the ballpark.
Gotcha. I'll be watching, 510 says, I'll be watching the game at my house solo, which is actually the best way to watch if you're super into it. Oh,
I feel like there's a lot more people like that than you would imagine.
I think you might be right.
And part of it's because they like to lock in. Other parts, probably they're just anxious.
What if I tell you that? Well, you know what? Like, off the top of my head, if you're really somebody that, I got to watch it alone, that might be too hardcore for me. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like I'm kind of one of those people. Like if it's my team that I'm watching, I'd rather watch it alone, because more times than not, you get, especially for these NFC Championship, AFC Championship type games, you get a lot of the fair weather sports fans that really want to talk your ear off about how much they know, and they really don't know.
Yeah, I think the key to a great football party, whether it's an NFC Championship, AFC Championship, or Super Bowl, is to have two distinct areas. One big enough to accommodate those who want to watch the game with the volume pretty loud, and those who are in another area who want to talk and socialize. And you feel free to move about the cabin. Well, that's not what I'm saying.
Hey, look, son, if you want to invite me to one of those places as a broke 20-something-year-old, that I would love to find that. But for us, city folk, shall we say, we don't have that kind of alternative in a lot of cases. You got to find a kind of a watering hole.
That's a shame. The Pink Poodle, according to the 408, is a great spot to watch Niner games. They have great hot wings. Not heard of the Pink Poodle? I guess it's in San Jose. Hey, guys, I have to be in Santa Cruz for the game. Anybody got any suggestions?
John from down Santa Cruz's way?
No, I don't think so.
The Sandbar. Is a great spot
There
in
you go.
Capitola. It might be under repair with the recent weather, but the Sandbar is always a great spot.
Okay,
That's tough.
You have to be alone. I have to be alone with my TV to watch the Niner game. No distractions from the 650. Fair enough.
I think also part of it too is
close family.
Some people may not want to have other people see how they react.
That, you know what? And I think, and hats off to the 925, because I think that's what he's intimating. I'll be watching the game at my place with close family. I can't possibly be seen in public with this level of anxiety.
Yeah, that's it. And also, I mean, because inevitably, if you're going out and people are drinking and things go south, someone might do something stupid. You don't want to react, and then you're kind of caught in a place where you're uncomfortable. You're just trying to watch the game. And like I will say, most people have their spots or their bars, but it is tough when you're trying to find a new place to go watch a game because you never really know what you're getting into, and you're kind of assimilating into that crowd.
Jake's Cheesesteaks in the Marina. Or Jake's Steaks. Jake's Steaks in the Marina, they're saying might be a Philly
I don't spend
bar.
a lot of time in the Marina.
But. Why not?
I just typically don't get that far,
it's in the city.
Yeah,
You're
but
in the city now.
I don't go that far down.
It's 4 blocks
I'm
from
a
here.
Cole Valley kid at this point, Steiny.
Oh, you pink poodle, you got me. Might be an adult club.
That might be a great place to watch the game.
That's true. Usually you get a free buffet there.
Chicken
or at
wings
least
are
any
fantastic.
classy place will give you the free buffet. Jake Steaks in the Marina.
You better be careful.
North Star Bar, Philly fans,
Mm-hmm.
and Steiny and E, if Philly's considered better. Yeah, okay, let's go to Matt. Matt's in San Rafael. What's going on, Matt? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. So to respond to your question, I'm a lifelong Niner fan.
Okay.
I've got 3 sons. 2 of them are away at different parts of the country. One of them happens to be here. I'll watch it with him. I always watch with as many of my sons as are around. And my old man died in 2020, so we've now assimilated my mom, who is maybe the hardest core fan of all. So we watch the games, and we have for probably the last, well, my kids since they've been alive, but my mom, I've watched games with her since I was a kid, so it's 50 years. So honestly, that to me is the best because we share both the emotion and they all have a deep knowledge, which is kind of having both is the best for me.
That's a great call. That's a great call. How about this? Don't ask me why.
Gotta have hope.
When I was growing up, I grew up in Reading. I was a Philadelphia Phillies fan. And actually not the Phillies. I like the Yankees, but I like the Eagles and Sixers. Actually, I didn't like them either. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Here's what I'm trying to say. My mom is now 87 years old. She's healthy. She is so much more of a football sports fan now than she's ever been in her entire life. Like, she'll be locked in. Somebody's having a party. One of her girlfriends is going to have a party, and they'll have great food. And
do you feel like you'd be a bigger sports fan if you didn't have to talk about it for 3 to 4 hours a day?
Yeah, I do.
You'd be able to lock in more. Kind of just enjoy things at your own pace.
I think so.
And football's just different too because it's once a week, and it's the shortest season of any of the 4 major American sports. So it's like you only get so many opportunities to watch your team.
Yeah. Let's go to Fred in Richmond. And then we got Brian Baldinger coming up on the Bud Light guest line in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. What's up, Fred in Richmond? How are you, man?
Steiny, what's going on?
Not much.
I just wanted to say, man, I think Jalen Hurts is a possible I could have a bad game. I know he just had a good game against the Giants, but we don't know if he's really 100% or not. And, go Niners. And also, Yard House in Concord is a nice place to watch the Niners play.
Oh, do they have like 150 beers on tap, something like that?
Always.
Yeah. Thanks, Fred.
You ever tried the Tour de Pint?
No.
You go to a bar, you see however many they got on tap, and you have one of each. You just go down the line.
Literally.
Until you can't.
I think the Yard has over 100 tap beers.
Challenge accepted.
Now, let me tell you a beer they don't have. Yingling. Which is unfortunate.
So, when the Niners beat the Eagles, if they beat the Eagles,
all right,
will you give me some Yingling? I'll do the same.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'll find a place that can...
You won't find a place. What are you talking about?
I can't order it?
There's only one spot you can order it from. You can't order it from the brewery.
Well,
There's a site called GiveThemBeer.com.
Do they deliver?
it'll cost you $100 for a case.
How much is a case? How much is in a case?
24 cans. And you know what? You start thinking about it, it's like, that's only about $4 a beer.
Might be worth it.
That's $4 a beer. That sounds great.
You spend
actually.
8 on a pint at High Horse after the show.
Exactly.
Some yingling.
Exactly. 408 says, love to watch the game alone, and my lucky charm is to have my Blue Moon beer nonstop. All right, well, good luck to everybody out there. Hey, Brian Baldinger, The Road, he's next. The Road to Glendale, brought to you by San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. Also, this segment is brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services. Up next, Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger. He joins us on the Bud Light guest line on 95.7 The Game.
It's a Football Friday on 95.7 The Game.
This one is juggle pick. There goes Raponga.
Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's BayAreaHouses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's BayAreaHouses.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50. From Carriage House to Glass Aluminum Doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe.
The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
It's time to roll out the red carpet for, well, new carpet. Right now at the Home Depot. Choose from hundreds of styles and colors from top brands. Plus, get free installation. So whether you want to brighten up your bedroom, add a little more cushion to your living room, or, yes, add some VIP flair to your hallway, you can get the perfect carpet to match your mood with free installation from the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Minimum purchase of $4.99. Exclusions apply. U.S. only. See store for details.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Rian Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift. Always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face. Streaming now only on Peacock.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings is in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. We got an hour to go, and then it's officially the weekend, which means we're closer to the noon kickoff on Sunday, Eagles versus the San Francisco 49ers. We're having a lot of fun today, just kind of looking ahead and talking about this game and what the factors may or may not be and which way you're leaning, etc. And it does feel like, while there may be an outlier or two in terms of thinking this may be a blowout, I think we all assume, most of us, it's going to be a close game. Let's go out to the Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Brian Baldinger, what's going on? How you doing, man? We got him? All right, hey Baldy, I'm having trouble hearing you, but this is where I'm gonna ask you. I love this game. I work in San Francisco. I got the Niners. I'm from Reading, PA, so I got that tie. I know you played for Philly. Like, when you watch a game like this, does it mean any more to you because it's one of your teams? All right.
Hey,
there you are. Okay.
Gotcha,
all
right,
Baldy.
Sorry about
Let's
that.
start.
We got some technical difficulties. Let's start from the get-go.
This is Brian Baldinger, courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. I'll just tell you this. I'm obviously working in San Francisco. I'm from Reading, Pennsylvania, so this game's going to be a doozy for me.
Oh, wow.
You played in Philly. You watch games every weekend, but does this one like more fun for you, or you get more into it almost?
Yeah, I feel like I'm into it. I'm totally into it. The fact that Philly's here and, Philly fans I stayed here, Steiny.
Yep.
When I got done playing with the Eagles, I stayed in Philly because I'd never seen a fan base like this, and I've been through championship losses and 76ers and Flyers and Phillies. I've been through it all, as a fan. And so I know what these fans are like and how they live and die on this stuff. I saw them crying 5 years ago, Steiny, for 6 straight months out of, just joy, just pure joy of winning one. And it feels like they still haven't won one. They still feel disrespected. But I feel like we got the 2 best teams, Steiny. Like, if it came down to the final drive, like, it wouldn't surprise me, the way these 2 teams are playing and the way that they're constructed.
No, Baldy, and that takes you to my question for you. For those that don't follow you on Baldy, I do want to let everyone know that you're an avid Shark Week aficionado. And, when you're talking about who's the deadliest shark, well, it does depend. Is it freshwater? Is it open seas? Is it a bull shark? Is it a great white? Like, how do you decide in a matchup between San Francisco and Philadelphia where a lot of their game plans, their styles are similar? How do you decide who you think is going to win the football game and where you fall in this matchup?
Sam, I always go to the trenches in these matchups. The Eagles were just so much better than the Giants last Sunday in the trenches. I mean, it was a beatdown, but it was pretty easily predictable, even though, the Giants had played well in Minnesota the week before. I feel like the Eagles are better in the trenches than the 49ers. I mean, not because they have 70 sacks and 5 last week, 75 total, not just because of that. Just the way they are, like, just the way that they're built. Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata, Jason Kelsey. I mean, you just go through the list of guys. They just look better to me in the trenches. That doesn't mean that the 49ers can't win the game, but if you ask me that question, like, where do I go to? I go right there. I go right inside the trenches and go, okay, if the Eagles are in a 5-man defensive line and Javon Hargrave is one-on-one with Aaron Banks, who's going to win that matchup? And so that's kind of how I break it down right now. Hassan Reddick on, Mike McGlinchey. I don't know. Like, I'd have to favor Reddick in that matchup. So that's kind of where I start. Doesn't mean that's where it's all going to come out.
Sure.
Brian Baldinger joining us on 95.7 The Game. For a guy like me who watched last week's game, I thought the Dallas defense was really good. Can you, tell a guy like me because I hear Philly's defense is good, like, compare and contrast those 2 defenses, what to look for?
Yeah, when I saw last week, Steiny, I thought the speed of the Dallas defense really showed up against the 49ers. They scored 1 touchdown. I mean, look, they won the game. They scored 1 touchdown on a 2-yard run by McCaffrey. But, you saw a bunch, and to his credit, you saw a Brock Purdy, just throw the ball away a bunch and being chased and harassed by, Micah Parsons and Tank Lawrence and some guys. And I thought and the Eagles' defense I don't think they're as fast as Dallas. The Eagles don't have anybody that approaches Micah Parsons' speed and closing speed when a quarterback is flushed. But they're more physical than Dallas. They're much better up front than they are. And I think their corners cover better than the Cowboys' corners cover. And so, like, if you said compare and contrast, I'd say Dallas is faster. But I think Philadelphia, their pass rush is better. And I think their secondary is better than Dallas's.
Well, that would lead me to believe, Baldy, that Kyle Shanahan is going to want to run the football early and often against this Philadelphia front. Yep. I know they tried to do it against Dallas. It didn't work in the first half, but they got it going in the second half. Do you expect a similar slugfest type of style from Shanahan and the 49ers, even though we've seen Brock Purdy be able to light it up through the air? Does it all start on the ground? That's how they got to win, right?
I think it's a big part of it, Sam. There's a great scene in last week's game towards the end of the second quarter before halftime. And Juice is sitting down with McCaffrey, and they got a tablet and they got a telestrator there, and Juice is showing something to McCaffrey. And I felt like they had things that they had to figure out. It's not a game plan thing, not even a coaching thing. Sometimes players got to figure things out. And I thought once I saw that thing on the sideline, like the third quarter, they looked like the 49ers running game. Like they really started to pop. McCaffrey started getting some runs. Eli Mitchell started getting some runs. They started running the ball consecutive plays in a row. And I felt like they figured some things out. It might be something like that this week. But I'm with you, Sam. I think the way to slow this rush down is a variety of runs. And it could be Debo and fly sweeps. And, it could be formations that we haven't seen with McCaffrey and Eli and Debo. I mean, but I feel like that's where it's got to start for San Francisco on Sunday.
Brian Baldinger joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me ask you this, and you might say this is all of football, but if I'm Kyle Shanahan and I'm thinking about the other side and I'm thinking they're going to try to stop our run, well, then you gotta try to make them think you're going to run but pass, right? Isn't that the way?
Look,
aren't you trying to make a team think you're going to run when they think you're going to pass and vice versa?
So the way the Eagles get around that, Steiny, honestly, is they're about the only team in the league. They play a 5-man defensive front. And, sometimes you play a 5-man front to stop the run. They got a guy right on top of, your center. And so, it could be a variety of different guys. But, that's kind of how they line up. They play one linebacker and a safety. Now, it's good if you've got 5 guys up front that can really key on stopping the run. But if you get past that front, you've got Chauncey Gardner-Johnson at 190 pounds playing linebacker. You could get some big runs. In fact, Saquon last week ripped off a 39-yard run, and they were just out of the gaps, and they got pierced. And it has happened this year. That's why they went to a 5-man front, because they were getting run on. Fletcher Cox is getting older. He's not playing the run quite like he used to. I'm not picking on Fletcher, but, he's 12 years in this league. He's seen his better days. So they went to a 5-man front. They signed Ndamukong Suh. They signed, different guys to kind of plug that middle because they knew it was a weakness. And so I think that there's ways that you can get, whether it's, outside zone or cutbacks or whatever. I think there's lanes there that you can get created.
Baldy, one thing we've been discussing today on the show is which quarterback has to do more for their team to win. I feel like it's Jalen Hurts just because of how important, like we've been talking about, the running game is for San Francisco. Do you see it the same way, or do you think that Brock Purdy needs to be great on Sunday if San Francisco wants to walk out of Lincoln Field with a win?
Oh, I think if San Francisco wins the game, Sam, I'm going to, on Monday morning at 5 a.m., I'm going to have 6 Brock Purdy throws that are sensational throws.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, like even the one to Debo last week, or not to Debo, but to Kittle last week, the one-hander. He's the third read in that progression right there. Now, Kittle made a great catch. But, he's going to have to make 6. I'll call it a 6-pack of Purdy throws that he's going to have to make to go on the road and beat this Eagles team. However, to answer your question, the one thing about both these quarterbacks, they don't turn the ball over. Like, they're very good. Brock Purdy's very, he's very adroit at just throwing the ball away and getting to the next down. And really, the strength of Jalen Hurts this past year has been 2 things. One, he's a great deep ball thrower to A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Quez Watkins, whoever. And he is a great decision maker. And in that decision making, he turns the ball over very little. And we haven't seen Brock Purdy do a lot of that. So, what defense can force the quarterback into the turnovers? Because let's face it, San Francisco, you guys won last week over Dallas because of the Dak interceptions. So what it came down to.
Right.
One was in the red zone where they took points off the board. That led to a field goal. And, the first interception, led to a field goal. That was the difference in the game. And so that's what it's going to come down to. Who can force the other quarterback into creating mistakes?
Yeah.
Hey, Baldy, thank you so much as always. Really appreciate it. And, man, can't wait for this one.
Likewise, Donnie.
All right.
I didn't know you were from Reading.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you're going to, if part of you says go Birds right now. Not sure about that.
They're getting on me out here, Baldy, but I'm hanging tough.
Okay.
All right, take care, buddy. That's Brian Baldinger on the Bud Light guest line. Brian Baldinger. Matt Steinmetz, Sam Giddings with you on 95.7 The Game. Sam's new here.
Simmer. Yeah, I appreciate you picking me up, Stein. You're a real team player.
Evan, it's Evan Giddings. And
by the way, I think you had a read after the Bud Light guest line.
No, did I? Oh, yeah,
something about
that.
Yeah.
Hey, the road to Glendale. It's brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. By the way, coming up in 15 minutes.
Sam special?
15 minutes. Tony DeMarco.
Yep.
Who's Tony DeMarco? I know you. Tony DeMarco. I'll be honest with you. I went to college with him. He's from back east. He's from Hamilton, New Jersey, blueberry capital of the world. Mm-hmm. And he's been a season ticket holder for the Eagles for 45 years.
Okay, when someone says that something is the capital of the world, Is that self-proclaimed or is that universally known?
Hey, let me tell you something.
Okay.
What you don't know. Hamilton, New Jersey is bog country. Cranberries, big there. Ocean spray, and blueberries too.
Okay.
I think it's something like that. He can tell us.
You didn't answer the question. Okay.
What was the question again?
What is it self-bestowed, the title of...
Well, we can ask Tony that. He just texted me an hour ago, said, I'm from Hamilton, the blueberry capital of the world, not Haddonfield. They're 20 miles apart. Tony and I are great friends. We keep in touch, obviously. I know where he's from, and we're going to have fun.
Okay. Looking forward to it.
Let's go to Joe. Joe's in the city. He said he's feeling a little pessimistic.
Oh,
how come?
Not on this show.
Hey guys, happy Friday.
Yes,
I think I think if you look at the running, we all know that they want to run the ball, but they've only in the 2 playoff games only had really one great run, which was McCaffrey against Seattle. They've been bottled up. Seattle controlled the line of scrimmage until the middle of the third, both sides to the middle of the third quarter. Dallas was controlling it most of the game. And they've given up once a game, they give up a big bomb on the defense. And I think that's going to be the downfall. Kyle would love to run this like he ran against Minnesota and Green Bay a couple years ago. But when was the last time the 49ers showed this year that they've really been doing that? Even the game against the Raiders, they didn't really play all that great. And so I think, of course, they can win. I think Ayuk's going to have to win some 50-50 balls. Like that ball again in the first quarter, he should have made a better play on that. And Bosa's going to have to stand up. But this whole thing about the 49ers are going to be able to run the ball down the pipes of the Eagles, my spidey senses are tingling that it's not going to happen. It's going to have to be Purdy.
Fair enough. Fair enough, Joe. I got to tell you, I'm going to acknowledge that. I mean, if you look at the postseason, Seattle was up at half, and the 49ers running game in these 2 games hasn't been as good as it's been under the regular season under Brock Purdy, but you kind of expect that because the competition's getting better. And in a way, it doesn't matter because they won both those games. But it's the kind of thing where if they run 26 times for 99 yards,
might be tough.
Then we're going to say, they just didn't run the running game, was largely mitigated.
But that's why I also feel like, well, one, Brock Purdy won't have a chance to turn the ball over 3 times, because I don't think he'll throw enough. But I also don't think that he needs to be, he doesn't have to have an all-time performance, because the 49ers are going to win or lose this game, like Baldy was saying, where he starts, what he's looking at is the line of scrimmage. Can they run the football? And defensively, can they stop Philadelphia from running the football? That's what both teams want to start with. They will play the pass off of the run. So if you're asking me, does Christian McCaffrey have to have a big game? Maybe he doesn't, but Elijah Mitchell then does. Okay, or maybe Deebo Samuel does out of the backfield. Together, all 3 of them, that running back core, whoever gets the ball, has to be good against Philadelphia, because they need to extend drives. They need to control time of possession, something that only, again, one team has done when Jalen Hurts is the starting quarterback. The Washington Commanders beat Philadelphia at home by controlling the clock for 41 minutes of the football game. I don't know if San Francisco needs to control it for that much, but it's got to be on the plus side, in my opinion, as well as the takeaway side, like Baldy was talking about, for them to have a chance to win the game. I don't think it necessarily comes down to Brock versus Jalen. I think it comes down to who can run the ball better against these fronts that, quite frankly, have been the best in the NFC all season.
And that's something that now that thought is in my head. And it is something that we've seen from Kyle Shanahan in the past. Deebo Samuel, okay, let's use Mostert as an example, back a few years back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't run Mostert into the ground during the regular season. But then the playoffs came, and he needed Mostert to carry 32 times. And you know what? Mostert carried 32 times. Pretty sure it was 32 or 29. So what I'm getting at is you look at a player like Deebo Samuel, and you don't want to overuse him in the regular season. You don't want to too many. But we got 2 games left. So if you've got to run Deebo Samuel 10 times Sunday to win, you can run him 10 times. And Kyle Shanahan will run him 10 times. That's the one thing. I think that's an ace up Kyle Shanahan's sleeve that you can't discount because, I mean, heck, there are 5 49er offensive players who on any given day could kind of carry you.
And that's why Deebo Samuel wanted the $20+ million, is because he knew that on a game like Sunday, he might have to carry the ball 10 to 15 times. He might also have to catch the ball 5 to 10 times. He might be the go-to guy against Philadelphia. He also might not get the ball at all. That's why this offense is so dynamic, is because they have different ways to beat you. So does Philly. Now, one thing that our last caller brought up was the fact that Seattle was able to, outside of one big McCaffrey run, win at the line of scrimmage. Dallas did too. Well, one thing they also did, they had big games from their top receivers. DK Metcalf had 2 touchdowns and 150 yards, and CeeDee Lamb had a $120 and 13. He had a big game. So I'm looking at Philadelphia, and they got 2 damn good wideouts on their side with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Like, those guys are going to also factor into this football game, and why I think that San Francisco, again, has to be able to put Jalen Hurts in pass-first situations. They have to win on first down, because if the Eagles have the option to throw or run, then it might get a little dicey. And the same can be said about San Francisco. They did not win on first down against Dallas in the first half. They did in the second half, and to me, that's why they're able to create an 8-minute drive like they did in the fourth quarter. They have to win. They cannot put themselves behind the sticks. And that's also how Brock Purdy, I think, is going to be allowed to be good on third down. Because if he's 3rd and 10 plus, then it's going to be asking a lot for Brandon Ayuk to create that separation the caller was talking about against 2 of the best cover corners in the league. But if it's 3rd and 6, if it's 3rd and 5, then Deebo Samuel out of the backfield. Then Christian McCaffrey maybe in the slot. Then you might see George Kittle up the middle. Then you might see Brandon Ayuk on the outside. Like, when Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy have a diverse situation, then they can be successful. But I also just don't know how many chances they'll have to do that.
Yeah. Let's go to Chris. Chris in San Bernardino wants to know, well, I'll let him talk for himself. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's going on? Good afternoon, you guys.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so I listen to WIP a lot, and Joe, to Cameron.
That's in Philadelphia, for those out here that don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, they sound real confident based off that win that they beat the Giants last week, and they sound even more confident this week that they are sure to get this W against you guys. I'm just wondering why is it that it sounds like just a vibe or just the the energy I get from listening to you guys. You guys sound a little bit scared of Philadelphia, and I was just wondering why. I mean, if you guys put a little bit of pressure like Miami did against Josh Allen, Hurts is easily flustered. Hurts is the weakest link in the offense. So I was just wanting to know why you guys are scared to play Philly.
That's a bold statement, Chris.
I mean, I'm not.
The one about Jalen Hurts. No. Okay, so
I don't get scared about it.
Yeah, I mean, look, for both sides.
I think why would a 49er fan be nervous? Well, a 49er fan would be nervous because this is the best team they've faced since Kansas City.
And
Plain
what's on the line? A trip to the Super Bowl. Like that to me is more why there would be nerves, and that's why there'll be nerves out on the field. But I will say this. The fact that Philadelphia wasn't tested against the Giants, I do think opens an opportunity early for San Francisco to punch them in the mouth the way that coming off a Seattle game in which San Francisco was not tested at home, Dallas did that in the first half to them. The difference was, of course, Dak Prescott threw 2 picks in the first half. Dallas controlled the first 30 minutes of that football game. San Francisco held serve. So if they can jump on Philly the way that I thought Dallas did it, as good of a job as they could to jump on San Francisco, because Philly's they're kind of fat cats right now. Like they smoked the Giants. They did not see anything that tested them in that football game. San Francisco offers a lot that will test them on Sunday.
Football Friday is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. Also, this segment brought to you by Pfizer. On the other side, he's going to come on. He's the biggest Philadelphia Eagle fan I know. Season ticket holder for 45 years. The great Tony DeMarco. Stick around.
The Road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-978-5309 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-978-5309. That's 800-978-5309. What do you have to lose? Call 800-978-5309. Again, 800-978-5309.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.org. Remember, that's cars with a K.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and every single day we're doing the Fast Five. Your opportunity as a Morning Roast listener to get in on the show with me and Bonte. 8:50 every single day.
Ryan in St. Louis, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast Fast Five. What you got?
I think we should be incredibly optimistic about the 49ers' future when you consider how good our defense is.
Fast Five, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Frank's? Seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In Novato, partly cloudy today, highs near 62.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
Sam, I always go to the trenches.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, before we go out to the Bud Light guest line from the 510, hey, Steiny and E, my kids Adrian and Julian are turning 8 tomorrow. They're big fans of 95.7 The Game, especially Steiny and Guru. Can you give them a birthday shout-out? Absolutely. Happy birthday, Adrian and Julian, and make sure Mom and Dad don't stiff you on any gifts this year.
So hopefully the 49ers get him a victory. That'd be the perfect birthday present.
If he's a Niner fan.
Might let the parents off the hook.
Let's head out to the Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Tony DeMarco, my friend, he's an Eagle fan. I'm calling you an Eagle season ticket holder for 45 years. Is that accurate?
It goes back longer than that, Matt. It goes back to my dad sitting in Franklin Field in 48 and 49 for Steve Van Buren, and in 60 with Norm Van Brocklin. And it goes back, I don't know, 60 years, 70 years?
Man, okay. So I didn't even realize that, buddy. So here's what's going on. We got some fans out here that are categorizing Eagle fans as arrogant. They're front runners, and that they give up on their teams. And one thing I heard is at the Eagles opener this year, there was a "Let's Go Sixers" chant just because they were behind. Can you address this?
I'll address a couple of things. I don't think arrogance is the right word. We are energetic. We want to win, and I think we are incredibly passionate, and we are very. This is what you guys don't know. We are very intelligent fans. We get a bad rep in the national press, but this is a knowledgeable crowd. This isn't like the Bay Area or especially LA where everybody leaves early. People stay in Philly. People stay to the minute of the game.
So but they also apparently they cheer when a guy gets hurt, like a Michael Irvin back in the day.
No.
I cheered. I have to make an admission, and I think I'm a pretty classy guy, Matt, but I cheered when Irvin went down. Do you remember what an irritant Michael Irvin was, and how those days of Buddy Ryan and Jimmy Johnson, he was in, we all hated Michael, let's be clear. I didn't want him to be hurt. But when he was lying down there were a good minute or two when you cheered because he was down. When you realized he was hurt, you backed off a little bit, but I did cheer when he went down. Does that make me a bad guy?
No. Okay, so Tony, we had the great Dick Vermeil on yesterday. He described Philadelphia Eagles fans as being with you win or tie, right? So do you have, of course, you got a long list of memories in Philadelphia, going back to your father. Do you feel like there is an experience or a situation that you could use to, explain to people out here just how Philadelphia Eagles fans are during a game?
Okay, you know what I'm remembering right now is that '89 game when Montana, there's not much of a long series history between the Eagles and the 49ers, but in 1989, Randall Cunningham on a hot young Eagles team took a 28-0 lead.
28-10.
It was a massive lead, and Montana comes in, and he threw 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter.
That's correct.
I was in the 700 level that day. I was screaming because I love that Buddy Ryan team, and Joe. We were all traumatized, and we didn't boo Joe. We respected his greatness, but we were all. That was a difficult day, and it lingers with me to this day. Those 4 touchdowns. That was an incredible performance by Montana.
It was. I was at that game too, Tony. I was before I even moved out. All right, last one for you, buddy. We got a lot of people from the Bay Area who are going to be out in Philly for this game. They're probably going to have their 49er jerseys. And there's this stigma of like, be careful, be careful.
Yeah, I would not wear that whatever, is it maroon? Whatever that color red, I would not wear it.
Come on.
People are going to be sauced up, Matt. People are going to be sauced up. People are going to be drinking, and there is an element that it's not as bad as Old Veterans Stadium, but there's certainly an element that is not scared to throw it down. I'm not proud of that group. I found that repulsive, actually.
So
there are
guys.
I'd be nervous.
Got to be wearing the 5%.
A guy with a Montana jersey coming in, minding his own business.
It depends where he's at. I don't think in the club level or lower level, I think he'd be okay, be booed. I think in the upper levels of the link, I'd be very
even
nervous
without any instigation from the San Francisco side, just the mere presence, the mere scarlet red being in the section.
I think it'll be okay. If it was a Cowboy star, they're going down. And it's going to get really, really ugly. If it's I think they'll be okay in that upper level. They're going to get a lot of taunts. They may have some things thrown at them, but I think they'll be okay.
Tony, great talking to you, my man. Really appreciate it. I know you're going Sunday. Have fun, man.
Thank you, guys. Fly, Eagles, fly.
All right, that's Tony DeMarco, and hopefully Shasky and Bonte are on the third level.
Cut that up.
Hopefully they got nosebleeds.
Guys. Oh, no. They got to be close down to the field, right?
Why?
Well, it's just, I don't know how they roll. It feels like that's the kind of how they,
How do they roll? I don't know how they roll.
Well, actually, Shasky's tickets at Levi's, I believe, are in the upper deck. Not like
227.
The tallest level.
227. Also, I was listening this morning, and they did the simulcast with WIP, and they told all of Philly where they're going to be sitting. Section 116.
And what did the guys on WIP say about like safety, etc.?
Pretty much said they don't want to be associated with murder.
Wow.
Just by having the guys tell the entire Philly audience where they're going to be sitting.
And first of all, let me tell you something about Tony DeMarco. He wasn't trivializing fan violence. I think he was actually saying...
Well, unless it was like Michael Irvin.
I mean, he acknowledged that. Let's go to John in Castro. He's a Niner fan. He's not scared, dog. What's going on, John? How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Yeah, there's no fear here, man.
Of course.
Philly fans, I don't know what they're all about, but it don't matter because there's going to be plenty of red in Philly. And let me tell you, the people that are going to this game, they're not just your peninsula, posh people. We got people from East San Jose. We got people from the East Bay. We got people from the North Bay. But here's the deal. Look, so I got a couple friends already over there. And guess what? The Rocky statue, he's wearing a Niner jersey. Did you guys know that?
I saw a photo of that.
Yeah, something overnight.
Saw a photo. Thanks for the call, John.
Photoshop, right?
I don't know.
Staged.
Everybody does that.
Okay, so what would be the Philly equivalent? Like what? I mean, they got a lot of stuff out here. I guess they could deface, but
I don't know. Putting a Philly jersey on cable car. I don't know.
All right. I know you're from the area. It is funny to me that the most symbolic sports figure from the city of Philadelphia is fictional.
It's not true. First of all, he's not fictional. He's Sylvester Stallone.
Rocky Balboa is not fictional.
He's real Stallone. and he's from Philly. Let me tell you
Rocky Balboa is closer to being real than Rocky.
Can I make a clarification?
Yeah, sure.
If anybody going to the game, wear what you want to wear. If you want to wear a 49er shirt, wear one. Just be respectful. You'd want somebody to be coming to the Levi Stadium. It's no different. See, this is why I don't think it's different. I really don't. Eagle fan walks through Levi Stadium and he's got a smile on his face and he's not being vindictive or antagonizing. Nothing's going to happen. Please.
I can't pass judgment because I've never been to a game in Philly, but I have been to a game in New England. And up until the Patriots were smoking the team that I was there to watch, people were not physical, but if I'd given them a reason to, they absolutely would have done something to me. Whether it's pouring a beer, kicking you when you're in the urinal, something cheap. Because at the end of the day, and this is really the butt of the reason behind every home field crowd feeling like they can do whatever they want, because there's more of them than the other team's fans. There's going to be significantly more green at Lincoln than there is going to be red. And so, I hope Bonte and Butch and the Morning Guys have a fantastic time in Philadelphia. In the words of Stephen A., you better be careful.
It's a great city. It's a great city. No doubt about it. It is. You can have a lot of fun there. Unbelievable diversity. Unbelievable history.
Actually, I take that back. I have been to Philly. It was a hazy night.
IPA?
Something like that. What? You remember I was talking about the Tour de Pine earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was in Philly.
Oh.
I remember getting there. I woke up in Princeton.
You remember getting there?
Yeah, I woke up in Princeton.
Did you really?
Okay, yeah.
Yikes. I can hear you, Lucas.
That was a good
just
night.
In case. You didn't know that the mic came on. It'd be like dropping a banner from the Golden Gate Bridge. Something like that, for sure. I've been to Green Bay last year. The fans are nice. Nothing's going to happen in Philly. You're right.
I hope not. I mean, hopefully they have a great time and win-loss. People are respectful and it's all well and good fun. I mean, there's going to be some trash talk. That's just what people do.
See, this is...
But
415's got it nailed. I was in Philly in the summer of 2008 wearing a Giants hat to a Phillies game. I caught no hands, but I did catch a phone number of a Philly girl. Mm-hmm. There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
New York or San Francisco Giants? I'm assuming it's...
Yeah, I think it's San Francisco.
Okay.
I would bet. It's a 415 on the Xfinity mobile text line. All right. Give me your prediction.
Prediction for the game?
Yep.
Well, didn't we give him earlier?
We did, but it's our audience, so I might change it.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah. I think I got
Niners
26-20.
Oh, you just flipped the team from the beginning? Oh, well.
No, I'll stick with
it sucks because I feel like I have been propping up. I've been doing my best, okay, to try and give people confidence, hope, whatever they're feeling. I'm trying to amplify it at this point. But I do think that if the Niners are 98% out of 100, the Eagles are 99. And I think it comes down to a low-scoring game in which Philly is able to win by, I think it'll be a 3-point game. I'll say 21-18. I think Philadelphia wins.
All right. That's what your prediction earlier, 18. So you think...
My prediction also is that whoever wins this football game is going to win the Super Bowl. So should the Niners get past the Eagles, I think they're beating whoever comes out of the AFC.
How about somebody saying... We're talking about 49er fans put a Niners jersey on the Rocky statue in Philadelphia.
The real Rocky.
Somebody, the 650... I'm sorry, the 510 says... be like putting an Eagle jersey on Juan Marichal statue. How about the Willie Mays statue? That's what it would be.
Yeah.
The Willie Mays statue.
Right there on 3rd and King.
Putting an Eagles shirt on that. That'd be the equivalent.
Yeah, put a Randall Cunningham shirt right there on Willie Mays.
Something like that. You know what I didn't realize? Jalen Hurts had 13 rushing touchdowns.
He did.
That's a lot.
He only threw for 21 though, Steiny.
22, I thought.
That's okay.
21-6.
Yeah, Brock threw for 13 regular season. Mm-hmm.
How many run for?
1, I believe.
Man,
it's less than 13.
Can he keep it up? Can Brock Purdy keep it up? Does he have another game in him where He's just really solid.
He won a game going 19 for 29 with no scores. I don't think he has to.
Good, but, I mean, are you saying those numbers are completely pedestrian?
No, I'm just saying he doesn't have to be spectacular.
Well, I think he's got to be a little better than that.
He's got to be good in the gimme spots. Like actually, I think Baldy laid it out perfectly earlier. He's got to, like, if you're looking at a Niners win, there are going to be 5 or 6 throws that you look at and say, that was damn good.
I agree.
But if you only have to make 5 or 6 throws, it's just what you got to have it. And that's where Brock Purdy, to his credit, I think has been pretty good, especially in second halves of games. When they've had to have it, he has delivered. Or he's no one to throw it away.
He's absolutely. I mean, he's been
Kenny Rogers.
I mean, you hate to say perfect, but he hasn't made. I know it could have been this and there could have been that, but you cannot have asked him to play any better than what he's played. And I'm thinking just okay, if Brock Purdy, so he was 19 for 29 for how many yards against Dallas? You remember offhand?
Against Dallas?
Yeah.
214.
19 for 29 for 214. Here's what I think is the beauty of the Niners. If you told me that's what he's going to get for this game against the Eagles, I would not necessarily say, oh, they're going to lose then.
Yeah.
Because they might run for 3 touchdowns. And as long as it's like 0-0, to me, no touchdowns, no picks, while that's not the way you want it, the 49ers can still win that way. Just don't give me the 0-1 or the 0-2 or the 1-2.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And it's oversimplified, but whoever wins the turnover battle, I think, wins this game. I do think that Philadelphia has enough firepower because they've been able to move the ball through the air against better defenses than the Niners have, from what I've seen. I do think they are more likely to be able to come from behind than San Francisco is. But I do think, and JD mentioned it, the beginning of this football game is going to be very important for San Francisco because I don't know if Brock Purdy can come back from down 10 on the road against this Eagles team. He did it against Las Vegas, but this is an entirely different beast. And in fact, because of that, I wouldn't be surprised to see Kyle Shanahan do something like take the ball first if they win the coin flip because he wants to get on the board first and play from ahead.
Man, that to me, I'd find that very interesting.
Belichickian.
I'd find that very interesting because then you're flirting with why would you change something you've been doing all year?
Well, they didn't. I know. I think Dallas won the coin flip, but they didn't have the ball first out of the break. I just feel like, and look, you could say, okay, well, that's great. We defend down the stretch of the first half. Our defense is good enough to get a stop, first possession, third quarter, and then our offense gets rolling no matter what. So, for Shanahan, I believe that he is going to play this game. I think it's gonna look conservative, but in his mind, it's because he believes his process is good enough to beat Philadelphia.
Let me ask you this. The first plays are scripted.
Yeah.
So in theory, it doesn't matter.
24.
I'm going to assume that doesn't matter whether they won the toss or didn't. What's the 49ers' first series look like?
Ideally?
No. Like, what do you actually think he's calling?
6 of the first 9 or 10 plays go to number 23. Christian McCaffrey.
How many on the ground? How many versus how many in the air?
Well, and that's where they can get creative. And
this is where I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say ideally it's a split. I mean, ideally it's 4 rushes, 3 passes, vice versa. But I think it starts with Christian McCaffrey because Philly's got to prove first, like Dallas did, that they can stop whatever McCaffrey's bringing to the table. Then, because if you can't, then they're just going to stick with it and run the ball down your throat. Then if you can beat Kyle Shanahan's first punch or avoid it, then he's got to go and try and move the ball through the air.
I mean, there's something about Shanahan where, and maybe this is why he's a great coach, is part of me thinks that sometimes he overthinks stuff. But there's a very legitimate case for saying, okay, we're in Philly. They are going to be, the fans are going to be up. Their defense is going to be wound up. They think they can rattle Brock. So they think we're just going to run the ball to start because they think that we might be a little worried about Purdy, putting Purdy. And that's when you say, let's throw the first 5 downs. Let's just throw the first 5 downs. Just see, you know what I mean? Like, who's to say that would be either the right or the wrong thing to do?
That to me would be Kyle Shanahan trying, I don't know about getting cute, but overthinking things because Philadelphia has the number 1 pass defense in the NFL. And if you're trying to outsmart people, then you would say, all right, we're going to throw it 40 times today because they're not going to be expecting that. They're going to stack the box, and early we want to try and beat them through the air. I don't think Kyle Shanahan is going to try and remake the wheel in this game. I think he's going to try and do what has gotten him to this point, which is a heavy dose of running the football and Brock Purdy being good enough on 3rd down or in, 2nd and short situations, not playing from behind the sticks, to methodically move the ball down the football field, take the points when they come, and at the end of the day, look up at the scoreboard and see you have more than the other team. That's how I feel.
That's all they got to do. That's all they got to do.
I think.
How much we got here?
60 seconds.
Look at this. This is weird.
Where are you watching the game?
My buddy Dana's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is just really weird and random, but I'm gonna say it. So we're talking. So the 49er fans who are in Philly, they put a 49er jersey on the Rocky statue. Yeah, it's clear. It's funny. It's whatever. It's cool.
Yeah.
No harm, no foul.
Mm-hmm.
And we said, what would be the equivalent here? And how about on putting a Eagles jersey on Willie Mays? I was like, yeah, that'd be good. Somebody said putting a Eagles jersey on the Dwight Clark statue. And you know what? I was like, it feels a little more disrespectful than Willie Mays. I don't know why.
Well, Willie Mays is he is the Bay Area. But
it's also been a much longer time since
statue.
He's passed. And I don't know. We don't have to end on that note.
Has passed.
We don't have to end on that note.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, everybody. I can't wait to talk about this one on Monday. It's going to be a lot of fun. Has all the makings for a playoff classic. San Francisco 49ers, Philadelphia Eagles, noon Sunday.
Sam, I always go to the trenches.
Well, I've seen enough.
It's a football Friday on 95.7 The Game.
3rd down and 9. Bosa, the sack.
Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's BayAreaHouses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's BayAreaHouses.com.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
The NFL playoffs live on Odyssey, and Westwood One brings you the AFC and NFC championship games, streaming live for free this Sunday on the Odyssey app. The 49ers visit the Eagles.
Touchdown, Jalen Hurts.
Give it to McCaffrey up the middle into the end zone. And then it's a rematch between the Bengals and the Chiefs.
Wide open, Jamar Chase takes it in. Touchdown, Chiefs.
Catch all the action from Westwood One. Your playoffs, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Johnny Mosley here with your Friday Toyota Tahoe report. Stellar conditions here at Palisades with perfect corduroy, bluebird skies, and even better vibes. Grab your favorite gear, get in your Toyota, and let's start ripping some turns.
Thanks, Johnny. Sunny skies are in the forecast again today. Winds will be light and variable. There's a great snow base of 136 inches so far at Palisades. Changes to the forecast expected later this weekend. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Find me a bigger game. You cannot. Find me a bigger Football Friday. You can't do that either, unless, of course, the Niners win this game. Then 2 Fridays from now is officially the biggest version of a Football Friday you could ever have. But you got to do this if you want to get that. Can the 49ers do this? Can they go into Philadelphia and win this game? That is the focus. Are you ready, Ray?
Not if you're yelling.
All right. Well, let me just tell you what we're about to approach.
Maximum
It's a big game. You got to give me that much, right? It's a big game. And I tell you, with a win on Sunday, do you realize that Kyle Shanahan would improve to 7-2 in postseason play as a head coach, which would tie him with Sean McVay for the second most postseason wins in the NFL since he became a head coach? All the way back in 2017, only Andy Reid has more. He's got 9 postseason wins since 2017, one famously directly over Kyle Shanahan. But that's who this guy has become. And if you're asking me, what do the 49ers have? Like, what advantage do they have in this game, as we're both agreeing that we have a very fair fight here? Kyle Shanahan needs to prove himself an advantage in this game for the 49ers.
I think the players are going to do that, because I don't think either of them is a superior tactician. I think they're about the same. I think the Shanahan difference is that he has the ability not only to have a philosophy, but to get the players to fulfill that philosophy. I don't think there's any question he's one of the rare play callers in the league, but I think mostly it's he knows what he believes in, and he's gotten the players who can validate that belief. And I think that might be the difference. I don't know that you'll see that in the game unless the players do what they're supposed to do. But if there is an advantage, I don't think it's because he's going to come up with some fabulous play out of nowhere. I think it's because he will be able, through his players, to set the kind of tone and pace that he needs to be the most comfortable he can be.
The one place I do see Kyle excelling week after week through thin times and in thick times, even in the worst years of Kyle, even in the worst Shanahan games, he's got guys running open. The question was, is Jimmy seeing him? Can the quarterback get it to that open guy? And that's where Kyle Shanahan has to have the pre-snap razzle-dazzle that sets up the one matchup he knows he's got the better player in. That's when George Kittle makes the big play. That's when Brandon Ayuk pops open with literally not a guy 8 yards around him anywhere. I mean, as wide open as professional football will allow is how open sometimes Shanahan's players become. He draws guys wide open. Can the players execute what he draws to be the wide open play? And if they can go to the Super Bowl.
See, and I think the gift that he has is not necessarily that, although I'm not arguing with you that he can't do that. I think it's that he can do that with the running game, because that's where the difference is. That's how he's designed this team to be. That's why he traded to get Christian McCaffrey. That's why he changed Deebo Samuel's career arc a year ago, because of the things he can do in the passing game. He's really quite a bit more adept with having the most dynamic running game without having, until the last 10 weeks, the most dynamic runner. I mean, that's the thing that strikes me as the most compelling thing about him, because if he was that keen on throwing guys open, he, as the general manager, would have been more assiduous in making a better pass-blocking offensive line. What he's got is an excellent run-blocking line, and they win games by running the ball way more than they throw it. So, I mean, we're arguing like tiny differences. I think he is the better coach, but I think this is large. When you get down to this stage, it's really about how the players do. I really think it's the biggest tell of all will be what the 49ers defensive line can do against the Eagles offensive line, because I think that's going to dictate most of how this game goes. If the 49ers can win the majority of those battles, they win the game.
Yeah,
it's not about throwing guys open. It's about, we're going to take your unit, which is basically the best in football, and we're going to make you value neutral. If they do that, I think they win. If they don't do that, I think they lose.
I hear a lot of people talking about the nature of what feels like on its surface the uneven quarterbacking matchup. Like, even if you will concede that there are no flies on Brock Purdy that anyone can really detect yet, it is just a simple matter of the arithmetic of experience that gives Jalen Hurts the upper hand in this game. And Hurts' experience, it should be an advantage over a guy who started 7 games. I'm not here to say that it's nothing. Like, I'm not here to give a demerit to experience. Only a fool or the inexperienced would try to pretend it matters not. Of course it matters. But here's the fact. The fact is that Brock Purdy officially has more playoff wins on his resume than Jalen Hurts does. And they have both appeared in the exact same amount of postseason games. Hurts is 1-1. Purdy is 2-0. So to just say, well, Jalen Hurts alone is the real difference in this game, and that's why it should be EAGLES, I don't know. I don't think so. To say that, well, Purdy's not really done it on the road. Look, Purdy won in Seattle. And whatever you want to say about whatever you thought Seattle was, for everyone in the NFL, that's usually a tough game. If you're wearing a 49ers uniform, it's especially a tough game. As a matter of fact, the San Francisco 49ers have only won in Seattle 3 times in the last decade. And Purdy represents a third of that. I mean, he did it. He did something that doesn't happen often in a hostile environment on the road. So the biggest differences that people are trying to tell me lies in the quarterback matchup alone, I'm here to tell you, aren't necessarily as big as you think they are.
I don't think there are compelling differences between the two because I don't think that's where the game's going to be won. And I think people who say, oh, the Eagles have it all over the 49ers in terms of the quarterbacking, I'm not sure they do either. But I also don't think that's where this game's going to be won unless Jalen Hurts runs for about 70 yards, which is he's capable of. Because if he's running for 70 yards, it means the 49ers defense can't corral him, and they already have enough other weapons that could turn this into a boat race. I don't think it's about passing the ball anyway in this game, because I really do believe the defenses are so good that this is going to be a grinding game. I really think that...
I think it might be about passing the ball a little bit for Philadelphia.
Maybe a little bit, but I don't think that's how they're going to win. I think they're going to win if their offensive line just punches holes in the 49er run defense, because I think they would rather also run than throw. Jalen Hurts a year ago was quarterbacking a team that was 9-8. That was a team that deserved to lose because it wasn't good enough. This year, the team is dramatically better because the two lines are better. It's just a much more dynamic team. So I don't know what that tells, what 2 games of playoff experience tells us or doesn't tell us. I just don't know that this is going to be a game that's going to be 41-34. I can't envision that because I can't envision both defenses being bad at the same time.
Earlier today, I was on with our pal Darren Smith down in San Diego, and he said, give me a little prediction. What do you think? And I just said, look, I feel like it's going to be 17-13, 17-10, 24-21. And you can assign either team to either score. And I believe that could be the final of the game. I wouldn't be surprised if the 49ers win, nor will I be surprised if the Eagles win this game. The only thing that would surprise me is a pinball machine. A real high-scoring, high-flying, that game would surprise me. Absolutely surprise me. But this could shake out either way, and by definition, that is a fascinating matchup. We're going to be talking about it with you today. How does it happen? I'm just going to ask you straight up. 888-957-9570. How does it happen for the 49ers? Ray and I have already put it on the table. I'm going to ask you to put it on the table. And on the table, guess-wise today, We have one of the best talk show hosts in Philadelphia. John Kincaid is going to join us at 4:15. Ricky Waters is going to be joining us as we go inside the 49ers alumni locker room, if you will, today. Ricky Waters at 5 o'clock. Until then, it's me, it's Ray, it's you, John Kincaid later today, Ricky Waters later today, and later tonight, Warriors Live is starting at 6 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. And it's a Football Friday, brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Walnut Creek will be mostly clear tonight with a low of 39.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
The Road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
This is the final week of the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday. There's hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast, like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Last chance for the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends January 29th.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for exclusive and exciting live play-by-play Warriors action brought to you by Toyota. Class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Milk, eggs, $42. Ma'am, you okay?
Need bucks? With Jackson Hewitt, don't wait weeks for the IRS to send your tax refund. Come in now for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee refund advance loan when you file your taxes. That's up to $3,500 today. Don't let high prices get you down. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes. So get to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code FRIEND at checkout. That's harrys.com, code FRIEND. Enjoy.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Glendale is brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. Welcome back, Damon and Ratto, an hour away from saying hello to John Kincaid, who hosts mornings in Philadelphia. We've also got Ricky Waters joining us at 5 o'clock today. Oh, look who's on TV. It's that loudmouth, Joe Fortenbaugh, who doesn't give the 49ers a puncher's chance in this game. He was on fire yesterday.
He was clearly drunk. There's just no question in my mind. He liquored up for that one.
Somebody says, Damon, what Fish song is that riff from? That's not a Fish. It's Lenny Kravitz. Lenny Kravitz. Did you know that Lenny Kravitz's mother was on the Jeffersons?
I believe I'd heard that.
Yes. She played the woman who was married to the white man.
Yeah, what was her name? I don't remember.
Willis something? I don't know. I haven't seen an episode of the Jeffersons in a really long time.
Well, neither's anybody else.
But I do like the Lenny Kravitz. Anyway, thank you very much for trying to spot that riff. It is an FM radio station, after all.
Well, I was just looking at the Fortenbaugh channel, and there's this guy with a pink sport coat, and it doesn't seem like it's got any sort of social significance to it. It's a fashion choice.
Salmon, I believe, is the way they probably sold it to him. Would you like to wear a salmon sports coat?
I think I'd rather wear a salmon.
It's also pink. We have...
Of course, I don't wear sport coats anyway, so I don't know why I'm getting uppity about what somebody else is wearing.
When is the last time you put on a sport coat?
The day of my wedding.
No, there must have been one dinner, one evening, one funeral. Are you the guy who rocks like a short sleeve T-shirt to a funeral or Hartford Whalers hoodie?
No, sweater.
Okay.
No, the last time I wore even a sport coat was at my wedding. That's it.
That's impressive. That's impressive. That's a hell of a run there, Ripken.
Yeah, and the time before that was at that stupid playoff game.
The catch, the wedding. Since then, no haberdashery whatsoever.
Married in one, buried in one.
That's the rule. There you go. Look at you. Like the true aristocrats out there, their name only appears in the papers twice. Birth announcement, death announcement. Maybe a wedding.
I was going to say first indictment.
And, that's for the real aristocrats out there. Yeah. Anyway, we have quite a matchup coming up. We have quite a game coming up. And Brock Purdy is basically trying to take on the entire NFL history book, along with the Philadelphia Eagles as well. Brock Purdy, Mark Sanchez, and Joe Flacco are the only 3 quarterbacks in NFL history to win 2 postseason games in their rookie season. No rookie ever has won 3 postseason games in his rookie season. Purdy's completed 63% of his passes for 546 yards and 3 touchdowns so far in the postseason, with only 27 more passing yards. Let's be honest, he should have that in the first quarter. With only 27 more passing yards this week, Purdy will pass Russell Wilson for the most amount of passing yards in a postseason by a rookie since the merger. His 109.9 passer rating this postseason is the highest by a rookie quarterback in the NFL since the merger. Someone from the 510 Ray on the Xfinity mobile text line says, Purdy's got 7 wins in a row. Meanwhile, Jalen Hurts has won 23 out of the last 24 games he's played. And that's why there's a gap out there. When Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant, Hurts was already an MVP candidate. There's a huge difference. And I'm not here to pick a fight or even argue. But the huge difference, if there was indeed a huge difference, should be measured by Brock Purdy's timeline, not necessarily Jalen Hurts' timeline, because Jalen Hurts has the advantage of his timeline starting before Brock even entered the picture, before Brock was even drafted. Jalen Hurts is an NFL player while Brock Purdy is at Iowa State. So the correct timeline to score one against the other is in just their last 7 games. And if the experience really does matter to Jalen Hurts, then he should be statistically infinitely better as a passer than Brock Purdy in his just last 7 games alone. Because if there's a huge gap, how can somebody be as good as somebody in his first 7 games as someone with all this experience in just their last 7 games? And I went over these numbers yesterday, but I'm going to do it again. Last 7 starts for Jalen Hurts. Last 7 starts for Brock Purdy. Jalen Hurts is 7-0. Brock Purdy is 7-0. Jalen Hurts has 234 passing yards per game. Brock Purdy has 235. Jalen Hurts is a 64.8 completion percentage. Brock Purdy is 66.7. The pass touchdown to interception ratio for Hurts is 10-3. For Purdy, it's 14-2. The passer rating for Hurts is 97. For Brock Purdy, it's 116. The total touchdowns in his last 7 games. For Jalen Hurts, it's 17. For Brock Purdy, it's 16. So to say that they, because of experience, are wildly different, and that is the big gap, how come there is no gap at all in their production?
Because it's not a gap in experience. The gap is in the fact that Jalen Hurts can run and Purdy can't. The difference is 760 yards
between them
versus 13. That's the difference. And if you take a quarterback in his totality, that's where the advantage that Hurts is. It's not because he has a superior brain or that he's played 150 games. Whoever is throwing that straw man out is a drooling idiot. The difference is that Jalen Hurts creates things with his legs that Brock Purdy either hasn't yet or doesn't have the capability to have. If that's the difference you want to point at, I'll go along with it. But if this was simply a throwing exercise, I'd say, okay, Jalen Hurts is the better quarterback, but the 49ers are probably the better team because they're better at running the football. But it's not going to be that. It literally is going to be a game where you have to look at the guys who never touch the ball to find out how this is going to go. Because either the Eagles defense is going to force turnovers or the 49ers defense is going to force turnovers. And that's because they have superior players on that side of the ball. They both do. That's why this game is only 2.5 points instead of, 12 or 15. Because basically the Eagles, for all the people who say they didn't play anybody, they had a tougher schedule than the 49ers did. But that doesn't matter anymore. It's literally about this team versus that team. And the place where the strengths are equal are along both lines. And that's where the battle's going to be fought. Brock Purdy could easily have a fine game and the 49ers lose. Jalen Hurts could have a fine game and the Eagles lose. It really is, the game's going to be won somewhere else.
Trenches.
Yeah, I don't know.
Here's the thing.
I sound like a 94-year-old Big Ten fan, but when you tell me that one team has the best offensive line in football and the other team has the best defensive line in football, and that the other two comparative lines are in the top 5, that doesn't mean that's where the best players are. So go to where the best players are. They will tell you how this game will go.
888-957-9570. The differences, the similarities, how do you got it shaken out? By the way, little assist here on the Xfinity mobile text line. The character's name was Helen on the Jeffersons. Thank you very much. Roxy Roker was the name.
Okay. That's familiar to me now.
Lenny Kravitz's mom right there. I like that. Look, this game got to be, I hate to agree with you, Ray, but who turns it over? Who turns it over is probably losing this game. If neither team turns it over, we got something really fascinating happening this weekend.
Yeah, I can't begin to guess because I believe they are like either 1 and 3 in terms of turnovers allowed. In which case, they're both really good at ball security. So this game basically is going to tip on a weird break. We may not be able to prove who the better team is when this game is over. We'll only prove which team gets to play one more game.
We go to a woman who's already probably seen this game play out in the constellations. Andrea, the astrologer over in Berkeley. Hello, Andrea.
Hello, how are you?
Very well, thank you. How does it shake out? How is whose house is rising in what plan of Mercury?
Yes, I'm glad you asked. Brock Purdy, he's got quite a chart. December 27, 1999. He's a youngin and a Capricorn. And I'll tell you, one of the worst things you can say to a Capricorn is to call them Mr. Irrelevant because they're so ambitious. And he's very organized and conscientious. I mean, if you see him in the press conference, he's very realistic and methodical. And he doesn't seem to get flustered or fazed. So he has that Capricorn ambition and that achieving quality and wanting to be recognized. So, I mean, like you said, you just had his stats. I mean, 5 in a row, and he could be the first rookie, to win. So I just really like, his energy, and the Virgo moon, I think, keeps him very detailed. He talks about that, going over the game plan with Kyle. He just seems very efficient and very humble about things and, meticulous about details. So I really like, what's going on in his chart. And he was a few months old when Tom Brady started his NFL career. How about that?
How's his Virgo moon doing these days? Andrea, thank you. Good to hear from you. Appreciate you calling in. Ray, Virgo moon. You weren't even thinking about Brock Purdy's Virgo moon. Be honest. You didn't see that one coming. The Capricorn? Capricorn.
When you said it was Andrea, I knew there would be references to moons.
The Virgo moon, though?
No, I didn't know. I assume that everybody's got every...
Harvest moon, maybe. Blue
Sailor
moon, maybe. Sailor moon,
yeah,
maybe.
I know. I mean, it's, I kind of knew what her area of expertise was. So I figured, that's where we're going with this.
Jackie Moon. Moon pies.
Wally Moon. Baseball player.
No, I know.
Well, I'm just saying.
But nobody thought of Virgo moon.
No.
Spanish moon.
Yeah. Benny
Little
King.
Feet. Oh, is Benny King got a Spanish moon too?
No, he was the guy who sang the song from which the title of the movie came.
Ah, see, we're learning things today here on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Lucas? There's one element of today's show we did not discuss in any of our pre-show meetings. You have until the final segment of today's show to flush this bad boy out. Because we are going to have a night at the props. We got prop bets all around. We got prop bets for Eagles and 49ers. We got universal prop bets for the entire weekend as well. But we do need to fade the public. We need to fade the public this weekend, and we only have 2 games to choose from, so it shouldn't take a lot of research for you to come up with the correct answer and which public gets fed.
For the first time all year, we're going to include totals in this, so we have 4 bets to choose from.
Ooh. Warren Moon. Thank you. Thank you very much. What is Ray's zodiac sign? Ray refuses to disclose his. Like, we won't know how old Ray was at the time of his death unless we cut him in half and count the rings.
And since I'm not planning to die, you'll never know. And if I do die, I'm just going to be buried in the woods with a hat on. So
Nice.
no one will get to any of my limbs.
Nah, you can't do that because remember, you and I have a pact. Whoever goes first, the other guy does the eulogy.
I'm just going to type it and send it to somebody to read.
Thank you.
I'm not getting in my car for anybody's
Not
eulogy.
not for me.
Not for anybody. I wouldn't get in the car for my eulogy.
You're going to need an Uber for that one.
No, I'd have to go Lyft.
That's there. You keep it in the family. Look, D'Amico Ryans. He says in order to get through this game, he needs all 11 guys lifting when it comes to limiting Jalen Hurts' legs. Here is D'Amico Ryans from yesterday.
And when it comes to him scrambling around, right, that's all 11. It starts with our D-line being where they're supposed to be and guys who are responsible to go get the quarterback. We just have to do our job. No, we can't make a bigger deal out of it than it is. Everybody has to do their job, be where they're supposed to be, and we play defense as all 11 groups swarming. That's what's going to help us, defend the quarterback running.
And the truth is, if they can sort of start to take away that RPO, Philadelphia starts looking much different. If they have to just get their running game going through, let's call it standard running plays, that's a win for the 49ers instantly. If this game reaches that point in the game, things are going well.
Because it means the Eagles' running game is now inside the tackles for the most part. Miles Sanders is good, but one of the things that makes him very good is the fact that Hurts can get outside the pocket. With designed runs, that mean you stretch the 49er defense. If they can corral Jalen Hurts, it will be harder for the Eagles to run, it would seem to me. So, yeah, I mean, but how many people have corralled Jalen Hurts this year?
Not many.
Yeah, so that's, again, it's what the big uglies do to steal the line from John Madden 100 years ago.
I think it's what, clearly staying assignment ready and not getting pushed out of your lane and giving up the edge, that is huge. It's huge.
And even if you don't, Jalen Hurts is quick enough to find the little seam anyway. That's why this is it's fascinating because it's ultimately going to be little things that decide this. This isn't going to be a blowout. I can't envision that.
The three most important guys on the 49ers defense have a very good chance to be Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, and Talanoa Hufanga. Because those are the guys who are going to have to tamp down anything that gets around the edge of that defensive line. Hufanga's eye level, if we can quote D'Amico Ryans from a couple of weeks ago, has to be state-of-the-art in this game. He cannot get eyeball tripped up, and the 49ers have a good game.
Yeah, he's, well, they all have to. I mean, that's the thing. It's just, if they're making a lot of tackles, the 49ers are in trouble. But if they are able to...
Eagles are in trouble.
No. If they have to make a lot of it means the Eagles are getting into the secondary with the running game.
See, I think that means getting around the edge. I don't know that's
No, what I was going to say was getting to the edge and forcing Hurts inside is what they need to do, even if they don't make the tackle. But if Hurts can get outside and they're the ones who have to tackle him, that means it's probably like an 8-yard gain. And the Eagles will take that all day long. So, this is going to be a game where you're going to almost take the box score and throw it out. You'll have to watch this game with your eyes and hope you know what you're looking at.
D'Amico Ryans knows that he's got to spend a lot of time making sure his defense is looking at A.J. Brown. I mean, we talked with Sal Palantonio and Ron Jaworski this week. Both said that guy might be the one who holds the key for the Eagles because the team that hits the big shot plays a couple of times in this game is going to have a massive advantage over the team that's just trying to stay on schedule and ahead of the sticks. Picking up big hunks of yardage in what feels like a defenses are going to dictate the afternoon type of a football game is huge. Here's D'Amico Ryans on keeping an eye on A.J. Brown.
His size and strength, that's the one thing that separates him from a lot of receivers. But not only that, like when he catches the ball, he turns it to a different gear, right? His run after catch, it's been pretty dynamic to watch this year. So that's where he's big, where he can go down the field and make plays on the deep balls, but also he's just catching the 5-yard routes and turning it upfield and turning that into an explosive. That's where he's been really good this year.
And whoever, I'm talking about whoever on this 49ers defense, if you're lucky enough to get your hands on a ball, you got to come up with it either from the bottom of that pile after recovering the fumble, or you got to come down with it because of the interception. Turnovers, key to Miko.
We always talk about the ball, and the ball is everything. And if you take the ball away, you're going to win games. And that's the most important factor. On Sunday, it doesn't matter. If we can take the ball away, we can create more turnovers than the Eagles, right? We'll win this game. And that's what it'll always be about. It won't change. And the history of ball, it's been proven, right? You take the ball, you win the game. So that's our mindset each and every week. That's our key to victory. That's our goal every week. How many times can we take the ball and can we score with it, or can we put our offense in a favorable position to score?
And look, if that doesn't happen and the Eagles start playing takeaway football, okay, so you're behind the 8 ball right there. This might be a game where the Niners need to steal a possession. I mean, I know we talked about that against Seattle more than we even did Dallas, because I thought Dallas might be able to throw punches in a more straight-up traditional style against the 49ers, and in a way they did. But this is a game where the Niners might have to be that aggressive team that steals the possession or goes for it on 4th and 3 from the Eagles side of their own 50 and gets a little aggressive. You know, it feels like the opposite of the way that Kyle needs to do this, but maybe that's the advantage, because the Eagles know the Kyle's tendencies, and getting muy agresivo with a fake somewhere on the field could absolutely catch Philadelphia off guard.
Yeah, but they don't do that very much, and they haven't done it during the year. So I think if you're going to pull that out now,
saving it. You know that Kyle's got a stack of plays that are literally labeled NFC title game that he hasn't touched all year.
Oh, I'm sure there are, but it seems like that's not how he plays, period. Because it's not just this year. He's not a guy who does a lot of gimmick stuff. And he's got a kicker who, if he decides, I need the 3 here, he's going to take the 3 because it's the percentage thing to do. Kyle Shanahan is not a conservative guy, so he doesn't need to all of a sudden become the aggressive, take long chances guy. He's a guy who plays the percentages. And because he's got the kicker he's got, I think he's going to do that. I don't think there's going to be a fake. There might be a fake punt at some point because, you know, there's less involved there. But even then, that doesn't seem like the kind of coach Kyle Shanahan is comfortable being. And if he's going to start doing uncomfortable things, I think the players are going to look at him and go, well, how worried are you? Because I think they know what Kyle Shanahan likes to do as much as he does. I think he plays basically according to Hoyle.
And this is why I think Sirianni would be thinking exactly the way you're thinking, which means that play might be available. I mean, that's the thing. What is the bigger tendency breaker than to break the tendency of my ultra percentage playing conservative nature? I mean, how do you get someone flat-footed? They didn't see it coming.
But you had better have been working on it a lot.
Oh, I'm sure they have.
I'm not sure they have. I don't know. All I'm saying is we've never seen that from Kyle Shanahan. And that includes the 2 years when they were awful. But he wasn't like this in 2019. He wasn't like this in 21. And he hasn't been that this year.
In other words, they'll never see it coming.
No,
so they're due.
But I think you'll never see it coming either, because I don't think it's coming.
If there is a fake punt this weekend, I want a fresh, crisp $50 bill. You want to go 50-1 odds? My 1 against your 50?
What kind of a bet is that for me?
Well, if it's
you want to do it even money?
If you're so certain,
I'm not certain.
It cannot happen.
All I'm saying is I've never seen Kyle Shanahan do that, and I don't think he's a guy who breaks programming.
I don't know. Would be the perfect time to break programming.
Let's break programming now.
Look at you keeping an eye on the clock.
I always keep an eye on the clock.
Yeah, but not until the 5 o'clock hour, and then we get to that 50-minute hour, and then you really start TikTok.
No, we're 2 hours and 17 minutes away. I've been watching the clock since 3:00.
such a hard worker. What a slog this is for you. Another day in the coal mine of Ray Ratto.
Hey, it's heavy lifting, no matter what it is.
Easiest job you'll ever have. You're welcome.
Oh, gee, thanks. You're the guy.
I'm glad that you finally get it. John Kincaid, he's also the guy. He's joining us at 4:15 this afternoon. Ricky Waters at 5 o'clock. Ray will continue to swim upstream against current for the sake of all of your pleasures on your way home this afternoon. You should all thank him profusely for the sacrifices he makes for the greater good of the Bay Area sports community.
If you want to thank me, keep your thoughts to yourself. Leave me alone.
Nothing drums up a call segment quite like that. Thank you, Ray. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
It's a football Friday on 95.7 The Game.
This one is juggled pick. There goes Hufanga.
Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's BayAreaHouses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's BayAreaHouses.com.
Hey, what's going on? It's Mark Willard for the Game Time app, the fastest growing ticketing app in the U.S. I've been telling you all about the Game Time app, how easy it is to use, and how they have the most amazing last-minute deals on tickets. You know all of that. But now, for all users, by the way, not just new users of the app, any of you, here comes an offer for $100 off a ticket to the big game in Arizona that's coming up. So use the code RADIO100 and you can get $100 off a ticket to the big game. Again, you know what to do. Download the Game Time app, enter your email address, and then all of the tickets, all of the concerts, events, theater, everything is right there for you. And in there as well, the big game. Use the code RADIO100 for $100 off the purchase of a big game ticket. The Game Time app. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Johnny Mosley here with your Friday Toyota Tahoe report. Stellar conditions here at Palisades with perfect corduroy, bluebird skies, and even better vibes. Grab your favorite gear, get in your Toyota, and let's start ripping some turns.
Thanks, Johnny. Sunny skies are in the forecast again today. Winds will be light and variable. There's a great snow base of 136 inches so far at Palisades. Changes to the forecast expected later this weekend. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
What's it like to go to the South Pole? How do some animals change color? Can you catch a liar?
That's dangerous territory.
Can you trust a gut feeling? What about yawns?
Yes, yawning is contagious.
Mike Simpson here, and on my podcast, I've Got Questions. We go through all these things we're curious about and some stuff you probably don't expect.
Yo, strawberries are not even fruits at all.
So what are they? I've Got Questions. New episodes Thursdays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It is great to have you here today. Our first guest joins us in a little more than a half an hour from now. John Kincaid, who is a state-of-the-art, fantastic sports talk show host in Philadelphia. He joins us today at 4:15. A little bit later on at 5 o'clock, Ricky Waters is going to be joining us. Ricky Waters, there might be a lot of the game plan that the 49ers had against the San Diego, and they were the San Diego Chargers back in those days. There might be a little bit of that game plan in this game, too, because Ricky caught balls out of the backfield that day. And I think you're going to see a lot of balls come out of the backfield to Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk. I think you're going to see George Kittle involved in screens. Look, high school coaches know this. If there's a big old nasty pass rush coming in your direction, one of the best ways to slow it down is with a stout running game and a screen game that makes everybody stutter step instead of just coming through. And that's what the 49ers are going to need to do. They're going to keep Philadelphia off balance, and they have to. Because if they are off schedule, 3rd and long equals problems for Brock Purdy. You want to avoid 3rd and long. Staying on schedule. Might be one of those games where 2nd down is the most important down of the day. Trent Williams, a couple of days ago, was talking about how Brock Purdy has really answered a lot of bells and he can handle noise. I mean, he went up to Seattle. He went up there. So it's not like Philadelphia is that much different, right?
I've been to Philly almost every year of my career. So it's a little bit more than just the noise that comes with that place. But I think if you can operate in Seattle's noise, I think the noise, you can pretty much operate anywhere. But, Philly is just one of those places where, those fans, they make a difference. They get under your skin, they yell at you, they don't stop. So I think that'll be an added factor to it. But I think he operated good in the noise.
I mean, it's look good, feel good, play good for the players out there. But believe me, Philadelphia fans truly, honestly believe that they can affect the outcome of this game. They really think that intimidation is part of the keys to success that the Eagles need to turn over in the ignition in order to drive all the way to the Super Bowl. Like, they really believe that. And that kind of makes them a little bit dangerous, right? Because I have not been to Lincoln Financial Field, but I did go to the Vet when I was a kid. And I don't know if there's anything quite like the 700 level existing anymore at Eagles games, but when I did go to the vet, I was way up in the bleeds, and that was an education in roughhouse fandom up there. I mean, it truly, truly was. I know that Bonte and Joe Shasky have spent a lot of time this week talking about the attitudes that they're going to take or have when they're in Philadelphia. I do believe doth protest too much.
I think maybe dark gray overcoats might be the play for them.
What I love about Joe is he thinks that having experienced a Golden State Warriors final game in Boston has prepared him like in any way for what they're about to walk into in Philadelphia. Boston might as well be an upper crust, bow tie, black tie, formal event compared to what the hell is waiting in Philadelphia. It will be nasty.
Well, no, I mean, that's the Philadelphia MO. But it's also the Boston MO if you go to a Patriots game. Football crowds are different than basketball crowds in that way. But if they want to tempt fate, well, God love them, because they're going to be pushing a piano uphill. That's not going to be a place to wear your 49er gear and act like, you're going to put your feet up on their furniture, because they'll have none of it. The question is, does that attitude reach down to the field? And not just for Brock Purdy, but for all those guys, because Philadelphia, as everybody has said, is a different place. I mean, Trent Williams did this every year, and he made a point of saying that it's a different place. So how much different? I think that's going to depend on who gets off to the 10-0 lead.
Right. Let's face it. A level of that place is different for a guy just rolling in there with Washington. Like, Washington is the team they worry about the least in Philadelphia. It's New York and it's Dallas.
But they do find special hatreds for all three of those divisional teams. So,
they do.
So it's not like they were grading on a curve. They hate Washington the same way they hate New York, and slightly less than they hate Dallas, because I think Dallas is the home run for them.
That is without a doubt. Who is the Eagles' biggest rivalry? I mean, who's the 49ers' biggest rivalry? There's a lot of teams that like to fill out the application for that, and it changes year after year and time over time, depending on who else is hot at the time they're meeting. It's the Rams, not really, but I could see it becoming that.
It came and went.
The Seahawks, yeah, and we'll see what happens going forward. We know that the 49ers and Cowboys got a rich, 49ers, Packers got a rich tradition of not liking each other. It is Duke, North Carolina for Eagles and Cowboys.
No, this is Serbia, Croatia when it comes to Eagles, Cowboys. Duke, North Carolina is polite next to that.
I'm not going to meet you out there.
I've been there. I'm just telling you, when you compare it to Cowboys, Eagles, everything's polite.
Yankees, Red Sox.
Not nearly as violent, though.
Baseball by nature is not nearly as violent.
But that's my point. I mean, Eagles, Cowboys takes it to a place that nowhere else gets taken.
Somebody could bleed today.
Yeah. Oh, somebody will bleed today on Sunday. They might be bleeding today just in practice.
Ron Jaworski joined us just yesterday, and he talked about how impressive Brock Purdy has been. And let's just say the comp was pretty nice comparable.
And I made the comment when I first broke him down. I said, he's Joe Montana-like. And, boy, I don't want to be disrespectful to Joe Montana, because I love the guy. But that's what Brock Purdy reminded me of. His ability to read coverage quickly, understand what the defense is doing, and know where his people are is just uncanny. And Joe Montana didn't have the gun on his shoulder, didn't have the speed to get beat you with his legs. He just won. He knew how to run an offense. And Brock Purdy reminds me of how Joe Montana played the game. Doesn't turn the football over, very judicious where he throws it, understands what's going on. I mean, it's been an unbelievable ride for Brock Purdy.
It has been. Now, here's my question. Suppose Brock Purdy was appearing in this game with, Ray, give me a random NFC team.
The Bears.
Okay. Brock Purdy is the Chicago Bears quarterback. Does he still remind Ron Jaworski of Joe Montana?
No, absolutely not. Because he'd be running for his life the same way that Justin Fields ran for his life.
But so take the team's performances out of it.
They're all intertwined.
No, I'm saying, is the comp, this guy reminds me of Joe Montana because the playing styles are truly that similar, or is the comp, no one expected him to be this good, and he's wearing a 49ers uniform, therefore he's my comp?
I don't know why people have seized on the Joe Montana comp based on 7 games of Brock Purdy, because I still think he is largely a blank slate. I think the real thing here is maybe it's partly that we're talking about 2 different 49ers. Maybe it's about the fact that neither of them throw the ball particularly deep, but they're precise when they throw it. But I think we don't know still, even now, what Brock Purdy is and what he isn't. What we know is he hasn't screwed up. He's kept the ball in the fairway 7 straight times. And some of that is because they played easier teams. Some of that is because he's surrounded by very good talent and a very good coach. And some of that is him. I don't know how to parse that out yet, because 7 games, even 7 really good games, is still a small sample size. I think we'll find out on Sunday a little bit more about him. But I honestly think we're not going to know what Brock Purdy is till the end of next season.
I mean, yeah, if the whole point is professional sports are all about adjustments. You come in, you show them what you got, then there's an adjustment made to what you've shown. Then what do you do once the adjustment is made to start muting whatever it is your strengths seem to be and take those things away? And then can you make an adjustment to the adjustment? And then if you can do that, then maybe you do have a career as a starter in this league.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw the first adjustment that a defense made last week when the Cowboys started aggressively forcing Purdy to go left and found out that, like most quarterbacks, when you go left, you're not as effective. So, did the Eagles do that too? They're certainly going to try. They're going to see what else Brock Purdy isn't really good at yet. And that's why the whole idea of what he could be in the future, I can wait till the future to find out. It's about what he does Sunday. And even at that, it's almost not as much about what he does. It's about what he doesn't do. And what he can't do is be careless with the football. And so far, he has not been careless with the football. But I'm just saying, a team that forced as many turnovers as the Eagles did can maybe change that narrative a bit. I mean, like I said, Brock Purdy is still a blank slate, and people trying to fit him into, he's this guy or he's that guy. They're whistling in a graveyard because nobody knows yet.
You know who he is? He's Brock Purdy.
Yeah. And that might be a great thing, and it might be ultimately disastrous. But we'll know more on Sunday night than we do now.
Somebody on the Otis Bird III YouTube page chat line just spent $10 to have this jump out of the chat. It's all golden, and I didn't even, someone spent $10 to say, Stephen C. Thank you, Stephen. Who gets the $10? That's my question.
I think we know who gets the $10. YouTube.
I know who doesn't get the $10.
Yeah.
It's not like you and I are splitting 5 and 5 here.
No.
Steven says, a lot of sports media says the RPO is going to defeat the 49ers. Shouldn't the 49ers just hit Hurts every single time and that he keeps it, or just handing the ball off, similar to what the Ravens did with Colin Kaepernick? Yeah. I am not going to be upset if Dre Greenlaw picks up the 15-yard personal foul for going a little bit too aggressivo on Jalen Hurts, especially with that shoulder. I think that's the right way to do it. The quarterback must go down and must go down hard. This ain't for this game ain't for making friends. And 15-yard penalty in the name of I'm trying to hurt that guy. I'm cool with it.
Well, whatever your mood on that is, it works both ways. So,
Sure does.
I mean, this is not going to be a friendly game. And the idea, now maybe he's suggesting that you hit him late no matter what. Well, that way, okay, you might get a few shots in on Jalen Hurts, but you'll be down 21-0. Is that worth the gamble?
Ray, somebody just spent $5. Ernie Chavez, to just write, "Hey, Ratto."
Our culture is dead.
Welcome
I
here.
wouldn't spend $5 on me, and I'm with me all the time. That's just nuts. Why aren't we making them pay?
No one's making them pay. They're volunteering to pay.
Are you joking?
No, I'm not. Welcome to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
I'm sorry, somebody just spent $19.99 to hear this? What the hell's going on?
Oh, my God.
What's going on? Seriously. This show, this program has now generated, what are we talking about? $19.99. Let's round that up to 20. So
$34.95.
Come on!
It's Football Friday, baby.
Look at this.
God.
Look at this. How could they not send us to the Super Bowl? We're up $35 in today's broadcast alone.
It's a cavalcade of lunatics.
First person to spend $100 gets a shirtless picture from Ray. We're just gonna give you a beefcake shot. Send it directly to you.
Don't make promises that I have no intention of keeping. You want to take your shirt off? You go ahead.
I'm still waiting for the person to run up to you on the ferry that you take home and get a picture of them rubbing your belly. I'm willing to pay $50 for that.
Well, then you're going to find out who gets arrested on the boat.
By the way, speaking of the paid for RPO comment, and someone's like, "Hey, man, no cheap shots in this game." Dude, hitting a guy as hard as you can in a playoff game ain't a cheap shot. It's the law of the land. It's the price of business.
Hitting a guy as hard as you can is not a cheap shot. Hitting a guy late, hitting a guy dirty, hitting a guy with your helmet is a cheap shot. And given the way quarterbacks are protected in this league, you do that twice, you're going to give up at least one touchdown that you can't afford to give up. Hitting him hard, that's part of the deal. But hitting him clean, I mean...
Well, it's the thing. The edge of dirty and clean is so hard to see in that moment that... I mean, you know a dirty play when it happens.
But the point is, the benefit of the doubt always goes to the quarterback. In fact, beyond the benefit of the doubt. That's why when a guy says, "Oh, you should hit him all the time," you'll get flagged a bunch. Can you afford to do that in this game? And I suggest you can't.
Well, find out. Mess around early and find out. See what kind of tone is being set by the officiating crew. I mean,
Don't tempt Carl Cheffers.
Look, when the Eagles came into town, I told you one of their means to win that game is to play just on the edge of the rule book. Make them call it. Are you seriously going to call pass interference every play? I bet you won't. So we're going to tempt you. We're going to play out on that edge.
No, but you'll call roughing the passer every chance you get close to seeing it. That's the difference between that and every other penalty.
We'll see. We will see. Ron Jaworski, though, did talk about stopping that RPO being a huge, huge part of the puzzle for the 49ers defense.
We all know what a great defense the 49ers have. They have tremendous talent. But I'll go back to the Dallas game earlier this year with Micah Parsons, who's a tremendous football player. The Eagles use his strength against him. He wants to make every play, and they ran RPOs and zone read right at him and really negated his ability. So it's not only one player. Your defense must play with tremendous discipline and read their keys, or you could get embarrassed because Jalen Hurts is really good at running the offense.
He is. He's fantastic at it. I mean, the proof is just right there, right in the numbers, right in the pudding. He has been phenomenal. I mean, absolutely phenomenal. He should have a huge, huge just experience advantage. But I don't know if we can detect it yet. But I'll tell you this, when Jalen Hurts starts, Philadelphia is 15-1 this season. That's amazing. It really is amazing. Brock Purdy, 7-0 with 2 playoff wins. Tail of the tape. Says the 49ers do this historically against the Eagles. The 49ers all time against the Eagles are 20-14-1. In their one playoff meeting, it was a 14-0 win over Philadelphia in the wild card round that ended Ray Rhodes' era after the 96 season. By the way, after the Niners win that game, they then lose to the Green Bay Packers 3 years in a row. So that's when the Packers' best of Brett Favre slide started happening. But there's one playoff meeting, and the Niners won it definitively. This is only the 3rd road start for Brock Purdy in his NFL career. And playoff road wins, I mean, they're hard for anybody. They're hard for anybody. At any point in time in their career. Anyone. It ain't easy. There is no such thing as an easy NFL playoff game. They do not exist. Sometimes things get out of pocket. You get a lopsided score. But believe me, the team that put up that lopsided score doesn't walk around in the postgame talking about how easy that was.
No, but there are teams that are much easier to play than others, even in the playoffs. The fact is, these are the 2 best teams in the NFC, and I presume they're going to both bring their A games. So I think we're going to get 2 teams playing at or near the top of their skill levels, and it's going to be determined by one goofy thing or 2 goofy things. But for the most part, I think it's going to be the first team to 19.
19?
Yeah.
That's your number?
That's my number.
That's the magic number.
I think you could score 17 and lose, but if you get to 19, you're home free. Because I don't think this is going to be. If I have to bet it, I'd bet the under, which is 46.5, and I think that's not going to be reached even close to. I think 2 great defenses play great defensive games in the postseason.
We've got prop bets galore for you a little bit later on. We are going to go ahead and fade the public a little bit later on. We're going to say hello to Ricky Waters a little bit later on today as we go inside the veteran 49ers locker room. And we've got a really good guest coming up in Ricky Waters, because when it came to being a dual threat out of the backfield, I mean, outside of Roger Craig, Ricky Waters probably fits that bill better than any other running back in 49ers history. Was Garrison Hurst a good pass catcher out of the backfield, Ray?
Not nearly.
Not
as
really.
good.
Yeah, not like Ricky.
No.
So we got ourselves a monster game coming up. That is the understatement of the day. There will be no understated appearance by John Kincaid, who will be joining us here in a matter of moments. And then after John, we got to start just talking about how hard it is to win 12 in a row, which the 49ers have already done. The big ask is, can you win 14 in a row? If you win 14 in a row, you're world champions, for goodness sakes. Can you do that? Getting to 13 is mandatory before you get to 14. Getting to 13 consecutive wins in football, we're talking about 4 teams have ever done that? 4 teams. Well, the 49ers are trying to become the 4th team, because Carolina won 14 in a row one year. Indianapolis won 14 in a row one year. The all-time consecutive wins record in a row, the New England Patriots have that at 21. We'll talk about some of the big winning streaks throughout the history of sports and how rare the number 14 is when you go throughout all sports. Like, it's hard to win 14 in a row as a baseball team. It's hard to win 14 in a row as an NBA team. It's almost unthinkable as a professional football team. It really is. So the amount of history that the 49ers are butting up against here is significant. Maybe the most significant element of that is, again, there has never been a rookie quarterback to win 3 postseason games. And if the Niners are going to be hoisting a Lombardi trophy, Brock Purdy needs to double the all-time rookie wins total. He's got to win 4. Can't get to 4 without 3. We won't even get to 5 o'clock without a strong 4 o'clock hour, which will be made even stronger by John Kincaid, one of the best sports talk hosts in the country. He is based now back in his hometown of Philadelphia, and he'll be joining us here in just a little bit. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. It is good to have you here today, and let me tell you, the road to Glendale is brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com today to apply, and remember, all guests join us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Damon here to tell you about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants over at Kugelman Law. Do you trade crypto? Do you have any NFTs? Have you received a 1099 from a crypto exchange reporting your transactions? Do you need crypto accounting services? If so, you need to contact the attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law by visiting sftaxteam.com. The Kugelman Law team has helped hundreds of clients over the years with crypto accounting and tax compliance issues. They'll give you a fair and honest assessment of your crypto tax needs. During this consultation, they're going to be straightforward with you. Transparent pricing is all they're going to offer while educating you about the solutions you have available. The IRS is ramping up enforcement of crypto users, so it's important to have an attorney who is experienced with crypto on your side. Visit Kugelman Law to schedule your consultation today at sftaxteam.com, sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This is a paid endorsement that does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
The Road to Glendale is brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Guys, fellas, men, are you Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Right now, generic Viagra, aka Sildenafil, is just $4 per dose at Roman. Just complete a free online visit with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional. If medication is appropriate, Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. Go to ro.co/Viagra to get generic Viagra for just $4 per dose. Do it by February 8th for 20% off and guaranteed shipping by Valentine's Day. That's ro.co/Viagra.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way, you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Right now, you can get free carpet installation from the Home Depot. So while we're putting in your new carpet, you'll have more time to take care of the lawn, get started on dinner, or just lay down and relax on your new carpet after it's installed. Get your free carpet installation started with the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Minimum purchase of $4.99. Exclusions apply. U.S. only. See store for details.
Walnut Creek will be mostly clear tonight with a low of 39.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
A Football Friday is here, sponsored by Zenni, the official eyewear, the San Francisco 49ers. Shop at over 3,000 styles, 80% off retail exclusively at Zenni.com. And now I'm very happy to bring in a friend of mine, a friend to the entire city of Philadelphia, which doesn't necessarily make him your enemy, San Francisco. He's a great sports talk show host. John Kincaid joins us here on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Let's face it, John, this has been an easy week to enjoy as a sports talk radio host in this city. I'm guessing in your city as well. We really do have the game that this conference deserves coming up this Sunday.
I think we do. I want to negotiate right now, though. Is this 2 cases of Bud Light for this appearance? I mean, what do your guests get? Did they get a case?
Don't
2
get cocky.
cases? I mean, this is a big weekend.
You get nothing. Should we have a mayor's bed here? We should have like a...
oh, no. Oh, no. No mayor's beds, please.
You know what?
We don't need any of that.
Like, what would I even want from Philadelphia? What could you send me that I'd think, like, yeah, that'd be, I want that.
I could send you a cornerback that could cover. Maybe that would help.
You saying the Niners don't have those?
Yeah, I think that could be a problem.
Might be a little bit of a problem.
Around 4:30 on Sunday, you may be trying to take me up on this offer, is what I'm figuring.
I'll say this, the best cornerback on the field is going to be Darius Slay. I think he's the best defender the Eagles got, actually.
He is incredible. And Bradbury is is a really, really good corner, too. He'll get paid as a number 1 next year. He'll be, capitalizing on it. He won't be back here. But he came here on the 1-year prove-it deal after the Giants had to cut him. And Darius Slay and him have been an amazing, amazing combination. And they've done a great, great job. And they've rarely had a game where they were even slightly subpar, let's put it that way.
What was that game, and how subpar do you define subpar for them?
I would say that there have been a few games this year where I've been a little concerned. And where I got concerned was the fact is I think that the Bears game was one which shocked me, because that was a game where you had a running quarterback, and I thought, okay, it's a guy in Justin Fields who's going to run all over them. And he really did. He caused them some problems. He got out there, and I swear it distracted them. It like all of a sudden the Eagles secondary did uncharacteristic things, and there was a lot of over-aggressiveness. I think they undersold Justin Fields, and it's one of the things I said on the show this week is do not underestimate Brock Purdy, because I think the young man has done a fine job, and I think he's just young enough and talented enough that he could, really cause them problems if he's in any way underestimated, if they think they've got him all figured out or they think they have a game plan on him. This young man has been an amazing story. And I'll tell you this, Philly's got a lot of respect for him for what they've seen. And I'm shocked because I thought going into the week it would be a lot of Philly fans mocking Purdy. But I think that this an educated fan base, and I think it's been really, really a lot of positive press coming his way.
John Kincaid out of Philadelphia joining us here on 95.7 The Game. And I asked this question, and I'm not trying to take a shot at all, and I I think you'll know exactly what I mean when I ask it, too, because, look, Colin Kaepernick appeared, dazzled us for a while, and then went away. Why he went away is, that is to be debated until the cows come home, whether there were extenuating circumstances. As you've watched Jalen Hurts here develop, is this a fully realized NFL quarterback for a decade, or is there anything about his game and how hard it is to prepare for what he does that sort of is a cause celeb? Not a flash in the pan, but Jalen Hurts, the kind of guy who comes in, has 3 or 4 very hard to figure out years, and then he gets figured out and things change. Or is Jalen Hurts truly, like 6 years from now, he's the Eagles starting quarterback?
Well, I think I do think he's got a lot of staying power. What I do have a question about, though, is, like I would with any running quarterback, I'm going to have a problem with a guy who, and really, I mean, like last weekend, he had 6 designed runs against the Giants. And I think, honestly, they wanted to show designed runs just to pretty much put on, when they got out to a lead, I think they wanted Kyle Shanahan and his staff having to prepare for him to be able to be doing his design runs that he usually does. I worry about him holding up, because he's been injured in December both years that he's been a starter. He's missed games in the month of December, and that would be my concern. I have no concern, though, about him going the way of Kaepernick, because even though I still have a ton of respect for Kyle Kaepernick and his talents that he showed, but what I think he also did was, in a way, he got distracted, and I think he did become a celebrity. Jalen Hurts is a bit of a football nerd, to put it kindly. He is a guy who is completely invested 24/7, robotically out of the Nick Saban mold, where he takes high school kids and he programs them, and he makes them never satisfied, try to get the next thing. I don't think Jalen Hurts enjoys himself enough, honestly. But if victory is how he enjoys himself, who am I to judge it?
Is there a team or a game this year that you thought the Philadelphia offensive line was either neutralized in or handled by?
No, but I do think there were games where they got distracted. And I'm saying distracted by unforced errors. There were a few games this year where they took a bunch of penalties, and it was a bunch of unforced errors on their home field, which to me was absolutely inexcusable, because that just doesn't make sense to me when you're talking about a team playing at home with that kind of advantage that they've got. A lot of unforced errors. I saw some of that this year, and that sort of bothered me. The Green Bay game was a little bit of that. But one of the things that they do is they have a way of taking over games for periods of time. And sometimes it's 4 quarters, and it's very subtle. Sometimes it'll be a series or two where you go, they're not having the greatest day. And Jordan Mailata's shoulder has been a little bit of that at left tackle. He's been playing injured all year. He had that, that shoulder that he's been nursing. And I've seen some games this year where he hasn't been as dominant. But then there'll be a third quarter, a fourth quarter, where if you look at the second half rushing numbers, this Eagles team has gotten ahead with the pass, and then they have bled clock in the third and fourth quarter, late in the thirds, into the fourths, by just running the ball down people's throats. Like the first Dallas game, they kept having Jason Kelsey mic'd up, and he was saying, you know what's coming. We're running right at you. Here, it's coming. And Dallas had no answer for him. When they get on a roll, they are as dominant a force as there is in the NFL, and I know that the San Francisco defensive front is going to be a hell of a matchup. It's going to be absolutely awesome.
John Kincaid with us here on Damon and Ratto. What is the Nick Sirianni blind spot, and is the team good enough to cover that up?
Oh, there is a blind spot. There absolutely is. I've seen games where the young offensive, mastermind, which him and Shane Steichen are a great combination, where they've gotten too cute, where they've seen what the opponent's weakness is, and they've ignored it. They went into that Bears game, which shouldn't have been as close as it was, because the Bears had given up a ton of rushing yards to every team all year long, and they came out and they threw the ball in a day when they had 30 and 35-mile-an-hour winds at Soldier Field. It was an arrogant game plan. It was an ultra-aggressive game plan, and it caused some turnovers that were completely unnecessary, which let the Bears stay close. What I don't believe will happen is I don't believe they will take anything for granted going up against the 49ers. So I'm not worried about them coming out with a cute game plan. But I can promise you this, sometimes they get pass happy. And if they find success with it, fine. But sometimes if, let's say, San Francisco, the Eagles, let's say they decide to defer, and the 49ers go down and put points on the board in the very first drive, I have seen Nick Sirianni and his staff too often get very, very pass happy and very concerned about getting the score tied quickly instead of sticking to their game plan, trying to find some balance. And make no mistake about it, I truly believe this 100%, that they are going to be aggressive down the field early and then hoping that that softens things up for them to be able to run the ball late.
When was the last time you think they got too cute, and was it long enough ago that you think the lessons have been learned from that?
I would say let me think here. I think there are times, I'm trying to think of the game. Well, the Bears game was December 18th. That was the last time that I accused them of that. And by the way, they really enjoy when I do that. But the Titans game and the Titans game and the Packers game were back to back. And one week they ran for 350 plus yards. The next week they threw for 350 plus yards. They get sort of spellbound in it. But both of those games turned out their way, Ray. So they both worked. But to me, I said, these are the kind of games, though, where if you get into that mindset that you think you can just do whatever you want to do all the time you do it, when you go up against the more talented teams, that's not going to work out in your favor.
A Philadelphia media maestro, John Kincaid, with us here. Let me ask you about our friend Kate Scott. How's she doing supporting the hometown team, which is now her, she lives in Philadelphia. She calls Sixers games. She's got to play the room she's standing in. I've even seen her tweet throughout the regular season, "Go Birds." Here come her 49ers. How's she doing?
Kate, we have welcomed her into the fold, and from various Super Bowls where I'd met Kate, and then some things, I knew her before she came to town. So I was so thrilled to have her and to bring her in, and we're the home of the Sixers. So we had her on a few times, which is great. She replaced a legend in this town in Mark Zumoff. So she had a very difficult thing to do. And I will be honest with you, a lot of people were extremely resistant to her, anybody taking over for Zoo, and then also the fact that the Sixers chose a female to do it. But what Kate did is ignore that storyline. And I thought it was the best part about her, is she just came in and ignored that part of it and just said, John, I'm going to do the job as well as I can do it. And if someone doesn't want me here because I'm a woman, or someone doesn't want me here, they might not like my style, but I'm going to be me. And slowly but surely, she's been winning people over. Less critics. This is a critical city. Believe me, I returned in January of 2021 to my hometown and faced a lot of criticism for things. Why are you doing things differently? Why are you doing this? And this is a town that wants to see that you can take the criticism and that you stand your ground and you be yourself. And Kate Scott, I think you guys know it as well as anybody. She's going to be herself.
She's from Clovis.
She's not going to cater. She's not going to cater to someone that has 280 characters to ridicule her for something. Love having Kate here and thrilled. And by the way, the Sixers. How about Sixers and Warriors? You want to meet up in the spring? I don't know if you guys are having so many parades. You must be getting bored.
Nah,
we'd be glad to take one off your hands.
Look at it this way. The only parade that anybody's thinking about is the one that might follow the Super Bowl, and the 49ers
Well, are you coming out for it? Because I'll get you a hotel room and everything. I will.
There comes the Philadelphia arrogance.
Yes.
I love it. I love it.
I've said it here, Damon. You talked about it when you visited on my show. 17-6. The Eagles will have 17 by halftime. And I do believe that they will win this game 27-13.
John Kincaid.
So it's an under.
It's an under. There you go. It's an
under 27-13. And I think that, the San Francisco 49ers are clearly the most difficult team that anyone in the NFC would have to prepare for in a championship game, unless they were preparing for the Eagles. This is going to be a great matchup. And, of course, it'll be nice to see Kyle Shanahan again, of course, from my years in Atlanta. But I would suggest this: if Kyle's coming to town, now that he's in town, make sure he doesn't lose the iPad with the game plan on it like he did Super Bowl week.
Yeah,
where the other team, make sure Kyle's got his hands on the game plan, and tell him not to put towels out at the pool. Put them out in the morning and then go home and then come back to the pool later to go to his towels. He's got a habit of doing that. I'm just letting you in. I'm an insider. He's one of those people.
This is all very good advice. Look at it this way. If you can't hear the scars of covering Atlanta Falcons offensive coordinator, you're not paying attention, because Kincaid was there in Atlanta when all of that went down.
He is the best offensive play caller in the NFL. Hands down, no questions asked.
Well, then maybe that's enough to carry the day. It should be a phenomenal football game. It really should be.
It should be. I would be much more concerned if Jimmy Garoppolo was the quarterback, though. I got to be honest. I'd be much more concerned.
It's funny. I don't know if Shanahan would be, and I don't think there's a single fan that would be.
I would agree. But I think that what you will say on Sunday night, everyone will say we finally saw the 7th-round pick in his rookie year swimming underwater a little bit. And I think that's what we're going to see on Sunday night.
I don't want to hear a word about a cheesesteak. Give me the restaurant.
No, none of that.
Give me the restaurant that if anyone is listening, they're going to be in Philadelphia this weekend.
Yeah.
What do they need to book?
Okay, I would tell you if they want the authentic South Philly Italian experience, you would go to Ralph's. Ralph's is the oldest continuously family-owned restaurant in America, and they actually have the historical marker to prove it right out front. Get a reservation at Ralph's. All San Francisco visitors should go to the Reading Terminal Market, though, in the morning. Go have breakfast and your coffee there. If you want the Cuban coffee, you can get it. If you want to, taste the German coffees and things like that, they've got all kinds of great little shops and stores. Sort of remind you of the marketplace in Seattle. Reading Terminal Market, right downtown, Ralph's. But they should be calling now and getting reservations. So, because it's going to fill up and it's going to be very difficult to get in. But they should absolutely do that. And maybe Sunday night they can do it for a post game, because great Italian food like that is great to sort of when you're a little down and you're not feeling your best. It can sort of lift your spirits.
You almost landed the plane like a total pro, but no, he had to work like a shot in there. That's why we love you. John, thank you so much, man. You're one of my favorites.
Man.
Appreciate
Take care. You guys have a great time. See ya.
There he is. I woke up at 6 a.m. to go on his show. He gets to sit there, little horse, 7:30 on a Friday night, put his feet up, have a beer, join this easily.
You have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. You were getting up at 6 anyway.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, let's not say you fell on the grenade to save the platoon here.
Jack is standing on my chest at 6:15, 6:20 every morning.
Yeah, Kincaid's on the horn.
yeah, I do. It's more like Paw Patrol should be on TV, Dad. Let's go.
Yeah, well.
Get it together.
Yeah, I mean, you're just there to serve them.
No doubt.
Your next happy day as a parent be the day they...
No, these are happy times.
Oh, no.
They start early.
Yeah, they start early, they end late. Because they're in the brandy by 8:30.
So's Dad. So's Mom.
All right.
Mom's putting away the vino, and she deserves it. She's earned every sip. Every sip.
It's the Alcoholic Bruce family here on TNT.
That's right. It'd be a great multimedia event. We'll broadcast it for everyone. Thanks again to John Kincaid for joining us. There actually was some NFL news today, Ray. We haven't even gotten to it. The BetOnline Twitter data map, which I'm guessing those words put together are some of your least favorite words of all time. But there is a Twitter data map of all 50 states' rooting interest for this coming up weekend. 23 of these United States are supporting the Cincinnati Bengals, just based on Twitter data. 19 states, including Hawaii, which I thought the 49ers would carry for sure, are rooting for the Kansas City Chiefs. The Eagles are the preferred team by 6 different states. Your usual suspects, as you would imagine: Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Delaware. With Alabama, Now, maybe that's a Jalen
That's
Hurts
Jalen
thing.
Hurts.
Yeah, but where's Oklahoma? Because they're not on the list. With Alabama and Alaska, again, another state that I thought 49ers would probably carry, but there's just a lot of deadbeat dads from Philly, obviously, now, skipping out on child payments up in Alaska. So that's probably why that's happening. Only 2 states, according to this Twitter data mapper, supporting your San Francisco 49ers, California and Oregon. Go Ducks. California and Oregon, the only 2 states officially pulling for the 49ers.
I don't believe that.
I don't either, because there is no doubt who the biggest team is.
And everybody does this for whatever weird reason they want to do it. I mean, you see a Twitter map every day, who likes the best sauerkraut on their hot dog? And then they just make up stuff so that they can have a multicolored map. That sounds like nonsense to me.
I love sauerkraut on my hot dog, if you were asking.
I wasn't.
Mustard, a little kraut, some onions on that bad boy too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm also not afraid of a little ketchup. Now, I know that in some places is like an admission of being a total wuss. To me, there is no shame in a dot or two of ketchup on a hot dog.
Man, your breath must smell like an Austrian sleeping in your mouth.
Thank you very the whole Von Trapp family. So, another little piece of news. You want to know when you've officially screwed up as a football team? When Sean McVay is the first to jump on the guy you just said doesn't need to be here anymore. Isn't that admission? Isn't that like proof that you might have screwed it up a little? Because Mike LaFleur is returning to the NFC West. He's been hired as Sean McVay's next offensive coordinator, which would also have you believing that Sean McVay is not going to be departing the Rams for a broadcast booth job. He was scapegoated for the New York Jets' shortcomings offensively. And the Jets went out and hired Nathaniel Hackett, who was, proven to be one of the worst head coaching hires we've seen in recent modern NFL history as he flamed out of Denver quickly. And let's be honest, he was brought into Denver sort of be a magnet for the possibility of Aaron Rodgers showing up in Denver before they ended up settling on the disastrous year one that is Russell Wilson's year one. But you probably messed up when Sean McVay jumps all over an opportunity to pick up the guy you just kicked to the curb.
Yeah, McVay said a couple of weeks ago that he was going to come back. And so I'm intrigued by the fact that he jumped on a guy almost immediately that a bad team had rejected. Because like you said, that's an endorsement right there. It means that a bad team continues to be a bad team because they don't know who to hire, who to fire, and who to keep after they've hired them.
Well, and even if you had that figured out all the way around the coaching, the circumference of all your entire coaching staff, what are you going to do with Zach Wilson? The guy was not good. I don't know if there's any if Andy Reid wasn't getting a 4,000-yard passing season out of him this year. Come on.
No, it's not a great team, but he handled it badly and kept handling it worse and worse to the point where the players wanted Mike White, who, nobody had heard of. And on the basis of basically one game where, they won it and he looked okay and seemed to want to get everybody on the same page, rather than deflect blame for his own shortcomings. They all fell in love with him and endorsed him publicly. I mean, that locker room must be just a nightmare because they not only have agendas, they post them on flags in front of their lockers.
Well, and you got a group of, I would love to find the biggest flaming pile of you-know-what, group of reporters covering any NFL team. I mean, the New York media is there to stir the pot. It's kind of a testament to the job that Robert Saleh really did. Like, as bad as it got, it could have gotten so much worse.
I don't know how much worse it could have gotten, to be honest with you. I mean, they were coming out, and Garrett Wilson, who was their best wide receiver, just came out and said, we were thrilled when Mike White came out. Those are guys who are basically, they're voting on roster decisions. in public. And it's not like the reporters ran up to them and tricked them into answers. They wanted to say that stuff.
Don't you not like your starting quarterback?
Yes, you're absolutely right. I don't like my starting quarterback. I mean, they weren't tricked into those answers. They knew what they were saying and why they were saying it. That room was destroyed with Zach Wilson.
Thanks again to John Kincaid for joining us on the Bud Light guest line. He will get no cases of Bud Light from us for his appearance on the Bud Light guest line. But when Ricky Waters does join us, there could be stakes in his future. So we'll find out what cut of meat he likes the most. The cut of his jib these days, what's he up to? Super Bowl memories, advice for Brock. He knows the Eagles very well, as he does where the last Lombardi trophy the 49ers stuffed into their trophy case had Ricky Waters' fingerprints on it. So we're going to have a little trip down memory lane with a guy who was a hell of a dual threat running back, and obviously Christian McCaffrey needs to be just that as the 49ers take on the Eagles this weekend. It's Damon and Ratto coming back with our longest commercial-free segment of the entire day next year on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
It's a Football Friday on 95.7 The Game.
Third down and 9. Bosa. The sack.
Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, Buckle up and drive safely.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Now, it's time for the closer of the week, presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Fred Warner Jr., who had a big pick and ultimately wrecked the Cowboys.
Prescott, it is picked off by Fred Warner.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Remember, all guests join us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, including Ricky Waters, who will be joining us at the top of the hour. Ray, we have pretty much been talking nothing but 49ers and Eagles, rightfully so. It's a big game coming up on Sunday. Games really don't get any bigger. Well, technically, there's only one football game that you could even make the argument is bigger, and that'll be waiting for the winner in Arizona a couple weeks down the road. We'll see what happens. It's going to be a fascinating day of football on Sunday. The AFC game is fascinating. I mean, I don't know which one of these games is harder to predict the outcome of. I really don't. Turn your mic on. God, it's been a while since we had to do that.
Well, I was thinking.
We're in trouble.
I think the Chiefs and Bengals has a wider variety of potential outcomes. I could see a team winning 38-10. I could see it being 38-35. I think that game is far more quarterback dependent than this one is, I think. So I think there's a wider variety of potential outcomes. This one, I think, is largely going to be played in the fairway. You know, I don't think there's going to be many hero shots. I think it's going to be just this sort of a steady grind the whole night. It's interesting that the point spread in the Chiefs-Bengals game has fluctuated so wildly, and now it seems to have settled on the Chiefs -1.5 or 2. Which is sort of where it started. But then it spiked for Cincinnati like 2 days ago, and now it's settled back down. So there's a lot more people, I think, chunking a whole lot more money on that game than this one.
And I wonder if the volatility of that line is money coming in dependent or casinos sort of hedging against whatever big amount of money came in that day. Like, I feel like the casino's more likely to drop that number up and down to just make sure that there's a lot of action on both sides of it.
Well, they're trying to. They haven't. I don't know if they've found the sweet spot for where that number should end up being. But the fact that it lurched essentially 5 points towards Cincinnati and then 4.5 points back toward Kansas City tells me that a lot of people have bet a lot of money to move that line twice because they react at this point to big bets. Because all the wise guys got in early. They're the ones who drove the betting towards Cincinnati, and now all of a sudden Kansas City money is coming in, presumably in droves, because like I said, that line's moved now 4.5 points in 2 days. So part of it is Patrick Mahomes, but part of it is I think more people are just more interested in betting that game because they can't get a handle on what Eagles 49ers is going to be.
Got a handle on a little bit of news. It's not big news, and he can certainly afford it. But Steph Curry has been fined $25,000 for throwing his mouth guard in the fourth quarter of game against the Grizzlies just the other night. Curry's got that. It's going to be okay.
Yeah, but once again, he's saying it with plastic that comes out of his mouth. It's the right fine because you don't want anybody throwing anything that reaches the crowd because you're always a lawyer away from having to pay somebody off $3 million for an injury they don't have.
That's why Klay Thompson better watch where he's flying those paper airplanes.
Oh, reporters can't sue. They'd sell out for like a 5-minute interview. We're not clever enough to actually go get a lawyer. We don't want to pay the retainer.
Have you met Whitley?
I've met Whitley. She'd give in.
I don't know.
She talks it. She don't walk it.
Shrewd negotiator, I'm sure.
I thought you were going to say shrew negotiator.
No.
Now she's going to negotiate with you.
No. We had Steve Kerr on just yesterday and talked a little bit about the Steph Curry ejection. And, hey, maybe it's going to be a turning point just in terms of waking people up. Like, if Steph is getting this level of mad, everyone should be cranking it up a little. What do you think, Steve Kerr?
I don't know. I mean, I think that's one of the things that has been consistent this year is that we don't know. You'd like to think, hey, now's the time. We're ready to take off now. And we've had several of those moments, and then it hasn't happened. So I'd like to think that moment becomes a galvanizing moment for all of us, and we put it together and we get on a nice run here. But we'll see. We got to go do it.
I mean, that's the thing. Steve very much yesterday expressed a level of frustration saying, all right, so we've had a lot of moments that should be galvanizing moments. When is it going to carry over to a galvanized week, 10 days, 3 weeks of an actual commitment to a defensive game plan? And their next test of their galvanization, if that's what you want to call it, is tonight. Toronto Raptors are here.
Yeah, and the Raptors have not been good this year, but they looked pretty good the other night against Sacramento. So they might be building up a heater. But they're also a team that's looking to shed players because I think they're getting ready to start a rebuild.
For a lot of people who are like, man, Curry's he doesn't like playing with Jordan Poole. No, that's really not what we're looking at here. I think Steph Curry's very happy to be playing with Jordan Poole. I know he might drive fans nuts. I know there are moments he's driving that coaching staff nuts, but after you get down all that he drove me nuts nonsense, he hit a game winner last night. Or not last night, 2 nights ago.
Well, no, I think he can be frustrating for his teammates as well, but it's not, I don't believe, because he is an utterly selfish player. It's because you never quite know what you're going to get out of him.
He needs to slow down.
I don't know if he can, though. And by that, I mean, I think he likes to play at a tempo and doesn't like it when he's out of that tempo. He doesn't feel comfortable. And I think part of what we've seen from him is when he can when he can dictate pace, he's much more comfortable, whether or not his teammates are keen on playing at that same pace. And that's one of the things that you have to learn. And, he's getting better at it. But I think there are nights when if his shot's not going, he becomes a different player. And the fact that it's still, I think, irks him a little bit when he's coming off the bench, that's another thing he's got to get over. He's going to get used the way he gets used. The path to Jordan Poole's future is still largely in the future because the rest of this window for the Warriors is going to be dictated by their veterans.
And obviously, if there's a young man who is going to answer the bell on a night-in, night-out basis, I think we all see Jonathan Kuminga is probably most capable of being that player. And the question is when will James Wiseman be in the mix in any tangible game-by-game basis? And I even asked Steve straight up, do you owe it to James Wiseman to figure out a way to get him minutes or trade him and let him go be a basketball player somewhere else? And here's what Steve Kerr had to say about that question.
I think that's a fair question. One of the things that I tell James from time to time is I feel bad for him because of the circumstances. He's had a tough go with the injuries. The injuries have definitely set him back. But bottom line is he's a really talented young guy playing on a veteran team. So he's in a situation where he's not getting as many reps and as much playing time as he would in a different set of circumstances. Had he been drafted by a different team, he'd be getting more opportunities for sure. And that's part of his story. That's part of his journey. And what I love about James is he understands that and recognizes it and continues to keep a positive spirit and energy. And he works hard every single day. And he's wonderful to coach. So, as I've said many times, I'm a huge fan. And however this plays out, we don't know. But I hope I get to continue to coach him, and I hope that he can develop here and get more opportunities as we go forward.
I mean, I think he's tipped his hand just a little, right? I mean, I think that they're closer to saying goodbye than they are giving him 20 minutes.
I think that's probably true, but I don't think it means they're ready to say goodbye yet. But they're not willing to commit significant minutes to him yet because he hasn't showed them the things they're looking for on a consistent basis. And the last thing the Warriors want to do is put in another guy into an already inconsistent team who they can't guarantee will be consistent for them. And that maybe speaks less to Wiseman than it does to the team condition as a whole. But they need solid senders, and they don't have enough of those right now. And I think that, as much as anything, will determine how long he stays. And, I mean, I don't know that he'll get moved at the trade deadline. It might be in the offseason. But I think they want to see a return from him before the end of the year.
Well, then you got to play him.
Well,
I mean, here's the thing. They don't need another guy just sitting on the bench.
No, but they also don't need a guy who's going to go in and not give you a sense that you know what you're getting from him. So it's not is, you don't reward him with minutes until he shows he can do that. And that means, first of all, playing 5 solid minutes. Then it's 8 solid minutes. Then it's 12 solid minutes. It's going to be incremental because you're not going to give him 25 when you're not sure that he's worth any yet.
But when you're not even flirting with the concept of being 2-3 games over 500, you're in the disposable time of your year. And I don't know if disposable is necessarily the right word, but it is the less leverage than we'll find later in the regular season. And sadly for James Wiseman, he got injured again. His sprained ankle was a problem for him in a handful of games where he might have been turned to in the name of we're just short height. We're short bodies, and we would have, even if we didn't want to play it, we wouldn't have had much of a choice. We would have. And James Wiseman missed that window, and I think that the Warriors also missed their window of nobody even here really cares about the outcome of these games, so we might as well just rock with Wiseman and get him the game minutes that he needs.
Except that the Western Conference is such a mess that they could win 2 in a row and suddenly be in 5th. And that's, they're still planning on making a deep playoff run. You might not see that yet. In fact, nobody's seen it yet because they've been so inconsistent. But if you're still planning to be a playoff team, the thing you need most, and Steve Kerr said it over and over again, was consistent performances. And Weissman has to be part of that consistency for him to get the minutes. It's not, let's see what we've got with him. That's not what this part of the season's about. It's not figuring out who he is. It's him figuring out who they are.
Right, but at some point you got to turn back to the player and say, okay, well, we have recoached you up. Let's see if you got it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this guy is a healthy scratch coach DNP way too often to be taken seriously as a Golden State Warrior at this point.
No, I'm not arguing that. All I'm saying is they're not all of a sudden going to flood him with minutes to see what he's got. It's going to have to be incremental, and he's going to have short bursts of really good play because they're not going to give him 20 minutes right away unless it's an emergency. It's going to be 5 minutes here. It's going to be 8 minutes there, and he's got to play with a very narrow margin for error, which is something he has not yet done.
Thank you for talking me through that final sneeze I was doing off mic. That was a very good job on your part, Ray. Welcome, one and all, to a Football Friday and a 5 o'clock hour as we get you ready for an NFC title game.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
49ers Player Show, in this case, 49ers Veteran Player Show, is brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality. Shop at your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill supermarkets for all of your tailgate needs. Ricky Waters, nice enough to join us here on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Ricky, thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you on today. How are you?
Man, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
It's great to have you on. A Super Bowl champion, obviously, with the 49ers, 5-time Pro Bowler, 3 seasons in Philadelphia as well. Where is your heart taking you in this game? Do you look at it through the eyeballs of a former 49er or through the eyeballs of a former Eagle?
Well, I mean, there's no way I can't look at it as both because I was both. So I totally see it from both aspects, and I like what I see when I look at both. I mean, obviously, you got to say that Philadelphia had an amazing season this year. They have been like the team to beat the whole year. Their quarterback is just a bona fide MVP candidate. I think a budding, superstar, in his own right. But I also have to say these 49ers, man, they have been amazing this year.
When I think of what you were great at, Ricky, and you were great at a lot of things, not only could you run it out of the backfield, but you could catch it. I mean, you could be lined up anywhere and be a threat. And that kind of reminds me of Christian McCaffrey. I'm wondering if you don't see a little of yourself in him as well.
Without a doubt. I've talked to his dad, Ed McCaffrey. He was a tough player in his own right. He told me that he watched film on me, and I was like, man, he studied well because I see the similarities, man. He's a great player. And the fact that he could come in mid-season like he did and to just he looked like he's always been here. I mean, it's crazy how well he fits in with the system, how well Shanahan is putting in the system. I think he has freed it up for everybody to do what they do best. When I look at it, Debo doesn't have to run the ball as much, from the backfield because he's got Elijah Mitchell, can be that change of pace player that they want him to be coming in. Of course, Kittle is just amazing, and he's just one tackle break away from going to the goal line each time he touches the ball. Him and Debo are the same in that way. I think they're so explosive, and now that Brock Purdy is playing the way he's playing, I mean, he's pretty good, right? Like we like to say.
When you look at McCaffrey, what specific things remind you of you? I mean, yes, you both catch the ball out of the backfield. Yes, you're really good between the tackles, but are there stylistic things or nuanced things that you see in him that you saw in yourself?
Yep, patience. A lot of people don't understand the patience of running the football. It's not like you just get the ball and you just burrow away and just go and run over, because you can't do that in the NFL anyway. You can't really just run guys over, and guys that could do that for a little bit, they found out they couldn't do that for, a total career running the ball in this NFL the way these guys hit. I love his patience, the way he waits for his blockers. He understands where his blocking is coming from. I can tell that he's a student of the game, that he is that he studies. The fact that he could come right in, a whole new system, new guys. He doesn't know these guys. He hasn't had an off season with these guys or with this system or anything. For him to come in and not miss a beat the way he has, he's a student of the game, and I was a student of the game. We understood where the blocking schemes are coming from. We understood when we had to pick up the blitzes and where those blitzes are coming from. You can tell that he is a student of the game.
Ricky Waters, our guest here on Damon and Ratto. And again, it's probably easier to be a student of the game when you go to a college that actually requires you to be a student. You were a Notre Dame guy, and obviously Stanford for Christian McCaffrey, so brains and brawn make for the best football players. There is no doubt about it. When I look at how much football has changed since your playing days, I think it's safe to say you didn't run a single RPO in your professional life, right? I mean, or maybe you did a little something like that, but it wasn't called RPOs. What would Ricky Waters have been in an RPO offense?
Man, well, first I would have to understand that I can't grab the ball and take it. That's probably the first thing. I probably want to take the ball every time. No, I got it. Just let me take it. But to understand that the quarterback is in control in that situation, I did that sort of thing with Tony Rice. That's how we kind of, with the option, the way we ran it. And you never know when he was going to give you the ball, when he was going to pull it out, and when he's going to throw it or pitch it, to another back that's coming around. So I have had that, and it's a lot of fun because when guys don't know that you're getting the ball, it's a little different than everybody teeing off and having 8-man fronts up against you, which I had a lot in my career where the guys knew I was getting the ball, and they're all kind of have their ears pinned back coming to stop me.
You played in two legendarily difficult stadiums in Candlestick Park and the Vet. Which would you say is the tougher place for a visitor to play?
Man, it was that's almost like a comedy skit right there in some aspects. When you talk about the Vet, man, it was a tough one. I mean, it felt like it was like no padding under there. Like they just had a carpet that we were playing on, and a lot of times that carpet had seams in it that, they didn't quite mesh up correctly. So that was a tough place to play. I felt like it made me tougher, though. It made me a stronger player playing on it at the time, maybe because I had to think that. You just have to psych your mind out to being. I wish I could have played in the Lincoln or in Levi Stadium. But the same thing, even with Candlestick, man, the swirling wind that would kind of take the ball, and you would have to kind of follow that ball down to the left or down to the right to catch it. So, there's a lot of things that were challenging about that, especially in the preseason when they had the diamond out there and you're getting tackled on that dirt. I never liked that too much.
Ricky, what can you tell us about the lead up to your first NFC title game? The weight of the game being put on your shoulders. You were a massive part of the game plan. And then, obviously you win the game, you're off to the Super Bowl, and all memories of that Super Bowl were how much Kyle's dad, Mike Shanahan, just went into the game thinking, all right, so we have the game plan to win. Like if this play sets up, it'll set up to this play, and then this play for sure will be a touchdown. Like it sounds so easy with, the benefit of hindsight in 2020. But how confident were you going into your first NFC title game, and then when the stakes get even higher going into that Super Bowl? How much different did it feel?
Well, I can tell you, I mean, being on a veteran team like that, I was the younger player at that time, but being on a team like that, seeing Steve and the guys, the way we were practicing that whole year, the way I remember we took a L, and it was to Philadelphia. They came in and caught us off guard, and we took that L. After that, we said, man, that's it. We were so focused and everybody was so compelled in practice that we were treating every practice like it was a game. We didn't want to drop the ball. Nobody wanted to fumble the ball. Nobody wanted to have a missed snap, anything like that. Like, we were on top of everything, and we were just rolling. And even the way we came out, guys were all fired up and, high-fiving as if we're about to play a game when we're just practicing. That's when you can see it. And it was just infectious. It was throughout the whole team. Everybody was starting to, we all want to do well for ourselves, obviously, but we started to play for each other. We were like a real team. We really believe, if I do my job, if I run this route that I'm supposed to run, not trying to do too much, just do exactly what I'm supposed to do, that the other person's going to do that, and everybody else is going to do their job, and it's going to be a successful play. And each time, that's what it was, because we believed in it.
That Super Bowl year, you guys played a bunch of games where you just rolled the opponent. Was that the easiest football you ever played, just in terms of not having to worry about, man, these guys are good? You put up 50 on Atlanta, you put 35 on New Orleans. Even the Super Bowl, you put up 49. Was it just easier to play every week because really, other than the stinker against Philadelphia, you were rolling up points on everyone?
Yep, and like I said, you're right. Like I said, they couldn't put the 8-man fronts up there, and roll the safety down to kind of make it a 9-man front on me and stuff like that. You can't do that when you got Jerry Rice out there and you got John Taylor on the other side. It was just one of those things where if we just do our job and do exactly what we're supposed to do and we practice the right way, we're going to do well. And the fact that we would do everything full out, we would run full out. We wouldn't do any jogging, so that when we came to the game, I used to always feel like the other team's starting to get tired now, and you could feel them getting tired, and we weren't getting tired. It was like we were getting stronger each time, and I love that. That's something that the 49ers brought to me, that I was in shape when I came, but not until I started running that mountain with Jerry Rice and them did I start realizing what that kind of stamina is all about, and going out there on the track afterwards, and then going and lifting weights after that, and to have that kind of stamina and the understanding of this is what it takes to be a real champion in this league. You have to step it up, and you have to always get better and look for an edge. And that's what those guys taught me, and I'm so glad that I played with guys like that.
Ricky Waters here on 95.7 The Game. When you played, you needed to be in an amazing shape because you played in the era of bell cow running backs. 25, 30 carries was just not out of the question. It happened often. And then, we watched football. It always goes through different evolutions, and we saw a devaluing of the running back position to the point where you'd be watching NFL drafts and the draftniks would be on stage saying, you don't even take a running back in the first 3 rounds anymore. They're a dime a dozen. You can get them later. And the running back became devalued, and we're, I think, starting to see it become valuable again, especially when you see what Christian McCaffrey did and how this guy's been a skeleton key that has not just unlocked a running game, but an entire offense around him. Do you think we're about to see the pendulum swing back to running backs finding more value?
I would love to see that. I love the running back position. I played wide receiver, I played defensive back, I played safety, I played quarterback, but I love the running back position because that, to me, is the stud position. You have to do so many different things. Even when they fake the ball to you, you still get tackled on the other side when the camera keeps on panning around with the quarterback. They don't see what's happening to the running back on the other side. And if you're not getting tackled, you're blocking somebody who's probably bigger than you are. And you're also trying to run through guys who are bigger than you are, some of them faster than you are. So, when you really look at what the running back has to do, especially one who does all the things that we do in the passing game, I used to go out and I would play. I would be X. On this play, I'm X. On this play, I'm Z. This play, I'm the tight end. I'm off. I'm a wing back. It didn't even matter. I had to know everybody's position, and I had to play those positions and play it and run those routes like they would run those routes in those positions.
I used to do a little bit about how, if you liked Ricky with 15 touches, you're going to love him with 30. And Ricky needs a ball 35 times to be effective. That's what I used to scream. 35 touches for Ricky. It was great having you on today. We're so happy to have caught up with you. It was great catching up. Our friends at Harris Ranch Beef want to say thanks as well, and they're going to send you 10 pounds of prime steaks, and you get to choose your cut, Ricky. Ribeye, porterhouse, or New York strips. Where are you going?
God, I love all of them, but I'm going to have to go with the ribeye.
That is the correct answer. Once it's amazing how many well-fed football players continue to get that answer right week after week after week. Ricky, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I love my protein, too.
He loves his touches. He loves his protein. We got a prediction for this weekend. Which way you leaning?
Man, it's a really tough one. I think that if any team can go out there and beat these guys, it's the 49ers. But I don't know, man, with Jalen Hurts and that, and them being at home, I don't know. That's a really tough one. I might have to go with the Eagles on this one. I think it's going to be a close one, though. Real close.
Here's the thing. We're not going to take back the stakes just because you're honest. Thank you so much, Ricky.
All right, bro.
Ricky Waters. You're on 95.7 The Game. God, he was great. He was great. We should have Ricky on every week. He was fantastic. He's a good player. When he had it, he had it.
Most guys can be bribed with meat. I think that's what we're learning.
What are you saying? You're above that?
I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just saying most of the people that have been given steaks probably came on because they heard the steak story before the interview.
I do believe it is one of Lucas's opening comments when booking guests.
Hey, would you like free meat?
You
would? Okay, you have to talk to a couple of strangers to do it, but they'll take it anyway.
Well marbled, delicious. Come and get it. It can be yours.
Got to say, it works better on former and current professional athletes than most other normal people, too. Because they do enjoy protein. They need it. Recovery.
Thank you, Lucas.
The hell was that?
No, that was a great breakdown of why it works.
Yeah. Gee, free
Science,
stuff doesn't really enter into it. It's because they need more protein.
Protein.
Lifting.
Protein.
Weights.
You're not just drinking like protein shakes. You're going to need some beef in there. Do you realize the beef you need to put together a 12-game winning streak? Not just in football, but anywhere in professional sports. Ray, painstaking. That's an exaggeration.
No, stop. Back the truck up, start the sentence again.
So I spent a little time online.
There you go.
Coming up with the longest winning streaks in team sports history. Some of these are just regular season. Some of these extend to regular season plus playoff success as well. And I'd like to go through because a few of them, 2 in the top 10 as a matter of fact, have been baked up right here in the Bay Area. The single longest team winning streak in American sports history, De La Salle football. 151-game winning streak, 12 consecutive undefeated seasons by Bob Ladouceur. That's amazing.
And they covered the spread in most of those.
I'm glad that you're gambling on local high school football, Ray.
That's what they're there for. You don't think that happens in Texas?
Was there a line, seriously, that people were playing in De La Salle games?
I'm sure after a while there probably was. I know there's active betting at most top-level Texas and Florida football games. That's just a given.
Well, I mean, they do have a football problem in those states.
It's profound.
It's glorious, if you don't mind me saying. So we go from 151, longest team winning streak in the history of team sports in America, to not just America, by the way. That's the world, because we got worldwide teams appearing in this, as I painstakingly, Ray, put this list together.
Painstakingly.
111 40 fewer wins than De La Salle is coming in at number 2. It's the Yukon Women's Hoops program between 2014 and 2017. 111 games won by Team Gino Auriemma. 110 comes up third place, but more on that in a moment. Followed by 101, North Carolina women's soccer won 101 consecutive games. After that, we go back to men's basketball. 88 wins, UCLA, 71 through 74. 88 wins in a row for UCLA at the, height of the John Wooden power, but not the dawn of the power. That's another winning streak that we'll get to in just a moment. After 88 wins, it was 68 wins by Team USA. The 68 wins ending controversially in the Munich Olympics. Henry Iba, pay more attention. There could be a language barrier. Have that ready to go. Coming in 7th, longest winning streak in the history of sports. USF Dons, the 60-game winning streak and back-to-back titles by Bill Russell, followed by a 54 and a 55-game winning streak, both done, Ray, by the Mount Union Purple Raiders. The Purple Raiders had a 54-game winning streak, lose one in the playoffs, and then followed that with a 55-game winning streak. At one point, they had a 110-game regular season winning streak. This is a Division III program, and that's the 110 that I was telling you about that we'd get back to in a minute. So the Mount Union Purple Raiders get represented 3 times in the top 10.
I am amazed they didn't fire the coach after the loss.
The one loss should have had it coming, man. That's a pink slip normally. 54 wins for the Louisiana Tech women's hoop team that won 54 straight games between 1980 and 1982. 49 consecutive wins by Arsenal FC. What does that stand for? Fancy club?
Football club.
Oh, thank you very much. 49 consecutive Premier League games won. There had to have been just a ton of fake ankle injuries over that streak.
No, they were known as the Invincibles because they are the only team to ever go unbeaten in a Premier League season.
47-game winning streak by the UCLA men once again. That is the 47-game winning streak that didn't end in South Bend to Digger Phelps, but rather ended to Phi Slamma Jamma in the college basketball game, of the century at that time.
At the Astrodome.
At the Astrodome, yeah. 47-game winning streak is the longest by a football program that wasn't a high school football program. The 47 games won in a row between 1953 and 57 by the Oklahoma Sooners.
Bud Wilkinson.
That's right. 46, you have Pat Summitt at the peak of her powers with the Lady Vols. Then we go from 46 all the way down to 33. That is the record that the Lakers put up. That is the NBA consecutive games won record.
That's the Wilt Chamberlain year.
That's right.
When they went 69-13 and blew through the playoffs.
After that, the 28-game winning streak of the Golden State Warriors that spans 2 regular seasons. They won 4 games before winning 24 straight to start the 15-16 season. After the 28-game winning streak by the Golden State Warriors, we have 27 in a row by LeBron and the Heatles at the peak of his power in Miami. After 27, we go to 26, where you find baseball for the first time to enter the conversation. Your 1916 New York Giants won 26 straight games. Now, if you're saying we're eventually going to get to the Oakland A's, well, they do have a streak, but their 20-game winning streak, which was the peak of Moneyball, got eclipsed in 2017 by the Cleveland Indians when they rattled off 22 straight. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
The Patriots, our first NFL winning streak on the list, coming in 18th longest winning streak in professional sports history. A 21-game winning streak. The Patriots ended up closing out the 2003 regular season with 12 straight wins. They then win 3 consecutive playoff games, which included the Super Bowl. And then, with a 15-game winning streak, playoffs included underway, they opened the 2004 season with 6 more victories. 21 games in a row in the NFL is an absurdity that we will probably never see matched.
You wouldn't think so. I mean, those were the best Patriots teams. I mean, that was Brady at the height of his skills and
Belichick at the height of his powers as well.
Well, funny the way that worked.
Yeah, it really is. Are you ready for a little hockey, Ray?
I know the answer to this.
When Andy Moog is in the pipes, you don't have much to worry about. Penguins, 17-game winning streak. I'm guessing Mario Lemieux might have had his fingerprints over a win or two as well there. Was that Tom Barrasso?
Yeah, it wasn't Andy Moog.
It wasn't Andy Moog. Was it Tom Barrasso?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, they had a streak.
Wait, Andy Moog was a Bruin, right?
He was a number of different. I mean,
Okay.
he played in Edmonton too. I mean, it's he was well traveled, but he was pretty good. He always had the benefit of being on great teams because he wasn't a Hall of Fame goaltender, and back then there were a lot of 8-5 games. But the thing was, the Penguins had enough guys to get the 8.
Somebody said
Paul Coffey, guys like
Paul
that.
Coffey. There you go. Hell of a player. Blue liner, Ray.
Jaromir Jagr.
Jaromir Jagr. Damon, you really don't know what FC means? Pathetic. Yeah, I know what it means. It stands for fancy cleats.
Okay, go. I want to dig your way out of this one. I dare you.
Penguins, 17-game winning streak, followed by, coming in at number 20, the Carolina Panthers at one point won 14 games in a row. The year that they went to the Super Bowl, by the way, at Levi's Stadium. Indianapolis, the height of the Peyton Manning is really good. Won 14 in a row. For the San Francisco 49ers to win the Super Bowl this year, they will have had to win 14 games in a row. So all they have to have is a nearly unheard of, historically significant winning streak to win the Super Bowl this year. That's it, Ray. That's all they need. That and all the history that is working against Brock Purdy, because no rookie quarterback has ever won 3 postseason games in his rookie year. We saw Sanchez win 2. We saw Joe Flacco win 2. No one's ever won 3. He's got to go win 4.
Or they get rid of him.
I think he's pretty good. I think he is going to be okay when it's all said and done.
He's day-to-day.
I don't know about that.
Check back on Monday.
The longest ever winning streak put together by the San Francisco 49ers, playoffs included, are from the 1989 season wrapping around into the 90 season, where they won 18 games in a row. So the 49ers to be Super Bowl champions this year have to be 4 games short of the longest winning streak in franchise history. These are big asks. These are very big asks.
Yeah, but most of the asking's already been done. They really don't have to win 18 in a row. They only have to win 2 in a row.
That's right.
And then they can worry about next year when next year happens.
I wouldn't even worry about next year if you win the next 2. At that point, you're playing with some house money. I was asked...
Which will last 3 weeks with this fan base.
You're right about that. But I was asked, where does Kyle Shanahan stand if he loses this game? There is absolutely nothing to worry about in terms of job security for anyone based on the outcome of this game. There really isn't. Shanahan's a made guy. We all know that. Brock Purdy has played himself into the good graces of this fan base going forward. And I'm not saying that you get a mulligan on the tee box of the NFC Championship game, but I do believe that a little bit less outrage would follow this loss. I think there are, how about this? Even the most overzealous you win or you die fans would have to admit that Kyle Shanahan has put together a remarkable train of thought this football season.
Well, that's true. In addition, I think if they lose to the Eagles, it will kind of depend on how they lose. Because I think most people perceive that the Eagles are a slightly better team. And if you lose to a slightly better team on their home ground, it's not the same level of shame that would come if you got hammered at home. So I think you're right. Shanahan's playing with the casino's money in terms of that. But this is also a fan base that finds ways to complain about most good things.
Sure.
I mean, they're still trying to wrap their head around the fact that they can't figure out why they hate Jimmy Garoppolo, except that they do. They've just decided that. So it's not an easy to please fan base, and it's not an easy to understand fan base, because Kyle Shanahan should have bought all the goodwill in the world after last year when they were foundering around, and all of a sudden he found the way to use Deebo Samuel in a way that teams and fans didn't see coming. So I think he was already a made guy as far as that goes.
Somebody says the fact Kyle Shanahan is a made man is honestly laughable from the 925. No, what is honestly laughable is that you would even try to argue. And let me completely dunk on you, good sir or madam, who dare text in to say that Kyle Shanahan is a made man is laughable. He's 6-2 as a head coach in the postseason, including a 2-0 record against Dallas, by the way. That is a 75% playoff winning percentage. And if games coach is not a factor, that is the greatest winning percentage in NFL playoff history. So Kyle Shanahan today stands with the greatest winning percentage in playoff history. Bill Belichick at 31-13 comes in at 70%. Kyle Shanahan's 6 postseason wins are already the third most in franchise history. And unlike Bill Walsh or George Seifert, Joe. Well, I'm saying he didn't have Joe Montana or Steve Young or George Young or George of the Jungle. I mean, Kyle Shanahan is already measurably the third most successful head coach in the history of the San Francisco 49ers. That's who he is. Well, I don't like him to be that guy. That's not who he is to me. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who he is to you. Somebody said, is James Harden a made man? Same logic. No, you're not. It's not the same logic at all.
James Harden?
What are you talking about?
If I might, and I don't want to jump on your point, but...
Yes, you do.
No. Just hear me out. I think it also bears noting that the roster that Kyle Shanahan has been given to coach was given to him by Kyle Shanahan. So he's a made guy twice, not just once. So if you're finding a way to complain because he organized a team that gave up 21 points in a Super Bowl, in the fourth quarter of a Super Bowl, and then lost a conference final because somebody dropped an interception, then you need to find a better sport for you.
Thank you. By the way, you didn't jump on my point. You buttressed it.
Well, no, but I was sort of jumping on your shoulders to make an additional point. I wasn't disagreeing with you. I merely pointed out that he's a made guy even when he's wearing a suit.
Active coach playoff win totals. Active coaches in this league right now. All right, so Bill Belichick's out in front with 31. Andy Reid has 20. Followed by 3 guys who come in at 11. Pete Carroll, Mike McCarthy, and John Harbaugh. Mike Tomlin, 8. Sean McVay, 7. Kyle Shanahan, 6. And here's another reason why Kyle Shanahan is a made guy, especially if he does indeed win this weekend too. If he wins this weekend, Kyle Shanahan would now be 7-2 in the postseason as head coach, which would tie him with Sean McVay for the second most postseason wins in the NFL since he became a head coach. And really, your timeline, or in this case, Kyle's timeline, his timeline, is the only timeline he should be measured in. You know, what are we going to blame him? Well, you didn't become a head coach earlier. Since he's been a head coach, he's been exemplary. Only Andy Reid has more postseason wins than Kyle Shanahan since Kyle Shanahan became a head coach. So there you go. The fact that Kyle Shanahan is a made man isn't honestly laughable as much as it is you could bring this into a court of law and win a court case, matter of fact, statement of fact.
I mean, it's not, I don't know how you make the case that he isn't. I mean, I can't construct anything that makes that make sense.
It doesn't make sense. It's personal bias. Someone just doesn't like him and will only, here's the thing, if the only way you can identify the winner of the race or who was even good at racing today is by who broke the finish line first, you have no sports acumen about you at all. If all you understand is this entity wins and all other entity are losers, you have no sports understanding. None. Kyle Shanahan, without a Super Bowl, is still regarded league-wide as one of the 3-4 best coaches in all of football. And if one of the 3-4 best coaches in all of football isn't good enough for you, you got a level of standards that no NFL owner actually possesses. Boy, you must have the most successfully run household in the history of households.
No, they don't.
They do not. This is John in Walnut Creek who would like a little advice before he flies to Philadelphia. Oh, John, you've come to the right place. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. Happy Friday, gentlemen.
Thank you. Right back at you.
Hey, so this week, it's funny, has completely shown all the uniqueness to each different show here on the game, between the morning show, the afternoon, and finally you guys. And it's one of those things where you get one piece of advice and you get another. I got Willard telling me to wear the jersey, and I got, Steiny saying keep it down and just mind your own business, blah, blah, blah. And I needed to consult, the final show here on a Friday evening and say, should I genuinely, be concerned going to this game Sunday? Should I wear my red, or, just kind of what's going to happen? How to obviously conduct yourself professionally, but have either of you have been to Philadelphia and just kind of what this whole thing's about and how it's going to kind of go down for me on Friday. So, Niners, looking forward to the game, and you guys have a great weekend and enjoy the game.
Thank you, John. Safe flight out there, and have a great time. Here's the deal. As long as you don't pop off in a confrontational way, you should be fine. You really should be fine. You could also just catch some shrapnel because that's how drunk and angry these fans might get should the day not go their way. I do agree that the single most vulnerable moment of your trip would be Niners win, you're departing the stadium. That's when things could get hairy. So I would say have a layer to throw on there.
Bring a jacket.
Mind your P's. And you're going to need to bring a jacket anyways.
Bring a jacket to cover your jersey if you insist on wearing it. And if anybody gives you grief, offer to buy them a beer.
Well, that gets expensive. Having to buy a beer for an entire upper deck section at length.
No, you just buy the first guy who gives you grief. You just buy him a beer. And then just say, bar's closed, kids. He was the first guy. He wins.
Here's the deal.
It's like a lottery.
I will say this about Eagles fans. There are a lot of NFL confrontations where you'll have one guy sort of leading with his chest and his chin, and the other guy will start yelling back, chest and chin. And there's an awful lot of false bravado that really wasn't going to get physical at any point in time. Philadelphia prides itself in throwing the first punch. Eagles fans pride themselves on, the sucker punch is one of the levers I might pull today. And so I'm just saying, what you think is just a verbal confrontation can turn into an actual chin check faster out there than it would out here.
I would simply say risk reward says don't wear the jersey. Just don't wear the jersey.
I think you can. I think it's cool to go in there and represent your colors. I got no problem with that. Just mind your P's and Q's as you're doing so.
What do you think is worse for 49ers fans in enemy territory? After a Niners win or after a Niners loss when Eagles fans are feeling extra confident?
No, extra confident doesn't mean more punches thrown. Extra angry means more punches thrown.
Yeah, you don't.
They'll be too busy celebrating their own win to be reveling in the Niners' defeat.
Yeah, they'll talk smack, but they won't punch you.
Yeah. Have a nice flight home.
Yeah.
You pansy.
No, you cleaned that up.
I sure did.
Yeah. No, just use your head. If you don't wear the jersey, then you avoid a lot of grief. You don't have to have these existential conversations with yourself.
Somebody says, that's not going to work, Ray. I've watched many Raider fans take the beer peace offering as a sign of weakness. Well, how about this? I always heard that, man, you could get into a lot of trouble wearing the wrong jersey in Oakland. And I never saw trouble come to somebody in Oakland that wasn't sort of inviting it and asking for it. I think the difference is the trouble that you find in Philadelphia may come without an invitation.
I saw any number of times fans walking into the Coliseum wearing Broncos jerseys or Chiefs jerseys for sure, and even Chargers jerseys, even though they weren't really rivals, and they would catch strays that they didn't ask for. It waned in time because, among other people, Amy Trask made a concerted effort to make the Coliseum a less actively felonious place. But there were years where if you wore the jersey, that was provocation enough. And that's why I say risk reward says, wear something brown. Just don't bother.
Have a good time. Root hard for your team. Mind your P's and Q's as you're doing it. How about this? As a football fan, you should know the right way to be a football fan by now. You should be good at this by now. So hopefully you are. When we come on back here to this Football Friday, we'll give you the prop bets you need. We will fade the public. And we will say bonsoir and thank you to a broadcaster who there ain't going to be any guys like that coming down the pipe anytime soon. That's what we got for you this afternoon. The Road to Glendale brought to you by the SF Sheriff Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com today to apply. And Damon and Ratto are brought to you by calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
The Road to Glendale is brought to you by Mara West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Johnny Mosley here with your Friday Toyota Tahoe report. Stellar conditions here at Palisades with perfect corduroy, bluebird skies, and even better vibes. Grab your favorite gear, get in your Toyota, and let's start ripping some turns.
Thanks, Johnny. Sunny skies are in the forecast again today. Winds will be light and variable. There's a great snow base of 136 inches so far at Palisades. Changes to the forecast expected later this weekend. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season. Duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed. And a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So somebody paid $4.99 for one more of these, and why not? It's a big football game on Sunday. Ray, take your headphones off. I'm trying to protect you. All right, put your headphones back on. You're going to be okay. We do have
Put your hand where I can see it.
Maximum football games coming up here on 95.7 The Game. Or I should say Maximum Warriors, well, maybe, because Anthony Slater about a half an hour ago said Andrew Wiggins is warming up, giving it a little test tonight, see if he can go. So maybe that'll help the Golden State Warriors figure out who they are. With the Toronto Raptors coming to town, that is what's coming up tonight here on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. It is Warriors Live with John Dickinson, starting at 5 o'clock, and this is indeed our final Football Friday, or we will get one more.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not doing it to you. Football Friday brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. Somebody on the Otis Bird III text line says, look, when it comes to East Coast fans, like listen to Damon, he's kind of from back there. Yeah, I'm an upstate New Yorker. I do know about East Coast jabroniism, as 3D speculated here on the text line. And here's what I've always said is the difference between the East Coast and the West Coast. If you had to boil it down to the simplest of terms, the West Coast has mastered passive-aggressive behavior. The East Coast has just mastered aggressive behavior. There's not a lot of passivity to the aggressiveness where there is on the West Coast. I've always felt that that was a really good way to just sum up how people are. If you're sitting in a room with two other people who don't like you on the West Coast, chances are you're all going to get along, or maybe there'll be a little shade thrown at you, but it'll be passive aggressive. And then when you leave the room, those two people will be like, I can't stand that guy. Same three people at the same lunch on the East Coast. The one guy that you don't like will be mother you-know-what in real time to your face.
That is, they don't just go to Fist City right away.
Not just Fist City right away. No, but there's no, geez, I didn't know that you felt that way about me, really, on the East Coast, where that happens all the time, I think, on the West Coast.
I think the difference is that on the West Coast, if they don't like you, they won't sit next to you to begin with. That's the same thing with sports. People in the East, well, I should just say people in Philadelphia, they'll go to the games so they can tell the players how much they hate them.
Yes, they will.
In the Bay Area, they won't go to the game and let the empty upholstery tell the story for them because they'll go do something else. And of the two, the more rational is the West Coast approach.
Oh, look, there's no doubt I could do sports talk radio on the East Coast. I'm glad that I don't. I'm glad that I don't have to pretend to be some screaming maniac to just satisfy the screaming maniacs who are the listeners. There is a much more reasoned, rational approach to sports on the West Coast that is just, I'm going to call it what it is. It's more adult.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Giants, were a fascinating team 2 years ago. Last year, they weren't very fascinating. And the fans chose to vote with their feet. They stayed home. They had their second worst attendance ever because people were not going to go out of their way to boo. They were just going to stay home. And of the two, I think the ball team would rather they come out and boo.
Fade the public. It's officially time. We are 1-1 in the postseason after having a profitable regular season. Again, we don't pick the game. The game picks us. Lucas, we need to fade the team that has the most amount of action from the public riding on the spread. Who are we fading this weekend?
So if we went just teams, it'd only be 2 games. Like I said earlier in the show, we're going to include totals.
No. We don't go adding any. What is the spread that has the most amount of public behind it?
Nonetheless, we still would have picked a team, and that team is the 49ers are the least bet team. Therefore, we are on them. The heaviest bet team of the weekend is the Eagles -2.5 at home. We are on the 49ers +2.5. 91% of the public in that game is on the Eagles -2.5.
There we go. Again, I'm not looking to squash new ideas. I just don't want any confusion at this point in time.
My fault.
No.
No, it is on him.
Yeah,
Let's beat him.
Yeah, absolutely. So there you go. Ray, we're on the Niners. +2.5.
You're on the Niners +2.5. I'm betting the under.
All right, that's what you like?
I actually like the under in both now that I think of it.
We got universal prop bets for all games. Most amount of passing yards thrown by any human throwing a football this weekend, 309 and a hook, over under.
I'll take the over.
Most receiving yards by any player this weekend, 112 and a half, over under.
I'll take the under there.
Most rushing yards by any player this weekend, 94 and a half.
I'll take the under.
Just fading. Night at the props concerning just 49ers and Eagles. Brock Purdy, over under, 219 passing yards.
Over.
Passing touchdowns, Brock Purdy, 1.5.
Under.
Completions, this to me is a tough one. I would not mess with this one. Completions, 19.5. Because it feels like he would come in at 19, like 19 to 30.
If I'm going over on yardage, I should go over on completions.
The one that Joe Fortenbaugh liked, the one that he offered up yesterday, was Brock Purdy rushing yards, still on the board at 9.5. He liked the over. He said if the Niners are going to win this game, that probably has to be a number that hits. Rushing yards for Jalen Hurts, 48.5.
Yeah, that seems right. And I'm fading Fortenbaugh no matter what he says.
That's probably a good idea. How about rushing yards for Deebo Samuel, 20.5?
Under.
Rushing yards for Christian McCaffrey, 62.5.
Over. He's going to get the ball 25 times.
And like Ricky Waters, he only needs the ball 25, 35 times to be effective. I want to thank Ricky Waters for joining us today. He was outstanding. My pal John Kincaid, coming from Philadelphia, was fantastic. Ray, I want to tell you a real quick story about Billy Packer, who passed away last night. Longtime CBS voice of college basketball, along with Jim Nantz. Man went to 100 Final Fours, if you will, to the point where I was at a Final Four at the end of Billy Packer's career. And it was about 3 hours before the first game was about to tip off. Billy's walking around the place, and as far as Billy was concerned, his face was his credential. He's got a 19-year-old girl standing on the corner of the court. Who doesn't know who Billy Packer is from anybody? She doesn't know, right? I mean, who cares? He's just an old guy walking around in a suit. She tried to hold him up without a credential. Billy Packer walked past her like she didn't even exist. It's one of the most jackass, big-time, chef-kiss Billy Packer moments ever. And I'm glad I saw it. I loved Packer as the broadcaster. He was such a curmudgeon. He was great. I loved Billy Packer. Rest in peace to a man who was not peaceful.
Yeah, he ran out of steam near the end, but for the most part, he was more than anybody else the voice of college basketball, even more than Al McGuire, and certainly more than Dick Enberg.
And he was a lovely SOB.
Oh, he was an SOB, to be sure.
So are you, my friend. Enjoy the football weekend, and we'll see you on Monday. Ray and I will be back then. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Grandy. Great week of guests, great week of radio, great week of sound. Good job. Stick around. John Dickinson, Warriors Live, is next here on 95.7 The Game. Good luck, 49ers fans, this weekend. It should be an awful lot of fun. In the meantime, please do remember that sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
It's a Football Friday on 95.7 The Game.
This one is juggle pick. There goes Hafwanga.
Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's BayAreaHouses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's BayAreaHouses.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
This is the final week of the Manufacturers RV Show. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KAR